Chapter 1, Death of Yamazaki Patriarch. Rainy night, a mansion of a master. The brightly lit main house is particularly eye-catching in the dark night. The guests in the living room on the first floor were all in groups, whispering and polite. The master's right foot was wrapped in plaster, sitting in a wheelchair and pushed by the servants, walking among the guests, and the talk was particularly eye-catching. However, there was a person standing quietly against the wall in the corner, an unobtrusive public appearance, and an ordinary black dress, absolutely the role of a passerby. Yamazaki Misaki Hitashi, 16 years old, Class B of Todan High School in Miwa Township. Today, I attended the banquet of this family with my father, Yamazaki Sien, the current head of the family. Watching his father shuttle through the venue, he disappeared for a while like a fish in water. Yamazaki Misaki stood quietly holding a glass of red wine, alone in his own world, as if not in the venue. The rain is getting smaller and smaller, and it gradually stopped, and the reception has passed the midfield. Suddenly there was a loud noise. The gunshots made Yamazaki Misaki's heart tighten, and an ominous premonition enveloped him. Looking around, not seeing his father, rushed to the gunshot. When he arrived in front of a room on the third floor, he pushed the door, locked it, fisted out the lock, and then pushed the door to enter. The father fell on his back to the balcony and shot him to death. The floor-to-ceiling windows on the balcony were wide open. I quickly stepped forward and looked around. It was pitch black. No suspicious person was found through the light from the lobby on the first floor. He said to those who followed, "Call the police, protect the scene." Then he jumped down. After the rain, there were no footprints on the wet land. He walked along the window back to the hall and asked if there was any other exit. I also found out where the phone was. "I'm Yamazaki Misaki, let Uncle Feng answer the phone." After waiting a few minutes, a middle-aged male said, "Master, the adult asked me to call to find out the situation." "Uncle Feng, father was killed. The murderer is unknown, but I believe it will be clear soon, please be patient for the time being." "My lord means direct." "I see. What about the guards?" "The 4 bodyguards should have escaped." "I'll deal with it." Hang up the phone, Yamazaki Misaki returned to the original corner, paying attention to the door, quietly waiting for the police to arrive. The police arrived. A chubby policeman in a beige trench coat and a beige garden hat led the team. The crowd was gathered in the lobby to understand the basic situation separately, and the forensic staff conducted investigations and evidence collection on the spot. A few minutes later, someone reported that footprints were found on the ground. When the police asked, Yamazaki Misaki walked forward and calmly said, "I am Yamazaki Misaki, and the footprints are mine. I looked around under the balcony and found no other footprints." Everyone was chattering. Telling, finally proved Yamazaki Misaki's words. The police introduced themselves. "I'm the Megami Police Division of the Criminal Division of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, Yamazaki Misaki Hito, and the victim Yamazaki Hyun is my father." The calm tone sounded cold to the Megami Police Department. A feeling of "Sorry, can you describe your experience tonight?" Yamazaki Misaki recounted. At this time, the owner of this house, the master, shouted in the crowd, "Come on, police department, you are endless, how long are you going to detain my guests? I don't have time to accompany you to do this. Evidence search." The Megami Police Department was not angry. Okay, sir, then the victim is a guest at your banquet. Mr. Yamazaki was killed here. Please bear with me." Seeing the two talk, Yamazaki Misaki stepped aside to avoid obstructing the police. Hearing what the police department said, the master furiously said, "You mean that the suspect is among us?" Before the police department could answer, a voice came from outside the door, "That's it." The affirmative tone was eye-catching. Hearing the voice, Yamazaki Misaki felt familiar, turned his head and looked around, a handsome young man in a high school uniform walked in. It was him. I heard in the class that he was helping the police with the case, and it turned out to be true, so it would save a lot of trouble. The scene of the murder was a secret room with the door locked from the inside. The prisoner sneaked in through the window next to the third floor and then went out through the window. There were no traces of the prisoner left under the window. According to this situation, the murder should be internal. People did it. The master shouted loudly, "What nonsense! There is at least 10 meters from the window next door, and it is absolutely impossible to jump over. If you use the eaves of the window next door, you are away from the balcony of Mr. Yamazaki's room. There is only less than 2 meters left." Hey, what a naive reasoning, then he wants to leave like this? It's 2 meters from the balcony, and the eaves are only about 10 centimeters. How can he jump up? The master retorted. Masakihito Yamazaki looked at the master. Hearing the words just now, the eaves were only about 10 centimeters. The murderer should be him, but his legs? The reasoning continued. When the prisoner came from the next room with a rope tied on his body, he went back along the rope fixed to the balcony when he left. The police department did not understand and asked, "But, the rope fixed to the balcony. How to untie it?" It's very simple. At the police department, tie a stick to the end of the rope, and then get stuck on the balcony. You can relax the stick when you take it back. Go to the balcony and check it out. It should be fine. I found the traces left when the rope was fixed. The Meguro Police Department asked again, "But why is Mr. Yamazaki in a closed room?" Maybe the prisoner told him that there was a secret thing and asked him to lock it from the inside. He comes in. Yamazaki Masaki thought, "Indeed, my father came to ask for a debt today, but it seems to have become an intelligence transaction." The master yelled, "Enough, you have too much nonsense. Who killed my friend Mr. Yamazaki? Knowing the structure of this house, it won't arouse any suspicion at the time. You can walk around the room at will. There is only one person, and that is..." The Megami Police Department was very nervous and said, "That is." The hearts of everyone were lifted, and the atmosphere in the hall became tense. The young man pointed at the master and yelled, "Master! It's you!" The Mumu Police Department and everyone suddenly realized. The master was shocked and smiled, "Don't be kidding, besides, my feet have not recovered. There is always only one truth." The young man picked up the decorative globe behind him and threw his hand at the master's head. "Go with." The master instinctively stepped away, standing on the ground with his feet. The maid pushing the wheelchair exclaimed, "Old, sir, your feet." Yamazaki Masaki was suddenly surprised. It's okay," the master panicked for a while. "Your feet have already recovered 3 months ago. Didn't it, Mumu Police Department?" The Mumu Police Department finally showed the police demeanor at this time. "You give up. Your attending doctor told us everything, and there is a private relationship with your good friend Mr. Yamazaki for money." The master was already in a mess at this time, and turned around to grab the door and flee. "Don't try to escape." The young man kicked out of the globe, bang hit the back of his head, and put the master down on the spot. Goal. Then the master was taken away by the police. The police department of Mumu sent the boy out, and the case was resolved. The police department of Mumu was very happy, and slapped the teenager vigorously on the back, making a sound of slaps, and said, "You have helped a lot again, brother Kudo, always I'm sorry to let you shoot." "I'm so sorry I didn't see it, but Kudo was shot on the ground." Kudo looked smug, "Where is it?" He made a trouser pocket with his left hand and pointed his right thumb at himself. "If there are any more cases that cannot be solved, please come to my detective Shinichi Kudo Flash." Yamazaki Masakihito confirms that this boy is his classmate, the high school detective Shinichi Kudo. Yamazaki Masaki watched Kudo Shinichi get on the police car and left first, walked out of the hall, stood under the steps at the exit of the hall, turned and stood facing the steps. The Mumu Police Department stepped forward and said, "Please be sorry." Yamazaki Misaki shook his hand without speaking, and stood with his head closed and his eyes closed. Seeing Yamazaki Misaki did not speak, the Megome Police Department went back to work, and the guests and reporters left. 10 minutes later, after the last reporter left, a shout came from the front door of the mansion, "Stop! Stop! Ah! Memo Police Department, someone broke in. 9 black cars." A warning from the police before going out came from the walkie-talkie. Mumu Police Department led people out and stood on the steps, only to see the front of the 9 cars facing the steps of the hall exit, stopping in an arc. The car lights shined brightly in front of the door, so that the police department and others could not open their eyes. The light came from behind Yamazaki Misaki, and Yamazaki Misaki, who was standing in front of the steps, looked increasingly gloomy. There was a sound of the car door, and the police department Mumu covered his eyebrows and shouted, "Who are you?" At this time, the lights dimmed, and the police department looked at Mumu and saw about 30 people getting out of the car and forming an arc around the steps. Previously, part of the light blocked the light and dimmed the light again. There are 3 people, 1 is in the front and 2 are following, and the more crowds come out. There were also 2 people spreading blankets, black on the outside and white on the inside. 3 people stood behind each blanket. The dim light makes it difficult to see what these dark people are doing, but it gives people a tense and solemn atmosphere. Nearly, a middle-aged man was in the lead. "Hey! What did he take?" The Megami Police Department was startled, and shouted to Yamazaki Misaki, who was blocking the step, "Quickly get out of the way." Knowing that the middle-aged man bowed and saluted behind Yamazaki Misaki, "Master." Yamazaki Misaki turned around. And the middle-aged man held a dark samurai sword in both hands to give way. 2 other tall men saluted and walked to the Mumu Police Department. Only then did the Mumu Police Department realize that the 2 men were taller under the steps than they were on a step. The Mumu Police Department looked alert and drank again, "Stop." When the 2 stood side by side under the steps, the Mumu Police Department found that their vision was completely blocked. Suddenly, there was a scream of exclamation from behind. The police department was taken aback for a moment, and then there was a flash of light in the gap in front of him, and the scream "Memo Police Department" came from behind. The police department reacted and wanted to go down but couldn't make it. The policemen on the steps pulled out their guns and rushed down. "Let them come here." A middle-aged man's voice sounded. The 2 of them stepped aside, and the Megami Police Department looked around. Yamazaki Misaki stood in the middle with his back to him, holding something in front of him with his hands. The 2 men were kneeling on the white blanket just laid on both sides of the steps. In front of each there is a plate of white cloth and the like. The 2 men put their hands on their stomachs, their eyes widened wide, maintaining this weird posture. Then the body slowly leaned forward, and suddenly there were 2 soft sounds of bang and bang, and the Mumu Police Department and all the police were shocked. Heads. It was a human head. The 2 men's heads fell first, falling onto the white cloth on the plate in front of them. The head on the plate is still facing the steps, with his eyes wide open, but his mouth is wide open, as if shouting silently. The red blood dripped on the white cloth through the white teeth, and the blood sprayed from the neck, dyeing the white blanket red. The weird thing is that there is no drop of blood outside the blanket. The white blanket is like a bloodthirsty demon, with an unusual obsession with blood. The whole scene, the headless corpse, the bright red blood, and the strong smell of blood, formed a picture of hell, which impacted the approaching police department and other policemen. The policemen were stunned on the spot, and the Mumu Police Department shouted, "Yamazaki Misaki Hito, what have you done?" The policemen were awakened, raised their guns, and waited for the Mumu Police Department's orders. Yamazaki Misaki turned around. It turned out that Yamazaki Misaki was wiping a samurai sword, a handkerchief in each hand, and the other hand wiping the blade and the other hand wiping the hilt. The middle-aged man stepped forward with a black katana scabbard in both hands, and saluted the Meguro Police Department first. "Please wait a moment." Yamazaki Misaki put the knife back into the sheath, and folded the white handkerchief into the middle-aged man. The chest pockets of the suits worn by men, and the red ones placed in the chest pockets of their suits, should have been there originally. Yamazaki Misaki Hito bowed to the Megami Police Department, bowed and saluted, turned and walked into the middle car with a knife. The police department of Mumu was taken aback by his big gift, and he saw that he was about to go and hurriedly reached out to grab it. "Hey!" The middle-aged man moved and got stuck in the middle. "You!" Cough. The middle-aged man saluted again. "Introduce myself, Yamazaki, the current housekeeper of the Yamazaki family." Waved, a person behind him held a stack of paper forward, bowed his hands and offered it. Yamazaki took it and handed it out. "They signed this before." "A copy of the contract." The man returned to his place. The police department of Mumu quickly browsed, and there are 4 contracts, to the effect that they voluntarily serve as the guard of Yamazaki Sien, the death of the dead, the same life and death. There are several seals on it, including a seal representing the Metropolitan Police Department, and finally a strange seal. There is a mountain in the middle of this seal, which looks like a mountain, with teeth around it. A closer look at the mountain is in the mouth of the shark skull. This. The Mumu Police Department was taken aback. You are. It seems that the Mumu Police Department recognizes this sign, which is even simpler. Yamazaki Mime smiled slightly, looking very graceful, but in his eyes the police department looked more like the face of the devil before eating. "Is Yamazaki Hien the current patriarch?" The Meguro Police Department's voice jittered a little. "Don't get excited, Megome Police Department, our young master is very reasonable." Yamazaki waved his hand again, and another person behind him held a stack of paper forward, bowed and offered it with both hands, and Yamazaki took it over. "This time you and me." "Very lucky." The man returned to his original position. Yamazaki-man paused and stood up and said, "My lord ordered direct line." Then he handed the paper to the Megami Police Department and said, "According to our information, that guy is alone and has no immediate family members. This is all relevant personnel information. Let them declare that they are severed with that guy and let them go." The Meguro Police Department seemed to be relieved. Then, "That guy," Yamazaki Minami said with a smile. "Master said that the Yamazaki family abides by the law. It's not difficult for him, but don't come out when you go in." Yamazaki stomped his foot. "Also, this mansion will not see the sun tomorrow. Let your people hurry up. Do you want to?" The honest heart of the Megami Police Department does not allow this to happen. Clenched his fists, glared at Yamazaki, and drank. "No. This is a crime. From tomorrow on, this land and everything on it belong to the Yamazaki family." "What? You can find the guy confirmed that this guy borrowed money as a mortgage." "I will." Yamazaki took out his pocket watch, looked at it, and put it away again. "It starts at 0, and there are still 1 hour and 30 minutes. Tell the servants here that they can take what they can, but that room cannot be moved. Don't make the room look messy when you take things. This is a gift from the benevolent Yamazaki family. Tell them to keep it in your heart." The corner of the police department's mouth twitched. Benevolence, mercy. Of course. "Okay, you can go ahead if you have nothing to do. We still have things to do. It's almost done. Put away the remains of these 2 samurai." Yamazaki took a few steps back, gave up his position, and said loudly, "Please be careful, they are respectable samurai." Memo Police Department returned to the police, shouting, "Put away the guns." "Yes." Memo Police Department, "Is that the case?" a policeman asked. The people from the police department watching Yamazaki covered the 2 heads with something. It turned out that it was the bottom seat of the box. But the front position was not covered. "These 2 people really committed suicide, aren't they?" There was an unspeakable anger in the tone. You do what they say first. I will report these things. Yes. The current owner of the Yamazaki family. Just do what they say. Yes. Matsumoto manager. About half an hour later, Otajiri inspected the chief's house. Chairman, that's it. That old guy should be dying of anger. Mugo. Do as they say. They are really kind this time, compared to what they used to say. Jin Mumu organizes a detailed report, and the others don't need to worry about it. Okay. It's getting late, you go back, I'll take a rest. Hey. The owner of the family was killed, and the old guy had absolutely no face to invite. Presumably, no one will ask ourselves to be boring. It is true, then I will leave. Is indeed as Chief Otajiri said. At Suzuki's house, the Suzuki couple who had fallen asleep were awakened by the ringing of the phone. Shiro Suzuki answered the phone. Tomoko, help me prepare clothes. He was about to get out of bed. Tomoko Suzuki grabbed him. No need to go. Did you hear it? Of course, with such a loud voice, I didn't expect Mr. Yamazaki to pass away. Yes, it was really unexpected. So, Uncle Yamazaki doesn't, outsiders will be allowed to participate. Hey! Suzuki Shiro thought for a while, should I inform brother Jakiro? No, let him continue to play outside. If he comes back, he might be messed up. Makes Uncle Yamazaki unhappy. Well, only to pay tribute to Kenshi Yamazaki in the future. Tomoko Suzuki asked Shiro Suzuki to lie down again. Go to sleep, you haven't rested well these days. Oh. The mansion of a certain old man, now belongs to the Yamazaki family. The police stood aside. Yamazaki was standing beside the middle car, and the men in black stood in front of their cars, all waiting in silence. Master, seeing Misaki Yamazaki get off the car, reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Yamazaki Mine said, all are ready. Misaki Yamazaki carried a black coffin from the back of the car. It turned out to be a hearse and walked in step by step. Room. The police department only felt that with each step the atmosphere became heavier and heavier, until Yamazaki Misaki disappeared from his sight. It seemed that he had gone to a heavy rock in his heart. Several people in black stepped forward and started pouring gasoline and igniting the fire. The fire spread rapidly from the back of the house. After a while, the fire grew bigger and slowly burned towards the entrance of the hall. At this moment, a figure appeared in the fire. It was Cape Yamazaki. Benevolence. The Megome Police Department watched Yamazaki Misaki step by step, walking through the unsealed wall of fire, perhaps with the remains, feeling heavier than before. At this time, the three vehicles in the middle passed other vehicles and turned upside down. There were 3 hearses. As soon as Yamazaki Misaki walked down the steps, the fire burned the whole house. Yamazaki Misaki walked to the car in the middle, put the coffin gently in, and turned back and stood still. Yamazaki waved his hand to the ground. The man in black lifted the 2 coffins from the car, and carried the body that had been arranged on the ground into the 2 coffins respectively. The blanket on the ground was covered with blood and the coffin was not covered. Into the car. Yamazaki Peak walked to and stood behind Yamazaki Misaki. After 2 people holding the box in both hands stood, the other Yamazaki family stood in line, and then, facing the still burning house, silently mourned for 3 seconds, and then to the crowd. The police saluted. The Momo Police Department and the police responded with a bow. After watching the Yamazaki family leave, the Momo Police Department turned around and shouted, "Get me up!" The Yamazaki family's affairs are prohibited from spreading, and do not write them in the report. Replied loudly, "Yes." Good. Let's go back to the Metropolitan Police Department. Yes. In the back of the hearse, Misaki Yamazaki said, "Uncle Feng, my mother knows." Yamazaki said, "Yes, master." Master Miyamoto and Miss Miyamoto will come together. I hope tomorrow is a quiet day. Chapter 2, House Rules of the Yamazaki Family. The next day, overcast. The ancestral home of the Yamazaki family. Stopped at the airport, Yamazaki Peak saw the helicopter stopped, hurriedly greeted him and stood aside slightly. A pleasant female voice rang out, "Butler Feng, you have worked hard, you don't need to be so polite." When Yamazaki saw a couple coming out, his back pressure became even lower. "Miyamoto-sama." "Miss. This doesn't matter what the voice looks like." She looked like a beautiful 30-year-old lady, but her eyes were red and sad, and she waved her hand. "Don't call an adult, you don't need to be so indifferent, you say, Ichiro." The ordinary man next to him replied, "It is good." Yamazaki Mine led the two into the car and drove by himself. On the way, the eldest lady asked, "Where is my father?" Yamazaki answered, "The adults are on the mountain, and the adults are only in a bad mood. Father really doesn't like my brother. But, I remember when I was a kid." It brought out crying. Miyamoto Ichiro put her in his arms and patted her on the shoulder to comfort her. Yamazaki Mine changed the subject, "Miss, look." It turned out that the gate had already been reached. Starting from the gate, a pair of men in black stood at every segment on both sides of the road. They bowed slightly when they saw the car and got up. The eldest lady said, "It looks good, it just looks." Yamazaki smiled bitterly, "Miss, don't ridicule me. In this modern era, Shifeng security can only do this." Miyamoto Ichiro interrupted, "They are in fear." Yamazaki said, "Miyamoto, sir, it may have been the two guards." "Brother's guard." The eldest lady was a little angry, "This is how they guarded my brother." Yamazaki was helpless again. Said, "The four of them are the last guards." The car stopped in front of an old courtyard. In the room, a black-clothed Yamazaki Misakiran was sitting in the middle of the room. Yamazaki Peak, who led the way, announced before entering the door, and then stood inside the door and waited. In the room, the eldest lady looked at Yamazaki Syen's remains and cried in Miyamoto's arms. Miyamoto Ichiro comforted his wife, took the time to glance at the four heads, nodded, and said, "Yes." Yamazaki Misaki opened his eyes, "Time is almost up, Mom and Dad, I'm going to send my father up." As he said, he walked to the front of the coffin and slowly closed the lid from his feet to his head. The eldest lady said, "Can you do it with such a heavy sarcophagus? The Yamazaki family's house rules really need to be changed." "I can." "Really?" The eldest lady looked at her husband, and Miyamoto Ichiro nodded. "There is a mountain range behind the yard. The mountain closest to the yard is not high, only more than 200 meters, but it is a bit steep. Along a straight mountain road paved with blue stone, Misaki Yamazaki carried the sarcophagus step by step, and the Miyamoto couple was behind, and Yamazaki Min walked at the end with a white towel in his hand. Near the top of the mountain, there is a circle of fairly flat ground. There is an old-fashioned courtyard on one side. In front of the yard is a martial arts field paved with large blue stones. There is an old man in black in the middle. The approximate age is not visible, but it makes people feel very old. Old. The black-clothed old man stood facing the steps. Yamazaki Misaki walked in front of the old man, paused, and continued walking. Ichiro Miyamoto stood still in front of the steps, and the eldest lady walked to the old man, and Yamazaki Peak stopped on the dozen steps behind Ichiro Miyamoto. The eldest lady said, "Father." The old man nodded without speaking, looking at Ichiro Miyamoto in front of the steps. "Father, forget it today," Ichiro agreed. "Oh, Michiko." The voice of the old man in black was different from his appearance, and there was no old age corresponding to his appearance. "Maiko." The eldest lady interrupted, "My name is Maiko now, Maiko Miyamoto." Ichiro Miyamoto stepped forward and said, "My wife." The eldest lady Maiko slapped him, don't say anything. Bury your brother first. Continue walking along the blue stone road, passing by a tea pavilion, you can see a large archway like a shrine. This door is white, not wood or stone. It is made from the skull of a shark. The tic-tac-toe in the middle is a complete skull with a big mouth open to hunt prey. The whole building exudes a gloomy chill, which is creepy. Yamazaki Misaki is waiting in front of a cemetery in the front row, with the sarcophagus still on his shoulders. The black-clothed old man, Miyamoto, and his wife, and Yamazaki Peak stood behind Yamazaki Misaki. Yamazaki Misaki did not look back. The black-clothed old man said, "Let's bury it." Yamazaki Misaki lifted the stone slab, put the sarcophagus in, covered the stone slab, and buried it in the soil. Maiko Miyamoto's cry was loud, and her voice echoed in the cemetery, unspeakable sadness. Seeing Maiko in black, the old man in black said sadly, okay, don't cry, Miyamoto takes her down the mountain. You should laugh, your son is yours again, you should be happy." With that said, Maiko Miyamoto really stopped crying. The black-clothed old man laughed and left first. Maiko Miyamoto was so embarrassed that she buried her head in her husband's arms and was half held by Ichiro Miyamoto and walked out. Yamazaki Peak gave way to the side, waiting for Master Yamazaki Misaki Hito. No, from the very beginning, Master Yamazaki Misaki Hito was gone, only the patriarch of Yamazaki Misaki Hito. Yamazaki Misaki took the white towel and wiped his sweat as he walked. He sweated a lot, his face was all over his head, and his hair was soaked. He wiped it very slowly and finely, but it was weird, it seemed that only his head was sweating. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Back at the foot of the mountain, beside the road in the backyard, Maiko Miyamoto held her husband's arm and stood between her father and husband watching Yamazaki Misaki Hito approach, shouting, "Come on!" Yamazaki Misaki nodded and entered the house. Yamazaki Peak followed. In the room, Yamazaki Misaki led Yamazaki Peak to bow 3 big gifts to a row of 4 people. Afterwards, Misaki Yamazaki placed the heads in the coffins one by one, and covered the coffin lids one by one. Then, he picked up one of them and walked up the mountain, followed by Yamazaki with the newly changed white scarf. Maiko Miyamoto watched Yamazaki Misaki Hito go up the mountain again. Although he had confidence in him, he was still worried. Feeling his wife's worry, Miyamoto Ichiro said, "Don't worry, it's made of wood." The black-clothed old man cut off, "It's only halfway up the mountain." Miyamoto Ichiro looked at the black-clothed old man and said nothing, but Maiko said, "Dad, the house rules of the Miyamoto family should also be changed." The black-clothed old man looked reminiscent, "That's how I sent my father up. 40 years ago I did the same to my sons. I sent it up." Maiko Miyamoto opened her mouth, but didn't say any more. In silence, Yamazaki Misaki made a trip, and quickly sent the 4 coffins up and buried them in a cemetery opened on the mountainside. The cemetery on the mountainside is not as big as the one on the mountain. There is a road on the other side of the cemetery. There is a road leading to the outside world by driving. There is a shrine managed by a former dead man who built it for hundreds of years. At the foot of the mountain, Maiko Miyamoto watched Yamazaki Misaki come down, stepped forward and held his hand. "You have worked hard, come, relax." Yamazaki Misaki felt relieved, let go of his muscle control, and his clothes were wet with sweat in an instant. "I'm fine." Yamazaki Misaki said to Yamazaki Peak behind him, "Uncle Feng, you have worked hard. Without the hard work of the patriarch, I only prepared some soil. After all, the stone cave is ready." Chapter 3, Trivia of the Yamazaki Family. Maiko Miyamoto took Yamazaki Misaki and sat on the stone bench in the backyard. The old man in black saw Maiko Miyamoto's behavior a little unpleasant, and said, "Look at you spoiling him, don't do this, you will have a chance in the future. I haven't talked to Misaki Hito for a long time." Maiko Miyamoto immediately he answered, and he was overjoyed, "Dad, say so. Yes, take this kid away, after all, it's not convenient here." After looking at Yamazaki, "Besides, no one is watching in the city, this kid and I don't know if you live together." Yamazaki was apprehensive, "Don't dare, I don't dare, the black-clothed old man is obviously in a good mood, dare you stop it or report it." Yamazaki Peak was anxious, this. The black-clothed old man waved his hand, "Okay, you go too." "My lord." Yamazaki was shocked. The black-clothed old man interrupted, "You will leave the place where Hien lives, and you will take care of the Yamazaki family's property." "Maiko, what do you think?" Maiko replied, "Of course." Looking at Yamazaki, the old man in black said, "What industries do you think the Yamazaki family has?" Yamazaki said, "The Yamazaki family has many industries, and each industry has." The black-clothed old man interrupted again, "No, put gold on the face of the Yamazaki family. The Yamazaki family only has land. It was a share of the land a few decades ago, and was pitted by others. Although I took it back after I came back, I still only paid dividends and had no right to speak. The industry that cannot be controlled by the Yamazaki family is called the Yamazaki family's industry, and there are also various industries." Seeing Mount Yamazaki a little wronged, the black-clothed old man said, "By the way, there is another Shifeng who protects the property of the Yamazaki family. However, it only looks like a tall man, and it is all waste. This time Yamazaki Misaki Naito for Yamazaki means grievance, according to your standards, I don't know if Tokyo can count 100. The black-clothed old man continued, "I will leave these things to you. Can you guarantee the operation of the whole family?" "More than enough, my lord." Yamazaki Feng replied loudly. "That's good, you can take care of the rest. If you don't, just lend out like Xian." "Asshole, the men of the Yamazaki family are all economic idiots. Yamazaki Misaki is afraid to say that you are not giving your old man himself go around." Yamazaki said, "Miss." The black-clothed old man looked at his daughter. She was helping Yamazaki Misaki, who was sitting on the stone bench in the backyard, wipe the sweat. "Don't worry, she is better than I expected. My daughter." Ichiro Miyamoto said, "Maiko Miyamoto." The old man in black changed his face. Maiko Miyamoto smiled and said, "This is the contribution of Misaki Hito." Misaki Hito said, "I only made some suggestions, others." Maiko Miyamoto smiled and said, "Don't be humble, how can you succeed without your suggestions?" The black-clothed old man said, "Yes, it's all my Yamazaki." Before he could finish speaking, Miyamoto Ichiro said, "My wife. My son." The black-clothed old man became angry, looked at Miyamoto Ichiro, and shouted, "Miyamoto Ichiro!" Miyamoto Ichiro said sternly, "Mt Yamazaki." The atmosphere became serious for a while, but Misaki Hitachi looked at it but felt that he couldn't fight today. Sure enough, Maiko Miyamoto yelled, "Enough!" Walking between the two, shouted to Miyamoto Ichiro, "Miyamoto Ichiro! How did you promise me when you came today?" Miyamoto Ichiro whispered, "He provoked it first." The black-clothed old man Yamazaki Yama said loudly, "What I said is the truth." Maiko Miyamoto was helpless, "You have no other reason? You have used this reason for almost 20 years. Ichiro Miyamoto and Yamazaki Yama did not speak. Yamazaki Yama whispered quietly, "This is easy to use." Yamazaki Misaki sighed secretly, "Grandpa forgot, he will hear." As he expected, Maiko Miyamoto heard it, and said, "You." Then she lowered her head and took out her handkerchief, crying, "Today he, well, you guys." Yamazaki moved aside. Back to a few people. Yamazaki Misaki turned his head around, and just used the rest of the light, "Hurry up, otherwise I really cry for you." Miyamoto Ichiro said, Don't be angry, Maiko. Yamazaki-yama said, Don't be angry, daughter. Maiko Miyamoto burst into tears and smiled, although there were no traces of tears on her face. Okay, both are stupid mouths, this I have heard these two sentences for almost 20 years. Maiko Miyamoto fingered Miyamoto Ichiro and said, Do you want to fight, don't you? Go home and cut the fish fillets. Cut a few more and sell for more money. Miyamoto Ichiro nodded. Yamazaki-san looked at it and laughed. Although he covered it immediately, it still came out. Maiko Miyamoto immediately turned to him, What a laugh, father, you are not young anymore. If you don't fight one round, you can play with stones for a few more days. Give me back to carve your stones. Yamazaki-yama defended, Those are gems. Maiko Miyamoto raised the volume, After you play, what no one wants is called treasure. That is fine crafting, it is art. Yamazaki-yama strongly argued. Art. Maiko Miyamoto continued to raise the volume, Do you know art? Yamazaki-san said no more, Also, you don't want to play with so many stones on the mountain, you want to play with gems. Although the Yamazaki family has survived for hundreds of years you bought a lot of it back then, but I heard that the Yamazaki family bought a lot of rough stones. The finished product is not as good as the rough. Yamazaki-yama interrupted. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com Shut up. Maiko Miyamoto was angry, I was fooled by you last time when I asked, I must ask clearly today. The corners of Yamazaki's mouth were drawn. There was no lighting on the mountain. The gems were of course brighter than ordinary stones. The employers of the ancestors all appreciated gems. When the ancestors performed their tasks, they would follow along. However, this reason must not be told to mother. Women have always had little resistance to gems. Mom, you didn't get some of it yourself, and you sold all the sky-high priced dishes made by your father at the price of boiled vegetables. The Yamazaki family and Miyamoto family are all prodigal. Sure enough, I carve gemstones and store them all to increase their value. Yamazaki-yama's tone became more and more certain. Father. Maiko Miyamoto was angry, Ichiro, let's go. Misaki Hitachi. He said, pulling the two away. Yamazaki-san turned a blind eye, and said to Yamazaki-mine, Mike, send Maiko a ride. Yes, my lord. Yamazaki-mine stepped forward and replied. Yamazaki Misaki said, Mom, wait a minute. Hey. Maiko Miyamoto was surprised. Yamazaki Misaki Hito continued, Grandpa, that Shinichi Kudo. Yamazaki-yama became a little impatient, You will be the owner of the house from now on. You can decide for yourself if you have something. But that, information. Look for Yamazaki when you need it. Feng, I will let someone cooperate with him. Yes, Lord Shan. Yamazaki Feng responded. Okay, let's go. Yamazaki-yama smiled at Maiko Miyamoto, I went up the mountain to play with rocks. Yamazaki-yama finally glanced at Miyamoto Ichiro, turned and walked slowly up the mountain. Yamazaki Maiko's Hito and Yamazaki-mine bowed down gifts. Hey! Maiko Miyamoto snorted, pulling her husband around and leaving. Yamazaki-mine hurried to lead the way. Chapter 4, Morning in Miwako. Yamazaki-xian's residence is in Miwa Town, a Western-style house, not far from Shifeng's preservation. Maiko Miyamoto kept walking around the house, feeling the last breath of Yamazaki Hyun, and couldn't help feeling sad, brother. Miyamoto Ichiro silently followed behind him. Yamazaki Misaki is in the room to tidy up things, and Yamazaki-mine is here to help. Yamazaki Misaki's things are divided into 3 categories. Uncle Feng, you will send these textbook books for me. I will take my school bags, school uniforms, etc. later. Other clothes I used to wear, things I used, etc., I have already set it up, let them stay with my father. I will go to clean up my father's room, and then you will save my father's room and mine, and take good care of them. Maybe I will come back later after all. This is my home, the place where I live, the place in my memory, the place in the future, although it is not very beautiful." Yamazaki responded, "Yes, Patriarch." Yamazaki Misaki said, "You should call me young master, Patriarch, or something." Shouts in front of Grandpa, "I am not used to it." Patriarch. "This is order." "Yes, master." Yamazaki Xian's room. "Hi, Mom, Dad." Yamazaki Misaki opened the door and saw his mother sitting on the side of the bed, hugging a pillow, with a sad expression, and his father accompanying him. "Come." Maiko Miyamoto opened her arms and said to Misaki Hitachi Yamazaki. Yamazaki Misaki knelt by the bed, with her head on the pillow. Maiko Miyamoto hugged Yamazaki Misaki tightly, as if she was reminiscing about the past, and gently said to herself, "Brother Hyun actually had a hard life. My brother took me to play. However, my father said that Yamazaki's family mainly resembled the head of the Yamazaki family. At that time, my brother was often bruised, and it was I who took care of him. Then my father gave up and my brother changed and ignored him. I'm Miss." Yamazaki Mine walked in at the door, stood by the bed, bowed slightly, and said, "I don't know if I should say it." "What?" Maiko said softly. Yamazaki replied, "About the Heian Patriarch. Let's talk." Maiko Miyamoto nodded gently. Patriarch Xian actually feels that he is not worthy to be the patriarch of the Yamazaki family, feels that he is not as good as the eldest lady, and is somewhat envious of the eldest lady. Yamazaki Mine looked at Maiko. "Yet." Maiko Miyamoto responded. Patriarch Xian actually wants the eldest lady to be the head of the Yamazaki family, but the adult is a traditional person. Although she loves the eldest very much, she won't let the eldest lady become the head of the Yamazaki family, and the adult is to Mr. Miyamoto. Seeing that Miyamoto Ichiro ignored him, Yamazaki swallowed his saliva and continued, "Patriarch Xian saw that the young lady gave birth to a young master, so." Yamazaki paused. Changed Yamazaki's house, so he actively participated in various gatherings, worked hard to expand the scope of communication, and became a manager of the bank in order to better cooperate in the future. Yamazaki stopped again, as if made up his mind, and take care of the young master. The matter of not allowing him to meet with the eldest lady was decided by the adults, and Patriarch Xian cannot be blamed. Brother Xian is actually a very traditional person, so Miss Akiran can't get along with me for a long time. Maiko Miyamoto was silent, and gently stroked Yamazaki Misakihi from the top of his head to the back. "Victim, I don't blame him." Maiko Miyamoto continued, "And you don't say too much. Brother Haiyan also lends privately. He wants to increase capital, but he didn't expect to be owed a shot." Yamazaki said, "Then Yokoyama doesn't know. Is it? Maybe this is Hyun's choice. This is his final revenge against Yamazaki's family and father." Maiko Miyamoto said self-confidently. Then he made a hush gesture, "Okay, Misaki is asleep, you go out first." Yamazaki Peak stopped talking, bowed, and walked out gently, closing the door by the way. Maiko Miyamoto embraced Yamazaki Misaki and quietly enjoyed the warmth between mother and child, while Miyamoto Ichiro watched, but he could obviously feel the smile from the corner of his mouth, and he was immersed in it. For a time a beautiful atmosphere enveloped this bedroom. This may be Yamazaki Xian's final confession to his sister Yamazaki Michiko, and Maiko Miyamoto's final farewell to his brother Yamazaki Xian. January 9, Miwa Town, cloudy. Early in the morning, Kudo House, Tuchome, Yanihoako. Last night, he successfully saw through the tricks of Mr. Yokoyama, who pretended to be Lame. He was hailed as the Sherlock Holmes of the Heisei era and savior of the Japanese police, will not wake up for a while. Suddenly, Yu reading www.yukanshu.com Calm boom. A loud noise shook the whole street. What's the matter? Shinichi Kudo was awakened immediately, and subconsciously drew the curtains, opened the window, and stretched his head out. As expected, can't you rest easy, Doctor aka? Shinichi Kudo called out angrily. Among the collapsed brick walls, carrying a strange thing on his back, the grim-faced Doctor aka smiled, I just want to wake you up. I can wake you up compared to an alarm clock. Shinichi Kudo sighed, does this need to be done? Dr. AKA's house is temporarily unavailable, Kudo Shinichi can only take Dr. AKA in to rest and clean up the scratches by the way. There are always so many books in your family. It's probably after reading these books that your father became a world-renowned mystery novelist. The embarrassed Dr. Ali straightened his head and looked at the books in this big room. Flatter. It's not the first time you have come here. It is very helpless to clean up Shinichi Kudo, don't move, doctor. Dr. AKA sat down immediately. What experiment are you doing again this time? Kudo's new pair of alarm clocks was a little curious, and at the same time mobilized Dr. AKA's attention to relieve the pain. This time I have an appetite for Dr. Ari, listen well, but don't tell anyone, this is my secret with Shinichi Yu. Then he started to play with what was on his back, this is it, for personal use. If it succeeds, the traffic jam problem will be solved. Thinking of the future big sales, I will dance for a while, and I will become a rich man. Wow haha. I didn't know whether I wanted to demonstrate or excited. Over and carelessly, swish. In Kudo Shinichi's surprise, he flew out, but he obviously forgot something. What's the matter? Hit the bookshelf and fell to the ground. Still not working. Chapter 5, Moralan and number 039, S mood. At the same time, number 39, Yanihuako 5 Chom, in the Mori detective office. Damn. Brat. 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 Muri Kogora attacked today's morning paper from his desk, punching in the photo of Shinichi Kudo that was published in the morning paper. Ah. Good. It hurts. Kogora Mori tried too hard, and shouted. Don't be so angry, Dad. Mao Lilan, dressed in a Daiden high school uniform, persuaded him with a karate uniform and school bag. Just because he appeared as a high school student detective, my work was reduced. Mori Kogora shouted. Is there any way? Shinichi is already excellent. Of course, Morilan praised Kudo Shinichi. But I still need to support my family. Mori Kogora tore the morning paper to pieces in anger. You are going to a bar, and Morilan, who fully understands his father, snorted coldly, I'm leaving. You can go wherever you want. Mori Kogora shouted. Downstairs, a girl with soft shoulder-length hair and a girl in Daiden high school uniform is walking around from the nearby Miyade restaurant to Poirot Café, and then from Poirot Café to Miyade restaurant. My Daisy! Mao Lilan called to the girl who was circling. Lan, you are all right. Mei Daisy took Lan and left, fighting with the uncle again. Mao Lilan blushed a little, you heard all of them. Of course, you don't know how good my ears are. She. Mei Daisy was smug, it's because of Kudo Shinichi. Mao Lilan flushed, denying, it's not. Then he retorted, it's not that your products are too expensive. Our family was overspending last month. Why, it was Uncle Kogora who insisted on a treat. Mei Daisy retorted. Yes, Dad is drunk, didn't he make you stare? Mao Lilan was a little angry. This is my mother. Mei Daisy was a little embarrassed. Uncle Zyogora said, I won a horse bet today, I will invite everyone to have a drink, wow haha. I wanted to stop, my mother said this kind of good thing should be shared by everyone, so. Mei Daisy's momentum is a bit weak. So let Dad please drink the expensive one. Mao Lilan said aggressively. It was Uncle Kogora who insisted on asking. Mei Daisy said weakly, but the more she talked about it, the more vigorous she was. Uncle Goro's fault. It's your fault. Your father's fault. The two beautiful girls just slapped around and walked all the way to the school under the attention of the people around. Hey, is that Shinichi Kudo? Maydeza grabbed Moriland's hand. Where? Moriland asked, looking around. Here, the one making the strange noise. Maydeza pointed out with her chin. On the street not far away, a girl, 2 boys and 3 elementary school students were lying outside the window watching TV. The morning news was broadcast on the TV, the famous detective Shinichi Kudo, Sherlock Holmes in the Heisei era, and even said to be a Japanese policeman. The savior of the world. There are still many girls who don't know are talking about, really handsome. Shinichi Kudo. I really want to write a love letter to him. A strange person specially passed by these places quietly, making a strange noise in his mouth, walking towards this side. This strange person is Shinichi Kudo. In the morning, he went out in the morning and praised Shinichi Kudo everywhere. Listening to the news on TV and the discussion of the girls, Shinichi Kudo sneered while suppressing his voice, and went quietly from the side of the scene. As I walked by, I became happier as I listened, with my head held up high, and my eyes were on top of my head. They didn't discuss Kudo Shinichi, how could Kudo Shinichi see it? Ah! Kudo Shinichi's dream was awakened, idiot! Smiling like an idiot, Mao Lilan rushed up and threw the bundled clothes she was carrying onto Kudo Shinichi's face, her face very bad. He! Maydeza snickered from behind. Shinichi Kudo was a little depressed. What are you angry about, Lan? Mao Lilan turned his face away, and said in a calm tone, it's nothing, I didn't make my dad's job cut because of Shinichi you showed off in the police circle. I'm angry with you. He made a tongue-out grimace at Kudo Shinichi. Kudo Shinichi heard the compliments early in the morning and couldn't figure out the situation. He grinned and said, your dad didn't have a job and came here, not because of me, but because of his technical problems. May Dizixan Nian, here it is, Lan has been mad all morning. Sure enough, ahaha. Mao Lilan covered her mouth and smiled, and then struck Kudo Shinichi's eyes with a punch, so, didn't I say that I was not angry? Haha. Seeing the cement cracked on the telephone poles and the stone chips falling down, Kudo was taken aback, and his eyes almost fell off. Really, I really deserve to be the master of the karate club. Yukiang smiled, well, did you learn from Maydeza? What? Mao Lilan puzzled. Kudo Shin always peeked around, swallowed his saliva, pulled up Morilan and ran away. Let's hurry, Uncle Mori is overspending again. Maydeza listened to the exaggeration, reasoning, all no. However, what does it mean to learn from me? I never remembered teaching Lan karate. Maydeza thought, and followed. That's Miyamoto's. A patrolman in the distance asked a nearby shopkeeper who had already opened the door. It must be. The shopkeeper who was busy opening the door replied without even looking. Kudo Shinichi and Morilan didn't walk far until they entered the school gate. A football rolled over from the nearby sports field. Kudo Shinichi stopped the ball, padded up, and shot in one go. The ball was so fast that the goalkeeper couldn't save and scored. Morilan sighed, if you didn't quit the football team, you might have become the hero of the team now. Practicing football is mainly to cultivate the detective's motor nerves. Shinichi Kudo was interested, look, Holmes. Also practice swordsmanship. But that's a novel. Mao Lilan retorted. But, he is a well-known detective. Speaking of Holmes, Shinichi Kudo looked longing. He is so great, he can remain calm and composed at all times, full of intelligence and education, and keen observation. The power and reasoning ability is the best in the world, and the violin technique is also professional. Sherlock Holmes, written by the novelist Conan Doyle, is the best detective in the world. Since you like him so much, it's okay to be a mystery novelist like your father. Looking at Kudo Shinichi's appearance, Moriran was not angry. I don't want to write detective novels, but to be a detective. Shinichi Kudo looked excited, become the Sherlock Holmes of the Heisei era. Then his face changed, the prisoner was chased to the end. That kind of excitement, that kind of pleasure. This look is very awkward, making Mao Lilan's hands very itchy. As long as you have been a detective once, you can't stop it. Then he took out a stack of letters, reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Look at the letters written by these detective fans. Detectives are very popular, right? Looking at the pink in it, Morilan was a little disappointed. It doesn't matter if you are obsessed with girls, but you should quickly identify your real girlfriend. Shinichi Kudo was taken aback. Really, my girlfriend? After thinking about it, he secretly glanced at Mao Lilan. Mo Lilan was staring uncomfortably. What are you doing, staring at people intently? Ah! Kudo Shinichi was a little embarrassed. It's okay, if you don't hurry, you will be late. Just run. Maydeza followed all the way, watching and eavesdropping openly, and then heard something interesting. Seeing Kudo Shinichi wanted to run, she shouted, Lan, come on. Wait. Mao Lilan shouted as if hearing Maydeza's call. Hey! Kudo Shinichi stopped, and Mao Lilan stepped forward and said solemnly, tomorrow's promise, you shouldn't forget it. Promise. Kudo Shinichi was confused. Morilan was angry. Isn't it okay, if I win the karate tournament, you will take me to Dorobika Paradise to play? It's a serial kick. This trick is. Maydai the child was watching, very surprised. Pervert. Morilan's serial kick was helpless. Kudo Shinichi, the flying school skirt was taken advantage of by Kudo Shinichi, and Morilan shot Kudo Shinichi out with a school bag backhand. I remember. Shinichi Kudo, who had successfully stolen the opportunity, ran away with a contented smile. After calming down, Mao Lilan heard the students passing by, saying, she. SHH. The students next to her looked nervous, and then the two accelerated their pace and walked over. Hey! Mao Lilan was a little embarrassed. Did you mean me? Chapter 6, Headmaster. Daiden High School, there are fewer and fewer students on the road, obviously it's time for class. Seeing the end of the show, Maydeza came over from behind and awoke the dazed Mao Lilan. Lan, hurry up, I'm going to be late. He walked forward. Morilan was startled, her face changed, half a step behind, while walking, while observing Maydeza's expression, carefully asked, how about Sherlock Holmes of Shinichi? Kudo Shinichi said that he doesn't matter when they are able to remain calm and composed, full of knowledge and education, their keen observation and reasoning ability is the best in the world, and the violin technique is also professional. Sherlock Holmes, written by novelist Conan Doyle, is the best in the world, a great detective. Maydeza replied, counting her fingers, don't you remember? Maydeza turned her head and asked. Remember, remember. Mao Lilan hurriedly replied, thinking he knew better than me, then. Oh, let's go. Maydeza turned her head back. While changing shoes, Mao Lilan tentatively asked, what then? Where's my girlfriend? Mao Lilan blushed a little. Maydeza thought for a while, the words are not on my side. I didn't read it clearly. I don't know which letter was written by her girlfriend, but only 2 letters are pink. It should be one of them. You have to read it. Do you? I'll help you catch him, and you can grab it. Maydeza made a gesture of grabbing something, with a look of excitement, and said seriously to Mao Lilan. Why don't you just grab it? Mao Lilan murmured. Mom said girls shouldn't use violence to bully classmates, and they can't grab their classmates. Maydeza answered her fingers seriously, and then asked, do you want me to help? Mao Lilan hurriedly shook her hand and said, no, no need. Oh. Maydeza looked disappointed, turned her head and walked forward, urging, "Go faster." Mao Lilan wiped off the sweat and said to her heart how much she knew. "Continue to ask, what happened later? What else did you see?" Maydeza, who was going upstairs, said, "Hurry up, why are you so dull today?" "Thinking about it for a while, I said later that I'm going to Dorobaiga Paradise, I want to go too." Seeing that it was almost here, Mo Lilan asked her last blow, "What color?" "Maydeza," he said casually, "White, don't you?" "Ah." Maydeza would come over, covering her mouth and exclaiming, "I don't know anything." She turned and ran. Mao Lilan was already outraged at this time, staring at Maydeza, who was half a floor apart. "Gong, Ben, May, Di, Zi," word by word popped out from between her teeth, her voice resounding. "The entire building. What's the matter? What happened? I don't know. I don't know. I saw her following Malilin and Kudo Shinichi outside." "Kudo Shinichi? That high school student detective, what's the problem?" "Kudo Shinichi? He was on TV and in the newspaper this morning." "So she was staring at Kudo Shinichi this morning. I'm looking forward to the news agency now." "Ah. Yet. There was a tumult in the building, but it soon became quiet." "Principal's room, Miyamoto Miyako." The principal picked up a small notepad, "Hee." "Ah!" Maydeza screamed, "Don't come over." She jumped up and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Mao Lilan rushed up 3 levels one step at a time, but it seemed that he couldn't retaliate properly, because, Ling. After a while, on the stairs and corridors, the principal carefully inspected and looked at a shallow footprint on one of the steps. He smiled, turned to the blank page of the small notepad and put it in the back. The printed paper is placed below. Taking time out between classes, Sanako Suzuki asked, "Ran, what happened? What did you do with Shinichi Kudo and was seen by her?" "Nothing." Mao Lilan blushed. Suzuki Yuanko thought of it immediately, and asked in surprise, "Could it be that you two were in school?" Mao Lilan hurriedly defended, No. He stopped talking. However, based on Suzuki Sanako's understanding of Ran, what happened to Ran and Shinichi Kudo, absolutely. I swear by the TV and romance novels I watched by Sanako Suzuki for so many years. Looking at Kudo, who was dismissing his curious classmate, took a peek at Maydeko, who was supposed to be asleep in the corner, and finally stared at Lantong's red face. Suzuki Sanako's eyes lit up with a hot flame. Before the lunch break, the news agency. Whose turn this time? He. The members pointed out together. The accused was a novice. The novice looked at several senior members, or bandages on their shoulders, wrists, or hands, and said in an unusually firm tone, "President, I will definitely unearth the truth about the incident this morning." The president patted him on the shoulder and said, "We just want to let the public know the truth. Shinichi Kudo is a popular figure, this is your opportunity, come on." Then, the president asked the others, "Has the buyer come back?" "Come, here," someone shouted outside. "Okay, take your things and go quickly," the president said. In the eyes of the novice, this is a major test, and he promised, "Yes, I must complete the task and unearth Kudo Shinichi from the Tyrannosaurus." No, you can't be called Tyrannosaurus. If you want to be called Her Majesty the Queen, you must call her Her Majesty the Queen. The president once again exhorted, "Remember, you must give things first before interviewing them. Your Majesty will give you this thing first." People are still very enthusiastic and can talk very well. Don't look away from the members, we can't bear it. Yes. I remembered, Her Majesty. The novice promised again, "I will complete the task." Seeing that the back of the novice was far away, there were discussions in the news agency. Can he do it? There will be no problems, right? Don't worry, there will be no problems, at most the same as us. By the way, How many days do you have? 2 or 3 days, you what about? I have 5 or 6 days. I have nearly half a month left, so don't worry about this year. After hearing the members' complaints, the vice president said, Okay, don't talk about it. Your Majesty the Queen has overpaid your medical expenses. What can you complain about? If I can't eat, how can I continue to work? The president said gravely, in order to dig out the truth of the incident, we journalists sometimes inevitably pay a price. Then he smiled, as long as he completes this interview, he will officially enter our news agency. Yes, only those who have interviewed Her Majesty Queen Mideko Miyamoto are considered to have officially entered our news agency. The members of the staff have always thought so, and have suffered the same thing. Your Majesty is really amazing. The president is the best. An old club member said. The president humbly said, Where, I have only dealt with Miyamoto classmates since elementary school, and I have had more experience. Thinking of all these years of experience, thinking of the changing list of members of the news agency, I felt emotional. There are not enough people. The president points to us, what experience do you have? Yes, yet. I also want someone to point me. The president sighed in his heart, but his face was full of smiles and said, Okay, let me talk about my own experience. Ling. It's lunch break. Ah. Miyamoto stretched her waist, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and took out her school bag. May Daisy, what do you want? Mao Lilan came over and slapped the table, making a sound. Suzuki Sanako stood behind Lan. The classmates began to watch, but the male classmate stood in front and the female classmate was behind, leaving a lot of space. Maori went up, Where's Kudo? I didn't see it, what about people? I know. He slipped away before the class was over. Go out, where to go, what to do you know? I don't know. Maydaisa smiled and waved her hand and said, Don't worry, I won't talk nonsense. Mao Lilan said that it was just because of this that people were uneasy. Well, now I can stare at it in person. Thinking of having to wait until school and postpone it until the evening, Maori Langzan said Kudo Shinichi, you wait for me. Suzuki Sanako did not give up and asked, Maydeko, what did Kudo do to Ran? Maydaisa said, No. I promise Lan will not talk nonsense, even if it is to Unzi. Suzuki Sanako was too angry to speak. Seeing that Morilan and Suzuki Sanako showed no sign of leaving, she hugged her school bag and said on alert, I only have a bento today, but I don't have your share. Morilan said nothing. Suzuki Sanako curiously asked, Auntie did it personally? No. Yes. Maydaisy and Lan answered separately. Asking Yuanzi to trouble her, Mao Lilan thinks like this, Auntie has something to do today, and she will go out early in the morning, and maybe she will be back later, so she made a big one for her, and it is her favorite. Her favorite, that is to say, it is my favorite. Suzuki Sanako's eyes shined, and she said in a tired voice, My Daisy. No. Maydaisa said with her school bag tightly. Ah, the news agency is here, someone shouted in the corridor. Let a give a give. Don't squeeze, it's Kudo. The news agency is here, and the protagonist is here, now everyone is here. Yes, it's about to start. Some of the classmates shouted, Hey, don't squeeze in the back. Someone said, Is there still free in front? Hat, it's a junior. I just came to Daiden High School, right? That's safe. Distance. It's not absolutely safe. Don't make noise, you can't hear it. Maydeko guarded her school bag behind her, and Suzuki Sanako looked at her in front of her. Unless you don't eat it, you must have a share in the audience. Mao Lilan saw Kudo Shinichi coming, snorted and looked away. Kudo Shinichi scratched his head and did not speak. I'm a news agency. I'm here to interview Kudo Shinichi. No one paid attention to him, and the reporter looked embarrassed. I'm a newcomer again. First serve dessert. Are there many people in the news agency? There are so many newcomers. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Don't be noisy. The reporter listened to the prompt and put the bag in his hand on the table. Your Majesty, this is a dessert for you, please taste it. Silence. What's the matter? Suzuki wants to eat her bento. So that's it. Someone dared to her things. Mori and Suzuki are the only two female classmates. Her lunch is very good. Eat it. I haven't eaten it, but it should be delicious. Maydeza looked at the bag on the table, then looked at the garden. Eat this first. Not good. Good. Mao Lilan and Suzuki Sanako replied at the same time. Yuanzi. Lan called. I'm hungry. Suzuki Sunko had a strong reason, and first figured out about Ran and Kudo. Maydeza began to unpack the package. Quickly ask. It's time to start. The person next to him moved. Ah, oh. Your Majesty, what did Shinichi Kudo do this morning? Maydeza, who was carefully unpacking the package, answered casually. Mao Lilan was in a hurry, but it was still the case. He tried to stop but was stopped by the garden. Suzuki Sanako. Lan, what does it matter if you listen to it? Suzuki Sanako. Maydeza counted her fingers with one hand, said without missing a word about the new pair of Sherlock Holmes, and continued to unpack the package with one hand. When Maydeza enjoyed the fun of unpacking the dessert, she finished unpacking, folded the package and put it aside, and finished 2 love letters and girlfriend. Speaking of Dorobika Paradise, when the final packaging of the desserts was unpacked, Mo Lilan finally got rid of the garden, and she had to step forward to cover Maydeza's mouth so that she could not tell her the shameful scene, and. However, it was Kudo Shinichi who was faster than her. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Chapter 7, Tickets for the Amusement Park. January 9th, Daiden High School. Noon lunch break, Class B for 2 years. Most of the classmates in the classroom were left, and the corridor outside the classroom was full of people watching the excitement. Obviously Kudo Shinichi's lace news is still very noticeable. Shinichi Kudo said, Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Kudo Shinichi sometimes asks for help. Miyamoto-san is very hungry. Shut up. This was the cry of the female classmates in the field. Mideko Miyamoto said in surprise, What's the matter with Shinichi Kudo? Fortunately, she was not very hungry, and she was able to take care of others. She successfully diverted Mideko's attention, and Shinichi Kudo sighed with relief. Kudo said, Mida, Aunt Maiko is not at home today, so let's leave early. Well, there are so many things. You are very hungry and haven't eaten lunch. It's all weird Yuanzi. Yuanzi, this Hui is under Lan's control, and Lan must not let anyone interfere with Shinichi. Then this box can't be opened. Maydeza asked, Why? This looks delicious. Yes, yes, this is our news agency specially prepared for Her Majesty, it will definitely not be bad. The reporter of the news agency should heal. Shinichi Kudo smiled and said, This box contains the bento you brought. If you are right, some of the garden will be distributed. Miyadi-iza, can you not get enough to eat? Miyadi-iza nodded and glared at the garden. Shinichi Kudo said again, I opened the box and didn't want the contents. Aunt Maiko said it was impolite, right? Maydeza nodded vigorously. Wait a minute. The reporter from the news agency interrupted, You don't know the amount of food in the lunch box and the box. How can you know if it is enough? Even if it is not enough, it is always good to eat more, why stop? Before opening a box, I know what's inside, Shinichi Kudo posed, his face full of confidence, almost shining, this is a famous detective. Shinichi Kudo. Fans yelling. As for why you are stopping, Kudo Shinichi said, Midako, if you eat something, you will definitely say it. Miyadi Aiza nodded again. Then, Shinichi Kudo took out a few tickets from him. You won't be able to eat this luxurious dessert meal. Meideza was stunned, Lan and Yuanza were stunned, and everyone else was stunned. Suzuki Sanako reacted first and grabbed it. Really, Meideza, let's go, so that you can divide my lunch a little bit. Seeing Meideza's expression, Yuanza gestured just a little bit with her little finger and looked carefully. Your Majesty, this is a ready-made dessert. The reporter of the news agency made the last effort. Lan, how about we go to Dorobika Paradise with Meideza tomorrow? Kudo Shinichi took another insurance, and then hinted that Lan would take her away. Lan knows, pulls up Meideza who is fantasizing, Yuanzi, know the location, let's go quickly, or I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. No, hey, let me, don't block it, go away, it's gone. Suzuki Sanako opened the way. What is this? Shady. That's because they are familiar with you, but they are not familiar with you. Miyamoto-san is not familiar with us. Because the member who bought things said that he saw Kudo Shinichi go outside, the president was very worried, and led people to watch it in the crowd. After the people dispersed, the unharmed member saw the president in the crowd and asked, Sir, what should we do? As expected of high school detective Shinichi Kudo. The president said calmly, let's go back first. News agency, members of the press have a lot of discussions. Don't make a noise. The president suppressed them. Kudo Shinichi succeeded in keeping the secret, but this is a shame, but it's a pity. Then let's go again. The newcomer did not give up. A senior replied, it's useless, Kudo Shinichi will definitely tell her not to say it. Is that all right? The president explained, Mita Miyamoto's strength is very different from that of ordinary people. She is also hungry faster than others. She eats lunch boxes at noon, often less than 6 minutes old. So if someone gives her sweets, she will I am very happy, because sweets are large in calories, delicious and hungry. For those who give desserts, as long as they are not malicious, she is very grateful. She will subconsciously when you are a good friend, and you will answer when you talk to her at this time. What happened to you today? A subconscious good friend. What happened today? A newcomer asked. The president continued to explain, a good friend patted you friendly, shook hands with you or something, but if you look at these seniors, you will know what will happen subconsciously. As for today, Miyamoto originally Meideza doesn't gossip, said the president with a proud face, this is the result of my continuous efforts. It was my appointment with her to exchange desserts for today's news during the lunch break. Recalling that at noon that year, by chance, she gave Meideza a snack. When she was talking, she heard Meideza say some news in the school that she did not know, and then she knew that Meideza had this ability. So she said that she would exchange desserts for today's news. Meideza said she wanted to ask her mother, but she agreed the next day. Only the time from entering school in the morning to ringing the bell in the afternoon. What happened in the school should be paid attention to properly. However, after ringing the bell in the afternoon, who are you? Don't stand in the way, I want to go home to eat. What kind of snacks? How can my mother make delicious? The president remembered sadly. President, you are amazing. The novice praised. Okay, let's not talk about it. The president began to arrange. It's the same as Miyamoto-san said, and finally leave some questions that can trigger suspense. Be careful not to distort the facts by yourself. Dessert shop, Yuanzi and Meideza each have a table, and they are struggling with desserts. Shinichi just asked Meideza to promise don't worry, I won't say it. Lan was finally relieved. Xin, it's all you. Lan said complainingly. Who made you do that kind of action? My wallet. Shinichi retorted. Deserve it. Lan softened, Nat, or I. No, I used the money from my dad's card. Besides, Uncle Maori helped you overspend again. Zenyi posted. Oh. The two sighed at the same time. Shinichi, how do you know that the two together are not enough? Lan asked curiously. Here, Shinichi nodded with his chin. Lan saw that the garden was covering his stomach and was dozing off in the chair, while Maydeza was still struggling, and there were more dishes than the garden. Shinichi continued, she never had a full lunch at noon, so she went home to eat rice cooked by her aunt after school. She was a good boy. Shinichi sighed in comparison. Lan continued to ask, how do you know that auntie was not at home today and left early in the morning, and she was still hungry without eating lunch? Of course, she slept all morning today and should save her energy, so auntie left early. When I look at the garden, I know that I want to consume her when I am hungry, so I can share a share. The garden is not you, so you can do it with her. Zenyi explained. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com finally returned. Lan joked, because auntie is not at home today, I am bleeding heavily, so as not to be taken advantage of by the guy from the news agency, but do they know that they can deliver desserts this afternoon? Shinichi feels a bit at a loss. I don't know. But we have sealed their way completely, so as to be safe. Lankin Shinichi enlightened him. Seeing the speed drop, but Maydeza Shinichi, who was still fighting, forced a smile. Yes, is that it? Seeing Shinichi's shocked look, Lan changed the subject and said, tomorrow we will take her to Dorobika Paradise. I can't help if she gets excited. She said with a worried expression on her face. Don't worry, Shinichi said, with a happy face, Mita can't go tomorrow. What do you want me to do? Maydeza asked, raising a somewhat flower face. No, just ask. Your hair and the hair band you have been using. Shinichi made a round for himself. Oh, my hair was chopped off by a powerful grandfather a few days ago, and the hair band is inside the clothes, Maydeza finished, watching Zenyi and Lan's table each have a snack and a drink, and licked her mouth. Asked, aren't you eating? We are full, the two replied, full of anger. Maydeza was happy, then I will help you, those coupons will expire if they are not used today. Okay, thank you for your help. Shinichi feels why I have to say thank you to her, watching the speed. Maydeza, who went up again, was just confused by the coupons. Seeing that Maydeza was choosing dim sum, Lan said, let you call her name. Shinichi reluctantly said, wrong mouth. Wrong mouth. Lan asked the staff at the dessert shop, staring at the four of them. Zenyi, is the money in your father's card enough? Can it be overdrawn? Zenyi said indifferently, it should be enough. Chapter 8, Miyamoto and Number 039, S Residence. At noon on January 9, originally belonged to the mansion of Yamazaki Hyun. In Yamazaki Hyun's bedroom, Miss Akiran, you are awake. Feeling the movement in her arms, Maiko Miyamoto said, sleeping in mother's arms, this is the first time you have grown up, right? Are you happy? Yamazaki Misaki Hitashi's face turned a little red when he stood up. Hee, blushing. Maiko Miyamoto teased. Yamazaki Misaki's face turned redder. Hee. Maiko Miyamoto smiled harder. A smile appeared on Miyamoto Ichiro's mouth, and Maiko Miyamoto immediately said, Ichiro, what are you laughing at? Miyamoto Ichiro opened his mouth and did not speak. Yamazaki Misaki helped him and said, Mom, let's clean this up. Maiko Miyamoto reached out to Miyamoto Ichiro and smiled, Ichiro, I can't get up. Mom, I'll go to the study first. Take a look. Yamazaki Misaki retreated. In the study room, Mount Yamazaki is packing things up. Most of the things of the original owner, Yamazaki Sien, are there intact, and a few things that must be used have been sorted out. Young master. Yamazaki Peak saw Yamazaki Misakijin coming in to salute. Uncle Feng, don't need to be polite. Yamazaki Misaki waved his hand. Are you going to seal this place too? Yamazaki still replied respectfully, yes, master, I'm going to seal up this entire house, and only bring some just leave things. Yamazaki Misaki asked, where are you going to live, and the security company? Yamazaki answered, yes, master. Yamazaki Misaki said, it's not necessary, since grandpa will let you live. You just live here. But Yamazaki-man wanted to insist. Yamazaki Misaki said, let's do it, you seal up this main house, and only let people come to clean and maintain it. You rebuild other places, just build as you like. Do you understand what I mean? Yamazaki said, I understand, master. Thank you, master. In Yamazaki Hyun's bedroom, Miyamoto Ichiro pulled Miko to her feet. Miko Miyamoto stood up, walked a few steps, and asked again, is Misakijin okay? Miyamoto Ichiro confirmed, no problem, as long as it's nothing. Limit. Miko Miyamoto leaned her head on his chest and slowly said, I know he has reached that point, so let's look at Miyadi-Izi. Ichiro Miyamoto thought for a while and said, it's so familiar. Miko Miyamoto was silent for a while and said, look at the chance. Ichiro Miyamoto did not answer. Miko Miyamoto was silent for a while and said, where is my father? Miyamoto Ichiro said, I don't know. Is it? Miko Miyamoto looked up at Miyamoto Ichiro's eyes. It was something that could contain everything. The look in his eyes, even so, it's still too dangerous. Miyamoto Ichiro also looked at Miko's beautiful eyes. There are wisdom, confidence, and attachment in those beautiful eyes, but deeper down is something that makes people fall into it and cannot extricate themselves, unpredictably, mysterious and strange. Magic, and then only said one word, wait. Then his face became straight, Yamazaki Peak is here. Boom, boom. Miss. Yamazaki-man's voice sounded outside the door. Miko Miyamoto took a step back, come in. Yamazaki opened the door and stood outside and said, Master asked me to remind you that it's late. He still remembers May Daisy. Miko Miyamoto said to Miyamoto Ichiro with a smile, and then said to Yamazaki Mime, I see, where is Miss Akiran? Yamazaki Mime answered, Master is in the restaurant and wants to put the restaurant also arrange it. He's really interested. Miko Miyamoto said to herself, and then said, you go. Yes. Yamazaki Mine replied with a bow, and then closed the door. Miko Miyamoto said to Ichiro Miyamoto, I'll sort it out, you help me arrange things neatly, and I must hurry back to cook for the baby. In the dessert shop, she took a bite of the dessert she just fetched, and Maydeza said, really, it's not delicious at all. Shinichi Kudo is very grateful to the dessert shop staff, if they didn't put away most of the expensive ones. The high-priced goods are really. So, Maydeza took out the lunch box and was about to end her lunch. Yuanzi refreshed her spirits and took 3 empty plates and placed them on Maydeza's table. Maydeza frowned, put some in the plates, estimated by the size of the bento box, which would add up to about a quarter, and then clutched the bento and looked at the garden. Yuanzi smiled, and took Lan and Xinyi's table, this is yours. The bento was dark and Xinyi didn't want to eat it at first glance. Yuanzi reached out to take it and said, if you don't want it, just give it to me. Yuanzi. Lan patted Yuanzi's hand. I've never eaten a special dessert made by my aunt. You can try it. Is it so delicious? Xinyi looked at the appearance and expressed doubts, but Lan's words were still believed. Dig a spoonful and put it in his mouth, this feeling. Then Shinichi was also intoxicated and ate it spoon by spoon. Maydeza finished eating, looked at the wall clock, and said to the 3 people who were after eating, I'm going to be late, Lan, Yuanzi, Xinyi, hurry up. Then he went to the dressing room to clean up the indecent traces. Yuanzi said, "How about it, Shinichi? It's delicious." Shinichi said, "It's not so much taste, it's sensation." Lan said, "Yes, I learned with my aunt, but I can't make her do this." Zhenyi asked, "Auntie, do you do it often?" Yuanzi sighed, "I want to do it too, but it's rare for Auntie to do it once." Lan packed up his things. "Okay, detective, first go and pay the bill." Yuanzi said, "Can you do it, or I will fill it first." Zhenyi thought of the expensive and expensive goods that had been put away, and said, "No." Lan asked the garden, "Have you eaten? Let's clean it up, too." The garden touched his stomach, got up and said, "I also reserved some space specially, it will hold up well, but it tastes great." Lan also started to act and said as he walked, "Yuanzi, I seem to have forgotten something." Yuanzi replied, "Me too. I can't remember anything for a while." Lan said to Yuanzi, "What is it, this feeling? When did you read www.yuyuganshu.com seem to have experienced it?" Yuanzi thought for a while and said, "I feel that way too, but it doesn't feel like a big deal." Yuanzi accidentally saw the wall clock and exclaimed, "Ah! Be late, Lan, hurry up." The staff of dessert shop looked at the four of them eating their dark bento with intoxicated faces, feeling very strange. After the four had hurried away, the masters were invited. After listening to the master, he scraped a bit from the 3 plates. It was so dark that he couldn't see anything. When I tasted it, I was speechless. I just felt that there was something intoxicating. Unspeakable, unpredictable, mysterious magic. Yonakamachi 5 Chome, Miyamoto family. Miyamoto's house is composed of 3 small buildings the same size as the Maori's building. In addition, the Maori's house is just the character Tien, and the Maori house is in the lower right corner of the Tien. That is to say, the Miyade restaurant, the one behind the Miyade restaurant, and the one behind the Maori house. The combined whole is the Miyamoto house. Of course, it is completely separated from the Maori house by a fire escape. Because the land is privately owned by the Miyamoto family, the house was built by others, and it was not rented to others, but only lived by itself. For this kind of combination of 3 small buildings, the relevant departments are not very troublesome and have to be strict. Regulate Miyade restaurant to avoid major problems when bad accidents happen. In the afternoon, after returning, Ichiro Miyamoto went in for fresh fish. After all, Maiko Miyamoto asked him to cut a few more fish. "Is this how many? I don't know if there are enough fish at home, but I'm prepared for it." Misaki Hitashi Yamazaki is helping to open a restaurant at the Miyade restaurant downstairs, and Maiko Miyamoto is cooking in the kitchen on the 3rd floor, waiting for Miyade Isa to return home. But, Miyamoto Miyako now. Chapter 9, The Defeat of the Kendo Department. In the afternoon of January 9, Daiden High School. Ling. School is over, and now it's time for students to participate in various clubs and activities. The 3 people who didn't see Maideza were about to go to the karate club. Morilan, accompanied by Shinichi Kudo, who had already retired from the football club, and Suzuki Sanako, who ate too much and didn't want to go home, went to practice in the karate club. In order to take care of Suzuki Sanako, the 3 walked very slowly. Kudo Shinichi sarcastically said, "I'm letting you eat so much, so I can't walk anymore." Obviously, he has a lot of grievances against these guys who specialize in expensive food and make him overspend. Suzuki Sanako didn't want to speak, but rolled his eyes. Mao Lilan supported Yuanzi and said to Shinichi, "Okay, don't complain, you don't know, Maidezi always thinks that the more expensive the more delicious. This is not eating your dessert. Yes, you have to figure it out." Suzuki Sunko couldn't help but not speak, retorting Shinichi, "This is the reason you ate Miyade Isa's bento. Look, you just ate it at noon, and you don't feel hungry now." "Yes, right. Shinichi felt it, and said, "Indeed, it's really amazing." "What makes it so amazing?" Aunt Maiko said, "When she taught me." Mao Lilan thought about it. I remember what she said, it was military rations, because of Mei Daisy, she later improved it. However, Maori Lang paused, and said, "A little pity, this thing is very troublesome to make, and I do what my aunt taught me. It's hard to eat when it comes out." "I haven't learned it," Yuanzi asked. "Speaking of which, I didn't see Mei Daisy coming out. Did she go back?" Lan looked around and replied, "I don't know, I didn't see her just now, so I should go back." "That's it," Kudo Shinichi understood, as expected of Miyamoto, "it's not an ordinary appetite, no stranger says, Hearing Ran and Sanako's conversation, Kudo Shinichi's expression changed drastically and asked Ran. "He Yuanzi, you said, in the legend, what does the dragon usually do before eating and sleeping?" "Of course it is playing." "Playing?" Lan and Yuanzi answered separately. "Not good," Shin Kudo screamed and ran out. "I remember!" Yuanzi exclaimed to Lan excitedly, "Back then, Miyadi Yuanzi said, her voice became quieter. "I remember too." Lan said helplessly, "It's really not a big deal for you." In the afternoon, in class, Mei Daisy, who was no longer hungry, cancelled the original plan, and went home to eat the leftovers of the morning after school, and then helped organize the shop and open the shop on time. "I redrawn an activity plan, in order to better kill time, to better digest, so that I can go back to eat the rice cooked by my mother. When will my mother be back?" "After 6 o'clock, yes, my mother will pay." "Speaking of surprises in the evening, what are they? I really want to know." "School is over, very good." Mei Daisy picked up the packed school bag and went out of the classroom directly from the back door. In the corner of Daiden High School, beside the tennis court, there is a club activity place. Above the club gate is a circle with a sword in the middle. At this time, some students carrying school bags and white club uniforms were inside. They should have just opened the door before entering. These people were shocked when they saw Mei Daisy. Mei Daisy hadn't been here for a long time, and they talked quietly for a while. "Ah, Your Majesty the Queen! Why is Your Majesty here? Won't Your Majesty go back to eat? Have you heard about Kudo Shinichi? I went to see, could it be? It must be so. It's great, I haven't seen Her Majesty like this for a long time. I heard that Her Majesty came out at night, but I haven't seen her for a long time. I heard that I'm honest, or else. Just like us. Should we evacuate? We will evacuate when Her Majesty the Queen changes clothes." Looking at these people in front of me, Mei Daisy was very angry. "Hey, who are you and why are you here? Let me leave." Mei Daisy had no impression of these people. "I don't know you people. What are you doing in your club?" "We are your members," one of these people shouted. "Your Majesty, look." These people immediately revealed the logo on the clothes. The mark is on the chest, it is a circle, the center of the circle is a sword, and the two sides of the sword are nun and enemy. "Oh." Mei Daisy nodded, "Then you use it, but pay attention to cleanliness." Then she went in. This club is not small, and the first floor is similar to the Kendo club. Mei Daisy is in Your Majesty Queen. Put on a white Kendo uniform in the dedicated room. A large circle on the back is a picture of Mei Daisy's head, with an invincible pattern on the left and right sides of the chest. Out of the room, "Hey, where are the people?" Looking at the empty room, Mei Daisy said to herself, "I want to give them some pointers." She took a bamboo sword and brought her changed clothes and school bag. He left without closing the door. To Dan High School Kendo Club, Shinichi Kudo just came here. The minister's face is very bad. "You came earlier, what should I do now?" Mei Daisy put down her school uniform and school bag, and stood at the door of the Kendo department. "Are you coming together or one by one?" The minister smiled strongly. "Miyamoto-san." Meidasa came in with the sword. I know you and don't want to talk to you. If you don't come, then I will pass. There is no way, for the sake of face. The generals of the kendo department appeared one by one, and then, one by one, all foaming at the mouth fell down. It is estimated that a slight concussion is inevitable. The members of the swordsmanship club came together, wave after wave. Meidasa lifted the sword and cut crosswise. The wave of each sword was mostly damaged by the sword and the hand was injured. Mideko Miyamoto, you don't have to do this. The head of the kendo department shouted with a sword. Meidasa looked at him and said, no way, why can't I participate in the competition? I have to come to you who can participate in the competition when I have time to practice. The head of the kendo department shouted, why is you reading www.yuyugonshu.com looking for us? Because it's near. Meidasa said, well, I want to go somewhere else, come on. The head of the kendo department was so angry that he rushed forward. Oh, the sword that cannot be controlled is a useless sword. Meidasa shook her head and said, anger can't bring you strength and speed, but will only confuse you. Heart, the sword that confuses you. Eugen handed it out, looking at the minister of the kendo department who fell on the ground, foaming at his mouth, and said to the members of the kendo department, remember to tell him, learn to control. The members nodded frantically, and Miyamoto Mideko left with the bamboo sword intact. A group of people watching the excitement saw her coming out, and they quickly gave way. The people just now in social uniforms and school uniforms were crowded in front, and the crowd was full of noise and noise. Only the Yuanzi supported by Lan yelled, Meidasa is invincible. Invincible. Meidasa. Amidst the echoes of those in social uniforms and school uniforms, Meidasa waved her hands to say hello to them. There is Ran in the karate club, and the others are similar to the kendo club. Meidasa muttered to herself as she walked towards her club. Changed clothes again, went to the front of the school, looked at the big clock upstairs. Meidasa said to herself, very good, then go to Miohwa University first. As she was about to leave the school, she heard Meidasa, Kudo Shinichi shouted from a distance, and when he came closer, he said breathlessly, Meidasa, Aunt Mitzi is back. Meidasa was overjoyed, really? Kudo nodded and confirmed, really back. Meidasa waved to Lan Yuanzi behind her, shouting, Lan, Yuanzi, I will go back first. Then, she turned and ran. Chapter 10, Bill in Mailbox. January 9th, afternoon. Yonaka University Kendo Department. It's coming out, what, Miwa University? The head of the Kendo Department shouted, and the other party replied, it should be because I think the high school is too weak. I didn't get in the car, ran here. The head of the Kendo Department hung up. On the phone, move fast, there is still time. After waiting for a while, another call came in, what? Go home, are you sure? Okay. Okay. Thank goodness. The minister hung up the phone, hissed, and shouted, open the door, everyone continues to practice. The same thing happened in the martial arts clubs of various senior schools in Miwako. These martial arts clubs first closed their doors to suspend training and watched the wind direction. After knowing that it was a false alarm, they all booed and resumed their activities. The restlessness caused by one person's actions was calmed down by another person. However, no one expressed gratitude for it, only complained, and the deepest resentment has not yet awakened. Daiden High School, the protagonist is gone, and the crowd in front of the door slowly dispersed. What should I do? After all, everyone has their own life and is the protagonist that cannot be missing in their own lives. Hey! Shinichi Kudo wiped off the sweat that ran out. Finally let her go home, the new pair of Ran and Sonako joked, isn't this saving the peace in Miwa town? Sonako said with a smile. Didn't you pick it up? Lan handed the handkerchief to Shinichi and said, if you don't come, I'm going to stop her too, but you can't let her come in disorder. Yuanzi retorted, this is a normal challenge. Why come in disorder? Lan continued to help. Looking at Yuanzi, he said to her, how does this kind of battle with disparity in strength call a normal challenge? Yuanzi retorted, that's because they are too bad. It's not that they are bad, but Miadizi is too strong. Xinyi handed back the handkerchief. The Kendo Club of Daiden High School has a good reputation outside, but you have seen it. For Miadizi, this it's just exercise after a meal, just like someone likes to walk around after a meal. And Lan, you can't stop her. And even if you stop her, she will think that you want to compare her with her will only be happier. After you try, she will continue to challenge. In Mayday's opinion, I came to the test with an open mind. It is your problem if I can't beat me. If you go to practice hard, we will come again next time. I'll just give you pointers, and then go to the next one. That's it. I don't understand that after dinner sports like her is a nightmare blow to those in the martial arts department. It doesn't matter what those people can't stand. In her opinion, as long as I don't inflict major irreversible damage on your body. It's still a pity. Yuanzi has some regrets. For her daughter, it is very interesting to be able to watch such wonderful and interesting things in person. If I missed the reality version, how can I experience the fantasy version? Yuanzi, Lan complained, trying to shake her up, then changed the subject, and asked, Shinichi, how do you know that when Aunt Maiko comes back, Miadizi will go home? Yes, how do you know Maiko auntie is back? Yuanzi quickly raised his desire for discovery. Shinichi said, I think Miadizi is paying attention to the time. Originally, at this time, Miadizi should go home to eat the food that Aunt Miaiza prepared for her in the morning, and then prepare to open the shop, but a new pair of Lan squeezed. He winked, Ken Lan blushed a bit, and Yuanzi squeezed Lan with her elbow. He didn't dare to squeeze him anymore. He diverted his attention and continued, it is too early to pay attention to the opening of the store. I speculate that Aunt Miaiza, who went out early in the morning, may talk to Maydaisy. However, when she comes back, she will bring something to her, give her a surprise or something that makes Maydaisy very concerned. And although she doesn't know when Aunt Miaiza will be back, it's possible to come back early, so I tried to play Ask Uncle Maori on the phone, knowing that Miaday restaurant has already begun preparations, which means that Aunt Miaiza has returned. Yuanzi looked at Shinichi proudly, and said sarcastically, you are just lucky. Lan also asked, what if Aunt Maiko doesn't come back? If. After thinking about it, Xinyi decided to tell the truth, drag. Yuanzi was puzzled, how? Yuanzi asked. Shinichi looked at Yuanzi with a stupid look that you didn't even know, and said, Miadizi should be able to take a taxi. Let the driver make a detour, get stuck in a car, break down, etc. The total energy consumption is a lot of time. Whatever the energy consumption is around 5 o'clock, then. Lan smiled and said, Xinyi, you are so bad. You. Yuanzi was so angry that he couldn't speak, and suddenly shouted, no, Lan, coming, fast. Lan asked in surprise, hurry up. Toilet. Yuanzi shouted loudly, waving his hand. Oh. Lan hurriedly helped Yuanzi to leave, and said with concern, it will be comfortable now. Really, drink less water if you eat so much. Yuanzi gasped and retorted, who told you to run? So fast, I didn't follow you, people are thirsty. Lan catered to her and said, yes, Miss Yuanzi, it's all our fault, and Miss Yuanzi is right. It was originally, hee. Yuanzi was happy before he finished talking. Seeing that the garden is far away, Shinichi burst into laughter. Miss Yuanzi has more tricks than Miadizi. He doesn't want to be teased by the garden. Although he can see through it, he remembers the tricks that the garden teacher used to him. It's better not to provoke. After laughing for a while, my stomach screamed, Shinichi looked at the big clock, thinking about the empty home and the budget overrun. What should I do? Miwako 5 Chom returned home, looked at the open door of the Miyade restaurant, and rubbed against the third floor. I'm back. Go and wash, it will be done soon. Maiko Miyamoto said. Mom, I'm not hungry yet. Maydeza put down her school bag and clothes in her hands. Mom, what about the surprise? Asked Maiko, who hugged Miyamoto's arm from the kitchen. Maiko Miyamoto wiped her hands, pointed to the martial arts uniform, and asked, what interesting thing happened today? Mom, surprise, where is the surprise? Maydeza shook Maiko's arm and asked. Maiko Miyamoto took Maydeza to sit down. You say it first. Helpless, Maydeza had to say everything. That's it, Maiko Miyamoto smiled and patted Maydeza on the head. Little idiot, next time this kind of private affairs between men and women, and other people's underwear, don't tell without the consent of the person involved. Others. Of course Mom can still say that. Oh, Maydeko nodded, I remember. Well, your surprise is downstairs. Maiko Miyamoto stood up and said, by the way, let me know. They came up to eat, Maiko Miyamoto reminded her loudly as she watched Maydeko hurried out. Then went into the kitchen again. Maydeza was indeed very surprised. Looking at Yamazaki Misaki at the door, Maydeza was very surprised, yelling, brother, and rushed forward. When he came out to pick him up, he was right. Yamazaki Misaki opened his arms while thinking, and was forced by Maydeza to hold Maydeza in his arms. Maydeza hugged Yamazaki Misaki tightly in her mouth and whispered brother. With a happy tone but a little swallowed. Yamazaki Misaki touched Maydeza's hair, I will live here in the future. Really? Maydeza asked, looking up with expectation in her eyes. Yet. Yamazaki Misaki nodded. Great. Maydeza let go of him, dancing with joy. Cough. Ichiro Miyamoto reminded loudly, don't get in the way. Miyadeiza was pulled aside by Misakiran, and Mideko grabbed Misakiran's arm and refused to let go. Dad, my brother said I will live here in the future. Ichiro Miyamoto, who was instructing the deliveryman in the market to unload the goods, took the time to answer one sentence, yes. Maydeza, who had been having fun for a long time, felt that the sky turned dark, watching her father and her brother who did not know when to help pack things and sort the goods, and suddenly remembered, Dad, Mother told me to call you to eat. Okay. Miyamoto Ichiro replied. After a while, after finishing her work, she said, go. Maydeza pulled Misakijin and left. At the dinner table, there was only Maydeza of soup in front of her, holding chopsticks. Dad. Hey. Mom. What? Brother. Yet. Maydeza listened to the response of the three. Great, father, mother, elder brother, and Miyadeiza finally lived together. Then, her body tilted and fell to the ground, rolling. Great. Miyamoto looked and smiled. Not only live in the same place, but those who were not allowed to talk to my brother or anything before have been invalidated. Really? Maydeza got up and asked. Yet. Ichiro Miyamoto nodded in response. Maydeza ran away with boom, 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 and then ran back with boom, boom, boom. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com took a pamphlet in her hand and opened it. Mom, how about letting my brother and I go out tonight? My public account is over and I can ask for leave. After that, I looked at Ichiro Miyamoto, could it be, Dad? Maiko hadn't spoken yet. Miyamoto Ichiro put down his chopsticks and said, yes. Then he started drinking soup. Impossible. Maydeza rushed out, and Yamazaki Misaki said, Dad, I will accompany her to stroll around tonight. Miyamoto Ichiro replied, come back early. Maydeza rushed up. There were really letters. 2 letters, one from the block and the other from the school. After opening them, Maydaisa called out, "It's none of my business, it's not my work." Xiang Meiza shouted, "Mom!" There was a grieved voice in her voice. Maiko took it over and took a look. It turned out that there were 2 bills, one for the telephone pole on the street and the other for the school stairs. Maiko has seen it, and said to Miyamoto Ichiro, "Okay, I know about this, I will let Midako one night today." Then she said to Midako that Ran broke the telephone pole and I will confirm with her. "Yes, not to mention this, but you stepped on the stairs." "But..." Maydaisa still needs to explain, and Meiza said, "The footprints are yours." "Yes." Maydaisa lacks confidence. At this time, Misaki Hitachi Yamazaki put down the bowl and chopsticks. "I'm done." He wiped his mouth, wiped his hands, stood up and said, "Maydaisa, let's go." "Hey!" Maydaisa still didn't understand. Watching Misaki Hito walk towards the entrance, Maiko joked, "Ichiro agrees with your activities tonight. Of course, if you don't want to go, the new uniform is ready." Before the words were finished, Maiko stayed. "After 2 thanks, I chased it out." Miyamoto Ichiro said, "She didn't hear it." Maiko smiled at him and said, "Anyway, it's ready for her." Chapter 11, Uniform of the Wine House. On January 9, before 6 o'clock in the evening, Yanihuako 5 Chome. Kudo Shinichi, whose wallet has shrunk again, wondered what to do this month, and couldn't pray, "God, let's have more incidents." This kind of behavior is not very good, but he squeezed his wallet and thought, "I want to have a pleasant dinner with Mao Lilan just now, tangled and tangled." "Shinichi, how do you know that Maydaisa will not go to Dorobika Paradise with us tomorrow?" Thinking back to today's experience, Lan picked up this question again. "Telephone pole." Zenyi answered, "Immersed in entanglement." "Telephone pole." Lan was puzzled. "Hey, Shinichi, speak more clearly." "This morning, you broke the telephone pole." The new one said to God. "Is there? Why don't I remember?" Lan continued to wonder, "Really?" Shinichi nodded helplessly, "Who is this?" "Ah, then I have to pay compensation." Lan said seriously, "What does it have to do with Maydaisa not going to Dorobika Paradise with us tomorrow?" Shinichi looked at her and said, "Of course it's related. I ask you, the roadside facility in Yanihua town was destroyed by someone. Who do you think did it?" "Of course, Er." Langzian said with certainty. And then can't speak any more. Shinichi said, "That's it. Didn't you get angry at what Uncle Maori said in the morning because I was so popular that he didn't have a job? Uncle Maori would complain that he didn't come to work because of lack of money. But today is the early part of the day. It's definitely not because of betting on horses, it must be because of drinking, and because of Uncle Maori's temperament, it must be the pub of Maydaisa where there are discounts and even some free gifts during the festival, and the cheap things at Mayday restaurant have always been its cheap. Uncle Maori's overspending must be due to some reason for inviting people to drink. Judging from Uncle Maori's previous monthly bills and the prices of Mayday restaurant, it's definitely not just one person. I guess they were all neighbors at the time, so Maori uncle must have invited the audience, and Uncle Maori must be the kind of high-priced alcohol for each person. You have been asking Maydaisa to help stare at it. This time Maydaisa didn't watch Uncle Maori, so you were very angry. I just want Maydaisa. Enough. Don't say it anymore." Mao Lilan interrupted Kudo Shinichi and shouted, "Shinichi, the Kudo Shinichi I know is not such a person." He turned around and ran. "I'm going to give me a day. I apologize, I will be responsible for the telegraph pole." Shinichi, immersed in reasoning, listened to Mao Lilan's words, and looked at Mao Lilan's eyes as if there were tears. He was anxious, chasing and shouting, "Lan, Lan, listen to me, Lan." Fortunately, our classmate Lan still remembered to abide by the traffic rules at this time. Xinyi finally caught Lan at a street corner. Lan, listen to me. Don't hold me, I don't know you. Mao Lilan looked away, trying to shake off Shinichi. In people's attention, Mao Lilan also felt a little ugly, and Xinyi held her arm tightly and pulled it aside. Shinichi explained, Lan, listen to me. I just want to go to Maydaisy's house to clarify with Maydaisy and apologize to her. Really? Lan wiped his face, it's really like this. Why are you pulling me away in the morning? Shinichi explained, let's think about it, you broke the telephone pole, so you just waited there, you saw the staff come to record, and told them that you did it, the staff would say, little girl, this if you don't have time to go to class, what are you doing here? You are not Maydaisy. This must be Maydaisy first, and you will run into it later. Don't worry, I won't blame you. We all know this is Maydaisy. It's spoiled. Girl, don't worry, go to school quickly. Such words, and then leave. If you pull me and wait with Maydaisy, the staff will not come over, and they will say, Maydaisy, you are here again. Okay, you go to school first, here I will let people watch it and won't let it fall over or something. If we insist that it was you Moor Island who destroyed it, the staff would think it's making trouble and hindering his work. Unless you invite Aunt Maiko and Uncle Maori, even if you are planning to let Aunt Maiko and Uncle Maori, and we have a meeting under the telephone pole, the staff may be early, just record it and go back. As for the cost of a telegraph pole, is it so troublesome? So it's not clear what happened in the morning. Mao Lilan listened to the various possibilities analyzed by Shinichi, and said, I can prove that I did it. How to prove it? Shinichi said helplessly, are you going to break another electric pole or don't you? To prove that the telegraph pole was destroyed by you. It was done by the female destroyer Morilan after the stepdaughter of Tyrannosaurus Miyamoto Mdako in Yanihua town. Hey! It was interesting to hear what Xinyi said, and Mao Lilan laughed again, who is a female saboteur, it's ugly. Then he was entangled again, it's wrong to blame a friend. It's wrong to destroy public facilities. It's also wrong, but... You destroyed a lot of things, but at last you laughed. Shinichi breathed a sigh of relief and continued, I think your current mood is mainly because you should be responsible for your own responsibility. You were mistakenly added to Maydaisy. You think this is to pass your own fault to Maydaisy, and thus feel guilty for Maydaisy, right? Well, it seems like this. Mao Lilan thought about it and replied, Shinichi, how do you understand so clearly? I also have this kind of psychology. I only wanted to make a joke. Who knew it would be like this? Shinichi said helplessly. A joke? Mao Lilan asked rhetorically. Xin nodded and said, I'm kidding, I wanted to make you happy. What the is going on? Mao Lilan became more confused. Shinichi said, I knew this account when it happened, and the inspectors in the morning would definitely recognize Maydaisy, and it was too late to stop him from opening the order and reporting it. Why? Mao Lilan asked. Shinichi explained, Maydaisy has too many previous convictions, preconceived, and this procedure is too familiar. It's true. Mao Lilan understood and continued to listen to the following. I wanted to be like this. I first explained the situation to Aunt Maydaisy. During the break, Maydaisy was told that she had damaged the telephone pole in the morning. Maydaisy definitely didn't believe it, because she hadn't done it, so I said there must be a wire. The bill from the pole was delivered to her mailbox. She will definitely take it to her heart today. When she comes home, we will be next to her. When she opens the mailbox, her face must be wonderful, so you can watch it by the side. Even if I avenge her for failing to see Uncle Maori. Then tell her the truth and say that I have explained the situation with Aunt Maiko, and Aunt Maiko will not punish her for this, so she will be a little angry at most, but don't you think it's a tie? After that, wait for the next day, bring your parents, and go to prove it together. Finally, when repairing and replacing, where did you say to someone, sorry, I broke this, and Miyamoto Maedasa has nothing to do or something? The whole incident has ended successfully, who knows? At this point, Shinichi stopped. Who knows that Aunt Maiko is not at home, but Aunt Maiko is back this afternoon? Lan asked again. This, forgot. Zenyi said quietly. What? Lan cried, forgot. I was going to call after school, who knows, Shinichi blushed and couldn't tell. Lan also knew what happened during school, and his face flushed and shouted, don't think about it. Shinichi continued, later, I forgot about it all. It was almost noon in order to solve the morning matter, and after school in the afternoon, I resolved the noon matter. I don't have the time to think about things like shopping and eating with you, so I didn't think about it until you asked. Shinichi's face became redder as he said. Lan also blushed, but still asked, then what should I do now? I was going to go to Aunt Miyaisa before the opening of the tavern with you, and explain the matter clearly in front of Maedasa, so as to avoid the punishment that Maedasa would be punished. Then we let Maedasa take the blame. I apologized to Maedasa for the reason she wanted to tease Maedasa. This is the Kudo Shinichi I know. Moraran was overjoyed, then let's go. Okay. Kudo Shinichi's expression was bitter, however, time is too late. Then let's run. Lan looked at the clock on the street. Zenyi, hurry up. Let's see how Aunt Maiko wants to play, and the initiative is handed over to others, Shin Kudo thinks while running. Miwako 5 Chome, Miyade Restaurant. Maiko Miyamoto, who was sitting at the counter, listened to Ran's explanation, so that's why Mikoto Maiko's bill today is due to you. Yes. Ran looked at Maiko Mikomoto, who was expressionless, and replied loudly. Just as Shinichi Kudo wanted to speak, Maiko Miyamoto asked, why, what did Ran say wrong? Shinichi Kudo shook his head. Then don't talk. Maiko Miyamoto's expression was stern, you want to tease Maedako a little, right? Kudo Shinichi didn't know what to say. Maiko Miyamoto said for him, it's for Ran, isn't it? Kudo Shinichi was speechless. Lan blushed and lowered his head. In this way, I decided to punish you, do you accept it? Accept. This is Lan's answer. Kudo Shinichi had a bad feeling, so he didn't dare to agree. Lan tugged at him, and Shin Kudo replied, take it, accept. The voice was very small. Hey! Maiko Miyamoto said she didn't hear clearly. Lan whispered, Shinichi. Accept. Kudo Shinichi replied loudly. Very well, in this case, more island, Maiko shouted. Yes. Lan responded. You will replace Maedasa and accept her punishment? Miyaisa said. Yes. Lan answered. You don't care about the others. Maiko continued. But Lan wanted to take on more. Miyaisa smiled and said, let's just do it, this matter has become so troublesome, in fact, it is because of Maedasa's past mistakes. I also understand your mind. Compared with the bill, Maedasa cares about the punishment here. It is you. What I really want to say to this kid is that we should go to a meeting and apologize publicly. Listening to Aunt Maiko's jokes, thinking about the scene, Ran got excited, then remembered, and said, that compensation. Miyamoto Maiko interrupted her, didn't I say that, you replace Mitoko and accept her punishment, isn't it the one who pays the bill? Looking at the clock, Maiko Miyamoto said, okay, Mikoto changes clothes, you know where you are, go change clothes and start work. Oh. Lan left. Seeing Lan like this, Shinichi breathed a sigh of relief. Maiko Miyamoto met and said, a little worried. Seeing Shin nodded, Maiko Miyamoto smiled and said, then you will replace Ran, how about? Shinichi was very strange. What did this mean? She asked. What? Maiko Miyamoto said with a smile, I mean to work here instead of Ran. Shinichi wanted to agree, but instinctively felt that there was a problem. At this time, Moraran blushed and asked, Aunt Maiko, is that work clothes? Maiko Miyamoto said with a smile, that is the uniform that was just made from England. Moraran, who knew the answer, left again. Then Maiko Miyamoto said to Shinichi, how about it, did you think about it? Shinichi felt like a catastrophe was imminent, and he hesitated to make a decision, and only looked at Lan with the corner of his eyes. When I entered, Maiko Miyamoto smiled and said, make a decision. Seeing Mikomoto's smile, Shinichi felt guilty in her heart and a cold sweat on her head. Suddenly, Shinichi was stunned, and only Moraran was dressed. A pink-maid outfit came out with a little twist. Maiko Miyamoto was stunned to see Shinichi, and smiled, Moralan is very beautiful. Shinichi nodded instinctively, and then woke up, don't you want me? Maiko looked at Shinichi's face. It was wonderful, and he smiled and said, want to try it? No, no. Shinichi shook his head and waved his hands to refuse. Really? Maiko Miyamoto looked regretful, then changed to another punishment. Maiko Miyamoto beckoned to Ran, Lan, come here. Yes, it fits. After Moraran came over, Maiko Miyamoto said, and then to Shinichi, who peeked, Shinichi's punishment, I'm going to let Supervisor Lan. Supervisor? Lan was a little curious. Shinichi has a bad feeling again. Maiko Miyamoto said, Supervisor, this kid wants to tease May Daisy. Although it doesn't cause any loss like Ran, this idea is too bad. Since it's an idea, then punish him mentally. I'm going to let him Lan, you supervise him and write a deep understanding review. Lan, what do you think? Lan nodded after hearing a sentence, and at the end Lan was overjoyed. He thought it would be helpful to Shinichi and replied loudly, yes. I am. I must do it. Zinyi listened to a sentence, and his heart sank a little. When he heard it, he immediately expected that Yulan's serious character would make his life very painful for a while, but he had no room for refutation. Seeing that the matter is resolved according to her own plan, Maiko Miyamoto said to Ran, okay, Ran, you go to work. Then to Shinichi, have a drink here, sit for a while, and wait for Maydeiko to return. You all apologize to each other, Maydaisy also caused you trouble today. I apologize and you will still be good friends in the future, right? Ran wondered, why is Maydaisy not here? Miyamoto Maiko said, didn't I tell you, Maydaisy has something to do today, and she will be back tonight. Shinichi completely fell on the counter after hearing this. Ran blushed and kept serving the guests of the neighbors in the neighborhood, offering wine and dishes or something, including her father Kogoro Mori. Most of the guests knew Lan, and didn't say anything. They only understood that Maydaisy had something to do, and Lan Dai Maydaisy's class praised Lan's beauty and did not lose to his mother. However, Kogoro Mori felt very dazzling and thought he was here to monitor him, but in the public, he was more restrained. Just gesticulating and keeping Ran busy. Shinichi followed Lan's gaze on the counter and couldn't help but care about the passage of time. At night, around 9:30, the Miyade restaurant, which closes at 10 o'clock in the 5 Chome of Yanihoako, all the guests left, except for Kogoro Mori crawling on a table and taking a nap. Lan and Zinyi were watching TV at the counter and eating something, but Zinyi mostly watched Lan. At this time, Lan was watching TV with a blushing face. However, there was an advertisement and he didn't change channels, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Mom, I'm back. Maydaisy took a big cone in each hand, ran in and shouted as she ate, and Misaki Hitachi Yamazaki also walked in. When Lan and Zinyi heard the sound, they both came over. Maydaisy looked at the pink Lan and asked, Lan, you reading www.yunsha.com, what are you doing? Miyamoto explained the reason to Maydaza and asked Maydaza to deal with Lan about the noon. Apologized with Shin, so Maydaza let Yamazaki Misakijin hold the cone. Then Maydaza, Lan, and Zinyi bowed to each other and apologized. Then, Maydaza gave Lan a cone that hadn't had time to eat, and gave him a big smiling face. Here you. Lan took it. You're welcome, I am really hungry after a few hours, thank you. Maiko Miyamoto said, Ran has worked hard, I asked Ichiro to prepare some supper for you, and I will come later. Then he pointed to Yamazaki Misakihito and said, Come, introduce, you may have an impression. This is my son, Misaki Hitashi Yamazaki, the older brother of Maydaza. Yamazaki Misaki Hitashi said, Yamazaki Misaki Hitashi, died in high school 2nd Class B, please give me your advice. Class 2 in Class B, isn't that our class, Lan thought, but I don't have any impression. I think about it carefully, you are the one who is said to be related to the school manager and never submits homework and never participates in group activities. This is often what Lan said to the list. Are you the one who never speaks and sits at the end? This is what Shinichi who often sneaks away. Maydaza said, there is a reason. Okay, I don't need to talk about this kind of thing, Miyamoto said, come on, let's have supper. With Maydaza and Ran leaving, Shinichi was about to follow, and Yamazaki Misaki said, Kudo Shinichi, thank you. Then he followed first. Zinyi was taken aback, thank me, what do you mean, have I helped you? At this time, the stomach screamed, no matter what, let's eat first, there is too little French cuisine, just to avenge Maydaza's hatred at noon, that's it, let's talk about other things later. Chapter 12, Reasonable Revenge. January 10th, 7 o'clock in the morning, Yonakacho Tuchome, Kudo House. Kudo Shinichi, sleeping profusely, obviously not having a good dream. Bell. The doorbell, Shinichi. Ah! Shin Kudo screamed and was awakened, wiped off the sweat on his head, first dreamed of Lan, then was eaten up by Maydaza, and then Meng Lan wore that pink set the maid dressed in uniform, smiled sweetly at herself. Then, suddenly Lan's face changed to his own, and Aunt Miiza next to him was laughing, while Lan became a teacher's costume, still the clothes that person wears, and said to him, review. Shinichi, new one. Thinking about it, there was a lingering fear. Shinichi gets up soon, Lan came in, watched Shinichi sitting on the bed, and opened the curtains, really, I thought you were already up. What? Zinyi was a little confused, I can't say that I had a midnight snack at Maydaza's last night, and did not fall asleep until midnight. Lan Bian pulled Zinyi up, sent him to wash, and said, Aunt Miiza contacted the staff yesterday. In order to reduce the impact on the residents, I changed the telephone poles this morning. I'm going to the scene to please explain the situation. Oh. Xin answered while washing. At this time, Lan, who was tidying up the bedroom, asked again, by the way, Shinichi, you didn't tell me yesterday why Miiza couldn't go to Dorobika Paradise with us today, why? The new one came out and said while changing his clothes, I thought I would have to wait until the afternoon to change the telephone poles, when Maydaza will go to the scene, so. Lan asked, I did it, and I will also go to the scene. Go, don't we go to Dorobika Paradise? In my mind at the time, Maydaza did this thing, Shinichi laughed, don't you think so too? I didn't pay attention at the time, Lan was a little embarrassed, and then blamed Shinichi, you are a detective, you should remember this kind of thing clearly. Shinichi murmured, it's not all because of you. Thinking of yesterday the zero-distance contact, another moment is a little wandering, thinking blank. Lan didn't hear the answer, packed up her things, and saw Shinichi in a daze, so she pushed forward, what are you thinking about, let's go, have breakfast on the way. She went out first. Hey? Oh, forget that breakfast, I'm not hungry. Xinyi answered after catching up. Aren't you hungry? Lan asked. The supper last night hasn't been digested yet. Shinichi was embarrassed to say that he had eaten too much and only said that his digestion was slow. Have you eaten? Lan said, I also ate a lot last night and I am not hungry. While talking, the two packed their things, checked the water, air, doors and windows, and finally locked the door, and walked all the way to the scene. Xin asked along the way, Uncle Maori, how is he? Is he up? He didn't eat last night. How many things do you have to go back and make breakfast for him? When Lan heard it, his anger rose. Don't worry about him, since we put him to bed last night, I haven't woke up when I left. Thinking about last night, Maori Kogora pretended to sleep first, and then woke up when he watched the supper. Then Aunt Maiko invited him together, and then Maori Kogora said that so many dishes must be drunk, so Aunt Maiko bought another bottle, which is said to be a private brew. Kogora Muri went to the table after drinking the sake. When he was supported, everyone had a healthy meal. Ran felt embarrassed. He was alone on the table drinking, and he was not peaceful after drinking. It was too embarrassing. Up. Then he turned off the topic. Uncle Miyamoto's craftsmanship is really nothing to say, right? Shinichi agreed. The knife, the taste, and the feeling is right. I didn't care about it last night, but when you say it, I feel there is a feeling in the cooking. It's quiet, comfortable, and more delicious. These three feelings are mixed. Lan said. Shinichi said, yes, that's it, those pieces of meat are the most obvious. Why are you so clear and have learned it? Lan was a little frustrated. If I didn't learn this, my swordsmanship has never been experienced. Uncle Miyamoto said swordsmanship. Something is not suitable for me. If I will not be a chef in the future, I should not work hard to practice knife skills. Shinichi asked curiously, Uncle Miyamoto said so much. Lan said, why, I haven't done it yet. Uncle Miyamoto grabbed my hand and squeezed it, and said the two words no, the other words were said by Aunt Maiko. Sure enough, Shinichi said. Aunt Maiko said that this kind of cuisine is to calm and relax the people who eat it. The more you eat, the more delicious it is, and the more you eat it, the more you want to eat, so we only ate so much last night. Lan continued. Shinichi said, that's not for big sales. How is it possible? Lan retorted. Aunt Maiko said that this was made by Uncle Miyamoto for her family to enjoy, and she never took out, even if the dishes they sell are not so obvious. It feels like this, and Aunt Miiza said that it is like this kind of food without obvious feeling, which is also a terrifying price. How scary is it? Shinichi asked curiously. Aunt Miiza didn't say that, only that the same knife-skilled cooking for the five senses is easy to find, but there are not many cooking for the sixth sense with sense. Lan explained to him. That's it. Xinyi understood, and then noticed, why are there so many people on the street? Ah, Lan cried as soon as he saw it, Xinyi, hurry up, let's start. Call the newspaper to report the power outage in the morning. This may be because someone who understands the situation is watching the excitement. After explaining, I went over. Inside, the staff did not expect that there would be so many people onlookers, so they had to divide up some staff and let them keep the crowd at a safe distance to avoid accidents. These people originally didn't let Lan and Xinyi pass. May Daisy explained the situation to the person in charge, and the responsible talent let these employees let Lan and Xinyi come in. Lan came in and apologized to the person in charge. However, as Shinichi said, the person in charge didn't believe it and said nothing to her, but said to May Daisy, don't damage public facilities like this in the future. Then went to direct the work. Seeing this situation, Lan said loudly that she did it and had nothing to do with May Daisy, and bowed to the surrounding crowd and said, I'm sorry. Although the surrounding crowd was stunned by Lan's earnest aura, they were relieved, and there were discussions among the crowd, saying that most of them were harmed by Miss May Daisy, what a good person and so on, which means this anyway. Even if she did this kind of thing, it couldn't be separated from May Daisy. Lan had no choice but to apologize to May Daisy again, but May Daisy didn't care, and said to Lan, "Don't take it to heart, I said it yesterday." Lan said, "But..." May Daisy, I said, "We are friends. Just make it clear. It is too troublesome to call Mother and Uncle Maori to testify about this matter." Lan said, "If..." "Don't worry, if it's someone else you don't know, hey." May Daisy has his pretty expression on her face. "How is it?" Shinichi interrupted, "Hit him." May Daisy glanced at him and said, "You really don't think very well. How can you hit people casually? I wouldn't do this. Mom said that if this is the case, let Auntie go, and May Daisy will just be there to watch. Wait until May Daisy is in a good mood before accepting that person's apology." The new words twitched. Lan was amused, and helped Xinyi out of the siege, and asked, "What does that auntie do, and what will she do?" May Daisy thought for a while and said, "Auntie is special to reason with others." At this time, the person in charge came over and said to May Daisy, "Okay, this time the matter is complete. Miss May Daisy, you must pay attention next time." After thinking about it, he finally said to Lan, "You two be careful not to learn from Miss May Daisy." "Yes." Lan blushed and bowed in reply. May Daisy smiled and said, Yes, Uncle, you must be careful in the future." "Head, ready!" The staff shouted. "Okay, let's withdraw." The person in charge responded, then nodded to everyone, turned and left. The staff evacuated and chatted. "Ms. Miyadiza didn't mess with me to help this time. I heard it wasn't her this time. No matter who it is, Mrs. Miyamoto has already paid the overtime pay anyway." "Yes. The past few years have dealt with Mrs. Miyamoto a lot less than before. This shows that Ms. Miyadiza has learned well. But outside..." "Shut up, this is not what you should say." Finally, what came out was the voice of the person in charge, and there was a voice of yes. The crowd watched the staff withdraw. Yu reading www.yunsha.com also ended, but the voice came, "Why didn't you do it this time? I'll just wait to see how Miss May Daisy lifts the telephone pole." "Really, why did I wake up so early?" "Yes, that is, I also came out after reading the morning paper and waiting." At this time, there was a patrolman standing in front of May Daisy. "My name is Takagi, I made a mistake yesterday," he said, bowed and said, "I'm sorry. It's all because of me." Lan said quickly, "Right." Takagi bowed and said, "I'm sorry." "No need." May Daisy first pulled the two people up, and then slapped Takagi's shoulder with a slap. "Well, this is all a misunderstanding, I won't care." Yamazaki Jiren shouted. "May Daisy." May Daisy stuck out her tongue and retracted her arm. Yamazaki Misaki said, "Let's go." He turned and left. "Oh." May Daisy replied, and said to Takagi, "Goodbye." To Ran and Shinichi, "Go away." Then they caught up with Yamazaki and walked side by side. Lan caringly asked Gao Mu, "Are you okay?" Gao Mu shook his head calmly. Shinichi looked at him and said to Lan, "It's getting late, let's go, too." He pulled Lan and left, and Lan said to Jayamu, "Goodbye," and was taken away. Seeing that everyone was gone, Takagi looked sore and changed his breath. At this time, seeing Shinichi walking out, he turned his head and closed his mouth quickly. Shinichi looked at Takagi with a pain, and smiled and winked at him. Lan asked, "What are you looking at, Shinichi?" Shinichi said, "It's nothing, look at the clock." Lan listened, "Hurry up, ask for it." Late. Takagi watched the person finally left, then grinned and unbuttoned his uniform. He saw a palm print. Fortunately, he only had some red. Just ask someone to rub some medicine and rub it. Put on his uniform. Who would Takagi look for while walking, Qian yet, still. Chapter 13, Call in the Dark. On the morning of January 10, Daiden High School. In the morning during class, Maedako introduced Yamazaki Misaki to Suzuki Sanako. Let me introduce, this is. Suzuki Sanako looked at Yamazaki Misaki carefully and asked, do you know how to play tennis? Shook his head. Yuanzi asked, can you play baseball? Yamazaki Misaki shook his head. The garden asked again, do you know how to play football? Yamazaki Misaki shook his head. The garden was angry and asked, so singing, dancing, painting, sculpture, acting, screenwriting, etc., you will always be the same. Yamazaki Misaki ignored it and shook his head without talking. Yuanzi was so angry that she said to Maedaizi, you will introduce this kind of 3NOS people who have no face, no temperament, no special style and art experience or specialties to me. What I like is having a handsome appearance and elegant conversation. Fascinating breath, outstanding achievements in the literary and artistic circles, art circles, and sports circles. He is a well-known star. Kan Yuanzi has entered her own world. Lan interrupted her and said, I have said everything, this is Maedaizi's brother, not the one introduced to you. Brother. The sober garden pointed to Yamazaki Misaki and said to Maedaizi. Maedaizi nodded and said, this is my brother, Yamazaki. Even Maedaizi's brother doesn't work, Yuanzi didn't want to say, then returned to her seat and muttered to herself on the table. My love, where are you? Lan said, please don't mind, Yuanzi is not malicious, maybe she went to some banquet last night and was stimulated again, I will make it clear to her. Maedaizi said, that's Suzuki Garden, the Suzuki Consortium. Yamazaki Misaki said, I know. Maedaizi smiled and said, it's interesting. Yamazaki didn't speak. Not far away, Shinichi is making up. On the way from school at noon, Suzuki Sanako said dissatisfied with Lan, you all go to Dorobika Paradise. Lan nodded. It's a pity, I'm going to a boring banquet in the afternoon, and it's the kind that can't be returned. Yuanzi sighed, and at the same time asked in a low voice, Ran, can Yamazaki Misaki-jin watch Maedaizi? Lan very after thinking about it carefully, you should be able to watch it. Yuanzi shouted, hey, you have to watch Maedaizi, don't disturb Lan and Zinyi, ooh. This is Lan covering Yuanzi's mouth and turning his head. Looking forward, Shinichi was yawning. Maedaizi said something to Yamazaki Misaki Hito, Yuanzi. Lan complained, letting go, looking at Yuanzi chuckling, there was no way. In the afternoon, in front of the Miyadai restaurant, Yamazaki Misaki Hito, Maedaizi, and Lan were waiting for Shinichi. Maedaizi said, Mom, let us play happily without worrying about evening work. Lan said, but I didn't agree. Aunt Maedaizi, it was only the first day yesterday, and there are 4 days left. Maedaizi said, don't worry, Mom said you can ask for leave. You just need to make up later. Thank you, Aunt Maiko. Lan said. Maedaizi waved her hand and said, no, no. At this time Shinichi waved in the distance, and Maedaizi yelled, Shinichi, you are too slow. Yamazaki Misaki started to take a taxi, 2 cars. Shinichi ran over and said, sorry, sorry. Maedaizi got in the car and said, go to Dorobika Paradise. At Dorobika Paradise, a new pair of Maedaizi said, what do you want to play first? Maedaizi, who hasn't been here for a long time, pointed out the direction casually, and Zinyi said, we're going here first. By the way, let's go our own way. Goodbye, Yamazaki-san. Seeing Yamazaki Misaki nodded, Shinichi ran away as if pulling ran. Maedaizi blinked. Is it so fun? I need to run. Yamazaki Misaki Hito grabbed Maedaizi's hand and said, let's go. He walked in the direction Maedaizi just pointed. Hey, I finally dumped them. Shinichi paused, letting go of Lan, and said. Yes, but I don't think Yamazaki wants to be caught in us either. Lan said. Zinyi thought for a while and said, regardless of them, we play ours. Well, Lan also meant the same. Yamazaki and Maydeza didn't play anything along the way, carousels, Ferris wheels, bumper cars, etc. In Maydeza's words, these are too boring, but the snacks in the paradise bought a bunch, from ice cream to cotton candy, just I wanted a portion for everything. The sellers looked at how much she bought, and said to her, little girl, eat so many sweets, beware of toothaches, come, here you are, chew after eating. He gave a pack of chewing gum. Maydeza thanked her first, and then took it. I ate while walking. I quickly ate most of the ice cream. Only the ice cream was slowly eating. At this time, 3 children, a woman and 2 men, ran past. The little girl ran and said, I heard that the haunted house is terrible. One of the thin boys said, there are no ghosts in this world. Another strong and fat boy who looked a bit taller than him said that there were 3 of them. Byumei said yes. Mitsuhiko, do you have any comments? Maydeza thought it might be interesting, and said, let's go too. So he followed, and while speeding up the elimination of ice cream, Yamazaki quickly followed. In the haunted house, watching the ghosts constantly appearing and listening to the constant screams of the 3 children in front, Maydeza said to Yamazaki, brother, this is not fun at all, it's all fake. Yamazaki said, then go out. At the exit of, it's super fun. The little girl Ami happily said to the other 2 boys who were holding her body, who looked like me cold. I think it is super stimulating to the heart. The thin boy Mitsuhiko protested loudly. Let's go back, the tall and fat boy whispered. Yuanta, why are you so timid when you grow up? Byumei was a little regretful, but it should be fine to play this mysterious roller coaster. Obviously, Byumei still wants to stimulate. But Ayami, we only have the fare to go home. Mitsuhiko asked a new question. No problem, Bulletin saw her companion acquiesce, and seemed very happy, I will leave this to my body. Then what are you going to do? Maydeza listened to them, then walked out and said, come on, this is for you. Then she opened the chewing gum, took out 2 pieces by herself, and just divided the rest for them. The 3 people who were still a little wary, seeing this, their attitude became better, and the 3 thanked them in unison. Yuanta took it over, and put it in her mouth first. Byumei said, I can't tell you. Maydeza said, please tell me. Then you go with us, Byumei said. Mei's eyes rolled, but this brother can't do it. Then she pointed at Yamazaki next to her. Yamazaki said, okay. Ayami turned around and ran, and said as he ran, hurry up, hurry up. The 2 boys followed, and Mitsuhiko asked, is this all right? No problem, Ayami said, if you get caught, please ask this sister to pay for us. Catch, grab. Mitsuhiko was a little worried, can it work? We will pay it back. Yuanta supported. Brother, here. Maydeza stuffed the gum into Yamazaki's mouth, then I'm going. Then she followed. Yamazaki chewed gum and walked to the mysterious roller coaster. On the other side, shui, shui. Shinichi rubbed his nose. Have you caught a cold? Lan asked concerned. No, Shinichi felt himself, and said proudly, someone may be thinking about me, I am Sherlock Holmes. Who would miss you at this time? Lan interrupted his pride, since let's continue playing if nothing happens. They forgot. Yesterday afternoon, the main players in the Kendo department of Daiden High School woke up yesterday. After 1 day of observation, they were discharged from the hospital this afternoon. Everyone went to school to do some restorative exercises, and the topic unknowingly touched on what happened yesterday afternoon. Because I accepted Miyamoto's overcompensation for medical expenses and other aspects, it's not for Miyako's behavior. I am too embarrassed to bear the hate. But I just hope that Maydayza will never come again. For Shinichi Kudo, although Dadan High School's Kendo Club wanted to catch Shinichi Kudo, but since he agreed to the lawyer of the Miyamoto family, the incident was over, and he couldn't do such a thing. Trouble, this is a lesson learned. Therefore, the swordsmanship department of Daiden High School decided to let us condemn him in private for an afternoon, let us vent it, so as not to get angry, and if we have the opportunity to yell at him again, it will be over. Then, Dorobaiga Paradise, in front of the mysterious roller coaster. Look, look, Shinichi, Lan pointed to the front, there is still room for the mysterious roller coaster, let's go. Then he went to occupy a seat. From the corner of Zenyi's eye, he saw a figure. When he took a closer look, several children were entering through the exhaust window, and said to themselves, those little ghosts want to sneak in and sit for nothing. Really, the children now, Seeing Maydayza sneak in, Xinyi lost her voice for a while. Lan was shocked when he saw him, shouting, hurry up, hurry up. Shinichi hurried over. Yamazaki also went in behind him. While waiting for the car, Shinichi didn't say much about his fun, and then started talking about detectives to Lan. The best thing about Holmes is that when he first saw his assistant Watson, he shook his hand and saw that he had acted a military doctor has been to Afghanistan. Canlan did not answer, and just showed her, just like this, grabbed the hand of a beautiful woman with a pearl necklace on her neck and a short skirt and said, you used to be a gymnast, right? The woman was taken aback and asked, how do you know? The other woman next to her asked, is she your friend, Hitomi? Looking at Lan next to him, Shinichi said, it's because of the blisters on the palm of her hand. There are so many blisters on her hands because she has practiced horizontal bars and the like. Lan retorted, however, even tennis will get blisters. Zenyi whispered, actually, her skirt was when the wind blew up, I saw that anyone who has practiced uneven bars will have unique calluses on the inner thighs. The more I talked, the more proud I was. You knew it from the beginning, it was cheating at all. Hearing this, Lan became angry, and it became even more annoyed by his actions. When are you going to shake hands with her? I'm sorry. Shinichi immediately let go. A man who came in later yelled at Zenyi, asshole, don't take the opportunity to eat my friend's tofu. It turns out that he is your friend, Zenyi's woman Hitomi, who had been shaking hands, was accompanied by a smile, in this case, I'll change seats with him. Hitomi said, it's okay. The woman next to her continued, also, we don't want to be Aiko and Mr. Kishida's light bulbs. Hearing her say Shinichi behind him, the man was making love with a woman just now, and he saw that he wanted to get into trouble. Lan, I have had a soft spot for you a long time ago. Shinichi, so am I. Zenyi, look, the front is empty. Lan pulled him up and ran. At this time, the car has arrived. Yamazaki grabbed the first place. Hitomi and his friends are communicating with Yamazaki, because they were in the first row. Unfortunately, Yamazaki didn't answer at all. He wanted to see if he could see Maydayza. At this time, Lan pulled Shinichi into the second row. Hitomi convinced her friend. Hitomi got into the car and sat next to Yamazaki. Hitomi's friends, Aiko and Kishida, were sitting in the third row. A pair of men in black robbed the fourth row. On the other side, 1 big, 3 and 4 people were walking along the track under the leadership of Bumi. Maydayza said, sure enough, I came in. Of course. Bumi replied triumphantly. Next, what should I do next? Yuanta was a little scared. Just queuing up and getting on board. Bumi replied. But where is the team? Mitsuhiko was about to cry. I'm looking for it. Bumi's answer is very irresponsible. Shinichi continued to spread the story of his idol to Lan, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Finally, Lan endured to the limit, and shouted at Xin, "You never end, I don't care who he is, you reasoning crazy." I screamed, vented, and muttered to myself, "I have been looking forward to coming out to play with you, but why do you not feel my heart at all?" Canlan wanted to explain this new way. Lan interrupted him and said, "Idiot, what are you nervous about? I want to know that I am talking about it. If you are so easily deceived, you are not suitable for being a detective." Damn it! Zhenyi was a little annoyed. This woman's mind is really... Clang! It's time to start. The roller coaster reached a high place, and Lan went on to say to Shinichi, "But, that kind of expectation is true." Then, in Shinichi's surprise, he grabbed his hand and closed his eyes. Yamazaki tilted his head to see this and sat down. With the screams of several women, the roller coaster officially started. At this time, Ayami took Miyadiiza and them forward in the dark. Miyadiiza said, "I heard the sound of cars." Ayami said, "It looks like we have to wait for the next shift." Mitsuhiko said, "We still step aside." "I agree." Yuanta supported. Not long after I stood there were two loud screams in the darkness. One was a woman's scream, the other was a man's scream, two voices one after another, and then the roller coaster quickly passed by. A piece of things floated off the car. Seeing that it was about to fall on Yuanta's head, Maydeza pulled him away. Yuanta asked, "What was that just now?" Maydeza said, "Blood hair." "Blood, blood." Mitsuhiko shivered. At this time, Bume heard some small beads rolling over, picked up one, and said, "Let's get out of here quickly." Chapter 14, The End in Mind. January 10th, afternoon. Dolabijia Paradise, a mysterious roller coaster. Yamazaki saw Maydeza in the tunnel just now. As soon as I got out of the tunnel, I heard the woman scream again, but it was not the one next to him. This man was lowering his head and didn't know what he was thinking. He tilted his head and looked back. Everyone's eyes focused on the man in the third row. The man was bleeding from his head. Seeing the situation in the car, he even spurted blood just now. He passed out and he didn't know if he was dead. The woman beside him kept screaming, obviously terrified. Got off the speeding car. Before the police arrived, no one could leave, except for the man Mr. Kishida, who was taken to the hospital. Woo! The police arrived. The Meguro Police Department led the team, and he took control of the scene, and Kudo Shinichi left. Ayami finally brought the four out of the darkness. Mitsuhiko, who had just seen the light, heard the sound of police sirens and was very scared. He confessed, "We didn't just come in without paying." Yuanta shut his mouth with his fist. Maydeza said, "Don't scare them." Then she said to the children, "Don't worry, he didn't come to catch us." Bume happily stepped forward and said, "Big brother, you are not the high school detective." The visitor was Shinichi Kudo, who wanted to know about what happened in the tunnel just now. Finally, Shinichi Kudo asked Maydeza to send the three children home in the car. Maydeza was willing, but the three children not willing. They wanted to see how Kudo Shinichi resolved the incident, but Kudo Shinichi said that if they went there, they would have to pay, and the three children agreed to go home. On the other side, Kishida's friends were worried about him, gathering together to comfort each other. The man in black also wanted to leave. One of the ordinary figures said, "It's just an accident. We are very busy. Let's go." "No, this is a murder," Kudo Shinichi panted and ran back. And the prisoner was one of the 7 people who took the same speed car as the victim. Hearing this, the eyes of the people at the scene and those onlookers gathered. The Meguro Police Department said, "Is it true what you just said, Brother Kudo?" This gave Kudo Shinichi a name, and people all around said, "It's the famous high school detective Shinichi Kudo, the savior of the Japanese police circle." The man in black who just wanted to leave said to himself, so he is Kudo. In other words, if you and Lan are not included in the consideration, there are 5 suspects in total, the 2 in the first row, the victim's girlfriend who is sitting in the third row with the victim, and then the one sitting behind the victim in black clothes. 2 people. The police department of Megami drew a picture showing the seat just now, and said to Shinichi Kudo, if this is the case, because everyone is protected by a safety rod, it is possible to kill the victim. The woman sitting next to him. The man in black who had just spoken continued, you give me hurry up, we don't have time to play any reasoning game with you here. Shinichi Kudo just looked at the man in black from the front, the guy's eyes flashed with cold, it seemed as if he killed a lot of people and didn't care. The probing desire of his detective made him want to know who this guy is. Hearing what the police department said, a police officer searched the bag of the victim's girlfriend Aiko who was sitting in the third row with the victim. The police department found a knife in this lady's bag. Her bag, there is a knife wrapped in cloth. Aiko saw it for himself. No, I didn't even know there was such a thing. Seeing this, the man in black who had just spoken immediately said, obviously the prisoner is the woman, let us go. Okay, take this lady back as a suspect. Scene from the police department Megami. Even the murder weapon was found and the order was immediately issued. Please wait a minute, Megami Police Department, Kudo Shinichi stopped him. The prisoner is not her. Megami Police Department asked in surprise, what, who would it be? Kudo Shin and Miss Hitomi asked, Miss Hitomi, can you tell me why you scream? Before Kishida's scream, it was your call. The tone of the call is the same as that of Lan, your scream yesterday morning. Same. Lan heard him say this and asked, yesterday morning, what is called the same tone? Kudo Shinichi reminded, pervert. I heard it, too. At this moment, Maydeza came over by herself, and by the way, she greeted the Mumu Police Department and was shocked by the Mumu Police Department. She secretly called her subordinates to arrange a patrol, hoping to understand did Maydeza do anything in the paradise, such as injuring the person playing the monster in the haunted house, the bumper car can't play with others, accidentally breaking the steering wheel, is it small, has she caught it and touched them directly? In short, this although most of them are not under his control, if you meet them, let's take a look. Miss Hitomi was very embarrassed, she couldn't say anything. Yamazaki saw Maydeza coming, and walked out from the corner next to him. The man in black who had just spoken was startled. Why didn't I find someone there? Mumu Police Department asked, you are. He felt that he had seen this person. Yamazaki ignored him and said to Kudo Shinichi, gum. So, there is usually only one truth, Shinichi Kudo figured out. Listening to Kudo Shinichi's words, the Meguro Police Department listened carefully, letting go of the question about Yamazaki. Then, Shinichi Kudo pointed to Miss Hitomi and said, the prisoner is you. What an unexpected person. In everyone's surprised eyes, Miss Hitomi said, you, what are you talking about, the knife is in Aiko. It's impossible to cause that kind of damage with that kind of knife, Kudo Shinichi pointed out the flaw. You put these things in her bag beforehand in order to blame her for the crime. However, she is sitting in the front row of the speed car. This seems unlikely. The Megami Police Department questioned. No, if the speed of the roller coaster is used, it is possible to add a piano wire or a steel coil. Kudo Shinichi's reasoning surprised Miss Hitomi. Then, Shinichi Kudo asked the Megami Police Department to arrange to reappear the scene. Everyone is optimistic, suppose I am the prisoner. And the Megami Police Department is the victim. Kudo Shinichi demonstrated, first, before the safety rod is lowered, the backpack is when putting down the safety rod, Kudo Shinichi came out from under the safety rod, like this, it is easy to escape by creating a gap. The next step is to take out the prepared and put it on the steel wire. Install the hook props, then put your feet on the safety bar and stretch your body backwards. If you have practiced gymnastics before, you can accomplish these things even on a roller coaster. Originally, you planned to put the coil on the victim's head, and at the same time let go of the hook to hang on the track, and use the speed and power of the roller coaster to cut off the opponent's head. Kudo Shinichi continued to reason, but, when you are preparing to put the loop, you suddenly feel something abnormal on your thighs, maybe even under the skirt. At this time, you scream instinctively, and your body is lifted upwards. At the same time, you loosen your grip on the hook. The victim who heard the sound raised his head and looked. Of course, there was nothing to see in the dark. Then you immediately released your other hand, so the steel coil took almost the entire scalp from the victim's head. Therefore, the victim just let out a scream. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com fainted. This anomaly is the chewing gum spit out from the mouth of the person sitting next to you, and it sticks to your body. The abnormality of the part in the dark, women will generally jump up, at least it will make the body tremble and scream. And the tone is the same. I don't know if I'm right, Miss Hitomi. Kudo Shinichi continued the analysis. All nonsense, where is the evidence? Miss Hitomi yelled at Kudo Shinichi, but she seemed to be doing her last struggle. Where did your necklace go? Shinichi Kudo pointed out the most powerful evidence, it's the pearl necklace you wore before riding the speed car. Then he took out Kongbyu Mei's hand in front of the pale Miss Hitomi, the pearls that I collected, and some other pearls and hooked threads I just found in the tunnel. One more thing, that drop of tears that happened to drop on my face, you know the victim will die, so you shed tears before killing him. Shinichi Kudo looked at Miss Hitomi. Yours, there are tear marks beside the eyes. If it were not for riding on a roller coaster, the tears would not flow to both sides. Under this situation, Miss Hitomi finally cried out and said her motive, all this is not good for him, because he abandoned me. We have been dating before going to college. That's why I was dating for the first time. Locally, use the necklace he gave me to end his life and then commit suicide. At the end, he burst into tears. Listening to the relish, Maidasa saw her crying sadly, and asked Yamazaki, is that guy really dead? Yamazaki replied, the hospital. Maidasa looked at Miss Hitomi strangely and continued to ask, not dead, crying so sad. Yamazaki replied, heart. Chapter 15, 2 Patrol Police Report. January 10th, in the evening, Dorobika Paradise. The incident is over, and the staff dismissed. Mao Lilan felt Miss Tong's mood and cried very sadly. Okay, stop crying, aren't people still alive? Kudo Shinichi comforted her. You are really calm, Lan said angrily. I'm used to seeing this kind of thing at the scene, and there are still fragments. Kudo Shinichi frightened her. Too bad. Lan decided to ignore him. You'd better forget this as soon as possible, this kind of thing will happen often in the future. Kudo Shinichi continued. No way. Lan obviously thinks the incident is a minority. Kudo Shinjang wanted to continue to educate her. Suddenly the strong one of the two men in black ran past him quickly, and he decided to go and take a look. I'm sorry, Ran, you go home first. Wait a minute, Lan Zhang wanted to chase. Suddenly his shoelaces broke. Watching Xinyi waved at him, listening to his voice, I will catch up with you soon. In my ears, I only felt an ominous premonition. In my heart, he is gone and will never see the new one again. Not far away, Maidasa was asking Yamazaki at this time, did you really treat her on a speeding car? Apparently Maidasa was very curious. Save people. Yamazaki replied. Oh, I see. Maidasa satisfied her curiosity, turned her head and looked around, seeing that Lan was in a daze, and her expression was a bit wrong. She stepped forward and asked, Lan, what happened? Lan Gugu then don't let the tears left on her face when she just cried, grabbed Maidasa's hand and said, Mediizi, come on, Xinyi he. Maidasa looked for it and didn't see Xinyi, so she asked, Isn't he still there just now? Lan pointed to where Xinyi had left. He went over there. Yamazaki, who came over, asked, "Why?" "I don't know, I just feel bad." Lan said anxiously, "If you don't want to help, I will find it myself." Maydeza looked at her anxious look and inconvenient shoes. Yamazaki shouted, "Brother!" Yamazaki said, "Send her home." Then Yamazaki found out, really a nosy fellow. In a corner of Dorobika Paradise, hidden by houses and trees behind the main road. "Let you wait a long time, Mr. President," the strong man in black said to a middle-aged man who was obviously waiting for someone with sunglasses and holding a box. "You are too slow. I have been waiting for 2 hours, but I came alone as agreed." The middle-aged man was waiting for these men in black. "I know, because I have confirmed it on the roller coaster." The strong man in black said why he might not come on time. "Hurry up, give that to me." The middle-aged man was anxious. "Don't be nervous, get the money first," said the strong man in black. The middle-aged man said, "Take it, the money is enough." Kudo Shinichi saw that the middle-aged man opened the box on his hand. "There are so many, 100 million yen, and he paid more attention for a while. "It's done." The strong black man took the box. "Hurry up and give me the negatives." The middle-aged man stretched out his hand anxiously. "It's the evidence of your company smuggling guns," said the strong man in black, taking out a roll of film and threw it at the middle-aged man. "Here you are." The middle-aged man caught the negatives in a hurry, breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly questioned, "Besides, there are no other negatives?" "Of course." The strong black-clothed man confirmed. "What is this group of people?" Watching the middle-aged people run away, Kudo Shinichi thought after the transaction was over. Suddenly behind him came the voice of the thin black man, "The detective game is over." I was surprised and thought. Looking back, but only felt a pain in the back of his head. He lost his energy, fell to the ground, in a trance, and heard their conversation. "You were actually followed by this kid?" the thin black man said angrily. "Isn't he the detective, brother?" said the strong man in black as he took it out of his body. It was the sound of the gun being loaded. "Shall I kill him?" "Wait a minute, the police are still patrolling this area." The skinny man in black stopped him, fearing that he would shoot, and the gunfire would cause trouble for the police. Then he took out something from his body. "Just use this. This is a newly developed poison in the organization. After death, there is no way to detect toxins from the corpse. You haven't done a human test yet, so let's use him as a test subject." Kudo Zenyi felt something poisoned. "Farewell, detective." Hearing the words of the thin black men and the sound of their footsteps on the grass, they felt that their body was getting hotter and the bones seemed to be full. It was about to melt and passed out for a while. Yamazaki looked for the sound he heard. This is really a good place for black trading. Seeing that this piece of land is sandwiched by houses and surrounded by trees, it forms a sunken unmanned place with a road backed by the road. Yamazaki thinks like this. Looking around the corner to the place where the sound was made, I saw a person lying on the grass not far away, barely distinguishing his clothes. It was Kudo Shinichi. Seeing Kudo Shinichi's trembling still, Yamazaki sighed with relief. Fortunately, he was not killed. When he was about to step forward, the person in front of him changed, as if shrinking. Yamazaki is standing still. Why is it like this? What is the matter? Is it simply getting smaller, or, if he is really a child, then? Yamazaki only feels that the common sense of life has been subverted, and only feels in his heart a gap was knocked out in an instant, and then the hole was broken, and then I felt that this world was suddenly different from before, and everything became colorful and colorful. On the other side, Chiba, have you checked the place? Takagi held a flashlight in his right hand and said to the fat partner next to him. I checked, there is no problem, everything is fine, it seems that Miss Maydeza is different from the legendary one. The fat partner Chiba looked at a notebook with a flashlight in his hand and answered. Different. Takagi touched his shoulder and snorted in a breath. It's still painful, it seems that my hands are not strong enough, Chiba asked concerned, and then helped Takagi with an idea, or else, try to find Officer Sato, her hands are strong. She will definitely be able to help. Detective Sato. Takagi thought of Officer Sato helping him administer medicine, rubbing his shoulders, and became mad for a moment. After a while, Takagi, Takagi. Chiba's voice awakened him, and Takagi asked grimly, what's the matter? Chiba shone his flashlight around and asked, where is this? Takagi, I also took pictures with a flashlight. We didn't seem to have been to this place just now. Chiba complained, look at what path you led. You can't blame me, Takagi thought he couldn't say me. Thinking about that, he said, it's not like the senior said, Darubigia Paradise, Takagi, you have never been to that place. Before you go, you have to be familiar with the terrain and it is convenient to get there. So I just said I was sent to inspect. Then why do you pull me? Chiba continued to complain. You haven't been here. Anyway, you will come later. Why don't you come with me? Takagi said with a smile. Really? Chiba had nothing to say, so she had to slap her flashlight indiscriminately. Well, what is that? It seems to be dead. He rushed over. What? Takagi called, and followed him. Am I still dead? Kudo Shinichi heard the voice again in a daze. No, still breathing. Chiba said after careful confirmation. When Takagi saw the scene, he shouted on the intercom, ambulance, go and call for an ambulance. I'm still alive, Shinichi Kudo, who heard the conversation between the two, lifted up. Is that right? So that kind of medicine doesn't work for humans. He tried to open his eyes and looked at Chiba. Chiba saw him open his eyes and said to him, cheer up, can you get up, kid? Little, kid. Shinichi Kudo sat up agilely. How are you, kid? Chiba asked when he got up. Kid, Shinichi Kudo was angry, what is this guy talking about? I'm a sophomore in high school. What's the matter with the wound on your head? Takagi didn't go to the ambulance after seeing him sitting up. Just looked at him carefully through the light of the flashlight. When he found that red liquid was dripping from his head, he asked concerned. Wounds, I heard Takagi say. Kudo Shin once remembered that he was knocked sap from behind by the man in black, and subconsciously raised his hand to touch it. Unexpectedly, when he raised his hand, he felt the clothes and looked at the pants. How did it become so long and so big? Chiba reported through the walkie-talkie, I found an injured teenager, an elementary school student. Elementary school students, who are you talking about? What are you talking about? This policeman is so strange. Kudo Shinichi finally found out that his vision is wrong. What is going on? Kudo Shinichi has a bad premonition, taking advantage of the police report. I slip away first, right? Because he has scars on his head, I suspect an incident has occurred. Chiba said and looked at the ground again. Why is the child missing? Takagi was listening to Chiba's report without paying attention. I panicked. Hurry up and look for it. What if it is related to a criminal case? How do we explain this? I'm going to be promoted. Yamazaki felt different feelings while paying attention to the movement in front of him. Hearing that the shrunken Kudo Shinichi was called a child, he was sure that Kudo Shinichi was at least superficially childish, and the feeling in his heart was even more wonderful. Until I saw Kudo Shinichi ran away. Takagi wanted to report and called someone to search, so he walked out and said, Takagi patrolman, no need to report, he is my friend's child. Who are you? Takagi suddenly appeared. Yamazaki kept his distance. Where was the kid just now? You forgot, we only met in the morning, and he was with Shinichi Kudo. Yamazaki replied, standing in place looking at Takagi. What's the matter with that kid? Chiba saw that Yamazaki didn't seem to be lying, and asked again, why does he wear such big clothes? He is our friend's child. We came to the amusement park today. He will also come. My friend had to bring him with him. After he came in, the child had to run around alone, Yamazaki explained. I was left behind. At the scene of the incident, I don't know the specifics, but my friend had wet clothes on his hands. It should have been wetted accidentally, so I had to change to an adult's clothes. Looking at the two police officers listening carefully, Yamazaki continued to explain, we were looking for him just now. He may have fallen over and passed out because his clothes were too big. He was just awakened by you. He was frightened for a while. Seeing us coming, he went to my friend. Where is your friend? Takagi seemed to remember, and then asked, what is your relationship with Kudo Shinichi? Classmates, I and Kudo Shinichi are classmates, Yamazaki finished, pointing to the two police officers. The blind spot of sight, that is, the extension of the road from where he was standing, we just happened to be under the street light over there, right over there. Takagi and Chiba walked out and saw that there was indeed a street light not far away. People can roughly recognize it when they pass by. I just watched the flashlight light here, so I came over to take a look. Yamazaki continued, I watched the child rushing in panic on the way. I thought he was being bullied by someone, so I let him. The child left first. Come and see for yourself. I didn't expect it to be the two patrolmen. Thank you so much. Where? Chiba, who was shaking the flashlight, said embarrassedly, this is what we should do. What about now? Takagi didn't find the child, and wanted to ask clearly, what about the child? Don't worry, I may have found the injury you just mentioned, and I'm going back. Yamazaki replied. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com really? Chiba continued to help Takagi ask. If you don't believe me, I will ask my friend to call you tomorrow. Yamazaki became a little impatient. But Takagi still asked. This kid has only come to Miwa Town, and will go to school in Miwa Town in the future. You can take a good look when you go through the formalities. Yamazaki interrupted him and looked at the sky. Okay, that's it, I'll leave first. Yamazaki said to himself as he walked, really, do I have to lie to you? In fact, I was thinking about this in my heart. Then I thought about how I could say so much, but it feels good, this should be the kind of situation my mother said, and it will change back in the future, just like my dad. Listening to Yamazaki's self-talk, Takagi and Chiba looked at each other. Chiba asked, what should I do now? Takagi said, since he said that, it should be true. Let's pay attention to it these days. If you report, you can explain it first. Obviously, I want to shirk responsibility. How do you explain this? Chiba was anxious, and he wanted to be promoted. Just say that his lord came and took him away. The wound was cut when he fell. Takagi gave him an idea. Is this all right? Chiba asked. Okay, just say we will follow up. Takagi said, the more he felt that this method was good. Chiba reported according to Takagi's words, and said that they should write a report after they come back. Relieved, Chiba pointed to the road and said, it just happened that the inspection is over. How about we go for a drink? My shoulder. Takagi thought for a while and said, still not going. I forgot. Chiba said, then you accompany me, if you don't drink it. But Takagi obviously didn't want to go. Hey, hello, I was pulled by you, Chiba gave a hand. Okay. Takagi compromised. Chapter 16, Flawed Rhetoric. On the evening of January 10th, 5th Chome, Miwako. Lan, I'm going back first. Maydaisa comforted Mao Lilan all the way, accompanied Lan back to the door, waved goodbye to Lan. After Mayday's comfort, she also knew that Yamazaki had gone to Kudo Shinichi. Ran temporarily relieved her anxiety and went home first. I'm back. You're back, Mori Kogora greeted him behind his desk with a beer. He was watching TV. It is probably Ms. Yoko Akino. Kogora Mori is a fan of Miss Yoko. Seeing that Mori Kogora created in a day, the desktop has been submerged, and the surrounding ground is also centered on Mori Kogora, sprinkled around. Maur Island shouted angrily, Dad, how did you make it? It's such a mess. He took a bag and packed it while complaining, because of this, there is no business, and my mother also left home. I'm going to choose to work. Kogora Mori said hard, and by the way, he threw the beer can into the bag in Morin's hand, and then quickly changed the subject before Ran became angry. Where is the guy who claims to be a detective? Didn't you go out together? We were still together before leaving the amusement park, but halfway. Mori Kogora hit with a hit, and Ran recalled what happened just now. I don't know what happened to Shinichi. On the other side, Yamazaki thought about the information about Kudo Shinichi he had read yesterday, and judged that Kudo Shinichi should go home, so he went to Tuchome. It was raining, and I hadn't adapted my body yet, and the clothes and shoes were not suitable. Kudo Shinichi fell to the ground one by one. It's just that distance, so I panted like this. Shinichi Kudo got up and faced the glass shop window on the street, looking at himself. My body has become smaller. Why, how could it be like this? At that time, recalling the words of the man in black, is it because of the medicine? Kudo Shinichi shuddered. At this time, Morilan, who had not received the news of Shinichi Kudo from Yamazaki, was calling Kudo Shinichi's home. Hearing the answering voice, Ran said to herself, it's strange, why hasn't he gone home yet? Maybe he went out to eat with his famous novelist father. Kogora Mori said with envy. Shinichi's parents immigrated to the United States 3 years ago, and now he lives by himself. Hearing his father open his eyes and talk nonsense, Lan shouted to him angrily. It turned out to be like this. Mori Kogora, who was suppressed by his daughter's aura, was softened. What happened? Something must have happened after that. Lan Yu thought the more worried. I'll go to Zinyi's house. After that, he ran. What about my dinner? Mori Kogora yelled at his daughter's back. It seems that Mori Kogora has no money for dinner, not to mention drinking. The beer just now is left over during the new year. It's about to bottom out. Mori Kogora, who has always been Moonlight, is completely helpless, and there are still 20 days. Yamazaki looked at the shrunken Kudo Shinichi trying to reach the door of his own house. It was very interesting. Damn it, can't I even enter my own house? Kudo Shinichi felt quite bad. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise, and the wall of Dr. Akaza's house fell down. Yamazaki looked around. No one complained. Are you accustomed to all of them? Then the surrounding land should be easy to take coming down, Yamazaki thought. Dr. Aka. Shinichi Kudo saw that Dr. Aka had taken refuge, and he went over and called out that he wanted to ask for help. Who are you? Dr. Aka asked, seeing the child knowing herself. It's me, I'm Shinichi. Shinichi Kudo pointed to himself and introduced himself. It's the child of Shinichi's relatives. Dr. Aka patted his without paying attention, and pointed to the Kudo house next to him, and said, Shinichi's house is next door. I am Shinichi. If you don't believe me, I'll talk about you. Kudo Shinichi saw that Dr. Aka didn't believe it, and worked hard to prove it to him. Dr. Aka, 52 years old this year, is strange. Inventor. Although he claims to be a genius, all the things he makes are broken copper and iron, and there is a hair on the mole on your butt. Yamazaki almost laughed out of it. This is indeed a secret that Shinichi knows. Dr. Aka was also taken aback. That guy shouldn't tell my secret. The rain is getting heavier and heavier, and Shinichi Kudo is getting more and more anxious. It's not like that, I am Shinichi. I was given a strange medicine and my body became smaller. Drink the medicine to become smaller. Dr. Ali obviously does not believe that there is such a drug. I would like to see if there is such a drug. Dr. Ali was angry. Weird kid, I will take you now, go to the police station. Yamazaki sees this and wants to go over and help explain. Doctor, you just ran back from the Colombo restaurant in a hurry. At this time, Shinichi's words successfully attracted Dr. Ali's attention. You, how do you know? Dr. Ali asked him. Because the doctor's clothes have wet marks in the front but not in the back. This is evidence of running in the rain. And there is mud on your pants. There are mud roads nearby, only in front of the Colombo restaurant under construction. Your beard is also covered with special meat sauce from the Colombo restaurant. Zenyi breathed out the reasoning he had derived from Dr. Ari. You are. Dr. Aka believed a little bit. This is just a preliminary reasoning, Doctor. Kudo Shinichi took a usual pose and finally managed to convince the doctor. New one. Dr. Akase's tone was trembling. Yamazaki knew this mood well. He had just experienced this kind of mood that had subverted common sense in front of his eyes, and he had just seen it, not listening. Said. Seeing that Dr. Aka opened the door for Kudo Shinichi, the two entered Kudo Shinichi's house, and Yamazaki also turned in. It turned out that I was going to observe for a while, and I had to go in after seeing Zenyi to change clothes. It turns out that, because of the incredible effects of the unfinished medicine, your body has become smaller. After listening to Shinichi's narration, Dr. Aka understood the whole story. That's how it is. Kudo Shinichi complained after getting dressed. Really, my clothes in elementary school were just right. You are really leisurely, Yamazaki said in advance. Who? Both were surprised at the same time. How did you get in? Dr. Aka blocked Shinichi behind him. No way, no one made Yamazaki also wear black clothes. The new one with the weaker strength has to stretch his head behind Dr. Ali. Who are you and why are you here? When you get smaller, does your head get worse? Yamazaki pointed out directly. It's okay, doctor, he's my classmate, Shinichi came out and said, you know it. Lan asked me to see. Yamazaki walked up and looked carefully. I saw you lying on the ground when I went, and then became smaller. That's how it is, Shinichi said, then followed me back. I sent the two patrol officers first. Yamazaki frowned. You don't feel uncomfortable in any way, do you? No, Shinichi said. Why? What's the matter? Yamazaki said irritably. The two patrols have reported, but the person is missing. How can you explain it to you is a flaw? What does it matter? Just change it back. Nothing. Shinichi said indifferently. Hat. Yamazaki was exasperated. Please, doctor, you are a genius, help me make a medicine that can restore the original state. Kudo Shinichi begged Dr. Aka. It can't be forced, and I don't know the ingredients of the medicine. Dr. Ali didn't dare to speak randomly. Then, just find out where those guys are and get the medicine. Shinichi Kudo is full of spirit. Well, it might be helpful, Dr. Ali replied after thinking. Yamazaki has been numbed by the optimism of these two guys. Finally, Dr. Ali's mind is still sober. He solemnly said to Shinichi, listen well, Shinichi, if they know you are still alive, they will definitely come and kill you. You can't tell about this. Absolutely I can't tell. Of course, I can't tell Xia-lan. He said while looking at Yamazaki. You're still sober, Yamazaki said, but it's too late now. What? Shinichi and Dr. Aka were shocked. Why do you say that? Kudo Shinichi asked back. It seems that the medicine does affect the mind, Yamazaki muttered to himself first, making Shinichi glaringly at him. Well, let me analyze it for you. Do you know why those two guys ride the roller coaster? In order to observe the terrain, to be familiar with the terrain, in order not to be eaten by the other side during the transaction, and to retreat better in the event of an accident. Yamazaki Kangzan nodded and continued. It's because you saw the man in black and felt his murderous aura or something that you planned to follow, didn't you? Almost like that, Zenyi replied. Seeing this, Yamazaki said angrily, you are really looking for death. How can ordinary people kill people like hell? You said that you only saw one at the scene, and with their careful mind, the other one was observing in the dark. Isn't it obvious? And being able to take that kind of photo shows that there are other downline personnel who are only here to act, which shows that they are a member of an organized criminal group. You said that they used you to test new drugs, so those who can independently develop drugs and support this behavior are mostly not ordinary organizations. Maybe they also support other projects. The organization you found for the few people may be just an underground black operation of their consortium. Organization, how can a black organization like this be easily found? Looking at Kudo Shinichi's thoughtful look, Yamazaki said to Dr. Aka, even if the drug information is found, can you make an antidote? This is a big question. What did you say? Dr. Aka was angry. I'm telling the truth. Yamazaki said affirmatively. You. Dr. Ari was so angry that he couldn't speak. Don't be angry, Dr. Akaza, you can't do it alone. Shinichi recovered from his thoughts, and first comforted the doctor. I did make a mistake. How did you send the patrolman? I finally awake, but the side effects of the medicine have passed. Yamazaki said to himself. I think you are different from this morning. What happened? Shinichi saw the difference. It has nothing to do with you, Yamazaki said. And then said what he had previously said with the two patrol officers, then looked at Shinichi and said again, speaking of which, your head injury seems to heal. It seems to be cured. This medicine may accelerate the healing of the wound, Zenyi said, touching his head. In this way, the medicine is more likely to save your life. You have to thank the Miss Hitomi in the afternoon. If she hadn't hired the police, you might have been shot. Yamazaki speculated. Okay, let's not talk about this. You did make a good compilation, but what to do in the future, they have already reported it, and they will definitely follow up. Shinichi wants to discuss other things. I shouldn't come in at all, let alone I shouldn't change this outfit. Can you give me some professional advice, and can I erase the traces of what I did at home? Oh, then, you learned about our Yamazaki family from your father's information. Yamazaki asked. I don't understand, I can only say that I know some rumors. After all, he was not born in that era, but he found some clues from the files of the Metropolitan Police Department when he was assisting in handling the case. Zenyi explained in detail. So that's it. Yamazaki nodded, and then said, the police will talk about things later, let's talk about what you did. This trace can't be erased. If you come in only in the living room, you can pretend to be take refuge. Find the clothes yourself. This is a big flaw. You should ask the doctor to buy some new ones for you. Because you live alone, many places are dusty, not to mention useless for many years, put 6 or 7. The room for the clothes closet of the year-old children is too messy. Now I have to ask Dr. Aka to look through your house. Wait, Dr. Aka interrupted him. Go through the new house, This is indeed a good idea, Xin said loudly. This can only cover up for a while. After all, from the perspective of Dr. Ace's past personality, he can't do it without asking what he wants. Yamazaki strikes at Shinichi. If you investigate carefully, you will definitely find you in Aza. The doctor spoke, and the time is easy to find out after you took the medicine. After all, the loud noise can be heard from several streets. Then find someone to clean it up. Dr. Aka said. No, it means telling others that this is trying to cover up. Shinichi said. Not only can it not be cleaned, but it must be left for a period of time, at least until the middle of the month. Yamazaki said. Why? The doctor asked. At least until the beginning of next month. I usually ask someone to clean it once a month, and the rooms where I put the unused things in the past, since my parents left, I only ask someone to clean it once half a year, just before the new year. Shinichi, why are you doing this? Dr. aka complained, I still clean it often. Can you live in your house without cleaning? Zenyi exclaimed, and, you only asked someone to clean it last year. Why? This isn't nothing, it's all used for research and invention. Dr. Ali murmured. Yeah, I didn't just want to have dinner with Rando several times. Seeing that the doctor is softened, Shinichi's momentum is even greater. The prices are too high now. Cleaning is calculated by area, and cooking is calculated by plan. It's too cruel. Okay, all this is going on, Yamazaki pulled back the topic, since it is a new drug trial, someone will come to check it. The arrangement we just made. The doctor's behavior can bother them, so they need to check it. The doctor's past behavior is not clear. Although the doctor will not leave without notice after investigation, there is still the possibility of expediency, which is difficult to judge. So it is. The doctor understood. This just affects their judgment, Shinichi said, holding his chin, there is a big problem. This is also one of my purposes. Yamazaki said. Doctor, you didn't go out today? New one asked. I only go out shopping in the morning, and go to the Colombo restaurant in the afternoon and evening. The doctor thought for a while and said. Then change it and say that the child is hiding, and the friend is not there because he is older. After chasing the child for a whole afternoon, he can't run when he's tired. Let him rest assured. He will go home and wait. I was exhausted in the afternoon, and I was hungry, so I went to the Colombo restaurant to eat. Shinichi looked at the doctor and said, and then said to Yamazaki, I didn't buy clothes because the child was scared, and I didn't know you well and refused to go. If you have to run home by yourself, you will him back. The doctor saw that the rain made the child's clothes wet again, and his home was temporarily unable to go back, so he knew that the relationship was very good. Kudo Shin the family took refuge temporarily. Although Shinichi Kudo could not be contacted for a while, the child was soaked and had to pick it up without asking. At the new Kudo family, he found a piece of Kudo Shinichi's previous clothes for the child to change to avoid the child caught cold. What do you think of this? You did a good job. Yamazaki replied. Zenyi, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com, can you say it again? The doctor did not fully understand. Xin repeated the detailed explanation to the doctor again. From the afternoon the doctor took the child to the amusement park, to just found a piece of clothing for the child, everything went through. Seeing the doctor to understand, he pointed to himself and said to Yamazaki, so, you also helped me prepare this child's information. I'll talk about this later, Yamazaki asked without answering him, what are you going to do? This is the biggest flaw. Even if we prepare more countermeasures, it will not help. Cold salad, Zenyi opened his hands and said, they also said it was just developed, and the ghost knows whether there will be a corpse. Then urged, quickly, what are you going to do with this identity information, he said. I glanced at the doctor who was still remembering what happened this afternoon. I wanted to discuss with the doctor, but since you are here, I think it must be better than the doctor's preparation, right? What are you doing in such a hurry? Yamazaki asked. Can you not be in a hurry? Come and analyze it. I feel that I want to live like this for a short period of time. I don't want to become a black household. I don't even have an identity certificate. Shinichi said to Yamazaki angrily. He rolled his eyes, but what he did at this time only showed his cuteness, not annoying. That's for sure, Yamazaki replied with a smile, looking at him unconsciously. This is also one of my purposes. I want to ask what you mean. What's your name? Shinichi, are you there? A voice came from outside the door, interrupting Yamazaki. The three people who heard the sound shook. This was Lan's voice, and Lan came. Chapter 17, Two People and Number 039, S Mines. On the evening of January 10, Kudo House, Miwako 2 Chome. Shinichi, are you inside? Lan looked at the concealed door, and shouted as he walked inside. It's broken, I just forgot to lock the door, Yamazaki muttered to himself. Seeing that Shinichi's eyes were not good, Yamazaki said, anyway, your brain is so good, you can edit it now. Shinichi, you first hide, you are like this. Dr. Aka said. Ah. Shinichi touched his face and exclaimed, Doctor, leave it to. Why don't you answer the phone if you are at home? Mao Lilan heard the movement and came over. Dr. Ali. Seeing drive. Ali standing in the center, he asked, where is Shinichi? Not found. Yamazaki's voice came from the side. He had just moved to the bookshelf that was invisible when he entered the door. Yamazaki, Mao Lilan was overjoyed when he saw him. Didn't you go looking for a new one? Mao Lilan looked around, is he back already? When Yamazaki opened his mouth to answer, there was a boom from behind Dr. Aka. This, Xiao Lan, it's been a long time. Dr. Ali looked at Lan and said with a strong smile. Dr. Aka, you are. Seeing Dr. Aka's posture like blocking the road, Morilan doubted, is it Shinichi? He bypassed Dr. Aka and came behind him. Yamazaki walked forward, thinking, this is interesting, but what should I do in the future? Hey! I'm a shy kid, Lan said with a smile while looking at the person under the desk. Hello, turn your head around. He forcibly turned the person over. Yamazaki looked at the underground and understood. Shinichi just remembered that his father had an unused pair of glasses in the drawer of the desk, so he found out and put it on. He wanted to change his image so that Ran could not recognize it. He didn't expect the degree to be too deep. As soon as I put it on, I was dizzy and bumped his head under the desk, drew Lan over. Yamazaki calmly kicked the spectacle lens that had just been picked off by Shinichi to the doctor. Fortunately, the carpet made no sound. Here, this kid, Yamazaki sighed in surprise, but he didn't hide it. Suddenly he shouted, so cute. Then he hugged Shinichi tightly and watched Shinichi. Yamazaki was speechless with the look on his face. This woman. Who is this child? Lan asked the two of them. Yamazaki hadn't spoken or motioned yet. The doctor who had collected the stuff answered first, he is the child of my distant relative. This was just carrying something. Yes, Yamazaki doubted. What's your name? Lan asked Shinichi. My name is. Obviously, Shinichi, which had not been compiled yet, broke free from Lan's devil's claws, but the place behind the desk was too small and could only be pasted on the bookshelf to keep the maximum distance from Lan. Hey! Lan thought the child was shy, spoke in a low voice, smiled and stretched out his head. Seeing Lan's movements, Xinyi continued to retreat instinctively, and suddenly looked at the books on the bookshelf next to him, with an idea, and said loudly, Conan, my name is Edogawa Conan. Yamazaki has a headache, the surname Edogawa. Conan, what a strange name. Lan said to herself. Shinichi, I heard, oh no, this kid will be Conan from now on. Conan hurriedly explained, because my dad is a fan of Conan Doyle, so. I always feel like Shinichi. Lan said puzzledly. By the way, Xiao Lan, Dr. Ali shifted Lan's attention and clapped his hands and shouted, can you let this child live in your house temporarily? What are you kidding me? Conan rushed forward and grabbed the corner of Dr. Aka's clothes. Yamazaki guessed that he wanted to grab the corner of the collar, but he didn't think of shrinking until he was around. Dr. Ali held Conan in his arms and did not let him speak. It was different from Lan's posture just now. Lan was chest to chest, now chest to face. Plus, one is not taking a shower for a day, and his body smells of sweat. An old man with a mess of smells like dust, machinery, etc. One is a fresh girl. Conan resisted desperately, but his strength also shrank, the resistance was ineffective, and he couldn't escape. The parents of this child were hospitalized because of an accident, so they asked me to take care of them, but I am a bachelor after all. Dr. Ali doesn't want to endorse every day in the future. This trouble should be entrusted to others. Conan and Lan are together. There is nothing wrong with me. Yamazaki agrees with Dr. Aka's approach, and it is indeed a good idea for Conan to hand Ran over. However, there is no shortage of things you have to memorize in the future. Yamazaki, who saw the mentality of Dr. Aka, thought of it this way. It's okay, the kind-hearted Lan agreed immediately, but I have to discuss it with my dad. Really, are you? Then you are willing to accept it. Dr. Aka is overjoyed. Your family is not yours, as long as you are tough. Maori Kogora's opinion can be ignored. That's great, Conan. Dr. Aka let go of Conan and said to him. What should I do if the truth of the stay in her house is revealed? Conan asked in a low voice. He didn't want Lan to know what he did to her in this way. If you want to get back to the original state, you must first find the man in black who drugged you. Xiolan's house is a detective office. Dr. Aka reminded Conan. Yamazaki went up and said, it might be helpful. Maybe you can get information about those guys. Conan agreed. That's the truth. Dr. Ali continued to help Conan strengthen his confidence. What are you talking about? Lankin and the three of them whispered together and asked. Nothing. Conan hurriedly smiled and shook his hand. It's okay. Yamazaki has something to say. Dr. Aka said, Conan is asking why he can't find this brother's house. Hey! Conan and Yamazaki were taken aback, and Dr. Aka was also someone who could make up. That's right, Yamazaki's family is fine too. Lan said. No, you know the strength of my sister Maydaisy, in case Yamazaki wanted to help you round it up. Dr. Ari was thinking, Maydaisy's brother, it turned out to be like this. Lan thought about Conan at Yamazaki's house, and then Maydaisy was careless, Thinking of this, Lan said, it's really not possible. By the way, what about Shinichi? Lan remembered, Yamazaki, didn't you go to find Shinichi? Since you are here, he should come back too, Lan said seriously, it's still a new one. What's the matter, you are hiding it from me? The instinct of a woman who is not deceived by cute things is true, and this idea flashed in the minds of the three at the same time. It's not like that, Yamazaki said, I saw Dr. Akaza while riding a speeding car. After the incident, when I was looking for Shinichi, I saw that Dr. Akaza was very anxious, so I asked him what happened. He said that a child was Conan. I didn't know where he went, so I told him to go home first. Maybe Conan was looking for him too. If he couldn't find him, he would go home by himself, and then help him find Conan by the way. He said Conan the clothes are wet, I lent a new coat to Conan to wear. It's easy to recognize. You said you saw Dr. Ari on the speeding car? Do you know Dr. Ari? Lan asked questioningly, and then asked Drive and Conan, have you seen the new one? Dr. Aka looks so easy to recognize. Yamazaki pointed to Dr. Aka and said. Lan looked at Dr. Ali and nodded, really easy to recognize. The doctor said, I have seen him running over, and then lent the jacket to Conan. He also said that I would not bring children, and asked me to go to his house to lend Conan his clothes first. Yes, yes. Conan said, Big Brother Zinyi is really nice, but his clothes are a little bigger. Puff. Lan said with a smile, of course it's bigger. The doctor shifted his attention and said, I hurried to take a taxi home. Conan was not there and waited at home. However, when I was hungry, I went to a nearby restaurant to eat something. I thought of an invented new idea during the meal and hurried back to do it. Yes, but... The doctor sighed bitterly, and continued, then Conan ran back by himself. Yamazaki added, I didn't find Shinichi, only Conan. He was in a panic. I thought someone was bullying him. When I came back to see the two police officers, they found Conan. He patted Conan on the back. Come, tell me what happened. After I changed my clothes, I thought that I had forgotten to thank my brother Zinyi, so I chased him, but wearing the clothes of brother Zinyi didn't run fast at all. Then I ran hard and fell, and then I didn't remember. Conan touched his head and continued, later two bad guys came and they stabbed me with the light of a flashlight. I was afraid and ran away. When I met this brother on the road, he said he came to me. Let me not be afraid and hide first. Get up, he sees the situation before sending me home. That's it, Yamazaki said, but after I finished talking with the patrolman, I looked for him again and found that he was missing again. Although I judged that he should go home, I was still very worried. It's good to send the child back. After all, Shinichi can take care of himself. Maybe something happened. Kinlan nodded, and Yamazaki continued, that's it. Soon I saw him on the road, so I followed all the way. Later, him back. Finally, he said to Lan, but it was not lightly exposed to the rain. So you didn't see where Shinichi went? Lan knelt down and asked Conan. Yet. Conan nodded vigorously. Lan touched Conan's undry hair, then pointed at Yamazaki, and asked, why don't you let this brother give you away? Hey! I watched that kind of deceitful words too much on TV, Conan squinted. Looking at Yamazaki, besides, he doesn't look like a good person in black clothes. It turns out that it is. Landa said with a smile. Okay, okay. Dr. Ari said loudly, Xyalan, it seems that Shinichi will not be back tonight. You can take Conan back to rest. Conan has been playing for a day too. Hearing what he said, Lan stood up and said, okay, where are Conan's clothes? I will take them away. This, Dr. Aka said embarrassedly, Conan only came today. I forgot to prepare. Yamazaki said to Ran, leave Conan's clothes to me, lest he say that I am not a good person, you just need to prepare a toothbrush or something for him. In this way, let's go, Conan. He said that Malilin took Conan's hand and walked out, watching Yamazaki not move, and asked, Yamazaki, don't you go back with us? Let's go first, I will also ask the doctor to find out about the child's condition and see what clothes to prepare for him. Yamazaki replied. Oh, goodbye, Morailan said, and then looking at Conan, Conan reacted and waved, goodbye, brother. When Morailan and Conan left, Yamazaki and the doctor breathed a sigh of relief. Just say it like this. Yamazaki said, and then told Drive, all the coats, pants, shoes, underwear, and so on that I just wore were burned, and the ash was also disposed of. After thinking about it, he said. For spectacle lenses, remake the same frame for it. If there is no one, make it what you like. When someone asks, you will say that you broke something when borrowing it. Then he said, if you don't want to be so troublesome. If you do, just throw it directly into the sea. Okay. The doctor thought for a while, nodded, and then asked, so you are Miyadi-I's brother? Yamazaki surprised, how do you know me? The doctor said. He waved his hand and said, I don't know, but I heard Maydeza mentioned that there is an older brother. That's it, Yamazaki replied, writing a phone number on a note on the desk, and then handing it to the doctor, call this, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, I have notified them on the way here, please cooperate. Okay. The doctor answered and wanted to call. You turn over the room first, Yamazaki stopped him, and then continued, do you know how to turn it? This. The doctor was a little confused. Okay, Yamazaki said, do you know the kudos, and to be more clear, do you know where Shinichi's old clothes are? I only know which room it is in. The doctor thought for a while. Reply. Well, you go directly to that room, find out those drawers or cabinets, then open it, look through the clothes, shoes and socks, and put them in again, putting them as neatly as possible. Yamazaki taught him. This is easy. The doctor replied with a smile, is this all right? As long as you can prove that you have been to that room, and find out a complete set of children's clothes and socks from the room, Yamazaki nodded and said, that's it, I'm leaving. By the way, tomorrow you go back to the Takagi patrol officer to make a call and tell him that Conan is staying at Shinichi's girlfriend. Shinichi Kudo's name is still very useful in the police world. Where can I find you? The doctor cried out when Yamazaki was gone, I don't know what your name is. Of course it is Miyadi-I's house, I am his brother Yamazaki Masakihito. Yamazaki turned and said you should know the number. You know, the doctor said, I remember it. Hearing Dr. AKA's answer, Yamazaki turned around and left, thinking as he walked, I want to see what interesting things can happen between the two. How can I spend time with you here? Chapter 18, Bad Report. On the evening of January 10th, Miwako. Looking at the two guys diagonally behind, they were walking back talking and laughing. Yamazaki secretly paid attention to the interesting content. In the night after the rain, under the bright moonlight, walking in this quiet alley, Lan was thinking about today's date, thinking about the past of the two of them, and looking for someone to talk to him for a while, and there happened to be a nice person beside him. Audience. By the way, Conan. Lan called Conan's name. Ah, what's the matter? Conan was obviously not used to his name yet. Do you have anyone you like, I mean, do you have a girl you like in school? Lan asked Conan. Yamazaki wanted to laugh a lot. Why do you ask the kids this kind of question? No, how could there be any? Conan's answer was a bit unusual, and it was almost the same after a new one. I have someone who I like very, very much. Lan can be considered a question and answer. Could it be the new brother you were looking for just now? Conan jokingly smiled. Yes. Looking at Conan's smile, Lan generously admitted. Conan was surprised. He had never thought of hearing such an answer in this situation, nor had he thought that Lan had such a side. In Conan's surprised expression, Lan recalled as he walked, he's been naughty since he was a child, always full of self-confidence, and still a reasoning maniac, but at the critical moment he is very reliable, full of courage, and becomes so cool. I really like Shinichi. This is a confession, and Yamazaki, who is not far away, looked at it by moonlight. Conan's face became more and more red, he had never thought that he was like this in Lan's heart. Yamazaki listened to Lan again telling Conan, don't tell Shinichi about this. Yamazaki felt that his face was a little red, and he couldn't laugh. It was still very painful. At 5 Chome, Lan pointed to the Miyade restaurant, this is the house of the brother just now, and pointed to the Maori detective office next to him, my house is here. Then he smiled at Conan, it seems that there is a cute one. Like my brother, I feel like I can tell Conan anything. I'll introduce you to my dad. Lan walked to the entrance of the corridor, and said to Conan, come on. He walked up. Then, Lan, after hearing Lan's confession, Conan didn't know how to speak at this time. He didn't want to lie to Lan, However, the voice was too small, Lan just hummed. The following means listening. Yamazaki looked at the entrance of his own corridor, and walked out when he saw this, and wanted Conan to shut up. This guy obviously didn't know enough about his current situation. It seems that he needs to talk to him in the future. I am actually... Conan plucked up his courage and raised his volume. When Yamazaki was about to interrupt, a figure shouted, "Come here!" He rushed down the stairs in a running way. "Dad!" The sharp-eyed Morilan pulled Conan away, and the two let go. Mori Kogora, who was lying on the ground, solved the confusion for everyone. Finally a job came to the door in half a year, and the daughter of a rich man was kidnapped. He was a man in black. Yamazaki was very surprised. How could this kind of thing be found on Kogoro Muri's head? And the man in black caught Conan's attention. There was a shadow in his heart, so I didn't say anything at this time, watched Kogoro Muri and got in the taxi. The taxi finally opened. The day is finally saved. Mori Kogora, who doesn't even have a beer, is proud. The incident is calling me, calling my detective Kogora, Mori Kogora finally found out that there were two people sitting side by side with him. One was a child, and his daughter Maoriran. "Why are you in the car?" Mori Kogora shouted to Maoriran. Because of this kid he ran up. Mao Lilan called back confidently. Car. Conan mixed. Who is this guy? Mori Kogora called to Conan. Ran asked Conan to hug her lap and explained to Kogora Mori, Dr. AKA's relative's child. Conan pointed to the front and said, "Brother Yamazaki is coming." "Ah." Kogoro Muri looked carefully. "Uncle Maori, good evening." Yamazaki greeted. "Who is he?" Maori asked Ran. "New boyfriend." "What boyfriend?" Ran was angry. "He is Yamazaki Misaki. He ate supper together last night." Oh, Maori finally had some impressions, and asked, "What are you doing here? I saw you in a hurry. I thought there was something, so I wanted to help," Yamazaki explained to Maori, looking at Conan, who squinted his eyes. "Later, I heard that there was an incident. I wanted to see how detectives work, so I wanted to go together." Hearing what the three said, Maori still refused to let them stay. "Don't hinder my work, get off the car immediately." "How is it possible? This is on the highway." Landa yelled in retort. Detective Kogoro Mori said nothing. Valley House. "The kidnapped is my only daughter, Akiko Tani, who is 10 years old this year." Mr. Gu showed a photo of Akiko Tan. The prisoner was seen by the butler Aso. Conan jumped for a long time and didn't see the photo taken by Kogoro Muri. He snatched it as soon as Muri put down his hand. He glanced at it and asked, "How was the situation when he was kidnapped? Who is this kid?" Mr. Gu is very strange. How can adults talk about children interrupting? "It's nothing, he is my friend's child," Maori explained hurriedly, then brought Conan to Lan, and solemnly said, "Let me take good care of him." Then he asked the housekeeper Aso about the situation. At that time, the young lady came back from school and was playing in the yard. Suddenly a man in black jumped out of the corner. Aso said of the man who was still learning black, "Tell your host, if you want to return for the daughter, the company will be closed for a month. Of course, if the police calls the police, his daughter will be dead." Then continued, "After all this, the prisoner climbed the pine tree and escaped." Listening to his narration, Yamazaki carefully looked at the pine tree not far away. Yamazaki thought that if he carried the child with one hand and climbed the tree with the other, there should be traces on the tree. At least he could not leave no traces. No matter what, the bark, there will always be traces left. From this, it can be concluded that Butler Aso is lying, but what is the reason? What about the characteristics of that man? Conan asked, concerned. "My eyes are not good, I can't see clearly." Aso Butler also answered the child's question carefully. However, not everyone can do this, so Conan's head was planted with mushrooms, big and red mushrooms. "No, Conan, Don't interfere with my father's work. Apparently Lan's elbow was still turned inwards. Looking at this scene, Yamazaki was very puzzled. To the talkative Conan and the cheerful butler Aso, did he really participate in the kidnapping of his own lady? Butler Aso doesn't seem to have just entered the Gu family, Miss Gu Jingzi should have grown up with him. So did the other people hear the prisoner's voice? Dismissed Conan, and Maori continued to understand the situation, or some other strange sound. The servant confirmed that only the Aso butler yelled "Miss" was taken away sound, nothing else. Is the Aso butler alone seeing the prisoner? Mori summed up the current situation. From the other party's request, the prisoner should be someone who is hostile to the company by the president. Damn it, in addition to this request, they actually want money. Mr. Gu said airily. Money? Aso butler was shocked. I just asked me to prepare 300 million yuan in old banknotes. Mr. Gu shouted. Could it be that you made a mistake? Aso butler asked. Stop talking nonsense. Shut up, Mr. Gu shouted angrily when the butler doubted him. Seeing the panic of the Aso butler, it was obvious that an accident happened. So Mizukiko Tani was kidnapped by the black man in the mouth of the Aso butler, and later by another person. What is Aso's butler worried about, comrade, lady, or himself? Yamazaki thought of this, looked at the two detectives, and watched your performance below. If your company goes bankrupt, which companies will benefit? The Maori detective started with an external enemy. Looking at Conan thinking, Yamazaki asked, what did you think of? Conan said, why did the prisoner come to the house to kidnap her? Wouldn't it be better to start on the way to and from school? Yamazaki smiled, for some daughters, it's normal to ride in a car. Conan said, so how come you get caught? It's been too careless for others to see. Yamazaki retorted, this kind of thing is also normal, and the weather forecast is not always accurate. Conan unconsciously picked up a handball shot by a girl in the yard, and kicked it and asked, but the prisoner only needs old banknotes. Isn't that very careful? Yamazaki hadn't spoken yet. Ran not far away saw Conan's movements. Come over and praise, Conan, your football is good. It's okay. Conan answered subconsciously. Shinichi also often thinks about things while playing football. He said that when he plays football, his mind will be very clear. Lan is a touch of love. Yamazaki gently shook his head to Conan. Conan reacted and had to make a mistake. Finished the dribble. Watching the ball roll into the bushes under the tree, Conan went and picked it up. Suddenly, a big dog roared wildly and rushed out of the kennel in the bushes towards Conan. The few people who were still far away were about to rush over to rescue. When Yamazaki was about to take a shot, Conan actually got better with the ball in his hand and the dog. This is natural, right? Yamazaki put away his hand. Coin. It's amazing, Mr. Gu said in surprise, except for the people in the family, Big Max won't get close to others. Uncle Maori, this means that the kidnappers used this pine tree to sneak in and then escape. The dog should bark, right, then. Looking at Conan with a clear look, Yamazaki decided to remind Maori later. Where are you going, Steward Aso? Thinking of the servant's words, Maori asked Aso, who was about to leave. What you said just now makes people feel strange. The prisoner who sneaked into the yard kidnapped the young lady and used the pine tree to escape. Why didn't the dog bark? Aso hesitated to speak, and continued to ask, in your testimony, there are too many ambiguities. In fact, there is no man in black at all. Butler Aso, that's not right, you should be called the kidnapper. Well, the man in black finally came to the conclusion, why are you doing this kind of thing? Mr. Gu was very angry, who told you to do it? The Aso butler, who couldn't help but apologize, hurriedly replied. This I did it alone. You want to cover it up, Yamazaki secretly said. Where is the young lady now? Maori asked concerned. in a nearby restaurant. Hearing what the Aso butler said, Mori was excited and finally settled it. So for beer or something, Kogoro Muri, is back, and by the way I have to advertise, as long as my name is Detective Kogoro Muri. No matter how difficult the case is, it will be solved easily. What about the next? Yamazaki looked at Maori and couldn't bear to interrupt him. No yet. Master, there is your call. A servant took the phone and hurried over. Interrupted Maori's fantasy. Are you ready for the 300 million yuan? The clever kidnapper called the one who kidnapped Ms. Jingzi from the place where she was imprisoned after she was kidnapped for the first time. Dad, save me. Say as much as possible and try to find out the location of the kidnapper. Maori was right, but Mr. Gu subconsciously repeated it, location. The kidnapper thought there was a police nearby, and Mr. Gu hurriedly explained, no. He is not a policeman. Dad, in the warehouse of the school, you can see a big chimney from the window, Miss Gu Jingzi heard her father's words and called out. Finally, the kidnappers covered her mouth. There was a clue to the address. Looking at Conan who was already checking the map, Yamazaki said to Mori, it should be near the restaurant. From the perspective of time, he is not far away. We are chasing after the dog, Maori called to Lan as he watched Conan ran out on the dog. Yamazaki has not looked for it yet. Where is that restaurant, Butler Aso? While listening to Butler Aso's answer, he said to Mr. Gu, can you collect the old 300 million yuan bill? This. Mr. Gu looked distressed. Seeing this, Yamazaki said, you try to get together first, and the kidnappers will call again and then grind them. After all, it is not easy to ask for 300 million yuan in old banknotes at night, is it? I will prepare now. Mr. Gu's eyes lit up and he left. Don't go, Yamazaki grabbed the person who wanted to help. He didn't realize that he had become the butler of the kidnapper Aso. Take me to the restaurant. Seeing that he still wanted to talk, Yamazaki didn't want to talk to him. This is your atonement. Opportunity. This is a 5-star, right? Yamazaki, who came by the car, looked at the building and asked Aso, Ms. Akiko Tani often comes, or is it from your house? Part of it is, Aso replied, Miss come too often. Do you know this person? Yamazaki asked the manager hard. Yes, Butler Aso, the manager replied. Butler Aso went into Miss Tani's room with Ms. Akiko Tani in the afternoon. Yamazaki smiled when he said that. Ms. Akiko Tani is missing now. She is suspected of being taken from the restaurant. Kidnapped. What? The manager's expression changed. This. Let's not talk about the others, let the service staff and the doorkeeper who have been in the hotel in the afternoon until now gather at the door. Yamazaki said to the manager who was already sweating. Okay. Regardless of wiping sweat, the manager ran out quickly. By the way, I have a question for you, Yamazaki said to the Aso butler after waiting for a while. Why did you find Kogoro Muri on the head? Why did you pick him? This. Butler Aso obviously didn't want to answer. Let's go ahead and see if it is the same as I thought. Yamazaki encouraged him. This. In the report given, there is only. Butler Aso said with difficulty, in the second half of last year, Kogoro Mori. Ha! Yamazaki laughed. Sure enough, as I thought, the other kidnapper is Miss Yasuko himself. Yamazaki said suddenly. No, I'm the only one, the butler Aso yelled, I'm the only kidnapper. Which kidnapper puts the hostage in his 5-star hotel where the hostages can move freely? Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is not making a movie. Someone threatens you with your family and lets you deceive Miss and deceive you. Master Yamazaki pointed to Aso's forehead and said, do you have the motive to kidnap Ms. Akiko Tani? It depends on how you are worried and nervous, making people think you were kidnapped. This this. Butler Asso took out a handkerchief and wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead, muttering speechless. Ha, Yamazaki smiled. There were already a lot of people watching the door. He walked over and asked loudly, who saw Miss Gu Jingzi go out, with whom, walking, or making a car, which direction? After questioning, a service staff saw Miss Gu Jingzi and a man walking away, wearing a normal, blue-black shirt, off-white pants, and a baseball cap. Opening the door to greet the guests only saw the man carrying a bag less than half a person high on his shoulders, and missed Miss Gu Jingzi, and made sure that he was not in the car and did not pay attention to the direction of departure. There is a school and this restaurant nearby, right? Yamazaki watched Conan riding a dog running across the gate, and pointed to the direction Conan was going to tell the manager. After getting his confirmation, he said to Butler Asso, 5. The star-rated hotel allows strangers to casually take out a small underage girl who comes frequently, and her family has no idea. You can ask them for an explanation and ask them to compensate for the damage. You can do it right, this counts as your atonement. After speaking, after seeing Lan had entered the hotel area, he shouted at her, and then chased Conan who had entered the alley. I will do it for sure. Butler Asso promised to Yamazaki's back, and then solemnly said to the pale manager, notify your boss, we have to have a good talk. Chapter 19, 5-Star Supper. On the evening of January 10th, the school warehouse. Put the money in. The kidnapper called Mr. Gu to prepare for a ransom. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Mr. Gu called on the phone. What? The kidnapper asked. Rest assured, I will release your daughter when I get the money. It's a question of money, Mr. Gu said. For the time being, I only collected 50 million yuan in old banknotes. It will take some time. What? Cried the kidnapper. Don't you want your daughter's life? But, Mr. Gu said in a trembling voice, I can't help it this night. Ah, he paused, did not hear the kidnappers speaking. Mr. Gu continued, I have already called to the ATMs to withdraw money, but many of them are new banknotes, so it will take more time to pay. I want to pack the box here. After a pause, and still did not hear the kidnappers, Mr. Gu continued, please allow me some more time. In an hour, how much can there be? There was silence for a while. The kidnapper asked. About 100 million yuan, Mr. Gu quickly replied, and without waiting for the kidnappers to speak, said first, 200 million yuan will be available in 1.5 hours, and it will surely be collected in 2 hours. Then just 1 hour later. Let's contact again, and hope you can collect 200 million yuan. After Mr. Gu's request, let me listen to Jingzi again, the kidnapper turned off the mobile phone directly. On the beam under the ceiling of the warehouse, after listening to Mr. Gu's wonderful performance, Yamazaki thought that it was correct to call the police just now. 1 hour would be enough for them to come. Now it's up to our detectives to come. Looking at the side of the hotel just now outside the window, this is the chimney, and thinking about the Conan that I saw just now, he hasn't appeared yet, he should still be walking around in the alley. Yamazaki is not only glad that he is walking in a straight line. 10 minutes later, the kidnapper seemed to have made a decision, the business has been completed, that is to say, you have no use value. Listening to this tone, watch him take out the dagger, this is to kill him, after all, his appearance has been small. The girl saw it. Yamazaki sighed that he is a guy who has watched too much TV and is crazy about money. This appearance has been seen in the hotel long ago. You wear this ordinary clothes in and out of the 5-star hotel, which is not noticeable. Yamazaki just thought about going down, and a figure flashed in his eyes. This is Conan. There really is a way to make the dog so obedient, and he doesn't make a noise when he meets his owner. Wait a minute. The voice from outside the door scared the kidnappers. They climbed on the crack of the door to observe, but unfortunately you are too high. Here, Conan didn't see the kidnapper in front of him. He reminded him, when the kidnapper was surprised that he was a child, "Go on." The commander rushed up, and he went to save him. "This is considered a robbery." "Do it," Yamazaki thought to himself. Yamazaki watched Conan put the little girl, no, she was 10 years old, she was a young lady. Watching Conan tear off the tape on her mouth and comforted him, "It's okay." "Who are you?" Gu Jingzi asked. Dao obviously wanted to know the origin of this child younger than her. "Kudo Shinichi." Conan answered expertly. "This guy is really familiar with the job of grabbing merit, but who are you now?" Yamazaki secretly said. "No. No," Conan responded again, "Edogawa Conan is a detective." Yamazaki looked at Conan, who was still talking, and looked at the kidnappers who had already gotten the weapon of the baseball bat. Yamazaki decided look at it for a while. "Conan, you are now using your 16-year-old brain to direct your 6-year-old body. Don't slip away first. What to do here, since you still can't position yourself well, let this kidnapper gang help you." Sure enough, the Big Mac wailed and escaped. "Damn, you dare to underestimate me." Obviously, the kidnappers thought that the kid looked down on him as only the kid appeared. Whether it was a frontal attack or a football attack, he was easily resolved by the kidnappers. Conan was finally hit in a daze. Due to his small body, he was easily beaten out. Watching the kidnappers walk up to Conan, holding the bat high, preparing to give Conan the final blow, and Conan just protects his head with his arms, and can't even hide, so he should realize his current physical condition. This, Yamazaki is ready to save Conan. "Hey, she's here too. It seems that I don't need to take action." Yamazaki, who was just about to take action, saw Lan rushing in. After calculating the speed, it was too late, so he gave up the action and prepared to see Lan's strength. Lan took the bat with his arm, and then hit the kidnapper, who opened the middle door with a quick straight punch, and finally ended the fight with a flying kick. Watching the kidnapper open his mouth and tilt his neck, Yamazaki estimated this guy. "You should go to the hospital first." As for Lan's strength, Yamazaki feels that there is still a lot of room for improvement. This is a bit strange. It is impossible for ordinary people to have this situation. She is not Miyadi, and she needs to find out after returning. "How do you know we are here?" "Can Lan solved the kidnapping?" Conan asked. He remembered that he didn't notify Lan. "Why can't we be here?" Conan was stunned when he heard Yamazaki's voice from above, and then watched Yamazaki jump down and land next to him. "I chased Yamazaki to the neighborhood, and then he disappeared. The alleys here are too winding, we searched for a while, and then came with the Big Mac." Lan replied while untying the rope on the little girl. Conan asked in a low voice, "Are you here earlier?" "Arrived before you." Yamazaki replied. "Why don't you save people?" Conan was angry. "You still watched me get beaten. As long as there is no life threatening, I will not do it. After all, watching real scenes on the spot is much more enjoyable than watching movies. And what else can you do yourself?" Yamazaki explained. "You." Conan was so angry that he couldn't speak. At this time, the Big Mac came in to receive the merits from the owner. Maori followed closely. First, carefully observe the situation and see that the scene is under control. He immediately ran in and shouted to the unconscious kidnapper, "You are the prisoner. Come on." Seeing that he didn't speak, he kicked a few feet first, leaving shoe prints. "The kidnapping criminal was caught by my detective Kogoro Mori." "Really?" Conan was immediately distracted. After all, this is what Kudo Shinichi said all the time. Yamazaki agrees with this. This is the behavior of ordinary detectives. First observe the degree of danger at the scene, and then make judgments. For the target, you must also leave evidence to prove that you have done it so that you can give the client an answer. After waiting for about 30 minutes, the sound of a police car came. After a few minutes, Mr. Gu rushed in first, and the father and daughter were finally reunited. It came so fast, Yamazaki secretly said. Kogoro Mori just wanted to come forward to claim credit, and did not want a familiar voice to come. Kogoro Mori, there is a kidnapping incident without notifying the police. Momi, the police department. Kogoro Mori didn't expect it to be Mimu. Police department. The Momo police department who led the team looked at Maori sternly, and Momo Kogoro couldn't take credit for it. So he had to appease the Momo police department first. At this time, a policeman came up to ask Yamazaki about the situation. Yamazaki asked Moriland to deal with it, and he found the Aso butler. Outside the warehouse, Yamazaki found two unexpected people, Takagi and Chiba, and greeted him. Meet again, two police officers. No, 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 Takagi hurriedly declined to see the police around him staring at him. We are here to lead the way, Chiba replied. Takagi only stayed here a while ago. That's it, Yamazaki said while looking at the police around him. It will be hard for you too. It's not hard, it's not hard, Takagi said as the eyes of the surrounding police became more and more fierce. The child in the amusement park before is here now. Because of what happened in the afternoon, my friend thought he could not take good care of the child, so the child, oh, his name is Edogawa Conan, and he will live in Kogoro Mori's house in the future. Kudo Shinichi's girlfriend Moriland will take care of him. Now you can rest assured, Yamazaki said. You can find out later, and by the way, help him with the procedures so that he can go to school tomorrow. Just choose Daiden Elementary School, which happens to be in your jurisdiction. Watching Takagi nodded and agreed, he would talk to the Aso housekeeper. This report will be easy to write. Chiba said to Takagi. Yes. Takagi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking about what happened in the evening. He originally wanted to relax after the shift. Who knew he was asked to write a report immediately, so he was being on duty while writing the report. The seniors watched him. After writing the report, I went out for a drink and said that Takagi was so good. Before I left, I wanted to stand for us a few more times. Later, I called back. There was a kidnapping case because I was familiar with the terrain and let me lead the way. Afraid of being discovered. I remembered that I only ate a few pieces of bread in the evening. Not only was I side, but the report could be completed quickly and it was easy. Yamazaki understands the result of the negotiation. Mr. Tani owes a favor to Mr. Kogoro Mori. It is a restaurant banquet. Butler Aso was a little embarrassed about this result. Yamazaki didn't say much. It's a selfish nature, but he rolled his eyes, looked at the police around him, and asked, the standard of a banquet. A medium-sized seat with all you can eat, said the Aso steward, or the reduced standard high-level seats, then added, you can piece it together. That's it. Yamazaki made up his mind and went to Kogoro Mori. In the warehouse, when Kogoro Mori was still talking to the police department Megome, Yamazaki came over and said, Uncle Mori, why don't you ask these hard-working police officers to have a supper? Supper, supper. Hearing this word, Maori Kogoro became nervous. This problem is very serious. The Momo police department said, this can't work, we are still on duty. Yamazaki said softly in Maori's ear, someone please. Ah, Momo police sir, Mori's face changed immediately, just be it. I made amends to you. You must show your face. Yes, yes, you should go to the hospital first, depending on the current situation of this kidnapper. So, police officers are fine for the time being, just show your face and eat. Supper. UU reading www.uuganshu.com Yamazaki interjected in due course. This. The Megome Police Department was a little embarrassed. Yamazaki was telling the truth, and Maori was his own, but... At this moment, the police officer who had come to find out the situation came over and said, Memo Police Department, since Mr. Maori said so. Now, let's agree to what he said. Okay, Shiratori, the police department Megami said, I will leave it to you. Understand, I will find someone reliable to follow. Officer Shiratori promised. And went out after her speaking. What are you thinking? Conan came over and asked gently. Just get more for us. Yamazaki answered him honestly. Hey! Conan obviously didn't understand. After a while, the ambulance came. Takagi, stay with you and go together. A voice interrupted Takagi's reverie. Me. Takagi pointed to his nose, why was it me again? Of course, this is a good opportunity for you to increase your qualifications. You must grasp it, and you must watch it all by yourself. Officer Shiratori asked him. 1. Alone. Takagi had a bad feeling. Don't worry, the prisoner won't be able to wake up tonight, Shiratori explained to him, and then comforted him, I'll let someone change shifts with you later. Oh, I understand. Takagi replied to Chiba, the child will be handed over to you, and then whispered, remember to bring me some bread. Then he got in the car. When the ambulance was gone, a policeman asked, how could this kind of thing? Shiratori interrupted him, Mori Kogora invited us to have supper, seeing that they still have to talk, throw out the location, 5-star rated hotel. Great. Did he agree with the police department? There are all kinds of questions. Shiratori only said one sentence, are there anyone you don't want to go? It seems that the Aso butler reported to Mr. Gu I was found out by Officer Shiratori. Chapter 20, The Name Left Behind. The evening of January 10th, the hotel. Looking at this tall restaurant, Kogoro Mori was a little dizzy, but after Yamazaki's repeated guarantees, he didn't need to pay the bill, and he could eat all you can eat, and was excited again, but the problem of the commission fee must be solved first. Therefore, the Megome Police Department led the policeman, led by the manager, through the internal passage, and went to the private room to eat first, while Mori Kogoro first went to Ms. Tani Akiko's room to finalize the commission. Ms. Akiko Tani's private room. Let's talk about it, why on earth? Mr. Gu asked the Aso butler. Butler Aso, who was kneeling on the ground, was silent with his head down. It's not about Aso's butler, Tani Akiko said rushingly, I was the one who planned this kidnapping. Why? Mr. Gu has obviously already understood a little bit, but the reason for the strange request is that he still wants his daughter to say it herself. Dad, you work every day and don't care about Akiko. That's why I asked the Aso butler to help create this kidnapping incident. Tan Jingzi shed tears as she said, and finally burst into tears, I thought as long as Dad's company is on holiday, he can take me out to play. That's it. Maori, who was lost because of his mastermind status, finally became sober. The initial kidnapping was just acting. Even if my daughter asks you, your cooperation is good, but do you want to use such a crappy method? It is difficult for me to forgive what you do, understand, Aso? Mr. Gu sternly to the Aso butler on the ground say. I did everything according to Mrs. Plan and rhetoric. Butler Aso replied, and then looked up at Mr. Gu with a wry smile, it's just that. Oh, Mr. Gu, who squatted down to appease his daughter, lit up, if it's Jingzi, it's okay to arrange it. If that's the case, stand up first. Hearing this, Maori, Lan, and Conan were all stunned. What does this mean? Yamazaki has such an expression as expected. A person who can have such a big house is not bad at thinking, and the Aso steward who can be trusted should not be so incompetent. Yes. Butler Aso stood up, and said to Miss Akiko Tani, Miss made two major mistakes in this matter. What? Gu Jingzi asked, turning her head in her father's arms. One is a Big Mac. Butler Aso led the Big Mac to Akiko Tan and explained to her in detail, it must be yelling when someone is under a pine tree. When I went, it never yelled. Gu Jingzi touched the Big Mac and replied. When we take it out for a walk, Doesn't he always call out to strangers who are close to you? Aso butler reminded. Connie Akiko nodded and said, there is also the problem of climbing trees in and out. What's the matter then? Gu Jingzi was puzzled. Aren't all the bad guys I watch on TV like this? That's only on TV, Mr. Gu laughed. In reality, you will always leave traces when you climb trees in and out. This is because you have neglected. Just like you walk on the grass, you will leave traces. It is a truth. Dad, Gu Jingzi arched her head into his father's arms when he saw his father laugh at her, and was too embarrassed to come out. Don't do this, at least you know to let the Aso butler help, this is a good job. Mr. Gu picked up Gu Jingzi, come and listen. The young lady just hides and makes the phone call, and the rest is fine. Of course, she has to change her voice. Aso butler said knowingly, if you need help, you can call me after hiding, let me cooperate. If you can't find the person, and there is a blackmail call, the kidnapping will be done. Ms. Gu Jingzi nodded, then changed the conversation and exhorted, Miss, please don't go out with strangers casually next time, this will it makes us very worried. Does Dad worry about Akiko too? Tan Jingzi raised her head and asked seriously. Of course, you are Dad's baby. Looking at the tearful daughter in his eyes, Mr. Gu wiped her tears away, then gently scraped her nose, and then said spoiledly. Then turned his head and said to the steward Aso, I didn't expect that someone would be able to take away Akiko from here easily. No wonder the following conditions are so strange. I should have thought that it would never be Akiko who mentioned that condition. In other words, you can't be blamed for this incident. Since you did a good job afterwards, then you can make atonement. It's all on the reminder from Mr. Mori's assistant. Aso's butler did not take credit. I was panicked and didn't think so much. Well, this assistant gentleman is really good. If it weren't for his reminder, I didn't expect it to be delayed so long, Mr. Gu said with lingering fear, otherwise the gangster might have attacked Jingzi early. Where, Yamazaki elbows Maori. The three are in a daze. They have been completely stupefied by the family's education method. This is all the teachings of Uncle Maori, and Miss Gu Jingzi is also Miss Maor Island. Saved. Ah, said the recovered Maori, this is what we should do, this is our job. I thought, anyway, I caught a kidnapper and completed the commission. I have nothing to do. Let the dog go and find out where my daughter is imprisoned. You really deserve to be a detective. Mr. Gu continued to praise. Where, I'm just experienced. Maori smiled. Yamazaki smiled secretly when Conan looked unconvinced. Even if you find it, it's useless. Thank you, Mr. Detective. Akiko-tan said to Conan in Mr. Gu's arms, apparently seeing Conan's dissatisfaction, and at the same time sincerely wanting to thank the little hero who saved him at a critical moment. Conan still couldn't accept this, so he could only push on Maori, making Maori laugh proudly, and start thinking about things again. Seeing this situation, Mr. Gu is not easy to bother. He turned his head and continued to say to the Aso butler, in the matter, you did make a big mistake. Although you are Adnarat, you still have to be punished. No, Gu Jingzi shook his father's neck coquettishly, it's all Jingzi's fault, so don't blame others. It's okay, miss, said the Aso butler, I am willing to accept punishment, but sir, I can't bear it for a month. You old fellow, Mr. Gu said with a smile, don't worry, it's only 2 weeks, he asked his daughter, where do you want to go? Hey! Tan Jingzi, who hadn't figured out the situation for a while, didn't react. She was reminded by the Aso butler, Miss, Master wants to reward you. Then she shouted happily, Australia, I'm going to Australia. Gu Jingzi's shout awakened Maori, and Mr. Gu said at the right moment, Mr. Maori, let's go to dinner too. This. Maori is a little embarrassed. I have been waiting for such a long time. What about my one, please give me a word. Oh, I'm so busy. Mr. Gu laughed at himself, and then said, tomorrow I will pay you the fee. Ah, I'm not in a hurry. Maori said hypocritically. A group of people went out, and a person was kneeling at the door. Although Maori was surprised, he didn't care. Lan asked, why is this? Butler Aso replied, this is the manager here. Miss Tan Jingza was kidnapped. He has a certain responsibility. This is an apologize. Miss Maori doesn't care about him, just let him stay here for a while. Maori took the daughter who still wanted to talk and walked out quickly, and whispered, you don't want to participate in this kind of thing. Oh. In this regard, Lan was still very obedient, and then thought of Conan, yes. Now, Dad, regarding this child, Dr. Ari asked if he could live in our house temporarily. Then he pulled Conan to the front. It's okay, it's okay. After Maori considered it very seriously, he patted Conan heavily. As soon as this guy came, work followed and the solution went smoothly, as if a lucky star had come. Watching this, the decoration of the restaurant, don't say staying for a few days, you can be a son. He laughed. Yamazaki, who was lagging behind, was talking to the manager just now, who do you want to hit with your fist? No, the manager was taken aback, and quickly let go, looking at the speaker, it's you. Me? Yamazaki asked. Don't dare, don't dare. After the manager said it, he changed his words immediately, no, I didn't hate anyone. Yamazaki said, don't be nervous, I'm here to eliminate resentment. What? The manager didn't understand. You have caused a huge loss to your restaurant, and the boss will fire you and make you pay a certain amount of compensation. Are you so worried? Yamazaki asked. How did you know? The manager asked, can you help me? Yamazaki smiled and said, you don't need my help. Think about it. This is not your experience. I think you will be very good in the future. Be careful, the manager nodded and said, so, how can you be fired? If you fire you, your boss will not lose more. He patted his shoulder, I will work hard in the future. Thank you so much. The manager who wanted to understand said loudly, lying on the ground. Remember, service comes first. This was the last word Yamazaki passed to him. At the entrance of the private room, Conan looked at Yamazaki and asked, what did you do again? Of course it was doing good. Yamazaki laughed, and then asked, what are you doing here? Wait for Lan. Conan obviously didn't believe it. What he said gruffly, she's going to the bathroom. I want to call my sister, Yamazaki said, pressing his head, it looks like you will live in a Mori house in the future, then we are neighbors. Uncle Mori just agreed. Conan broke away from his hand and said, now, let's have dinner with Megome Police Department inside, and then smiled, Megome Police Department does not allow drinking, so those people eat like Yamazaki. He smiled and said, I don't see it, you also have the potential to be a spy. Then he flicked Conan's forehead. What? Conan protested, feeling the pain. Hey, Yamazaki, Ran came over, don't bully Conan, he said to Conan, come on, let my sister have a look. Then he took Conan's face and looked at his forehead by himself, and then blew. Blowing, okay, it won't hurt to blow. Seeing Conan blushing and speechless, Yamazaki smiled and said, I'll go to Chiba Patrolman to solve this kid's problem. Tomorrow, let him go to school, too. He opened the door and went in. Among the private rooms, this is a private room that is quite large. Maori, Megome Police Department, Shiratori Police Officer, Mr. Gu, Mizukiko, and Aso Butler, have one seat, and there are 3 vacancies in this seat. There are 3 other police officers on the seats. At that time, Yamazaki didn't say that the incident was over, so the Megami Police Department dispatched a lot of people, almost 2 dozen. Now, except for Takagi, they are all working hard. No wonder Conan said the atmosphere is very strange. Depending on the situation, this person who ordered the food really has some ability. This is the handwriting of the Shiratori police officer. The Chiba patrol is still easy to find. Yamazaki first went to the chairman to explain to the police department Maori and Megami, and then called out the Chiba patrol who was eating happily. Looking for a room, the Chiba patrolman recorded Conan's experience in the afternoon, and agreed to go through the formalities after returning. You can go to school first. All other information will be sent within this week, and then he left in a hurry. Continue to fight. In the men's bathroom, the waiter was sent out. Yamazaki said to Conan as he washed his hands, "It's basically done now. You will be a primary school student from now on." Conan asked while washing his hands, "Is the information okay?" "There is no problem at all, but why did you give this surname?" Yamazaki said, rubbing his hands. "Where did you let me find the family who had a car accident this morning? Now it's up to your luck." "That's it." Conan wiped his hands and said, "Don't worry, there is nothing wrong with this. Just forge the information of an accident. If those people do not investigate immediately, no one will remember the details of an ordinary traffic accident after a while, unless they themselves help to forge the accident information. The staff of have to be backed up, but this possibility is very small. After all, we are just forging the time of the accident." Yamazaki comforted. "What about the hospital?" Conan continued to ask. "The hospital is even simpler," Yamazaki smiled. "You don't have to worry about this at all. By the way, let me remind you again. You can't let anyone know about you. Everyone who knows is in danger. If you don't want to wake up one day and find that all the people you know are missing, then take care of yourself. My secret. I'll talk to him from the doctor's place." Seeing Conan is about to go out, Yamazaki followed and said to Conan solemnly. Conan turned around and promised, "I will." Yamazaki smiled after seeing this, "But I think someone will know you. After all, your reasoning ability and way of doing things cannot be changed, and the time is too coincidental. This kind of thing will arouse people's suspicion. We can only tell everyone that Edogawa Conan is real, and we can do nothing about who others think Edogawa Conan is." He opened the door and went out first. "I will pay attention," Conan replied after following him. "Have you guys done it? You haven't eaten dinner yet. The police officers are almost ready. If we don't go, the banquet will be over." Lan waited outside for a long time, and then asked, "Did Conan bully you?" Watching Conan shaking his head, he took Conan to eat. In the private room, everyone is standing. "Thank you for today, Maori." The Megami Police Department patted Maori on the shoulder and said, Where? Maori answered with a smile. "Okay, let's go." The Mumu Police Department arranged his clothes and hat and said loudly, "Yes." The subordinates responded in a low voice. Officer Shiratori then said, "All the wine on the table was taken. This was requested by Mr. Maori, but I can only drink it after get off work. Did you hear it?" "Yes." "Thank you." Everyone took a bottle of red wine. Followed out. Officer Shiratori also tidied his clothes and said to Maori, "Mr. Maori, thank you for your hospitality." Then he left. Watching the police leave, Maori saw Ran, Yamazaki, and Conan, and he said goodbye to Mr. Gu. Maori, who had Mr. Gu stay behind, picked up a box of red wine and took the lead and left, leaving only 3 tables full of plates. There is a better one, after all, only the gross profit on this table is desperate. The 3 people, Mr. Gu, who had sent everyone away, came to the president's office. The manager was kneeling on the ground, and the general manager was drinking tea with the president. Seeing them come in, the general manager hurriedly got up and stood on the side of the president. Mr. Gu and Akiko sat down, and Aso stood on the side. The president first poured a glass for Mr. Gu, and then when he was about to serve a kiko, he was stopped by Mr. Gu. The child drank it, and I won't sleep in a while. Go get a bottle of water. The president said. After a while, he took a small teapot from the general manager and poured it for Jingzi. This is considered uncle to apologize to Jingzi, forgive him. Yet. Jingzi nodded as he watched his father, picked it up and drank it. How much did you lose? Mr. Gu asked. About 1 million yuan, the general manager replied, bowing. It's the police officer, it's just to my bottom line. The president said, you repeat what that person said to you. Yes. The manager said again, lying on the ground. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Get out and do things. The president said. Thank you, President, the manager said loudly, and then said again, thank you Mr. Gu, thank you Miss Gu. Then he left. The young people nowadays are really amazing, said the president. Middle-aged people are also very good. Mr. Gu said. Children are just as good. Miss Gu Jingzi interrupted. Mr. Tanny and the president smiled at each other, held up their teacups, looked at each other again, and drank them all. In the hotel lobby, through the glass, looking at the police cars driving on the road, waiting for the elevator, a woman wearing sunglasses asked the man next to her, why are there so many policemen? I don't know, I haven't heard of anything. The man replied. At this time, the second elevator door next door opened, and a man came out carrying a box of red wine with a boy, a girl, and a child. He still shouted, wow, my detective Kogoro Mori is really amazing, wow. Watching a few people go away, Mori Kogoro. The woman said silently. I'll find out later, the man said, if I can't find him again. At the hospital, Takagi, who was eating bread with white water, missed Chiba. The bread in the vending machine was too ugly. Police station, Chiba rubbed his nose, and Chiba continued to write the report. Ah, I finally finished it. I'm sleepy. I'll lie down for a while. Looking at the seniors who have returned, Chiba muttered to himself. Before going to bed, a thought flashed in Chiba's mind, and I seemed to forget it. What? Chapter 21, Xiaozhengtai and number 039, S Struggle. January 10th, night, Miwako, Wachome. In the taxi, it was almost there. Yamazaki said to Lan, tomorrow morning I will take Conan to school. Let's take Daiden Elementary School. Good. Lan Ying said. Who is that? After returning to his senses, Maori heard the topic about that, temporarily letting go of the wine in his arms. Dad. Lan was a little angry. Yamazaki thought about it and said, let him earn it by himself. Okay. What did you say? Mori and her daughter replied separately. Don't get excited, Yamazaki said to Lan, looking at Conan with a bad expression on his face, before his family pays, I will pay all his expenses temporarily. Let him work in my house. It's not an exaggeration. Good idea. Maori agree. That's okay. Lan thought for a while and agreed. No. Conan jumped up and shouted, obviously thinking of something. Why don't you want to go, Conan? Lan asked, hugging him. I still have to study. Conan suffocated a reason. Don't worry, it's next door to your sister Lan's house. Yamazaki smiled. Yes, and it's only until 10 o'clock, you can still ask for leave. Lan Fuhi said. The salary is high and the job is easy. Yamazaki added, it's very suitable, no, there is nothing more suitable for you than this, and said to Lan, is it right, Lan? It is true, Lan said, thinking Conan is afraid of being shy, don't worry, my sister will help you. That's it. Seeing what Conan wants to say, Maori made a final decision. Then I got out of the car. In the eyes of Conan I hate you, it turned out to be home. Maydeza was wandering outside the restaurant, watching a car stop, and immediately stepped forward. "This is Uncle Maori, so, sure enough." Yamazaki was surprised to see Maydeza appear. What she was doing here so late, but she just got out of the car, only think that someone flashed in front of her. Maydeza hugged herself, and said, "Brother, you are back, brother, it's great." Yamazaki had to hug Maydeza and waved to Lan, and then saw his father and mother also come down. Seeing this, Lan saluted them, and took Conan upstairs quickly. Maiko Miyamoto said, "You don't want to make a phone call?" Maydeza has been waiting here since closing, thinking that her brother has left again. "I'm sorry," Yamazaki stroked Maydeza's hair. "This time it is my elder brother is wrong, I will definitely greet Maydeza in the future." Maydeza came out of his arms and said, "Don't lie." "Don't lie," Yamazaki said seriously, and then laughed, "Mediiza, I'm crying." Maydeza wiped her eyes and said, "Nothing. Brother will stay with Maydeza in the future," Yamazaki said, "so don't cry for this kind of thing, brother will definitely come back." "Yes. This is our agreement." "Yeah." Maydeza nodded heavily. "Mum and Dad's guarantee is that it is not as useful as your brother." Maiko Miyamoto sighed beside him, "Okay, Mideko, let's prepare bath water for my brother." "It's not like that," Maydeza retorted, and then went upstairs. "Broke in?" Miyamoto Ichiro asked. "It's because of that kid," Maiko Miyamoto asked. Miyamoto Ichiro replied, "Kudo Shinichi." "So it was," Maiko Miyamoto smiled, "it's so interesting," and then said to Yamazaki, "Give me that information." Yamazaki said, "Mom, don't interfere. I think it's enough to do it now." Maiko Miyamoto thought for a while and said, "Yes, this kind of thing is of no use to be perfect. However, I still want it. Change it." Miyamoto Ichiro interjected, "Go back." "Yes, go take a bath and relax, and then test it out," Maiko Miyamoto said, "but look at the way you just caught me, Deko, it should be a success." "It is true," Yamazaki replied. A room of Miyamoto's house. This is Miyamoto Ichiro's quiet room. Mida took a bath. "Let's test it," Miyamoto said to Yamazaki, "Tell me about your experience." So, Yamazaki talked about his specific experience today while doing the test. The content of the test is very simple, and it feels dangerous. It is impossible for ordinary people to clearly feel it anyway. From weapons to drugs, and finally Maiko Miyamoto, Ichiro Miyamoto personally tested. "Well, I can rest assured in the future, you are finally not afraid of other people's assassination, but unfortunately, you still can't make that kind of clothes," Maiko Miyamoto concluded. "This is already very good," Yamazaki said. "Not enough." Ichiro Miyamoto disagreed. Maiko Miyamoto said knowingly, "Indeed, if this situation of Kudo Shinichi is leaked out, those old guys will not be able to stay, including father." Then he paused and continued, "And that kind of thing can be completely restrained. Murderous, there are also masters who did not kill before killing. You still have to be careful, you know." "I understand, just like Grandpa," Yamazaki said with a smile, "I haven't been in vain for so many years. My father is much better than them." Maiko Miyamoto glanced at Ichiro Miyamoto and said, seeing her husband didn't say anything, and then said, "For the time being, your strength is enough, but what will happen to it? At present, no one can tell. If Shinkudo is a few of the special cases, it is okay to say, if it is not like this." Maiko Miyamoto gave a meaningful smile, then changed the subject, and exhorted, "In short, you just need to be careful in the future, come to us if you have any questions, and you must first focus on your own safety when you encounter anything, you know." Miyamoto Ichiro said, "Believe in yourself, believe in your sword, and believe in your feelings." "I have a problem right now," Yamazaki asked. "I feel the power of Morilan is weird, Why is that? You mean Lan? Maiko Miyamoto said with a smile. That's okay. Lan followed his father when she was very young, and I brought her back to dinner with May Daisy at that time. You know the kids eat together. It's fragrant, and it's too sad for such a young child to cook for themselves. They eat mostly things that grow May Daisy's body, so Lan has also gained a lot of strength. It was originally. I wanted to accept her, but your father said no, so I gave up. However, I don't want her to waste her own conditions, plus she can endure hardships and her character is tough enough, so I told her, if you don't want to be bullied, you must learn to protect yourself, and then let her learn karate. She can't fully use all her strength now. This is because the training is impossible, otherwise at her age, she can completely sweep. However, Lan is still a small achievement now, as long as he keeps training, it will not be difficult to improve in a few years. That's it. Yamazaki nodded, and then continued to ask, then I have another question. I feel that I am different from the original. This. Yamazaki looked at his father and said nothing more. Seeing Yamazaki's hesitation, Maiko Miyamoto laughed. Your father is so instinctive, so he doesn't like to talk, then looked at Miyamoto Ichiro, and said triumphantly, with your mother, I can understand his feelings. He is even more lazy to talk. After all, he and other people have nothing to say, on the contrary, there is more hands-on than talking. Now that you have changed back, you can do whatever you want in the future, which makes it easier to improve your strength. But an active personality is not conducive to improving your strength. Your strength will improve very slowly in the future. No one will know when you can step out in the second step. Then father, he now? Yamazaki asked curiously. Don't say it, Maiko Miyamoto replied, shaking her finger, and then said again, just now your father felt you and Kudo Shinichi still have the breath of Maori father and daughter at home, and because your breath became active, I went down with me. Then he said. I didn't expect Kudo Shinichi's breath to be on the kid. It's amazing. By the way, don't tell me Deiko about Kudo Shinichi, and don't tell Kudo Shinichi that we know his identity, Miyamoto told him, let him work. It's so fun, such a cute little boy. Boy, it's so interesting. Yamazaki only asked if he didn't hear the following words, and just asked, May Daisy's intuition is much better than mine. She will definitely feel the same breath of these two people. She just didn't pay attention just now. How can this be hidden from her? Although everyone has their own unique breath, ordinary people can only feel the breath of a very familiar person, and can feel it occasionally, even if it is sensitive. So is there any breath in this world? No one is going to study it, so you understand. Miyamoto said. Understood. Yamazaki secretly said that this is a lie to her. I can't do this alone, so he said, but we have to be unified. Of course, Maiko Miyamoto saw through his thoughts, don't worry, I won't let you carry it alone. Then he said, what else, May Daisy will be well soon, and I will accompany you when I have nothing to do. Then go to rest and go to the first police station tomorrow. There is really a question, Yamazaki asked seriously, what is the origin of the two men in black? Maiko Miyamoto waved his hand and made a dismissive gesture and said, I know so much. I heard you say that this kind of murderous person is not worthy of my attention. If you want information, go to Yamazaki. He must have this kind of black information about ordinary people, but how detailed it depends on whether the forces behind them can be taken seriously. I see. Yamazaki nodded. But I don't agree that you want the information they organize. Maiko Miyamoto thought for a while and objected, it's better not to participate in such things. Yamazaki explained, I want to figure out the medicine. I know what you mean, Maiko Miyamoto interrupted him, it's useless for us to ask for it for the time being, and it's the best way to share this kind of thing only when it becomes clear to the world. Now hold it, and it's a very stupid practice in your hands. Saying this, Maiko Miyamoto thought for a while and said, "Well, I'll go to Yamazaki Peak to deal with the intelligence of this organization, so don't bother." "Mom," Yamazaki cried helplessly, "you must at least let me know the basic information of those two people today." "This is okay," Maiko Miyamoto nodded and then muttered to herself, "How can I let it end so simply? Such an interesting thing, what should be a name for such a thing? The struggle history of the lovely Shanta. Well, this is not bad," then said to Yamazaki, "Since Kudo Shinichi is not dead, then a lot of interesting things will happen to him in the future. Since you want to participate in it, you must first hand the information tells me, but it's best to record it." Yamazaki didn't know how to answer. "Save people," Ichiro Miyamoto reminded. Yes, Maiko Miyamoto said, "I almost forgot, he is a detective. Listen to your father, and save people more," and then solemnly said, "You must remember, don't kill yourself." Then he waved his hand and said, "If there is anything important, I'll talk about it later, go and accompany Maydaisy." "Oh, then I will go out," Yamazaki said and went out. Before bringing the door to the door, he said, "Good night Dad, good night Mom." "Good night," Maiko Miyamoto replied, watching him close the door, and said to Ichiro Miyamoto, who only nodded, "Should I tell my father about this?" Ichiro Miyamoto shook his head and said only 2 words. "Waste." Yamazaki met Maydaisy as soon as he came out. "Brother, how did you just play with that thing with Mom and Dad? Didn't Mom say that it was taken apart last time?" Hearing Maydaisy's question, Yamazaki couldn't answer. "Could it be that we took out a bunch, and only this you feel dangerous? I had to say, that's teaching me how to dismantle that thing." Then Maydaisy sat down in the living room and said, "Maydaisy will accompany me to send Conan to school tomorrow, how about?" "Who is Conan?" Maydaisy asked. "It's the kid who came back with Uncle Maori today," Yamazaki explained to her, "his name is Edogawa Conan. He only came to Makeko today. He will stay at Maori's house in the future and come to work at our house." "That's it," Maydaisy nodded and agreed, then bit her finger and asked, "Brother, can I ask you a question?" "What?" Although Yamazaki had expected it, let Maydaisy say it by herself. Maydaisy said seriously, Maydaisy feels that her brother is different from during the day. "Which brother does Maydaisy like?" Yamazaki laughed. Maydaisy thought for a while and said, "I like them all, but now my older brother will talk a lot with Maydaisy, so he likes it even more." He looked at Yamazaki eagerly. www.readaloud.com. "My brother will be like this in the future," Yamazaki said with a smile. Seeing Maydaisy smiled, she touched her hair, then looked at the clock and said, "Okay, it's getting late, go to bed." Then pulled her up and drove her back to her room. "Good night, brother." "Good night Miyadi-Izy." Police station, sneezes, Chiba sneezed, "It's so cold, Takagi is really too, look at me falling asleep." Chiba shivered, and he finally remembered what he had forgotten. "Up. Hospital, Chiba, you are finally here." Takagi squeezed his fist, staring at Chiba who was replacing him, and said fiercely, "Do you know what I want to do now?" "Don't do this," put down a fast food in his hand. Chiba smiled dryly, "It may be that Officer Shiratori forgot to arrange it, you know." He narrated the night's affairs again. 5-star. Supper. Red wine. Takagi's momentum became weaker as he listened. When Chiba's heart was relieved after the narration, Takagi exploded. In Chiba's begging for mercy, tonight the strength of the bread that was eaten was all vented on Chiba's body. Fortunately, Chiba protected his face and his handsome appearance was preserved. In Chiba's groaning sound, Takagi finished eating the fast food and then went back. His report is still waiting for him. "It is hard to sleep tonight. Officer Shiratori's house, Officer Shiratori is writing something, it should be a diary or something," muttering to himself, "Takagi, Makako." Chapter 22, Takagi-kun and number 039, S Vision. January 11th, early morning, Miwako, Wachome. So cute. Maydeza hugged Conan who was yawning. Take it light. Mao Lilan called. Maydeza let go of Conan, looked at him hiding behind Lan, and said, "You are Conan, don't worry, I will help you tonight." "Thank you," Maori Lan said, and then took Conan. Pulled out from behind and said, "Come on, Conan, give an official introduction," said the author as an introductory gesture, "This is Mideko Miyamoto," and then pointed to the Miyade restaurant next to him, "You are going to go tonight. The part-time job is here. This is Miyade-i's house." Then he introduced Yamazaki, "This is Yamazaki Misaki Hito. You should have known each other yesterday. He is Miyade-i's brother. My name is Zhang. Conan Togawa, please take care of me." Conan saluted, and then asked, "Why are the surnames of brother and sister different?" When Conan asked, Lan thought to himself, "Good question, I also want to know." "Children don't need to know this kind of problem," Yamazaki returned to him with a smile, and then said to Ran, "Let's go when it's late." On the way, Lan, she was spreading the elementary school rules and the like to Conan. Conan was so bored that she coped with it and looked around from the perspective of a child. Maydeza glanced back at the two people behind, and then asked Yamazaki, "Brother, how do I feel this child's breath is so similar?" "It's not like, it's the same." Yamazaki didn't want Maydeza to say it, interrupting her, "Dad confirmed it last night. Mom said it's a special case, don't worry about him." "Oh." Maydeza looked back again, and she was confused when she saw Conan. "What did she always look at me for?" "Police station, who are you looking for?" the policeman on duty asked. Yamazaki replied, "Excuse me, are Patrol Takagi and Patrol Chiba here?" "Look for them, Chiba is not there." Then the policeman on duty pointed back, "Takagi is sleeping on the table." Then he muttered to himself, "It seems that a lot of benefits were mixed up last night, and I won't even go back home. Takagi Patrol, Takagi Patrol." Yamazaki shouted beside Takagi. Takagi rubbed his red eyes, then hiss. He stretched his waist halfway, and now he became sober. "Oh, it's you guys. What are you doing like this?" Ran asked. "What's wrong with the shoulder?" It's okay, it's okay." Takagi said in his mouth. He was actually thinking that it was okay to be strange, thinking that he came back early this morning, and it was past 4 o'clock after writing the report, and he was going to work today. "I just lay down for a while, and I was awakened by you. What did you guys do so early? Also, my shoulders were originally, well, wait, now so early, I will have time to ask her for help later." A moment. Thinking of this, Takagi was in a daze. "Patrol Takagi, Patrol Takagi." Maydeza waved in front of Takagi's eyes, waking him up, then she asked embarrassedly, "Is your shoulder okay, should I rub it for you?" "No, no need." Takagi waved his hand hurriedly, "I'm much better, and I can apply some medicine later." "If it is done in your hands, how can I find her? Let them go quickly." Thinking of this, he said, "You are here to complete the procedures, right?" "Well," Yamazaki nodded, and then said, "We have also brought the identity information, as well as his parents' power of attorney. I have already looked for a lawyer." He took out a document from his school bag. "You fill in this form first." Takagi took out a form while looking at it, and then asked, "Did you bring the photo?" Yamazaki looked at Mao Lilan. "Ah," Lan whispered, "I forgot." "It's okay," Takagi said, and then pointed to a place in the corner, like a telephone booth. "You take him there, where you can take a photo of a photo, remember to take 2 sets." "Oh," Mao Lilan said he understood, and then took Conan there, and then walked back and asked in a low voice, "Maydeza, do you have any change?" Conan cursed secretly inside, really asking for money, this thing is much more expensive than outside. Change, what do you want to do with change? Maydaisy asked back while holding her wallet. Give me one for 500, Ran said. The coin only recognizes 500, and I only brought one. Hearing this, Yamazaki looked up at Takagi. This. Takagi smiled embarrassedly. Laughing, didn't mean to continue to explain. Yamazaki filled out the form, Takagi checked it, and looked at Conan. Do you not look like your mother at all? Conan didn't feel good about it, but now he had no choice, so he had to bite the bullet and said, what's not like? This kid will follow his father. Yamazaki helped explain. Indeed, Takagi took a closer look, pasted the photo, pop. Sealed, and then handed it over with a set of photos. Here, take it, this set of photos will be used in school later. The documents that Yamazaki brought back to him. Yamazaki deliberately slowed down and asked Conan to reach out and grab it. After he watched it quickly, he snatched it and put it away. Seeing Conan's depressed face, Yamazaki smiled at him and said, Thank you Patrol Takagi, we are leaving. Thank Patrol Takagi, goodbye. Conan said very childishly. Then after the three of them said goodbye to Takagi, Lan held hands and went to Daiden Primary School where he was going to attend. Takagi quickly posted photos of himself and Chiba's report on the stub, then took the report, and said to the policeman on duty, I'll go to the report and come back later. Then he went out. Daiden Primary School, the principal's office. Are you back again? The headmaster Ryaji Yumatsu, who had arrived early, looked at the things in the utility room with a look of recollection, and said to himself, Miyamoto. The four Yamazaki returned to the long-lost elementary school campus. Lan said with emotion, It's still the same as before, Shinichi. Obviously, he remembered the one who could not be classified as missing for the time being. Conan didn't know how to comfort her after hearing this, but he sighed thinking that he had become like this. But Maydaisy didn't know what she was thinking, her face was very strange. Yamazaki smiled, and walked along the familiar road to the principal's office. The door of the principal's office was not closed. The principal Ryujiro Yumatsu was sitting behind his desk, not knowing what he was looking at. Yamazaki knocked on the door to remind him. The principal raised his head and quickly showed a smile, Please come in. Out of the principal's office, Lan took the photo list that was posted and was to be handed over to the head teacher, and there were 2 remaining photos. The other was on the form that I just filled out and will be left at the school. He smiled and said, Well, Conan, you will be a student in the 2nd class of the 1st grade in Daiden Elementary School from now on. Be good, do you know? Yet. Conan, who followed her, nodded depressed. Call. After leaving the principal's room, Maydaisy let out a sigh of relief and said to herself, At last nothing strange happened this time. Don't worry, Yamazaki comforted her as she walked, you have graduated, and Principal Ryujiro Yumatsu won't do anything to you anymore. After you graduate, he has directly contacted your aunt. This time. It was also arranged by my mother to find him. It is more convenient to find him, and I also want you to come over once to solve the happy knot, and the same is true for junior high school students, but... Before finishing the words, just look at Maydaisy. I ran, this must be to the principal's office. A few minutes later, Maydaisy came back happily. You smashed those fakes together? Yamazaki asked curiously, waiting for her. I'm not that stupid, Maydaisy replied triumphantly, I will be responsible if it breaks. In the principal's room, the principal Ryujiro Yumatsu watched the storm come in, made a few grimaces at herself, and went out in a storm, remembering the original agreement between Miko Miyamoto and herself. Miko Miyamoto wanted to help those in need. In order to help Maydaisy control her strength and temperament, and for the special funds of some students who are in difficulty, so she kept using fake and shoddy things to tease the young Maydaisy, let her break things, and then fill in high. The bill for the price is sent to her house, there are walls, floors, doors, etc., and by the way, there is the cup. Thinking of this, thinking of another principal who has experienced the same as myself, and the experience of principal thought that they were much more relaxed than himself, well, who made me the principal of elementary school. Uematsu Ryujiro smiled bitterly and shook his head, this beautiful daisy, but I really miss it. In the teacher's room, I received the notice from the principal that Mr. Toya, the head teacher of the first grade and second class who had arrived early, received them. Lan first handed the things on to teacher Toya. The last 2 photos left, one will be posted in the class and put together with other people's photos, and the other will become the teacher's collection and posted on her private address book, souvenir book, etc. Then hand Conan to teacher Toya, and the 3 of them, under the watchful eyes of the primary school students who started to arrive at school, read www.yuyugonshu.com out of elementary school and walked to their own school, Daiden High School. I'm Edogawa Conan from a transfer school, please give me some advice. Before class, Conan introduced himself to all the students in the first grade and second class. While secretly sighing, would he go to elementary school again? On the other side, Takagi, who was pinching the time, delivered the report, and then, by the way, during a search of a section, he successfully found Officer Sato. Well, Officer Sato, Takagi said embarrassedly, can you do me a favor? What? Officer Sato asked. I hurt my shoulder yesterday, Takagi said cautiously, Chiba's hands are not good, That's it. Officer Sato unbuttoned Takagi's clothes directly, looking at the red seal, here right, then he took out the medicated oil from the drawer, you bear it. He put the medicine on him as he said, and finally patted him, awakening Takagi who was intoxicated in happiness, well, this doesn't hurt. It's heavy, it will be fine tomorrow. After speaking, I went out to wash my hands. Takagi succeeded in getting the enthusiastic Officer Sato to complete his idea. However, he forgot one thing. When Officer Sato was there, it was usually late. So when Officer Sato went out, Takagi, who was defiant, was searched. The police officers showed great concern. Shoulder pain, right? Hand strength isn't enough, right? Part of the lookout, some clenched fists, everyone lined up to help him enthusiastically rub his shoulders. As for the voice, how could you think it was impossible to cover your mouth? Fortunately, Officer Sato came back quite quickly, so he had to release Takagi Ichima, but let him be left. In this way, Takagi, who came out of the Metropolitan Police Department, must seriously consider this. Do you still have to be on duty today? Do you want to take a sick leave, go to the hospital, clinic, etc. to check first? Chapter 23, Kogora and Number 039, S Imagination. On the morning of January 11th, Miwa Town, Daiden High School. At noon, Yuanzi wanted to know if anything interesting happened in a downstream park, and then learned from Maydeza that Lan had participated in the whole process, so she asked Lan about it, and Lan had to give a brief description. After listening, Yuanzi became interested in Conan, and then proposed to go shopping for Conan in the afternoon. Maydeza agreed with this, so she called home and asked her mother not to cook for her. When they had finished talking, Yamazaki suggested to Ran that he wanted to join a Mori detective agency. What? Lan was suspicious that he had heard it wrong, and asked, you mean you want to be a detective and want to join the firm? I think it's very interesting to be a detective, Yamazaki explained, and I'm just an amateur trainee at your home. Maybe I'm not interested when I'm not doing it. That's it, Lan thought for a moment and said, I don't think Dad will agree. Why? Yamazaki asked. Why? Yuanzi interrupted, I'm not afraid of spending money. He would rather spend it on race horses than hire people when he has money. How about I pay the apprenticeship fee? Yamazaki thought about it and said. There is still a chance, Yuanzi replied, and then asked, it depends on how much you plan to pay. This number, Yamazaki said with 5 fingers outstretched, how about every month? Yamazaki, you don't need to be like this, Lan said, pressing his arm. I'll go back and talk to my dad, how can I let you spend money? No, it's good, you don't understand your father's temperament, Yuanzi said to Lan, besides, Yamazaki and the others are not short of money, you can let him pay. Yes, this little money is nothing, Yamazaki helped persuade, as long as you can join a detective office. That's it, Lan saw them saying so, and didn't stop him anymore, then you give my dad 5,000 yuan, and my dad will definitely agree. 5,000 yuan. After hearing this, Yuanzi asked Yamazaki in surprise, is it 50,000 yuan? 5,000 yuan. Lan called out, every month. Seeing Yamazaki nodding constantly, Lan refused again, no, this is too much. Not much, not much, Yamazaki said with a smile, so that your dad won't point fingers at me and take care of everything, and he has to respect my opinion so that he can get along well, right? Yes, yes, Yuanzi agreed, and then said to Yamazaki, Yamazaki, you can't give this money to Uncle Maori, he is the kind of person who can use up no matter how much monthly money he has every month. Then he said to Lan, Lan, if you want to collect this money, it will be used as the expenses when you go out with us, so as not to be like the last time, when you call you to play, because the pocket money is not enough, you can't pay, this unexpected income can be used as your pocket money. Well, Lan thought for a while, and first asked Yamazaki, you must join the detective agency. You must give so much, 50,000 yuan a month. After receiving a positive answer, Lan made up his mind. Said, okay, then you leave it to Dad, preventing Yuanzi from speaking, Lan continued, just give him 10,000 yuan. He has no money this month. Leave the rest to me, starting next month. Give it to me directly, I'll keep it, and keep it for later use, and then looked at Yuanzi and said, just like Yuanzi said, use it first to play with you, and it can be used for Conan. It's great, Yuanzi cried out holding Lan, you finally figured it out. I figured it out, Lan complained. This is not what he earned from his detective work. It should have been in my charge. If it is only 5,000 yuan, then forget it, and treat it as raising his monthly salary. But, since Yamazaki must pay so much, I can't convince Yamazaki. In this case, instead of letting Dad drink and buy horses, I'll pick it up. I don't go out to play every day and I will save it. Where are you going to play? Now I can also go with you, will you take me there? Maydeza suddenly came in and said. Can you go out alone? Yuanzi asked in surprise, Aunt Maiko agreed. Mom said it's okay, Maydeza said with a smile, and then took Yamazaki's arm and said, is there a brother when I went out, and said proudly, Maydeza hasn't broken anything for a long time. Ken Lan with Yuanzi's expression of lying on you, he said in a low voice angrily, that's because Lan chased me, and then raised his voice and said, my previous public accounts have already been paid. Then he changed the subject, where are you going? Go. After listening to Yuanzi's description to her, I will join the detective agency, Maydeza said to Lan, I also pay, let me join. Pull it down. It's impossible for Uncle Maori to let you join. Yuanzi hit her, seeing that she was upset, and said again, unless you pay more. Watching the garden take Maydeza into the ditch, and seeing Maydeza a little moved, don't pay attention to her, Maydeza, Yamazaki interrupted in time, since I have joined, there will be any fun things then, I will let me know. You just go with us, and then induced her, think about how Uncle Maori works, seeing Maydeza thinking, she made an apologetic gesture to Lan, and said, I want to find cats and dogs all over the streets and alleys, or I want to watch others in the dark all day long, or I want to take a photo to find someone. Well, May Daisy imagined it, it was not very fun, but she still said, there is fun, you must notify me, okay, brother. Of course, Yamazaki replied, I will definitely notify you. Lan heaved a sigh of relief, and then glared at Yuanzi. This guy is really messed up. If May Daisy offers a price that is Maori, then, thinking of May Daisy's destructive power in the past, although she said that she has controlled it now, although she will be responsible, it is good to be able to miss something. After all, she has been used to living in her house for so many years and does not want to change. Yuanzi watched Lan glared at her, so he winked at her, and then made a gesture of sticking out his tongue to apologize, so that Lan was neither angry nor smiling. In the afternoon, after school, in order not to be late at night, Suzuki Sunko pulled Lan and rushed to the office with May Daisy. In the office, Suzuki Sanako saw Conan, who had nothing to do, and sighed, too cute. Despite Conan's objection, he rubbed and rubbed his face, rubbing and rubbing his face, so May Daisy wanted to come again. Fortunately, Lan stopped the two guys and reminded that time was limited, and Conan was spared. Then, when Yamazaki said that there was something to be done and Conan objected to it being ineffective, the three energetic big sisters took a listless little brother with ruddy cheeks to go shopping. Yamazaki mourns for Conan for 3 seconds, and then takes the record of yesterday's kidnapping incident, which was rushed out early this morning. Of course, this has been changed, highlighting the great role of Mori Kogoro Hideaki Kamu. Mom, and I found Kogoro Muri, who was drinking beer on TV in the detective office. You mean you want to join the detective agency? Mori Kogoro asked, sitting behind the desk that Ran had just cleaned up. Yes, Yamazaki replied, and then handed over the report. You see, this is the record of yesterday's incident. Mori Kogoro looked excitedly, and continued, I only found out yesterday that I like the detective industry very much. Hey! Kogoro Muri thought about it carefully. Yesterday Yamazaki had done a good job, and he had a midnight snack, and the box of red wine on the ground. However, Kogoro Muri thought that it was a thing of the past. So he said, I didn't plan to invite anyone. No, no. Yamazaki waved his hand and said, I'm still going to pay for the internship. How can I get your salary? Really? Kogoro Mori's eyes lit up, then he rubbed his hands and motioned, then you are going to. How about this number? Yamazaki said with a hand outstretched, every month. That's it. Kogoro Mori opened a can of beer www.readaloud.com and drank a sip, and said flatly, let it go, you will be notified if something happens. Great, Yamazaki put down a paper currency, and then said formally, at Shimo Yamazaki Misakaijan, I would like to ask for your advice. Then he turned around and walked outside. Hey! Mori Kogoro looked at Yamazaki's back, took a quick glance, and then asked in surprise, are you going to pay every 2 months? He took another sip of beer. What? Yamazaki asked surprisingly, this is this month, and the rest has been given to Ran. Puff, Mori Kogoro squirted out the beer and exclaimed, you mean 50,000 yuan? Looking at Yamazaki nodded, and then asked, 50,000 a month? See Yamazaki, he nodded again. Kogoro Mori was excited, and he was finally able to go out for a drink. The beer money was still due to yesterday's entrustment and advance payment from Ran. And it is required to be repaid. The guy's expenses have not been sent yet. He has opened the mailbox 5 times today. This time is fine, beauties, I am here, listen to my deeds, cheer for my detective Kogoro Mori, thinking that 50,000 yuan can be a lot of days, and hold the money tightly for a while here. This is not right, this is only 10,000 yuan. Kogoro Mori asked Yamazaki. The feelings weren't heard, Yamazaki had to say again, the other 40,000 yuan this month has been handed over to Lan. I will also give it to Lan in the future. All. Kogoro Mori was stunned, and asked with luck. All. After Yamazaki replied in the affirmative, looking at Kogoro Mori, who was supposed to be slumped on the desk, he shook his head speechlessly and left. Chapter 24, Unsafe Invention. In the afternoon of January 11, Miwako, 2CHOME. At the house of Dr. Aka, Yamazaki gave Conan's information to Dr. Aka and asked him to check it again. After all, this is the final version, and he himself wandered around the doctor's house. Suddenly, from a mess of things, he found something similar to that used by the protagonist in the movie Rocketman, but it shouldn't be that dangerous. After drive. Ali checked, Yamazaki once again urged, don't leak Conan's secrets, it will only put the insider in danger. Dr. Ali asked, what if it is his parents? If they ask, just tell them. Yamazaki thought about the information about Kudo Shinichi's father, Yusaku Kudo, who should not be able to hide things from him. Seeing that Dr. Ali nodded and agreed, the business was finished, so he pointed at the thing and asked Dr. Ali, what is this thing? Dr. Aka saw that someone was interested in his new invention, and he was very happy for a while, and introduced it to Yamazaki endlessly. Stop! Yamazaki had a headache. He didn't understand at all, so he had to pick what he needed and asked, can it fly? You can fly, you can fly. Dr. Ali hurriedly said with certainty, I will try to show it to you. He said that he carried the thing on his back, just about to start, and said with a dry smile, let's go flying, here too small, I can't use it. Then he ran out first. Outside the house, Yamazaki saw that Dr. Aka did fly up. Although he fell and landed, he could fly. How about it? Dr. Aka got up, did not care about dusting, and said triumphantly to Yamazaki, this single-person aircraft is good, and then said excitedly, if you use it, there will be no traffic jams. Then I fell into fantasy and muttered to myself, if everyone uses my invention, I will become a rich man. Yamazaki heard the corners of his mouth twitching at the side, and some people used it almost the same. I want to spread it to ordinary people. Everyone uses it together. This thing is too insecure. Cough. Yamazaki interrupted his dream, I want to make 10 sets. Great, said Dr. Ali, then patted his chest and said, don't worry, for the sake of friends, I only charge the cost price. I still have the materials, and I will help you make it right away. It's about to start. Please listen to me. Yamazaki grabbed Dr. Aka, who was about to start work immediately, and said loudly, I want 10 sets, but as long as you design or something, let others do. What? This won't work, Dr. Ali called out immediately, this is my invention. Listen to me. Yamazaki raised his voice again, I didn't want anything from you, it's just that your thing is too insecure. Just the materials you use now, he said, taking the thing from Dr. Akaza's back. When he came down, he squeezed at the metal rucksack, and it deformed. I can't bear a few 100 kilograms of force, let alone anything else. Seeing Dr. Aka's thinking, he continued, I don't know you what's in it, I want to be different from that in the movie, but safety is paramount, I'm still going to use special materials similar to aerospace materials to make a metal rucksack, and let someone add a control device. Then looked at Dr. Ali and asked, in this way, even if I ship the materials, you can do it alone. Do you have equipment here? That, Dr. Aka said with an embarrassed look after his thoughts, can I make a request? You said, Yamazaki replied, I will try to meet your requirements. Can I go together? Dr. Ali asked, and then quickly said, I can do without design fees, patent fees, etc. Can you take me with me? Then he said to himself again, that kind of perfect work, oh. Yamazaki was speechless, what is this, the inventor's occupational disease? However, this request can be agreed, because he was supposed to go with him to facilitate communication. So he said to him, of course, I will let you know when the time comes. Designs, patents, etc. will not require you. We can also sign a non-disclosure agreement. In terms of costs, how about 1 million? Yes, you can, Dr. AKA said with a big smile, it can be sold to you. I want you to use this thing for your own use, Yamazaki said while thinking, don't want to take this thing out for decades, who knows what will happen after a few decades. At the same time he took out the checkbook and signed a check. He tore it to Dr. Ali and said, you can collect this money. Oh. Dr. AKA accepted the check and changed 3 pronunciations. What's the matter? Yamazaki asked strangely. He didn't make a mistake just now. This one can be cashed out immediately. Nothing, Dr. Ali waved his hand, and then laughed loudly, every 1 million, 10 is 10 million. Then it should be to himself, I can finally change that car. Now, my new car, my new equipment. Cough. Yamazaki interrupted his dream again, okay, I'm going now, and again, Conan's affairs must be kept secret. Go slow, Dr. AKA smiled like a flower, and sent Yamazaki to the door, and said to him, I will find you if I have any new invention in the future. It depends on the situation. Yamazaki had no choice but to say this. He didn't have any hope of that. Seeing that Dr. AKA had the posture to send him home, he had to say, please stay, and goodbye. Then he hurried away from Dr. AKA. He is so enthusiastic. Ah, great, Dr. AKA yelled as Yamazaki walked away, waving his fist, 10 million, got rich, got rich. Then he kicked the parked in the yard and opened the front cover. In the car, the boom front cover fell off and raised a dust, finally woken up Dr. Ali. He looked at the check in his hand and said to himself, no, I'll go to the bank first. Ran away without closing the door. In the afternoon, the 4 people who went to the shopping mall finally remembered to start work tonight, and finally came back less than 5:30. Yamazaki watched the 2 cars parked at the door, and knew that Conan's life was not very good, and he was not very good immediately. Sure enough, Yuanzi and Miyadiiza were watching downstairs, led by Lan and Yamazaki, and Conan carried 2 trunks and a multi-seat thing upstairs one after another. Of course, such a movement could not hide from Kogoro Mori, so Lan, after pointing out the location, he negotiated with his father Mori Kogoro, and then there were 4 more ears near the door. Kogoro Mori said loudly, Lan, that money. Did you earn it? Mao Lilan asked rhetorically. That belongs to the firm. Kogoro Mori's voice became quieter, it should be. The agency's commission is at your disposal, father, Mao Lilan said loudly, then raised her voice, is this your commission? But. Mori Kogoro's voice became even smaller. Well, 5,000 yuan, plus 5,000 yuan, Mao Lilan said loudly, if there is no commission in the future, then 5,000 yuan monthly. 5,001, said Kogoro Mori weakly, this is too little. Hearing what he said, Mao Lilan said loudly. If you want it, don't forget it. I want, Mori Kogoro said hurriedly, 5,001 is 5,000 yuan, and then whispered, I haven't commissioned it for 6 months, that. Yamazaki only came this month, Moriran said, ignoring Kogoro Mori's words. You have already entrusted this month, so I won't give it to you. Turn around and leave without paying attention. Kogoro Mori is out. It's amazing. This is Yamazaki and Conan's self-talk. There is an ant's demeanor. This is Mayday's self-talk. That's how it should be. This is Yuan's motto. Then Lan came out and saw the 4 people at the door. She was a little embarrassed and smiled and said to Conan, Conan, don't be afraid. Yes. Yuanzi said with a smile, this is just for the uncle, don't be afraid of Conan. Conan nodded, but didn't know what he was thinking, his face was very bad. It should be after thinking about it, Yamazaki thought he was worried too early. In the evening, less than 6 o'clock, midday restaurant. Yamazaki takes Conan to change clothes, and Conan finally has a chance to be alone with Yamazaki. In the dressing room, the two people were talking while changing their clothes. The clothes they chose were black ordinary waiter uniforms, like those wearing bow ties. Conan asked angrily, "You did it on purpose, that picture, the woman's appearance." "Well, I just heard that Aunt Fujimine Yukiko would change clothes, so I wanted to see it." Yamazaki told the truth, there was nothing to hide, and then asked him, "What are you doing with so many clothes? Can you finish it?" "Yes, I think several of them are of that kind. The kind of clothes that you wear out is to tell people, 'I am rich, come and kidnap me.' What do you want this kind of clothes for? Go to a high-end reception?" Conan's expression worsened, and he said angrily, "I have any idea. I've been changing clothes this afternoon. They never asked my opinion." "Didn't you say that you eat first?" Yamazaki asked strangely. "Can Maydaisy agree?" Yuanzi said that time is limited, so he bought a lot of food and ate while shopping. Conan said depressed. "I just ate a little bit. Most of the time I changed clothes." They were eating and commenting on the clothes. "Let me change again, I'm exhausted. It's so miserable. I even ate something to cushion it." "Don't worry, you can rest and eat after 7 o'clock." Yamazaki smiled. "However, these clothes are also bought and cannot be returned. I will remember the money that should be counted, and hope that Uncle Yusaku's books can sell better. Otherwise, you can do it here slowly." Seeing Conan's face turned black, Yamazaki felt even more interesting. "Did you tell my dad?" Conan asked after adjusting. "Isn't it about keeping secret?" "No, but I think he will know it, depending on when he finds you missing." Yamazaki replied, "What do you think? How long do you think you can hide from him?" "I don't know." Conan looked into the mirror and said, "For a while, if it goes well, I should be able to hide it at least until I graduate." "That's it." Yamazaki understood, took a picture of himself, and said, "Okay, don't dare any more." Then he went out. At home, Maiko Miyamoto is sitting behind the counter, and I will hand it over to Mita today. Lan was sorting the shelves in her uniform. Maydaisy was helping Ran in a women's uniform that matched Yamazaki's uniform. When Yamazaki and Conan came out, she shouted, "Brother, you are too slow." Then she shouted to Yuanzi, who was sitting behind the counter, "Don't put too much." Then he assigned Conan to clean the table, let Yamazaki take over his work, and help cook some side dishes. "I'm going to stay to see Lan's uniform. I've already seen it. Then I'm going to see how they serve, and the Miss Yuanzi, who is going to have a late night here, is embarrassed to wait at the restaurant and eat for nothing, so she volunteered to help her cook. So no matter what is cooked in it, although it was originally cooked in one pot, you have cooked too much, and it was too early, you have not seen the guests yet." As soon as 6 o'clock arrived, the guests began to come in. In the case that Kogoro Muri and others were not sure whether the money was enough, it was the best choice to have fun at Midday restaurant, so the garden was the first guest to serve. Appeared. Hearing his boast about yesterday's incident, the neighbors of Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com said a few words from time to time, which made Kogoro Mori very proud and drank it after a while. After 7 o'clock, the four of them can finally take a rest. First send Kogoro Mori home, and then come back. In front of the TV that left their seats, the five of them ate the small vegetables cooked in the garden and drank the garden for their fresh squeeze. The juice, 5 people, no, 4 people, Conan can only hear 4 people talk and laugh, from time to time to assign Conan to stand up and work, even if it is at work. After 9:30, Ichiro Miyamoto began to make late-night snacks for them. Before 10 o'clock, Maiko Miyamoto behind the counter turned off the TV and began to pack things, and the 5 people got busy again. After a while, at 10 o'clock, the guests all left, and the 5 of them finally had their late dinner, but this time it was just ordinary food, and it was a pity that Yuanzi admired the delicious food. At night, the 3 people from the garden were sent away. In the living room at home, before going to bed, Yamazaki recounted his experience to his mother. "For the aircraft, you did a good job," Maiko Miyamoto said. "Even if we don't need it now, it's good to keep it for the future." "Well, let me take care of this matter." Then he continued, "Kudo Yusaku will definitely find it during the Chinese New Year next year, because Fujimine Yukiko will definitely look for Kudo Shinichi during the Chinese New Year, so they will definitely come back, and then I can, hey." After laughing for a while, Maiko Miyamoto continued, 50,000 yuan is too small. Increase it every year in the future, as prices have risen, so the internship fee has also risen." Then he looked at the clock. He said, "Go to bed. I didn't sleep well yesterday. Let's rest early today. I'll make a few phone calls first." "Well, good night, mother." Yamazaki stood up and replied, "You also go to bed earlier." Then he went back to the room. Chapter 25, Use of the New Invention. January 12th, morning, Miwako, Wachome. Ding! At 6:45, the alarm clock went off. Ah! When I got up and stretched, Conan stopped the alarm clock and started the 3rd day of life. Moved a stepping house, Conan began to wash, looking at this strange and familiar face in the mirror, feeling very depressed. So far, there is no information about the man in black, and there is no news from Yamazaki. He is now staying in Lan's house, still in the utility room. Mori Kogora, who was unsuccessful in the negotiation yesterday, was jealous when seeing the 3 of them buying so many clothes for Conan. So after they came back last night, when they were about to go to bed, Kogora Mori, who was awake, determined not to let Conan sleep in his room, and when Conan was so happy that he thought he could have a room with Ran, he waved his stick again. Unfamiliar and men and women have different names, and drove Conan to the utility room. Lan also has no choice but to help Conan make a home in the utility room, saying it is a home. Oh, and, afterwards, Conan just covered the quilt and was about to go to bed. Lan came again. Conan was overjoyed. He thought Lan couldn't bear to let him sleep in the utility room by himself, and wanted him to go to her room. Unexpectedly, Lan just came to lend him an alarm clock, because she was leaving early tomorrow morning, and the 2 of Yamazaki Miyadiiza didn't even want to count on them. They gave him an alarm clock to tell him not to be late for school tomorrow, and then said that he was wronged for a few days and waited for his father Kogora Mori. When he was angry, he could live in his room, and then left quickly. Thinking of this, Conan felt even more depressed. After washing, Conan went downstairs and passed by the detective office. He heard a sound inside. He tried to reach the doorknob to open the door. He found the unconscious Kogora Mori. No, Kogora Mori, who should have been talking very early, was watching TV, because there is already a piece of trash around. Listen to his yell again, "Miss Yoko, so cute, come on, Miss Yoko, come on." It turned out that he got up early in the morning to wait to see the host Zaokai Miss Yoko, who reads the news. Really, she's all a few dozen years old, she's a model of an adult who can't do anything. Such a guy can't be counted on. Forget it, I'll go to mixed primary school. On the other side, at noon, is there still no news? Asked the woman who was waiting for the elevator in the hotel that day. The man next to him replied, I have already looked for him. He is not at home and he has not gone to school. I also inquired with the policeman. He and the man's daughter that day are boy and girl friends. If this did not go on. The woman thought for a while and asked, I'm free before this evening. The man immediately confirmed, the evening appointment can also be dropped. Then it's today, the woman decided, then muttered to herself, I can't wait any longer. In the afternoon, at Diden Elementary School, another day finally passed, and Conan walked out of the school dejectedly. "Let's go back together, classmate Conan!" a little girl yelled as she ran over. Conan remembered being one of the 3 children she met in the amusement park that day. "You must be very scared of life just after you transferred. Step May will be your friend." No, I." Conan instinctively rejected her. How could he be a high school student and be friends with a primary school student? But he forgot one thing: since it is them, then he is not alone, and "You boy, would you dare not listen to what Amy said?" Looking at the tall and fat man in front of him, Conan finally remembered that he is now a primary school student. "Don't be so rude, okay, Genta? Look at this again." For those of you, Conan understood that he was still a small pupil. Hearing this, Genta immediately shifted his target. "Stop talking nonsense, do you dare to complain, Mitsuhiko? Don't be like this, Genta." Amy immediately stopped them. Taking advantage of their coaxing, Conan felt that he could not face this situation now, and said, "Hello, I have to go beforehand, goodbye." Then he ran away. Miwako, 2chome. Conan, who had nowhere to go, unconsciously returned to Urchome and walked to his door. Only then did he realize that he could not go home yet, so he thought of sitting at the doctor's house and then returning to the Maori home where he is now boarding. "I didn't know that. I found out before entering the door. Dr. Ali's house is different, this clean, and this car. What is going on?" Ring the doorbell. A white coat, a bright bald head, a well-maintained beard. "Is this Dr. aka? Check the house number again. Is he faked by the man in black?" Conan's heart was raised for a while. "Shinichi," Dr. aka yelled as he opened the door, "why are you here?" Hearing this call to himself, Conan didn't know what to do. "Call Conan." A voice came from the room. It was Yamazaki's voice. Conan with sensitive ears immediately recognized it. He was finally relieved. "That's all right, but..." Yes. Dr. aka hurriedly he replied, and then asked again, "Conan, why are you here?" Conan always felt awkward seeing Dr. Ali like this. Inside the room, Yamazaki, who was fiddling with a bow tie, said to Dr. aka who came in, "How can you be considered a small rich man now? You don't want to wake up at night and wake up the next day." "I will pay attention," Dr. aka said with a dry smile. "I will remember, Conan, Edogawa Conan." Conan, who was looking around, listened to their conversation and finally determined one thing, that is, Dr. aka has made a fortune. "How about this thing?" Dr. aka asked, pointing to the bow tie. "It works well, and the voice is clear. Have you ever thought about it? What is the use of this thing?" Yamazaki asked back. "Use this disguised voice to change the voice when calling someone. This is generally done by bad people. Do you think do I need it?" Seeing that Dr. Ali was speechless, and then asked, "How did you think of doing this?" "Well, I looked at the voice control device at the bank yesterday." Dr. aka looked at Yamazaki and Conan as they were, and the more they talked, the lower their voices. "I'm also on an impulse," he grabbed the bow tie. Exclaimed, "Let me take care of it." "No," Yamazaki slapped Dr. Akaza's hand, and said, "Although I don't need you, but it can be used by Conan." Seeing Conan's incomprehensible expression, he continued to say to Dr. Akaza, Come on, what happened last night?" Yes, Dr. Ari was very happy to see that someone finally needed his own invention, and said to Conan, "Last night, it should be night. I was working on this new invention. Maybe it was because the light was on, so Lan came to knock. The door of my house was closed. At the time, she said, today Shinichi did not go to school. I just went to his house. No one answered the door, there was no light, and the heating was not turned on. Do you know if he has come back? How about us just call the police, it's been one day. I'll tell her what case you might be entangled in." You always ignore others when investigating the case at first, so don't worry. It's finally comforted her for a while, but there's nothing to hide. How long? Is it because Lan was in a hurry to come here last night? Conan thought to himself, and then pointed to the bow tie and asked, then you mean? This bow tie is actually a voice changer, as he passed the bow tie to him, and then continued, as long as you rotate the hidden turntable, you can imitate all kinds of sounds. The voices of men, women, and children can be made. Of course. It also includes Kudo Shinichi's voice. After listening to Conan's test, Kudo Shinichi's voice was heard, and he said triumphantly, well, what I'm doing is easy to use. Then you call Ran, everything the problem is solved. Talking and laughing, I'm such a genius, ah, ha. Conan gave him a roll of eyes, and a person who could have that kind of thought is indeed a genius, and then asked Yamazaki, have you found any news about those people? Yamazaki opened his hand and made a no-no gesture. You can't serve snacks. Conan said angrily. There's no way, Yamazaki thought to myself that I was sealed up, so let me check it out and wait slowly. He said perfunctorily, it takes a lot of time to find two people with unknown origins in Yanihuako or even Tokyo. Then he asked, why, I'm impatient, he said jokingly. Aren't you accustomed to being a primary school student? Conan also rolled his eyes after hearing this. Boom! There was movement from the utility room of Dr. Akaza's house, and Yamazaki went over and asked, what's the matter, May Daisy? Hey, watching Yamazaki leave, Conan asked Dr. Aka, what's the matter with you, you made a fortune. So Dr. Aka proudly told about what happened yesterday and complained that Conan didn't know the goods. Sell things at big prices. 10 million, Conan heard a toothache, and shook his hand and said, so call him again today. This. Dr. Aka touched his head embarrassedly. Dr. Aka, Maydeza called out, the stuff in there is not fun at all, I'm going back. Dr. Aka, it's getting late, we'll leave, Yamazaki lined up with May. The dust behind Daisa's shoulder said, Maydeza knocked down the shelf, and we helped it up. We don't know how to place the other things. You can clean it up later. If there is anything valuable, just send the bill. There is nothing of value, Dr. Aka said with a smile, I will clean up by myself in a while. Ah, Conan. Maydeza saw Conan at a glance, rubbed his head, and finally there was no hug and pinch, let Conan breathe a sigh of relief, it's almost a bit, let's go with us. Conan is fine, and his mood has adjusted, so he agreed. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Just like this, the three Maydeza and Dr. Aka went back after saying goodbye. Wu Chom, knowing that Lan and Conan hadn't eaten yet, Maydeza brought some on the road so that they could eat some and pad their stomachs. When I arrived at the Miyade restaurant, I decided to go to the Maori detective office before it opened, and waited for Lan and Conan by the way. On the other side, do you know the address? The woman who was waiting for the elevator in the hotel that day asked when she was sitting behind the car. The man next to her was driving, and at this moment he replied, I have already inquired clearly, no problem. Is that person successful? The woman asked worriedly. Don't worry, it won't work, we can still pass his daughter. The man stopped when he said, and the car stopped as well. It turned out to be the place. Here, the man got out of the car and then opened the door for the woman, watching the woman get out of the car just like that, and then reminded, put your hat on so that no one will recognize it. Unfortunately, at the place where she got off, not far behind her, 3 people who shouldn't have been there at this time appeared and recognized her. That's the home of Conan, so we can be good friends with Conan. Ayami took Genta and Mitsuhiko from the student roster to find out the home address of the transfer student Conan. In order to help the classmates this goal, how good it is easy to find a Maori detective agency. Then, a car stopped in front of Conan's house. The man still said something strange that he could not be recognized. So the three of them were curious for a while and carefully identified the one who could not be recognized. The voice said, "That person is." Then he immediately covered his mouth, apparently recognizing it. The three of them thought about Conan's home address, so they made a bold decision. Chapter 26, Big Celebrity Commission. January 12th, evening, Miwako, Wachome. At the Mori detective office, when Yamazaki and Mideko returned with Conan, Ran had already returned, and was busy doing housework and cleaning. Kogoro Mori was sitting behind his desk, drinking beer while thinking about it. After the three of them and Maori and Darren greet each other, Maedeza put the things on the tea table and sat on the sofa with Yamazaki and flipped through the newspaper board. After listening to Conan's account and understanding their good intentions, Lan said that there is still a little work to do and eat after finishing it. Conan was embarrassed to eat alone and went up to help. And Kogoro Mori took a portion in Conan's contemptuous eyes and ate it first. After eating the food brought by Maedeza and sipping a reliable beer, the commission finally arrived, and I was relieved. Now where to go at night, Mori Kogoro was thinking intently. Ding! The doorbell rang and rang a few times. Kogoro Mori was impatient. Why didn't anyone open the door? He raised his head again. Well, the only thing that can be assigned is out of sight, and the other two are not heard. I just wanted to appoint them, and then I thought, if these two ignore him, it would be shameless, let me do it myself. Mori Detective Agency, today's business is closed. Work. If you refuse to work, you will come right away. The business is already very proficient. Open the door, talk, come back, and you can do it in one go. However, Yamazaki and Mideko found that they turned their heads. Maori, his face looked as if he had seen a ghost. Tomorrow morning, these 4 words were not fluent, and he was very curious for a while, watching Lan and Conan who heard the movement. Is it Yoko Akino? Maori yelled in disbelief when he looked at the very familiar face in front of him. No wonder, Yamazaki whispered to himself, and then said, is an idol star, and Maori is her avid fan. To answer the question who is Yoko Akino asked by Maedeza. No way, why do idols come to our house? Lan asked himself unconsciously. I have something to ask. Yoko Akino summoned up the courage to say, then looked at the shaggy, disheveled man in front of him, wondering if it was right to come here today. No, this person ran away suddenly, and then changed his image after a while. A well-dressed and radiant person appeared, but can you not stand there and say what is your trouble, miss, there is a place to wash. Who are you? Conan despised Maori's speed of dressing. It would be great to have this speed when working. Ah, the man behind Miss Yoko whispered softly, and then whispered to her, that's Ms. Miyamoto. Seeing that Miss Yoko didn't react, she said, the one with the gold medal. This caused it. Maedeza's attention, she glanced at her chest, and sure enough, her gold coins ran outside of her clothes. This should have been subconsciously held and played when she flipped through the newspaper. Looking at the girl who put the gold medal back into her dress, Miss Yoko also recognized her, Miss Miyamoto. I remembered the ordinary sign next door that I just saw downstairs. Could it be that the Miyade restaurant is here? I pressed the joy and excitement in my heart, and continued to wonder what she was doing here, what is her relationship with him. Miscellaneous thoughts passed through Ms. Yoko's mind, but she did not change her composure. Under Maori's inquiry, she explained her situation and the mood of seeking help. What are you talking about? Someone is watching you. I haven't done anything, like Maori furious. Well, it turned out to be just silent phone calls. Later, I received a lot of secret photos of me. Every time I go home recently, the location of the furniture has changed. So these days and nights, I live in the hotel. Miss Yoko said excitedly, and then said sincerely, please help me. Now I know how she came to look for Mori. It turned out that she was in the hotel that day. Yamazaki thought to himself, then took a look at Ran and Conan, and then thought, I'm afraid I can't find the famous detective Shinichi Kudo, so I'm looking for a name. Be the detective's girlfriend's father, so if the girlfriend's father is unsure, then the detective's girlfriend will definitely ask the famous detective for help. Good idea. Then watching her pleading with Maori, Yamazaki thought again, it's no wonder that smart women are already so popular. Since I saw Maydeza here and discovered this unexpected great thing, it is not necessary to take the initiative to strike up a conversation, then just grab the Maori, and Maori, look at his appearance just now and the poster on the wall. This is completely no problem, Uncle Maori will be blessed in the future, and it will be more interesting in the future. Unforgivable, how can I do such a thing to Miss Yoko? Maori said angrily. It is too unreasonable to do such a thing to my Miss Yoko. If possible, I would like to entrust you to conduct a secret investigation. The man behind Miss Yoko was afraid that he would be messing up, so he first reminded Maori, and then in Maori's question, he handed a business card to show his identity and said, I am Miss Yoko's agent. Man, Yamajashi. Manager, I see, I will investigate very secretly. Maori took the business card, then took out the commission document, and said to Miss Yoko, then, please write down the address and phone number here. See Yoko. The lady finished writing and took out a good special signature paper, and handed it to Miss Yoko and said, by the way, sign your name here, and then reminded, don't forget to write to Mr. Kogora. After reading carefully the signature that Miss Yoko wrote down to herself, Mori said with great pleasure, Miss Yoko's business is my business. It is absolutely fine to leave it to my detective Kogora Mori. Then he immediately prepared to solve the problem. Aren't they going together? Miss Yoko pointed to the four onlookers and asked. Don't worry about them. Kogora Mori waved his hand, then pointed to Yamazaki and said, this is my assistant, who will go with us. I want to go too. Maydeza just heard what happened and saw that her brother will also go, so she said to Yamazaki. Then whether he agrees or not, he ran out. It's a pity, I really want to see what the idol's room is like, Lan said, looking at Zhong, and then asked Conan, yes, Conan. Conan nodded, he didn't feel a pity, but it's always good not to go to work, let alone investigate the case. If you want to go, let's go together. Yamajashi I helped Miss Yoko invite them. No, no, Lan said, waving his hand, we still have business tonight. It's okay. Maydeza shouted before entering the door, it's okay, I also asked for leave for you, we can go together. It's great, Lan said happily, Conan, let's change our clothes. Then he pulled Conan upstairs. In fact, she was the only one who wanted to change clothes, but Lan felt embarrassed to let everyone wait for her. Just drag Conan together. Maori said, never interfere with my work, you know. Maydeza said again, I want to return it twice. I see. Lan shouted from the stairs. Ms. Yoko didn't understand too much, but she didn't ask too much questions. Now that she knows this secret, it's not a secret. From now on, she only needs to grasp the Maori thread. These things will always be understood later. And now Ms. Maydeza is also with her, so no matter what else, as long as she has an impression of me, it will be done. The relationship between goodwill and other things will come out. This is to be done slowly, and it is impatient. Going downstairs, I took another car. Maori and Yoko were sitting at the back of Yoko's car. Yamazaki took a taxi. Although Yoko was a little surprised that they didn't drive their own car, they didn't say anything. It's here, it's really the place where Yoko Akino lives. Looking at the building in front of him, Maori shouted. Don't be like this, Yamajashi stopped Maori, it's a secret that she lives here. Oh, Maori made a hush motion to Ran and Conan next to him, and then followed Yoko Akino in, and Ran and Conan followed helplessly. Brother, shouted Maydeza who came from behind, and pointed to Yoko Akino's car next to him, this. Shhh, Yamazaki also made a silent motion, and then said loudly, it's the 25th floor here, let's go up too. After they left for a while, the trunk of Yoko Akino opened, and 3 bold children came out. It's really Miss Yoko, that's great. Yuanta confirmed again. I must be a good friend of Conan, Bulletin May said firmly, not many children get close to idols. Yes. Mitsuhiko raised his hand in agreement, and then proposed, the 25th floor, let's go too. In the elevator, Maydaisy asked, brother, why don't you say it? Let them follow, Yamazaki said, listen to breathing, there are 3 people, it should be 3 children. It was in the amusement park that day. Those 3 interesting children. Maydaisy always remembers the breath of interesting strangers for a few more days. As for whether she can remember it all the time, it depends on the development. They joined in again, Yamazaki thought, it would be more interesting if they knew Conan. At this time, with a ding, the elevator door opened. Maydaisy, Lan greeted, come on, it's so beautiful here. The 3 Maori who came up first were looking at the night view outside the window on the 25th floor with the glass. www.readaloud.com. Listen to Lan. Maydaisy also stepped forward to watch, waiting for Yoko Akino to unlock. By the way, as far as opening the door of my own house, this time is a bit long, it seems that this door is not easy to open. Yamazaki felt strange. How did that person get in? Just thinking about this, I suddenly smelled a scent, and then I heard Yoko Akino's voice, please come in, followed by a scream, as if he saw something terrible. Scene. Smell of blood. Maydaisy walked to Yamazaki's side and said, it's already very rich, it must have been gathered for a while. Yamazaki replied, if he was alone, he should have been dead for a while. Hearing the exclamation, the 3 curious children who had just come up ran over. But they only glanced into the room and immediately fell one down. Yamazaki remembered him, but the female companion said, you grow up so old. Why is he so timid? The one called Yuanta, depending on the situation, is correct. The tall and fat one fell first. At this time, Maori and others, who were attracted by Yoko Akino's scream, also rushed over. His complexion changed greatly. Then Maori confirmed the situation, called the police, and protected the scene. It seemed that the previous criminal police work was not in vain, but Yamazaki, I feel that calling an ambulance should be the first priority. If the person is still alive, wait for your confirmation before calling. Maybe it will be dozens of seconds late. Are you all okay? Maydaisy asked the 3 children, while Lan comforted them one by one, and also found a pillow for Yuanta to make him lie more comfortable. Conan couldn't stand it anymore because of her gentle and considerate level, really, last night. But when she thought that she was also looking for herself, she couldn't speak for a while. Chapter 27, Celebrity Anomaly. On the night of January 12th, Miss Yoko Akino's house. Because of the corpse in Miss Yoko's house, Maori sealed everyone out, waiting for the police to arrive. Maydaisy and Lan are chatting with the 3 children. Bulletin May is already well. Mitsuhiko only has soft feet, but he can walk. Yuanta is too heavy and can't walk because of his soft feet. Maori learned some basic information from Yoko and Yamagishi, but Yamazaki and Conan only listened to them and didn't speak. It was the Megome Police Department who led the team. While getting the basic information, he waited for the staff's notice. After they could enter the room, Maydaisy and Lan took the 2 children aside, Yamazaki followed, helping to carry Genta in. Maori followed behind the police department Momo, while Conan asked Miss Yoko for a magnifying glass and searched it as if, and convinced Bume that he was playing a detective game, she was attracted by him soon, and accompanied him to search. The police department Memo first observed the corpse, and then asked the owner, Ms. Yoko, is this man already like this when you came back here? Ms. Yoko nodded. The police department looked at Maori and continued to ask. said, "The person who was with you at that time was." "It's me, Kogoro Mori, the Megami Police Department." Mori interrupted. "I saw it, the police department Mumu didn't give him a good face, really, why are you? The days of working with the police department are really missed." Maori pleased. "Because of your subordinates, almost all cases have fallen into a maze," the Mumu police department said grimly. "Why? Didn't all those cases be solved later?" Maori laughed dryly, and then defended, "I just solved the kidnapping case." "Is it?" Although the Megami Police Department also knew about it, so many years of working experience made him very unsure of Maori, but it was the first time that he took him to a 5-star restaurant to eat supper last time. "Even if he is in love with him, I won't talk about him for the time being." The police department, who was clearing up his mood, found the problem. The fat man was very sensitive to this, so he asked Miss Yoko, "It's really hot here, do you always turn on the heating so strong?" "No, and it should be closed when I go out." Miss Yoko's answer was strange. "The strange thing is more than this, Megami Police Department," Conan said aloud while standing beside the corpse. He was searching the vicinity of the corpse with the magnifying glass. He was coming to Miss Yoko, and Amy, who was next to Conan, was not afraid of the corpse. As expected, he was the one who shouted, "It's super fun" that day. Conan pointed to the floor again and said, "Although it is not very obvious, there are signs of wetness around the body," and then pointed to the middle of the room and said, "Then this chair. In the messy room, there is only this chair." Putting it on the floor, then said with his chin resting on it, "Also, making the room so hot is to prevent us from correctly calculating the time of death." Just after speaking, 4 legs appeared in front of them. In a desperate situation, Conan said to Bullet and May, who was next to him, "Kids, don't talk nonsense." He just wanted to get in the way. However, when Maori started planting a mushroom on his head, he threw him to the wall while saying, "You are the one getting in the way." Looking at Conan, who was growing mushrooms by Maori, Yamazaki thought the lesson was right, and he obviously forgot his identity. Standing on the periphery, Yamazaki carefully observed the wound of the deceased and found that only the tip of the knife was inserted into the body, so this person died of blood loss. In this way, there are new problems, because he has time to yell. Even if he can't yell, he can still struggle and crawl outside. But why is he lying there? There is no extra blood around him. His mouth, there were no traces of being stuffed or fixed on his hands and feet and then taken away. The blood on his body was very natural. So is he drugged? If Yamazaki can't see this problem, it's up to the police. Looking at it from another angle, Yamazaki found a groove beside him, something in his hand. At this time, the police department found that there were still many people here, and at a glance they spotted someone who shouldn't be here, and asked in surprise, "Miss Miyadi-Ize, why are you here?" "Watch the excitement." Daisy at the wall replied confidently, and then continued to chat with Yuantaya, who was lying, and Mitsuhiko, who was getting better. This reason is very powerful. One sentence blocked the words of the Mumu Police Department. The Mumu Police Department had to move the target. Mao Lilan knew him, and it made sense here. The 4 children ignored them and looked around. "This is the only one left, this is." The Meguro Police Department asked Yamazaki, who circled around the corpse and kept approaching the corpse in order to see clearly, seeing him familiar. "I'm the Maori detective's assistant, Yamazaki," Yamazaki said. "Didn't we meet at the restaurant the night before?" "Oh." The Megami Police Department thought about it, and finally remembered. "I did see it that day." But as if I had seen it somewhere before, the Megami Police Department thought about it and thought it might be a mistake, and then asked Yamazaki not to walk around the scene, and Yamazaki had to retreat. After investigating the unrelated person, the MMO Police Department confirmed to the staff that this person was indeed stabbed to death by the knife stuck in the body. The Megami Police Department asked the owner, "Miss Yoko, is this knife yours?" Have you ever seen the dead? Well, you have to get closer to see clearly. Yamagishi replied for Miss Yoko, and then covered her mouth. Ms. Yoko stepped forward to identify, and then Yamagishi slipped on the blood, but both Yamazaki and Conan saw him take something from the dead man's hand. Yamagishi denied that Yoko-san and he knew the deceased. He stuffed things into his pockets, and accidentally dropped some. Conan stepped on the solace of his feet and moved aside little by little. Yamazaki also walked over, and Conan moved away. A look at feet, hair. Yamazaki asked, "What do you think? This is Miss Yoko's hair, why did he do this?" Conan asked back. At this time, the police department said, "Killing in a secret room. This situation means that the prisoner is the owner of this house." Miss Yoko hurriedly denied, "Why, how could I kill someone?" Maori hurriedly helped to defend. "That's right, Mumu Police Department, I suspect just because I have the key." Listening to Maori's unconvincing explanation, Conan couldn't help but interject, "Normally there will be a backup key." Ayami and Mitsuhiko, who were already okay, agreed together. Seeing them like this, Lan stopped them, "No, you guys are too noisy." However, someone listened to them, and Miss Yoko said, "Well, the backup key is from Mr. Yamagishi." Maori immediately identified the criminal as Yamagishi, and then grabbed the collar of Yamagishi and shook it to death, and asked him if he was caught. Miss Yoko dumped her and wanted revenge. The police department could not stand it any longer and asked, "Where is the evidence that Miss Yoko is not a prisoner?" Maori pushed Miss Yoko to the police department and said, "How can such a loving Miss Yoko be a prisoner?" The argument is eye-catching. Yamagishi could finally speak after Maori let go. He said that his backup key was lost in the TV lounge a few days ago. Miss Yoko proved it for him. Hearing what they said, Yamazaki felt strange. The key was lost. Why didn't he change the lock? What's even stranger was that he lost it in the TV lounge. He is not easy to turn around, but Conan, Yamazaki looked at Conan, and Conan saw him and asked, "What do you want to do? Why did you say we came here?" Yamazaki reminded him, and Conan's eyes lit up. And then began to crawl around, and then found something under the sofa. Watching Conan go to the Megami Police Department, Yamazaki also stepped forward and took a look. It was an earring. The police department ignored Conan, but Mori gave him another training. Conan had to come back to Yamazaki to help him. Yamazaki smiled and shook his head, and then pointed to his neck. Conan suddenly remembered that the doctor was going to use it to open bank insurance. Ku's voice changer, so he hid and used an adult's voice to remind the Mumu Police Department. This time it was finally done. The earrings were confirmed by Yoko as Ms. Ikuzawa Yuko, but Yamagishi didn't forget to beat her opponent and said, "Ms. Yuko has a grudge because the heroine of the series was replaced by Yoko." The target of Maori was transferred to Ms. Yuko, who directly commanded the police to arrest Ms. Yuko. The police department of Megami was very troubled by the mess of Maori, but Ms. Yuko was indeed suspected and motivated, so she instructed Ms. Yuko. Brought to the scene as a witness. This was resolved. Yamazaki thought that the commission of the office should be because of this Miss Yuko. As for the murderer, whether it is a love killing or a framing, it is one of these three people. Investigate slowly. As long as you have been to the scene and have contact with the dead, you will definitely leave clues. If there are none, then if you read www.yuyugonshu.com, then Boro Shinichi. There is only one truth, and that is suicide. And if he committed suicide, looking at the circular groove, he used this fixed knife. Yamazaki first thought about the scene when he committed suicide. He was lying down because he was afraid that his hands would support the ground, so he was upside down. He was afraid that he could not die, so he stood on a chair, and when he was ready, he closed his eyes and jumped back. Then thinking about the scene before his death, after jumping out, he looked at luck. This guy is obviously a typical bad luck. If he didn't die, he turned over and lay on the ground, waiting to die motionless. Thinking of this, Yamazaki thought that the possibility of this kind of thing happening was too small, and that normal people would never do it, so he let go of this idea, and then Yamazaki glanced at Mori, who was standing next to Yoko-san, wondering when to go. Remind him to solve the work in the first place. After all, he is a member of the office. Are you finished? Asked Maydaisy, who had walked over for a while after he finished thinking. I'm a little hungry. Just wait a while, Yamazaki said, then asked her, talk to them. How? I'm hungry because of this. Maydaisy's answer made him very strange. After some inquiries, he realized that Mitsuhiko ran to accompany Bume, so she lay down with him. Yuanta of Yuanta continued to talk, and the two of them started talking about eating. Therefore, Yuanta's spirit began to improve, but Maydaisy felt that the more she talked, the more she wanted to eat. Yamazaki sounds funny, but here I can only comfort her, and then ask her if the three children and Conan know each other, and what is the relationship between them. After knowing the situation, Yamazaki just wanted to ask Maydaisy to go back and continue chatting, so as to pass the time. A woman's "don't be kidding" yelling came in first. That's Ms. Ixiwa Yuko, look. It's not as good as Miss Yoko. Chapter 28, Stubborn Choice. On the night of January 12th, Miss Yoko Akino's house. When everyone was waiting for the new witness, Ms. Ixiwa Yuko, a beautiful woman, walked in and shouted, if the murder happened in Yoko's room, you should suspect Yoko. Why would you be with me? It's related. She should be Yuko Ixiwa. Her arrival caused everyone's attention to focus on her for a while, and she continued to say, I am here for the first time. I have nothing to do. If this is the case, then why is this thing here? Maori asked, holding the evidence. Looking at the thing in Maori's hand, Miss Yuko smiled and said, I thought it had fallen, because you found it. It's not just the earrings, Maori continued, the apartment manager also. It turns out that someone who looks a lot like you came in. It's just that they look a lot like you, really stupid. Ms. Yuko replied, and then to Ms. Yoko, borrow the toilet. Then she turned around and left. Maori saw that she was leaving and shouted, wait a minute, I'm not finished yet. Maori's entanglement made Miss Yuko very angry, so she turned and said angrily, why are you so annoying? Should the earrings be regarded as a prisoner? I'm very busy. The momentum was overwhelming, and Maori was suppressed for a while, making him speechless. Seeing that the police had nothing to say, Ms. Yuko became proud, and when she saw Ms. Yoko's aggrieved face, she looked pitiful. Standing motionless by the side, Miss Yuko was even more proud of her. Walking up to Miss Yoko, she said to Miss Yoko's face, although I am not as busy as you, the most popular Yoko, but if this matter is known by the media, your image will decline rapidly, maybe it will become more leisurely than me. After saying that, Miss Yuko looked at Miss Yoko but just lowered her head, neither looked at her nor spoke to retort. Thinking that Miss Yoko was worrying, she laughed proudly for a while, and then she, with a smile like this, he turned and went to the bathroom. Her image and Miss Yoko's image are completely two extremes, forming a sharp contrast, and people can't help but complain to Miss Yoko, because she looks even weaker. Seeing Miss Yoko lowering her head slightly, looking underground, her mouth pursed, and a sympathetic look of worry, grievance, and pity, Yamazaki couldn't help but admire. She deserves to be a powerful idol star. This expression, this faction is really amazing. If it weren't for the fact that she just wanted to show most of her own frontal expression and Miss Yuko's profile expression to Maydaisy's eyes, and Maydaisy was next to her, she would not have noticed her subtle changes. Thinking about it, Yamazaki found that Miss Yoko had this expression since before Miss Yuko had not come. By the way, it started when Maydaisy left Yuantat. Her stance always adjusted slightly as Maydaisy walked around, maintaining the angle that Maydaisy could see her face at any time. Because Maydaisy also adjusted it next to her. I also took a glance at her when I was watching Maori next to her. I didn't care about it at the time. Later, I glanced at her when I was paying attention to Miss Yuko. I found out that she was different from just now, so I discovered this situation because of the two angle changes. No, Yamazaki looked at the back of Miss Yuko, who was illuminated from the front by the light from the bathroom when she entered the bathroom. He overthrew what he had just thought. At the same time, he secretly sighed, "Dear, if it is what I think, this woman too, it's too great. Compared with her, Yuko Aizawa is extremely good." No, I think of Yuko Aizawa's previous answers and the behavior that was very problematic. Compared with her, Yuko Aizawa, even you can't count the dishes, you can only count the dregs, the rest, useless, scum. Yamazaki shook his head, temporarily letting go of these unfounded thoughts. Let's talk about these things later, first solve this matter now. As for this matter, Yamazaki was a little worried. Unless he committed suicide, he would not be able to tell which of these three people was the murderer without going through a more detailed investigation. Thinking of this, Yamazaki decided to find an opportunity to resolve the firm's commission first. Don't care about other killings, leave those to the experts. At this time, Conan's speech was blocked by Maori again. Buletin couldn't understand Maori's fierce piety, and kicked Maori's calf with a single kick. The pain made Mori put down his face, chasing her, and wanted to teach her a lesson. Seeing this, Lan once again urged Conan, "Don't do this, you can't hinder the handling of the case." Then he hugged Conan from behind and muttered, "If Shinichi encounters this kind of case, it must be resolved soon. Where did you go, that reasoner?" Listening to Lan Yu's more sad tone, Conan couldn't help but said, "He will be back soon, so please don't worry." Then he reacted, knowing that he had said something that shouldn't be said, and immediately remedied it. I think so." Seeing Conan like this, Yamazaki wondered how long he could hide it. It was too careless. At this time, Maori watched Yuko Aizawa come out, and Ayumi hid to Maydaisy again, and Maori gave up on teaching her. In his mind, Miss Yoko's matter was more important, so he went to Aizawa Yuko again. Yuko Aizawa said impatiently to the entangled Maori, "You have to tell me a few times before you understand, I really haven't been here." Maori was speechless for a while. Seeing that Maori didn't say anything, Yamazaki decided to help him and completed the commission first, so he asked Maydaisy to chat with Yuanta again to pass the time. He stepped forward and whispered in Maori's ear, "Uncle Maori, this pool Yuko Sawa has definitely been here, she is the one who harassed Miss Yoko." At this time, Yuko Aizawa took out the cigarette and picked up the accessories on the table. Pop turned out to be a lighter and lit the cigarette. Maori understood now, and Conan also came over at this time and said, "Curiously shaped lighter, sister, although you have never been here, but you know it is a lighter." Now the police department also understood. "Come over and preemptively say, he is right, why do you know so clearly?" Yuko Aizawa, who was so startled that the smoke fell, still insisted on discerning. Conan pulled it again, watching Maydaisy go back to chat again. Already relaxed Miss Yoko, who came down, asked, "Where is the toilet?" "I didn't know when I came here for the first time." Miss Yoko smiled and pointed out for him. "You even know where the toilet is? It's not the first time you came here. You are the one who harassed Miss Yoko." Maori said affirmatively, and then asked, "You didn't find the scandal of Miss Yoko? Killed that man in this Yoko-san's room and created a scandal yourself?" Although it was a question, it was in a positive tone. Hearing what Mori said, Yuko Aizawa exclaimed excitedly, "No, it's not like that. I didn't kill him. The man suddenly attacked me, so I resisted." Then he calmed down and said slowly, "I did come here, using the key I stole in the lounge. I just wanted to find some materials that could create a scandal. However, after entering this room during the day today, the man suddenly came in and attacked me. I resisted desperately, and finally escaped from this place. She said with a look of fear. It's a pity that Maori doesn't believe her, but Yamazaki thinks what she is telling is the truth. She is just a harasser, not a murderer. At this time, the police came to report that the identity of the deceased had been verified. He was named Fuja Akira. He was 22 years old this year. After graduating from Conan High School, he worked in Jiaohong Commercial. When I heard of Conan High School, the faces of Miss Yoko and Yamajashi changed here, and Maori immediately thought of Miss Yoko. He is a fan of Miss Yoko. How could she not know that Miss Yoko also graduated from Conan High School, and then immediately asked Miss Yoko again about the situation? In this case, although the agent Yamajashi still said it was accidental, Miss Yoko knew that it was impossible to keep the secret. Now that the matter has been clarified, the nature of the matter will change and the character will be suspected. She knew that person, and not only knew that, but also the boyfriend she had met in high school. Then Yoko-san said to Yamajashi, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yamajashi, I can't hide this thing anymore." Yamazaki secretly asked, "Is this showing the difficulty that I just concealed?" The Megami Police Department sternly asked, "Is it because you want to end your past relationship?" "No," Miss Yoko retorted loudly, and then whispered with a pained expression, "He was the one who initiated the breakup, not me. Now this question has no solution. Ikuzawa Yuko is not, and Yamajashi shouldn't be. The motive of Yoko-san, who was the most suspicious, is gone." At this time, Yamazaki watched Conan touch the groove on the ground, and then had a Mingyu expression, and thought of the last possibility, so Conan made a come gesture at the corner and walked over, wondering Conan's reasoning answer is to verify whether his guess is correct. Conan touched the voice changer and said, "Yamazaki lends my voice to me. Let's cooperate and let me solve the incident." Yamazaki said, "Okay, but you can tell me who the murderer is first, and see me. The guess is correct." "What else?" Conan said irritably, "Cooperate, you won't know when I say it later, hurry up." "That's not possible," Yamazaki disagreed. Then he said seriously, "Tell me first, and I will cooperate with you." "No." Conan refused immediately, and then said, "You won't know in a while, why bother about this?" Yamazaki immediately he said, "Then I won't do either." Yamazaki. Conan was angry, but considering the case, he said with a smile, "Yamazaki, you don't think it's too early, we can solve it early and go eat." Then she glanced at Maydaisy and saw that she was chatting with Yuan Tat. Next to him, Lan stopped Bullet and Mei and Mitsuhiko behind him, and the three were paying attention to the case. Then he lowered his voice and said, "Didn't Maydaisy hungry just now? Can't we solve it early? You tell me first, and I will cooperate." Yamazaki insisted. Yamazaki. Conan was angry, but didn't want to be noticed. He only raised his voice slightly, then thought about it, then said, "Okay, I will tell you first," and then complained, "Really, if it weren't for no choice, He heard another person's voice. At this time, Maori, who heard Ms. Yoko's words, was forcing Yamajashi, and Maori asked loudly, "Yamari, are you worried that that man will bring a scandal to Miss Yoko? So when you ran into that man sneaking in here, he gave him killed." Hearing Maori's voice, Conan rolled his eyes and said to Yamazaki, "I've decided, I'll change the person." He started to adjust the voice changer. Yamazaki made a please action and asked Conan to give him a pair of big eyes, watching Conan adjust Maori's voice, and when he started to think about what to do, Yamazaki smiled again and took a flat put his round ashtray on the table in front of Conan, and then made another please action. Seeing this, Conan gave Yamazaki a pair of big eyes, but he couldn't think of other ways for a while, so he had to do it like this. Yu reading www.yuuganju.com. So Conan climbed onto the table, whispering, "I'm sorry, Uncle Maori," while raising his foot at Maori's head, holding a cigarette and kicking the ashtray out. It was a pity that Conan wasn't working on his slippers, and there was an angle problem. When he was about to fail this time, the ashtray changed its direction and flew towards Maori's head at a faster speed. Looking intently, it turned out that Yuanta, who was a little better, was about to go to the bathroom, and he was not far away. Lan wanted to look at the other two children, and Maydeza helped him go with him. Walking on the road, for the ashtray that suddenly flew, Maydeza lifted up her left forearm and swept her left wrist, swept the ashtray out like a fly, and then Maori was tragic. He heard Maori scream. A huge mushroom was planted on his head, and then he retreated on the sofa and passed out, still holding the cigarette in his right hand. As for the coming and going of the ashtray, Maydeza didn't care at all, she still took Yuanta to the bathroom. Lan didn't care because of the distance and angle, and was still watching the baby. However, the police department was still a little concerned about this. He and Maori had some affection, so he stepped forward to ask Maori if he had any problems, and wanted to reach out to test Maori. The two instigators who didn't expect things to develop into this way were a little dazed for a while. Fortunately, Yamazaki reacted a little faster and stabbed Conan. Conan responded and immediately responded with Maori's voice to the police department, telling the police department that it's okay to he, and quickly hid on the sofa where Mori was sitting. Behind. Yamazaki walked over quickly and looked at Maori with the huge mushroom. Seeing that he had no major problem, he smiled and said to Conan in a low voice, "He really doesn't matter." Hearing Yamazaki teasing him, Conan couldn't answer at this time, so he had to give it away. Yamazaki rolled his eyes as a counterattack. Chapter 29, The Detective and Number 039, S. Speculation. On the night of January 12, Miss Yoko Akino's house. Maori sat on the sofa with a cigarette in his right hand, as if he was about to reason, but in fact, he passed out due to an accident. At this time, Conan began to reason with Maori's voice and Maori's identity. He first said, "Let me talk about my speculation. From a common sense, Mr. Yamagishi, if you are a prisoner, then you entrust me to investigate in order to let me find the body. You should be prepared to exonerate yourself in advance. The evidence is right. Ms. Yoko, the same is true for you, because the first person who will be suspected is you, the owner of this house. Of course it is not Ms. Ikuzawa Yuko. If she was forced to kill because of the situation, she would not say what happened. I've been to the deceased." Hearing this, the Megome Police Department asked, "Then who is the real criminal? And you said that what you said is speculation, what does this mean?" Conan continued, "Yes, this is just a common-sense speculation. There is no direct evidence to prove that they are innocent. However, I have evidence that can make this speculation stand. Mr. Yamagishi, when you pretended to slip, the hair was taken out of the dead man." "What?" Hearing this, the police department was shocked. He didn't notice it just now, so he grabbed the collar of Shannon and asked, "Sure enough, you are a prisoner." "It's not him," Conan helped him clarify, and then asked, "The person who was stabbed to death from behind is actually holding the murderer's hair, don't you think it is incredible?" Then continued, "The prisoner was deliberately arranged he was murdered, and it was meant to be blamed on Miss Yoko." Hearing this, the Megome Police Department also understood, but still couldn't believe it, and then asked, "You said it was arranged as a homicide, it is difficult, is it?" Conan said affirmatively, "Yes, the criminal is the dead Mr. Fuja himself." "Suicide?" Everyone was taken aback. Yamazaki, who verified his own speculation, couldn't help but admire this guy named Fuja Akagi. This guy is too powerful. In that case, he faced both mental and physical torture. How much it takes a firm determination, what a strong resentment, can kill himself. Then he sighed, "This guy's brain is broken, with this kind of determination, with this kind of resentment, you can make a name for whatever you do, why bother to seek death, really, it's a waste of so much of our time." The police department still didn't understand something, and asked, "How is it possible? Is it possible to stab myself in the back with a knife?" Conan replied, "This is a simple trick using ice cubes. After setting the heating to a high temperature, remove her hair from Miss Yoko's comb, then stand on the chair and pour it on the ice cube in one breath. On the floor next to the corpse, there were dents made by the handle of the knife when it fell down, and the scattered ice gradually melted in the rising room temperature." At this point, Conan stopped for a while, and then continued, "But, Mr. Fuji's technique is a bit too much. Is it the hair?" The Megami Police Department stood up and asked, lying on the ground observing the dent. "Yes, Mr. Yamagishi, who found the hair, thought that the deceased was killed by Miss Yoko, so he secretly hid it." Conan replied affirmatively. At this time, Miss Yoko asked, "But why did Fuji do this?" Conan said sadly, "I think it's probably because he still loves you deeply. Didn't you find out? You are very similar to Ms. Yuko's back. That's why he mistaken Ms. Yuko for you. She attacked, no, it should be said that she wanted to talk to you, Miss Yoko, but he who mistakenly regarded Miss Yoko for Miss Yoko was surprised by the resistance, and the love he wanted to reclaim with all his heart turned into despair and resentment. Miss Yoko couldn't help but said, but, he dumped me, why? No, actually, I asked him to break up with you." Yamagishi replied. After hearing this, Miss Yoko whispered sadly, "Is there such a thing?" At this time, the police came to report that the diary was found in Mr. Fuji's house, and then handed over the diary. The diary found was full of his inner distress, and the police department read the last content, "Break up after that, I went to see her because I couldn't forget." Even if her idle life would end, she was determined to let her return to her side. At least she had to explain this misunderstanding clearly, otherwise there would be no way to live. Closed the diary, the Megami Police Department said solemnly, "As a result, this is a tragedy caused by lies, misunderstandings, and accidents intertwined. This incident is now clear, but Yamazaki still has a lot of questions." It was not easy to interrupt. Because of Uncle Maori's physique, he didn't know when he woke up, so he was afraid to disturb Conan and delay his reasoning time. "Now I can't ask questions anymore. After all, according to common sense, Conan has made it very clear that the victim Fuji Akira can only commit suicide in this incident, and there can be no other murderers. But are those real, and can this whole incident be described in terms of common sense?" Yamazaki didn't think so, but could he get the answer? Looking at the man with a sad, and incredibly sad expression, Yamazaki really couldn't tell what was real and what was illusory. At this time, Maedasa helped Yuanta come out, and asked Yamazaki by the wall, "Brother, is it over? I think there is a result." Then he looked at Conan on the sofa and continued to ask. Said, "What is he doing?" "He was just talking." Then he glanced at Maori and asked, "How come Uncle Maori seems to be sleeping?" Seeing Conan gesturing anxiously to him, Yamazaki smiled and whispered in Maedasa's ear, "Conan also wants to be a detective in the future, so after we saw through this incident, let Conan speak for us. Reasoning, let him practice more. He will be the spokesperson of the firm in the future. Most of our reasoning will be narrated by Conan, so you can just leave it alone when you see it." Oh! After hearing this explanation from Yamazaki, Maedasa believed it. She looked at Conan and nodded, then turned her attention back to Genta, and then realized that Genta was drooling, so she shouted, "Yuanta, Yuanta." Seeing this, Conan sighed, leaning on the sofa, slumped on the ground, wiped out the scared cold sweat, feeling more tired than reasoning. "Be a detective." Yamazaki's voice came up without deliberately lowering it, so that Genta also listened a little. Later, when he discovered that he was eavesdropping, he lowered his voice again so that he didn't hear it behind. "It's stimulating to Yuantai." Thinking of Ayami's inadvertent complaint and ridicule, Mitsuhiko's strange sympathetic eyes, Conan's bold action without caring, compared himself with himself. He wanted to hide in a haunted house, and fainted when he saw a bleeding dead person. Yuan Ta planted a seed in his heart. He wanted to learn from Conan and also to become a detective. Then he imagined that he had become a powerful detective, so Bume looked at herself longingly. Genta, you are so amazing. Mitsuhiko looked at herself admiringly. Genta, you are so amazing. Conan looked at himself bitterly. Genta, even if you win this time. Yuan Ta thought about her happiness, and her saliva flowed down. Yuan Tai, Yuan Tai. Well, who called me? Yuan Tai asked herself, and then recovered. Genta, why are you drooling? Mei Daisy asked, are you uncomfortable? No, Genta replied, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, I'm fine. Suddenly, goo, Genta's stomach made a noise. So I'm hungry, Mei Daisy smiled. At that time, come with us to eat. Then after thinking for a while, he said, please have eel dinner, don't you say you like eel best? Eel feast? Yuan Ta asked in disbelief. Seeing Mei Daisy nodded, she couldn't stop her drooling, her belly started to scream again, and her legs were not soft anymore, and her head nodded. Dizzy, strength returned, and then asked, then Bullet and Mei and Mitsuhiko can go together. Of course I want to take them with me. Mei Daisy replied. Great. Yuan Ta cheered and ran to report the situation. On the other side, Lan and the two children. Lan listened to the reasoning, understood the contents of the diary, and knew that the case had been resolved, so he waited for her father Maori to call her back together. But Maori didn't wake up yet. How could I call her? So after waiting for a while, Lan had to tell the two children not to run around, and come and find Maori by himself. Lan, who walked around from behind, first spotted Conan. It was strange that he was sitting here, wiping sweat, and looked very hot, but before he had time to ask, Maori made a noise. It's hot, ah! Maori jumped up, shaking his pants, presumably the cigarette in his right hand woke him up. Lan Zheng wanted to care about his father. The police department Momi, who had just ordered his subordinates to take Miss Yuko away, had already grabbed Maori first, pressed him on the sofa, and said happily, Brother Maori, as you reasoned, I'm going to take a look at you, detective. Then I went to work again, leaving only a confused gross profit. However, Maori quickly changed his face because Lan was looking at his pants. He only has such a set of high-quality work clothes. This is a lot of money. What should I do? Could you report to Miss Yoko? Work injury, well, detectives don't seem to work. At this time, Yamazaki said, Uncle Maori, let's go to eat something, and go back to rest. Maori wanted to agree, but he was stopped by the MMO police department. He asked Maori to go back with him to record a statement, and by the way, also recorded the statement of the last kidnapping incident. Conan was taken aback, and moved his hand back and forth between the two of them, which meant that he would go together, and he would not be allowed to go alone. He would be exposed. Yamazaki ignored him and said to Maori, then uncle, go take a confession. We'll go to dinner. After a meal, he said, by the way, uncle, you haven't eaten dinner yet, or with us. Let's go down together and eat something nearby, and then come up again. Then he said to the Mumu Police Department, how about the Mumu Police Department bringing everyone together? Momo Police Department replied, no, we just ate it not long ago, and then said to Maori, go and come back, we will stay here for a while. Yes, Megome Police Department, Mori said, and then asked Ms. Yoko, Ms. Yoko doesn't have any meals. How about going with us? Miss Yoko said, Mr. Yamagishi, you go, I want to clean up the house. Momu Police Department interrupted and said, well, Miss Yoko, this place is not moving for the time being, so you should go with them. Then he said to Maori, do you know how to move quickly? Yes. Maori promised. Seeing this, Yamazaki said, "Well, Uncle Maori and Conan will go down with me to find a place first." Then he said to Maydaisy, who had promised to take Genta to dinner, "You and Ran greet the children, and you and Miss Yoko and them walk slowly. I will let Conan go to inform you when I find a place." Hearing this, Conan immediately shouted, "I'm going to stop the elevator." He ran out. And the three children who had come to wait a long time ago, Genta, Mitsuhiko, and Ayumi, shouted at the same time, "I want an eel meal. I want French cuisine. I want sushi." "Yes, yes," Yamazaki said while agreeing. "Then, Megome Police Department, I will leave." At this time, Conan's voice came, "The elevator is coming." Yamazaki reminded Maori, who was talking to Miss Yoko, "Uncle Maori, let's go, and the elevator is coming." After speaking, he left first, and then Maori followed quickly. In the elevator, Conan was afraid of running out of time, so he pretended to be amused and pressed the whole button once, so they had to go up and then down, and stopped at each level. Maori wanted to teach him. Yamazaki asked at the right time, "Uncle Maori, look at this incident, is it okay to record it like this?" Then Yamazaki explained the incident again, and Conan added it, and re-examined his reasoning. Although Maori does not remember this reasoning, since he said that he reasoned, he did it himself. After listening to it, Maori thought that this was not enough, and he couldn't highlight his brilliance, foresight, wisdom, superhuman, calmness and so on. "You can't write like that. If you want to change it, you must change it." Yamazaki immediately agreed, and immediately said some changes. For example, Maori decisively blocked everyone outside www.readaloud.com and closed the site. As soon as Maori came in, he found that the room temperature was wrong and there was water on the ground. The chair is too conspicuous, the groove next to it is suspicious, the deceased still has hair in his hand, so he wants to hang the murderer with his hair. When Mori sees Yuko's walking posture, he speculates that she wants to go to the bathroom, so he deliberately leads her to talk. Let her relax her vigilance, and let Miss Yuko not confess her. Finally, she inferred the original appearance of this sad incident with sadness and sympathy. So Mori grinned and patted Yamazaki's shoulder and said, "Yes, yes, that's it, so that I can reflect the style of my detective Kogoro Mori." Conan was shaking and rubbing his arms. Yamazaki smiled and asked, "Are you cold?" Conan looked at Maori, who was laughing with his head high, and whispered, "Mao is standing up when I hear it. It's really cold to me." Tremble again. After talking, he shook again, and then said, "It's cold even if I think about it." Yamazaki lowered his waist and said to him, "It's okay, you'll get used to it if you tremble." Then Conan wanted to send it. Rolling his eyes to himself, Yamazaki immediately squeezed Conan's faces on both sides and pulled it. Now Conan can't help it. However, ding, the elevator door opened again. Yamazaki didn't care. The Maori next to him spoke, "Okay, don't, it's a trouble, let's go quickly, don't let the Mumu Police Department wait in a hurry." Yamazaki and the three people hadn't walked far after getting out of the elevator, they saw Ms. Yoko and his party walking ahead. Seeing them just come, Maydaisy and the others felt very strange. After all, they left first. Upon questioning, everyone decided to let Miss Yoko and Yamagishi find a place, and they all condemned Conan, believing that he was doing a prank regardless of time and occasion. It shouldn't be too much. Conan couldn't say anything and could only take it. Very depressed. Chapter 30, Sadness. On the night of January 12th, the hotel near Miss Yoko's house. Yamazaki and Mori and a group of 10 people, under the introduction of Ms. Yoko, entered this big restaurant with eel, French cuisine, and sushi. No way, small restaurants are not so full. Maori's complexion has deteriorated since I entered here, and now I'm sitting on a chair. The look on his face has changed from time to time. The look is very interesting. Of course there is a reason for this. Originally, on the way, Miss Yoko said that it was all because of her business, so she should be invited, but Maori wanted to rush out. At this moment, seeing the scale of the hotel, I began to regret it again, but I'm sorry to say, I'm biting my head. Looking at Maori like this, Yamazaki sitting next to him whispered in his ear, "Uncle Maori, I asked them to come together, and I want to invite them to a big meal. Of course it should be me." "You're right, you can't steal my sincerity." Now Maori immediately became happy. Since he doesn't have to eat his own, let's have a drink and then I want to order wine. Now Lan, who was sitting on the other side of him, couldn't bear it anymore. The appearance of Maori made Lan very upset. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with his Maori. It was he who insisted on taking care of him. In the end, he gave it back to others. This is really shameful. Now, he wanted to drink again, and he didn't want to think about it. He would go to the police station to record his confession after a while. It was so obvious what it was like after drinking. So he slapped his yelling gesture with a slap, and hit his weakness with another elbow, making everyone who could see it hurt, let alone the person involved. But this finally made the Maori down. The dishes were brought up one after another, and the three of Maori, Yoko, and Yamajashi hurriedly filled their stomachs and left first. After all, it just took a lot of time, but I can't let the police department wait for a long time. Just like that, everyone began to eat this late dinner. Yuanta is the fiercest person on the table, Miyadiiza is just eating, not to say she is fighting. Outside, most of the time, Mayday's movements are very elegant when eating, but if you don't pay attention, the thing will be gone for a while. The other two children are normal, but you can't just pick good ones. You should also order some vegetables. Seeing that everyone has eaten almost, Yamazaki asked, "What do you plan to do next? Do you go home, or I will open a room for you, and I will go back tomorrow morning? Of course the money will be prepared for you." The three children immediately replied happily together, "Live here." "Hey!" Lan found that their expressions were a bit wrong, and asked, "Why don't you go home now? Your parents should be waiting for you at this time." This. The three children were speechless. Yamazaki smiled and said, "Don't ask, these three little guys dare not go home now." It's not clear to see Lan, but Yamazaki, who knows her upbringing a little bit, explained, "These guys must have never expected it to be so late. The appointment time between them and their family has passed long ago, and they didn't even make an appointment time. At this time, it's already so late. If you call now and then send them home, it will be too late to get home. Then even if they said to be with us, we invited them to eat here, but they didn't make it in time. Inform the family that it's so late to get home, and if parents and family members wait so long, they will inevitably be taught a lesson, and maybe they will be beaten a few times and suffer a little bit of flesh and blood, so if we live in, no matter if we call to their parents, after we left, they called their parents by themselves, it was not too late. At that time, their parents were not angry enough, and they all remembered to call home. Their parents will be less angry, and then they will find some reasonable excuses. For example, the restaurant is not close to home, the scale is not small, it is normal to delay some time for meals and accommodations, so tomorrow morning, their parents' the anger basically subsided, and then they went home with a receipt or a gift with the sign here to prove that they were telling the truth, so they would have nothing except the two sentences. The three children nodded repeatedly. "Isn't that enough to tell the truth?" Lan asked in return. "No way," Ayami said. "If you ask how we got here, we can't say that we are hiding in the trunk." Mitsuhiko continued. "If I say that I will be beaten," Genta temporarily put down the food on the table and said, "In order to let me remember that the trunk of the car cannot be drilled, my mother will teach me." Ayami said again. "Why? The trunk is not dangerous?" Lan asked again. "Of course it is dangerous. Conan said, if the trunk of the car cannot be opened from inside, there may be an accident. That said, we brought you here, can't it? Lan asked again. No. The three children objected in unison. Meeting the scene and getting together on the scene are two different things, and if we know that we brought them, they might still resent us. After all, they are still young, and they might leave a shadow on the scene. Yamazaki explained. Then don't say, Lan reacted now, like this one pinch a bit here, and a paragraph over there, the rest is that they, Conan's parents, enthusiastically took the three Conan. My classmates came to the restaurant for dinner, because of various reasons, such as the road, the speed of serving, etc., the time was delayed very late. I was afraid that going back later would affect everyone's rest, so I decided not to go back. Then specifically called to inform. You see, I am still a good boy who remembers my parents and does not want my parents to worry about. Lan looked at Yamazaki and the four children, these people are really. Lan has nothing to say. Seeing Lan's expression, Yamazaki knew he understood, but he spread his hands and said, now you know. Seeing Lan nodded, Yamazaki said again, then go open a room for them with me, and see them. What else is needed, after all, you are better at taking care of people. Then he said to Maydeza who was drinking soup, you look at them. We will be back right away. Then she stood up. I'll go together too. The three children cried at the same time. I'll go too. Conan also said, thinking, Lan, I'll go too. I'll go too. Maydeza wiped her mouth and said, thinking, I'm gone, what am I doing here? Let's go together, Yamazaki said as he walked. How many floors do you want to live in? Why don't you have a big suite where the three of you live together? Not so good. Ayami blushed slightly. Mitsuhiko and Genta blushed and did not speak. Find someone to separate, Conan said with a smile, just close the door then. In the hotel room, Yamazaki, as a classmate and family member, respectively called the families of the three children. The children and their families spoke separately, letting their families breathe a sigh of relief, and then they all thanked Yamazaki, Genta's mother. He also said that if Yuan was too naughty, just beat him up, making Yuan-tan next to him feel very shameless. Then they taught them how to use electrical appliances and bathrooms, and then left the money for breakfast and taxi. Yamazaki and Ran went out. Out of the hotel, four people hit a car. After getting out of the car and saying goodbye to each other, they went home. At Maori's house, Lan opened the door and said to Conan, Conan, I want to go out for a walk. Dad doesn't know when he will be back. You can sleep at home obediently, you know. Then he turned and left, Conan feeling that she was in a bad mood. Of course she could not be allowed to go out alone at this time, so she immediately followed. On the bright and sometimes dark streets, in the quiet and dim alleys, the bright and dazzling roadsides, and finally came to the soft and bright park, Lan held Conan's hand at some point on the road, and looked at the people not far away. On the road, people from family to family were talking, laughing, and arguing, walking from one end of the road to the other end, all the way to the end of their sight. In the cold winter night, Yu reading www.yunsha.com maybe because of the remaining warmth in the palm of his hand, which slightly melted the coldness in my heart, and Lan seemed to be talking and talking to herself, saying, I am so envious of them. When I was a child, my mother separated from my father. No matter what time I went home, my father never took care of me. I never got into the trunk of the car, but I was locked up. At that time, I was I am afraid, Shinichi rescued me. Conan didn't speak, and Lan never said this in front of Shinichi. Then Lan paused for a while. Conan felt she was sobbing. Sure enough, Lan said in a crying voice, I envy them so much. I miss Shinichi. Conan felt very uncomfortable. Hearing her talk about it, he felt she was smoking again. After a while, Ran seemed to calm down, and continued, "She's so strong." Conan wondered who she was talking about. Later, he discovered that there was a big screen across the street on which was broadcasting a show by Yoko Okino. After watching for a while, Lan continued, "She is really strong, and she can cheer up so quickly when something like that happens. I'm really useless. I can't be as strong as Miss Yoko. Shinichi has only been missing for a few days. It makes me unable to sleep at night. I'm really useless." Although the crying cavity is gone, but the voice is getting sadder and sadness. "Hey," Conan felt a drop of liquid dripping on the back of his hand. It was tears. She shed tears. Conan was stunned for a while. Lan muttered to herself, "Xinyi, where are you? I miss you so much, do you know, Xinyi?" Conan only felt a pain in his heart. It was really painful. At this time, nothing can stop him from today, tomorrow, life or death. He wants to tell her that he wants to talk, so he works hard to open his lips that are glued together. Tried to swallow a mouthful of saliva, moisturized, walked so much, already dry throat, opened his mouth. Chapter 31, Invisible Care. On January 12th, late at night, a small park near 5CHOME. Listening to Lan's sad words, and feeling the tears that had just lost his warmth, Conan couldn't help it. However, Lan. Just when Conan couldn't help but want to shout, cough, someone behind him yelled. "Who?" Listening to the sound almost behind them, the two of them were startled, and Lan even made a move, hitting it with an elbow, but just over his body line, he felt a numbness, and then he couldn't use it. And then he was pinched in his hands. So Lan instinctively thought of kicking her back and letting this person change position to prepare for the next attack, but at this time the person behind pressed her shoulder first. "Not good!" Lan yelled in his heart, immediately let go of Conan, and took him a few steps aside, so that he could keep a distance from here. But when she wanted to attack again, she suddenly realized that the left hand on her shoulder was not exerting force, and the shape of the hand was very familiar, and the scent on the hand was also familiar, and then she felt the sound just now even more so. Familiar, so he stopped immediately, and then looked sideways. "Aunt Meizi." Appeared to be Maiko Miyamoto. She let go, and said with a smile, "Oh, I didn't expect Ran to say hello to me like this, it really makes me sad." "Aunt Maiko." While rubbing her numb arm, Lan looked at Conan again to confirm that he was okay, and then asked in surprise, "Aunt Maiko, why are you here so late?" Maiko Miyamoto looked at Ran, then looked at Conan, and joked to Ran, "How come you are allowed to bring someone here to complain, and you are not allowed to pass by here?" "Auntie Maiko." Lan immediately raised her tone, rubbing her eyes and cheeks, and shouted nonchalantly, "What is a complaint? Conan is only 6 years old." Conan twitched his mouth without saying a word. "Why, you want me to go?" Miyamoto smiled. "If it weren't for hearing someone say so miserable and seeing someone cry so sad, I don't want to come over. I would also like to go back to Sok soon. People cry." Lan Qiang, who had already wiped away his tears, said. "Oh, since that's the case, then I'll leave." Maiko Miyamoto said and turned and left, but when Ran was about to say goodbye to her, she heard Maiko Miyamoto's voice, "I wanted to tell. She's the truth, if you don't want to listen, then forget it." Now Lan was dumbfounded. Conan heard a toothache, and there was no way. Lan had to chase after him. "Wait a minute, Aunt Maiko," and then stopped. "Maiko, Aunt Maiko, what did you just say?" "Me?" Maiko Miyamoto thought for a while, and then said seriously, "I didn't say anything." "Aren't you saying you want to tell me the truth or something?" Lan asked eagerly. "Are there?" Maiko Miyamoto thought for a while before saying, "Oh, I remember I said I was going back to take a dip, but unfortunately no one can help." Lan was so angry that he couldn't speak. Conan's tooth hurts even more. I wanted Lan to rub her back. "Forget it, Maiko Miyamoto said with a smile at this time, for the sake of you just crying so sad, I won't tease you today, he said and looked around, pointing to a picture in the park. The bench said, come on, let's sit there. Maiko Miyamoto took Lan's hand and brought Conan to the front of the bench. Conan immediately sat on the very edge, and then stood up embarrassedly under Maiko's gaze, but he felt a little strange. It has already stopped, they should have sat down. Remember from now on, ladies first, said Maiko Miyamoto, taking out the handkerchief, spreading it out, and putting it on the chair. Then she sat down and said, otherwise, it won't please girls. After that, Conan was very embarrassed, but he finally knew the reason. It turned out to be a handkerchief. Conan felt too wronged. After all, Lan never paid attention to this, and just sat down. Lan also learned something, took out the handkerchief and sat down, and then hurriedly asked again, Aunt Maiko, can you tell me now? Okay, okay. Maiko Miyamoto held Randy's shoulders, let her put her head on her shoulders, and said softly, come on, tell the aunt about why you blame your father. So Lan Yuan originally told Maiko Miyamoto about the children tonight. Dad, he never took care of me. He never asked me how I was at school or if anything happened. When I came back in the evening, no matter how late he is, he doesn't ask me where I have been or what happened. The more Lan said, the more sad she became. Just when she was about to cry again, she suddenly felt Aunt Maiko's shoulders shaking. Lan thought Aunt Maiko was sympathizing with her and was crying with her, and was about to speak to comfort Aunt Maiko, who knowing that Aunt Miizi actually laughed. Lan was very angry for a while, sat up straight and asked, what's so funny about this? Well, okay, I'm not smiling, Maiko Miyamoto said sternly, but she still didn't stop. Puff, it's so funny, and then she stood up so angry. Miyamoto Ben Maiko hurriedly said, I'm laughing at your father for being wronged. A sentence attracted Lan's attention again, who wanted to leave. Lan asked, wrongly, what does this mean? Then she sat down and shook her. Maiko's arm said, Aunt Maiko, you can talk about it. Maiko Miyamoto laughed a few more times before saying, do you remember that when you just learned karate, one day you went to participate in a club activity and came home very late? Remember, it was the coach who took us to watch the game in the afternoon, and then when we came back in the evening, seeing that we were in a high mood, he made up the daytime training. I asked for an increase at the time. At first, the coach was afraid that I could not stand it. After a test, I agreed, but he still stayed with me. At this point, Lan said strangely, I told my father that day. I said I was going back late, so my father didn't ask. It's normal, I didn't blame Dad on this matter. Do you remember how your father talked to you when you came home? Maiko Miyamoto asked with a sullen laugh. I think about it, Lan said as he thought about it. It was already very late, and I was very tired. When I came back, he was watching TV in the office. Dad and I said, I'm back. I said, oh, the bath water is ready, you can wash and sleep first, I have more than half of the episodes. Then I went up. Then I asked, what's the problem with this? And then Maiko Miyamoto continued smiling and asked, what about the second day, the third day? I didn't see anyone the next morning. He came back late in the evening, as if he was drinking with someone. Lan continued. Nothing happened on the third day, and it took too long, I don't remember. Then said softly, Aunt Miizi, just say it. Since you remember so much, is there any special reason? Maiko Miyamoto asked rhetorically. Well, Lan said, nodding, that was the first time I went to watch a karate match, and the next day, Dad didn't know what he had eaten that night, he was allergic, and the third morning, his right eye got a lot of purple, that was his rare food allergy. When asked what he had eaten, he said he didn't remember, so I remembered some of these clearly. Then he asked in surprise, What's wrong? He is indeed allergic, Miko said with a laugh, but it's not a food allergy, but an allergy to her daughter's anxiety. Kanran didn't understand what she was saying. Miko Miyamoto explained, that night, Maori drank at my place, and after drinking for a while, he started to fidget. This is a rare thing. So I went to find out what was going on, and wanted to help. I don't know if it's because it's been a long time since then. I was worried when I saw my daughter coming back. I only found out at that time that he was sitting in a place where I could see the outside. Then, after a while, he left. I think he should be looking for you. Then I cleaned up when I was at the table. I found that he had only opened a few bottles of wine. That's something I haven't done before, so I remember it so clearly. I didn't see him. Lan asked puzzledly. Conan was already laughing. He recalled what happened at that time and thought of a situation. It was really funny. About an hour later, he came back, but didn't come back for a drink, but hurried home. I don't know what happened, but I just found out that his right eye was swollen. Miko continued. Hey! Landa was surprised. The next day, I heard a rumor that last night, there was a quirky who appeared in Diden Primary School. However, this person was not very lucky and even found the women's karate club. The coach of the karate club who went back gave a severe lesson. Miko Miyamoto said with a smile. Hey! Lan yelled, incredulously, how could this be? She remembered that the coach did yell who, that night and chased out, but came back after a while, and it seemed like is there such a rumor, or Yuanzi said it, but how could it be father? Ha! Miko Miyamoto laughed, I guessed it at that time. It must have been discovered by your coach when Maori was watching you, and then Maori was embarrassed to be known by you, so he prepared to wait for the coach to come over. Explain clearly in a low voice. Who knows that the coach ran over, punched without saying anything, and did not give Maori a chance to speak at all. At that time, Maori should have blocked the coach's punch first, and then he was about to speak, so that he could explain clearly, when I relaxed for a while, I was stole a punch by the coach and hit it in the right eye. Then maybe the two of them tried a few more moves, or Maori just ran away. Puff, Lan himself laughed, thinking about the scene that night, and then said, it should have been straight away. The coach came back soon and he didn't seem to fight. That way, you know it. Miko Miyamoto said with a smile, watching TV in the office should prevent you from seeing his right eye. The next day, you should find a place to reduce the swelling, and hide by the way. For you, on the third day, after the swelling cannot be seen, I will tell you that it is allergic, and this will hide it. Lan nodded, and then said, why is he doing this? Why can it? Miko Miyamoto said with a smile, I'm shy, sorry, and wanting face. This, it seems to be like this. Lanto said while thinking about his chin, and then asked, then why did he never ask me why I went home late, where I went to do what, did it at school? What happened? Lan, how many times do you remember going home late? Miko Miyamoto asked rhetorically. There have been many times, such as participating in club activities, going out shopping, going out to watch movies, going out to play. Lan replied. Miko Miyamoto said. I won't talk about participating in club activities. You came home late at the time because of club activities. At other times, there was nothing to worry him about. As for going out at night, Lan interjected, why, I was still in my teens? I walked alone at night, isn't he worried? Miko Miyamoto laughed and said, have you forgotten, thanks to our silly daughter, during those years, from our home to the school, the public security in that large area was the best in the city? Newspapers. At that time, especially for girls about her age and wearing the same school uniforms, it was too late for those people to hide. How could it be dangerous? Conan nodded. He felt that Miko Miyamoto was too modest. Even though Miko was no longer coming out, the current law and order is not bad. Now Miyadi's scope of influence is more than the school scope. In the past few years, it has expanded to almost the entire Miwa town. Now, in addition to some adults, there are also some criminals, other unscrupulous teenagers, and local gangsters. Most of them have already been considered, or are on the way to be considered. Ah! Lan obviously forgot, because he was beside him, so he didn't take it to heart. At this moment, I was a little embarrassed. It was a mistake to blame Dad. I want to understand, he doesn't need to worry at all at that time. As for going shopping, watching movies, and playing at night, Maiko Miyamoto thought for a while and continued to explain. In the beginning, it was the doctor, me, your mother, yes. There is also Zenyi's mother who will go with him. Well, the mother of the garden rarely comes out. If we are there, what can your father worry about? As for later on, you can get older. When you go, this is the growth process that everyone has to go through. You can't let you go because you are worried. So just tell the time and place you want to go, as long as it is not too much, then your father will let you go even if he is worried. Yes. And whether you are participating in club activities or going out, you never come back very late. When the scheduled time is much longer, this does not give your father a chance to worry about your unexpected situation, so he won't even be worried. It was found. It's true. Lan thought about it carefully and wanted to reply. Oh, yes, Maiko Miyamoto looked at Ran again and smiled. One more time, that time you went to the movie with Shinichi alone at night. It was only 10 minutes late and your father went out to find you. Later, after you came back, he came back again. Conan's toothache again. Aunt Miyaizi. Lan yelled embarrassedly, and then immediately changed the subject. Then why didn't he ask me what I did in school? You don't need to ask at all, Maiko Miyamoto said with a smile. There is the big speaker of the garden, and the small microphone of Maydaisy. Your father can't find out anything. Then he exclaimed, speaking of which, Maydaisy, well, your father has done a lot to be a small microphone. Well, why didn't he ask that time? Lan asked in disbelief. Maiko Miyamoto laughed and said, God knows you guys would have something like hide and seek at school, and you are all back. Of course, your dad doesn't bother to ask if you just understand the general content. You hold this kind of thing in your heart. Who knows? Oh, it turned out to be like this. Lan understood. It turned out that Dad didn't care about her, but the way she cared was misunderstood. Thinking of what Ran said just now, Maiko Miyamoto held Ran in her arms again, and while touching her hair, she said, Lan is a very good boy. At that time, she would buy vegetables and cook for her father. I ate at my place in the evening, and I have to go back to clean up the house and office that was messed up by your stupid dad. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com, where can I spend so much time to go out and play? Later, I even took home. The inside and out of the house are well organized and not at all inferior to others. Your mother said that you can do better than her. Such a good daughter, how can your father not care about it? Mom. Lan murmured. If you think about it, go find her, Maiko Miyamoto continued. She lives not far away, just go. If it doesn't work, just say I sent you, and she will receive you no matter how busy she is. Lan replied in a low voice. Just like Maiko Miyamoto, she hugged Ran quietly, and after a while, sneeze, Conan couldn't help sneezing. Maiko Miyamoto patted Ran on the shoulder and said with a smile, Okay, okay. Let's go, we will catch a cold if we stay longer. Good. Lan said shyly. On the way back, Maiko Miyamoto asked again, Did you just think about Shinichi? Conan and Ran suddenly raised their spirits. Ah, Aunt Maiko, do you know where Shinichi is? Lan asked hurriedly. He seems to be abroad, Maiko Miyamoto thought for a while and said, the report that Yamazaki asked to check came in at night. He was invited away and temporarily lost contact, but there should be news soon. You don't need to worry. Conan breathed a sigh of relief. Can I go and see the report? Lan asked carefully. Maiko Miyamoto said with a smile, of course you can. Kanran laughed, and said, but I need to help. Conan thought you still remember this. Chapter 32, Conditions Not Known. On January 12, late at night, Miyamoto family, Yanihuako 5 Chome. Yamazaki had already written his report to Maori, and he was writing the second one when he heard Ran's voice suddenly. Yamazaki was surprised that they came here at this time, so they came out to take a look. Seeing that Lan was watching the report he sent, Yamazaki asked Conan about the story. After listening to it, he smiled and said to Conan in a low voice, when you were negligent, oh, I was stunned by Lan. Seeing that Conan's face was not good and he refused to give him a chance to speak, Yamazaki said again, you don't want to say it. When is it? Miss Yoko Akino is still recording her confession. Even if she has finished recording her confession, she is participating in the live broadcast. The performance of the show has nothing to do with being strong. You can't compare expressions with celebrities. Their expressions are what they say, so you can recognize them so easily. What idol celebrities are you? Watching TV, how can she tell if she is strong? What can I do? Conan said helplessly, I'm only 6 years old, and she mainly wants a complete home, so how can I say? Lan, be optimistic. Maiko Miyamoto saw Lan finished the report, and wanted to read it again, and immediately said to Ran, the water is ready, let's go, wait for you to watch it slowly. Pull Lan away. Yamazaki saw Conan look unhappy and watched them leave. He smiled and said to him, don't worry, Mom didn't deliberately bully Lan. I won't tell you the specifics. Anyway, Lan happened to catch up. Lan didn't. Have you just played the game? It's good for Lan to take a dip. Then he handed him the report on the table. After receiving the report, Conan cleared his mind and looked at it seriously. After more than an hour, Ran's hand is still suitable, Maiko Miyamoto said while wiping her hair, it's been a long time since I washed it here with me. It's been a long time. Lan also walked out and said while wiping her hair. Hey, where's Conan? Lan found that Conan was missing, so he asked Yamazaki. Conan, he can't hold it anymore, so I will let him go to my room to sleep first. Let him sleep here today. Yamazaki replied, and then said, if you can't sleep, go back and wait for the call. Well, Xin will be able to contact the outside in a while, and he will definitely call you. How did you know? Lan asked in surprise, is there a phone? Calculate the distance, Yamazaki replied, calculate the distance at the normal speed. He can call you in about half an hour. Ah! Landa was taken aback, took the report and looked at it carefully. Indeed, according to the data above, it was indeed a place where I could call in half an hour. So Ran immediately said, then I'll go back first, and Conan will let him stay here for one night. After that, he said to Maiko Miyamoto, Aunt Maiko, lend me this yukata first. Then he took it, put on his own clothes and hurried away. As soon as Lan left, Conan came out. Ah, hat, Conan yawned, rubbed his eyes, and mumbled as if he was not awake, Brother Yamazaki, I just heard Sister Lan's voice. Is she all right? I can wait. Fell asleep. Conan, Maiko Miyamoto said with a smile, your sister Ran has gone back. Ah, Conan exclaimed in surprise, and then said again, then I will go back, Aunt Maiko, Brother Yamazaki, goodbye. After that, he ran out. Ha! Conan approached the door, Maiko Miyamoto covered her mouth and laughed, and then said, I have decided to install more monitors in the future and record these pictures. There will be more in the future and it will look more interesting. Okay. Well, school, we need to communicate, but if he disagrees, he will install a few fewer. As for the Mori family, Maiko Miyamoto kept tapping on the table with 4 fingers of her right hand while supporting with her left hand. He pointed his chin and said, "This guy still has some strength, and it looks like he has to be customized by someone." Maiko Miyamoto finished thinking and said to Yamazaki, "The guy at 4 corners made a condition that his things were stolen. If he found out and returned it to him, he agreed to participate in his banking industry." "It won't be that simple. What is so important?" Yamazaki asked suspiciously. Maiko Miyamoto said indifferently, "He didn't say, I've been checked." "No matter what, I'll talk about it later." Then he changed the subject and asked, "What happened tonight, Yoko Akino?" "Just now, after listening to Lan say it again, you will repeat the matter from beginning to end." So, Yamazaki gave a detailed account of what happened tonight, without the slightest bit of his own thoughts, what he heard and seen objectively. "Okay," Maiko Miyamoto patted the table, "this name is also suitable. It seems that the second person has appeared." Then he said, "Tell me your opinion." Yamazaki said, "I think this whole thing is too coincidental. From the perspective of the final beneficiary, this fact is too perfect." To be more specific, Maiko Miyamoto stood up, poured 2 glasses of water, handed a glass and placed a glass in front of the mountain, and put a glass in front of him, then sat down, resting his chin in both hands, listening, and said to Yamazaki, "Say a little bit slowly." After his mother sat down again, Yamazaki began to say, "In the beginning, when the door was opened, I wondered why she didn't change the lock or the door, but at the time it was only thought that the harassment happened not long before they had time to change." "Miss you." Taking a sip of water, Yamazaki continued, "Later she said that the spare key was in Yamagici's hand. Regardless of her relationship, this is human nature, and I have no doubt. However, she actually helped Yamagishi testify, saying what the key was. I didn't see it in the TV lounge the other day. It's weird. In the case of harassment, losing the key and treating it as if it had never happened before makes me suspect that she did it on purpose." Taking another sip of water, Yamazaki continued, "Next, Yuko Aizawa is here. I don't think Yuko Aizawa's words and deeds are like a calm person, but like the kind of person who does things without thinking about it, and will be hot-headed. Stupid person, so I suspected that this harassment was a trap, and happened to encounter this kind of thing. Up to this point, I just thought that she deliberately played the trap and asked Yuko Aizawa to harass her and take the opponent Aizawa. Yuko got rid of it." Taking another sip of water, Yamazaki said again, "At this time, I found that she was attracting Maydaisa's attention. She used Maydaisa as a camera, as a director, as an audience. She should be trying to gain sympathy and make a good impression and prepare for the future. At this point, I still admire her. Her acting skills are excellent, she is good at seizing opportunities, and seizing every opportunity. From the perspective of an actor, she is a master. However, I immediately overturned my judgment." Yamazaki licked his lips and said again, "Because I saw Yuko Aizawa's back, the two of them are almost the same. There is a big problem, all of her hair is real. It should be prepared for the same drama. Such long hair cannot be left out in a short time. It should be required by the plot. Moreover, she took away the role of Yuko Aizawa. Then, she must be similar in appearance to Yuko Aizawa, who meets the requirements of the script, and then surpass Yuko Aizawa in acting skills. That is to say, it is inevitable that two people are similar in appearance, and she cannot. There is no similarity between the two people." Taking another sip of water, Yamazaki continued, "At this moment, I wondered if she let Yuko Aizawa run into him on purpose, and wanted Yuko Aizawa to be attacked by the dead instead of her, because based on their previous performance, they have definitely seen the deceased, they may know that the deceased will come here, and at the same time, they want to make Aizawa Yuko leave a trace in her home through the contact of two people, so that the trace will become the most direct evidence that Aizawa Yuko harassed her. Then she is out of the category of actors. Later, I finally ruled out other possibilities and confirmed that the deceased committed suicide because he was rejected by Yamagashi's message and misidentified Yuko Aizawa. Yamazaki said solemnly, but I don't think she didn't know Yamagashi will reject the deceased, because in terms of the deceased's physical and academic achievements, it is normal to be rejected, and it is very common for an agent to do this. As for the fact that he will commit suicide, it is not clear if it is not within her calculation range. Yes, but the 8th floor also thought of it. Then Yamazaki concluded, in short, in my opinion, this whole thing is like this. The top level is that I unknowingly hint that Yamagashi has a boyfriend, and then Yamagashi will naturally go and see if she matches her. As a result, needless to say, Yamagashi pretended to pretend for herself, and at the same time, for fear that she would disagree and let the outside world know about the matter. At this time, she took away the role of the competitor and made the competitor gradually step into it in order to win again. Her trap is to lure the deceased to come to her at this time. There are many such methods. The deceased can see it from a distance but can't find it. They only say one note when they call, and they even leave the place where the deceased often goes on appointments before. Some traces. After taking a sip of water, Yamazaki continued, when these two people ran into each other, it was inevitable that the deceased would appear from behind, because the deceased was for her sake and I was afraid that people would know it. So as soon as Yuko Aizawa opened the door, he went up. It caused a misunderstanding, and then the deceased committed suicide. www.readaloud.com. In this way, she can get rid of the opponent, can occupy more resources in the company and the TV station, and get rid of the burden. This way the boyfriend's female celebrity will have a very difficult life, but if you dump it, there may be something bad in the future. No, it will definitely happen. She must understand her boyfriend's personality, so his boyfriend committed suicide. Well, it's almost there. I don't need to talk about the following, about that. Maiko Miyamoto yawned, took a sip of water, and said with a finger up, you said something wrong, it's not for me easy. For a woman, a man is a better goal than a woman. She deliberately made it to attract Miyadi and was discovered by you. At this time, you will be complacent, but you will not know. Unknowingly take this matter to your heart, so that you remember her appearance and her skills, and you may even tell someone you know well. She thinks you are so familiar with May Daisy, then no need to mention the benefits to her if someone who is familiar with you knows her. Ah, Yamazaki was taken aback. He was indeed in this mentality at the time, and asked suspiciously. Is it so powerful? Probably, I didn't pay attention to it before. Now that she thinks about it, she turned out to be pretty good. And she's taken a risk this time. Her expression, pitiful sadness, etc., is mostly true. As for why, I want to go. Looking at the clock, Maiko Miyamoto yawned again, touched her hair, and said, come here today. It's almost dawn and I'll go to bed. As punishment, it doesn't matter if you don't sleep all night. Just go and write the report. Don't write your thoughts in. Be objective, and it will be the same in the future. Then he stood up and said, Mayday will leave it to you. Then he went back to the room. Chapter 33, Office Phone. In the early morning of January 13th, 5th Chome, Yanihuako, Mori family. Maori, who had just returned home, entered the door lightly, and found out just after taking off his shoes. Lan's shoes were not there and immediately shouted Lan. Of course, no one responded to him, so he quickly put on again. Putting on your shoes and thinking of looking at the lights next door, it's not easy to call at this time. Anxious Mao used his force to close the door, and the person went out first, but he didn't know that the stairs hadn't finished. When he saw Lan wearing a bathrobe and holding clothes, he hurried up, and then the father and daughter met each other. Both of them were stunned for a moment. What Maori thought was, what's the matter with this? Did they run into Kudo? The two of them were in the hotel. Lan escaped? As for the others, Lan's karate is not vegetarian. Maori's hostility to Kudo immediately increased, and he wished that he was here now and could fix him well. Lan was thinking about where Dad is going to be so late. Is he looking for me? Under the influence of Maiko Miyamoto, Ran learned to observe whether his father's behavior was caring about his own performance. For this reason, Landa was happy and smiled on his face. Now Maori was in a hurry, and asked, Lan, it's so late, what are you running outside in your bathrobe? Could it be that you and Kudo, really? Dad, what are you talking nonsense? Lan said blushing, not sure if it was angry or ashamed. Now Maori is even more suspicious, and Lan doesn't want to be entangled with his father here, so he went up to the second floor a few steps, opened the door and entered the office, and then went to change clothes. He didn't give Maori a chance to speak, making Maori anxious. It was terrible, but I was afraid that I would ask clearly. My daughter's face was thin, so I didn't tell him, so I had to be calm and turned on the TV to watch. About 10 minutes later, Lan hurriedly blew her hair and changed clothes. Lan came out. Seeing Maori watching TV, she asked strangely, Dad, the TV upstairs is not broken. I forgot to bring my key. Maori finally had a reason, and I didn't want to leave. Really, can't you be more careful? Lan complained, and handed his key to Maori. You go quickly. Oh, I see, I'll pay attention next time. Maori said while watching TV, this will be over a little bit. I will leave after watching this episode. Then he took the key and played with it in his hand. By the way, pretending to be casual, he glanced at Ran's yukata on the sofa and asked, Where did you buy this yukata? Didn't I see you wearing it? It looks pretty high-end. Oh, this, Lanya said, afraid of his father's random thoughts, I just took a bath at Aunt Maiko's house. I was afraid of getting wet clothes and putting them back on. Oh, it turned out to be Maiko's house. Maori finally felt relieved. Well, the water is very soaking and comfortable, Lan confirmed again, spreading the bathrobe, and said, Dad, I heard Aunt Maiko said, she said, Dad used to, Lan hearing the snoring, he turned his head and saw that Maori was already asleep on the table. Now, Lan is relieved. Dad is dead when sleeping, so it doesn't matter if he calls. However, there was no one to speak, and the sound of the TV was so small that only a faint rustling sound could be heard. The room fell silent immediately. Lan sat on the sofa, thinking about the new things in her heart. In that report, Xinyi has been missing for 3 days. Is he really in a foreign country? Something must have happened, but Xinyi should be able to resolve everything. Thinking of this, looking at the phone that hasn't ringed for a long time, tears began to roll in my eyes again. Shinichi, come back quickly. Ding! The phone rang. Conan hurriedly replaced the 10,000 yuan given by Yamazaki with a lot of change on the vending machine, then went to the phone booth, adjusted the voice changer, and watched the winter snow getting bigger and bigger. He waited for a while and pinched it. It took a while before I called the Maori family. Hey, Shinichi, is it Shinichi? Lan asked urgently. Lan, you really know, did you wait for me all night? Conan joked, and then said according to the content of the report, I was afraid of quarreling you, so I called the office and tried it. I didn't wait for you all night. Lan retorted. Hey, Lan, are you now crying because you are worried about me? Conan said, remembering Lan's sadness before. Idiot, why would I cry? Lan quickly wiped his eyes, and then asked, why are you calling now? Where are you, Shinichi? I don't know, this place is not in front of the village and there is no shop behind the village. The car broke down before, and I finally found a gas station. I was afraid that you were waiting in a hurry, so I called you immediately. Conan continued. Then when can you come back? Lan asked. Since you are waiting there, you know something, I don't know when I can go back. Conan continued according to the report. Is there any danger in that? Lan asked worriedly. How could it happen? Conan said with a smile. I ride in a luxury car, eat high-end cuisine, and drink high-end red. Shinichi, you are still drinking. Lan immediately shifted his attention, and then asked imaginatively, is there a beautiful woman with me? Ah, Conan said in surprise, why are you? No, how is this possible? Okay, Shinichi, Lan said angrily, you actually. Ah, Lan, the foreign phone bill is too expensive, my change is used up, I will call you next time. Conan said hurriedly, Lan, goodbye. He immediately hung up after speaking. Kudo Shinichi. Listening to the blind tone on the phone, Lan gritted his teeth, and the phone in his hand squeaked. Conan breathed a sigh of relief and recalled the content of the report. The main idea was that a foreign rich man wanted to find irrelevant detectives to deal with him, so he found some from Japan, because Kudo's reputation also found him, and finally after selection he was left alone in the car going there. This is the end. The rest can be said that the principle of confidentiality cannot be told to her. This can be delayed for a while, but we still have to find those guys as soon as possible, Lan. I must quickly return to my original appearance, and use my real voice to tell you the real feeling in my heart. Sneezes. Conan sneezed and felt the biting cold. The snow stopped, but it was even colder. Looking at the large amount of change in front of him, Conan smiled bitterly. This can only be left behind. If you bring more, you will be suspected. It can only make others cheaper. Hurriedly ran back to Maori's house and found that Lan was cleaning, and she seemed to have a grudge against the floor. Conan yelled carefully, Lan, sister. It's Conan, Lan said calmly, well, why are you back? While I was sleeping at brother Yamazaki's house, I heard the sound of sister Lan leaving, and I came out, Conan replied, and then said annoyedly, it's a pity that I went the wrong way, so I only came back now. Really? Ran touched Conan's hand, feeling cold, and complained, Yamazaki, I won't give it away. Then he said, come on, my sister will take you to sleep. Let's sleep in Dad's room today. Uncle, Conan asked weakly, will he agree? He fell asleep downstairs, just leave him alone. Lan said, went and took out the bedding of the utility room. In Maori's room, next to Maori's bed, he laid it for Conan, and then said again. Okay, just sleep here. Then he closed the door and went out. Conan just relaxes. Miyamoto family. Watching her mother leave like this, and then looking at the clock, Yamazaki smiled helplessly, and quickly went back to the room to report. Miyadiza didn't know when she would wake up, and what to do with breakfast. It's dawn, and Yamazaki comes to the living room again. Father Ichiro Miyamoto is already up and is making tea now. Seeing him coming, Miyamoto Ichiro said, sit down. Then he handed him a cup. Yamazaki drank 3 cups in a row. Then Maideza came out. Sure enough, she said as soon as she came out, good morning, Dad. Good morning, brother. Then she asked, Mom, what are you eating this morning? Miyamoto Ichiro pushed a stack of paper on the table to Yamazaki, and said, bird's nest porridge. Dad, you can't get enough to eat bird's nest porridge. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Maideza replied embarrassedly. Mom had something last night. I went to bed late. We haven't gotten up yet. Let's go out to eat. Yamazaki looked at the stack of paper and said, the bird's nest porridge is for Mom and Dad. On the other side, the 3 excited little guys also woke up, packed their things, and had a free breakfast. Then they said to the front desk and set off on their way home. Because you want to save money, if you take a taxi back, there will be not much money left. After finally returning to Miwa town, the 3 little guys finally breathed a sigh of relief. When they let go of their hearts, they thought more. Little snow floated in the sky again, and Bulletin May chased the snowflakes with her hands, and said, although it's a bit scary, this is the first time this nervous feeling. If you can be friends with Conan classmates, it seems okay. Experience more thrills and excitement. Mitsuhiko also agreed. Well, then grab that guy Conan and be a friend. Genta immediately decided that if he wants to become a detective, if there is someone who also wants to be a detective, and has a fellow taught by someone as a companion, he can learn more. Hey, what should I do with this money, or give it back to that elder brother? Mitsuhiko asked Yuanta at this time. The remaining money is in Yuanta's hands. They originally wanted to use it for food. Well, it should be returned to others. Bulletin May echoed. Yuanta considered it for a while, and finally made a painful choice between eating eel rice now and being a detective in the future. He made up his mind and gave the money to Aomi, then give him back right. Who knows where that brother lives? Aomi asked. I know, I live next to Conan's house. Yuanta replied. Then go. Mitsuhiko decided. Chapter 34, Gang of Foreigners. On the morning of January 13th, the five Chome, Miyamoto, Yonakacho. When the three little guys came, they just saw Yamazaki and Mideko get out of the car in the distance. They had just returned from a meal, and each of them was carrying a large portion of bird's nest porridge, which was brought to Miyamoto, Ichiro and Maiko. Big sister! Yuanta shouted immediately. What are you doing here? Maydaisy asked strangely. Brother, we are here to pay you back the remaining money. Bume ran over and said. You didn't take a taxi? Yamazaki asked, what do you want to save to buy? Buy and eat, oh. Yuanta was stopped by Mitsuhiko before he could finish. Mitsuhiko said, we want to recognize the way. That's it. Yamazaki smiled and put away the money, then gave the porridge to Maydaisy, and then took out the stack of meal replacement coupons they had just used, tore 3 from the front, and gave them 1 for each, said, it's really 3 good kids, then as a reward, I will give this to you. Hey! The 3 little guys looked at the golden coupon in front of them and were puzzled. Bume, Yuanta and Mitsuhiko read separately, good mood, meal replacement voucher, and limited to 4. This is the second section of the meal replacement voucher for the Good Mood Hotel. 4 can go together. Maydaisy explained, let your parents take you there, you know. No. The 3 of them replied excitedly. Yamazaki took the porridge again, and then reminded, let your parents read the following instructions clearly, and don't waste money because you don't know it. Yes, the 3 shouted together. Go home obediently now, do you know? Yamazaki exhorted again before carrying Maydaisy upstairs with the porridge. On the way home, Step-May looked at the meal replacement coupon happily as she walked and said, it's great, it's really a good mood. 1, 2, 7. Mitsuhiko said, really, the crown above has 7 sharp horns. 1 million. Genta looked at the opposite side and said, how many servings of eel rice can be eaten, can you separate them? It doesn't seem to be possible. Mitsuhiko turned over, looked around and said, it says that it can only be used once, and drinks are not included. It's a pity. Yuanta slapped his lips, and then asked, Aomi, are you right? Without hearing Aomi's answer, Yuanta looked over and found that Aomi was just walking with his head down. Ignoring him, he immediately raised his voice and shouted, hey! Bume! I hate it, interrupted Aomi said grimly, I'm thinking about things. What are you thinking? Mitsuhiko asked curiously. Genta interrupted and said, you can eat whatever you want there. What's the use if you want to, of course I will talk about it when I get there. I think, what kind of clothes are you going to wear? Aomi said, I have to dress up nicely. Ah! Genta and Mitsuhiko exclaimed in surprise, then looked at each other and asked together, "Shall we go together?" "Okay, call at the time." Ayami said happily, and then when he saw that he was at the parting place, he said, "I'll go first, bye." In the afternoon, Miyamoto's Maiko Miyamoto, who was full of sleep, came to the living room, turned on the TV, and saw Mayday's message on the table. The porridge was in the kitchen. "My brother and I went out to play, and Dad was cooking downstairs. Someone ordered a copy. He didn't want to go to the hotel today, so he asked the hotel to deliver the materials. I went to the kitchen to fetch the porridge, then came back and sat down, eating the porridge that had been kept warm for several hours." Maiko Miyamoto complained that Ichiro Miyamoto didn't cook it for her, and complained that the bird's nest porridge took too long and felt bad. "I ate it, but she also knew that this bird's nest porridge was only the best seller in the morning. Maiko Miyamoto only slightly put some pseudo-love porridge, and more than half was left, so he decided to send it out at night and put it back again. But Maiko was boringly broadcasting TV programs while waiting for a call. Ding! There was a young woman's voice on the phone, and she said directly in a serious voice, "Good afternoon, madam. So far, only a group of 3 foreigners and a native of the country has been found. It was around 7 o'clock last night. I robbed the cash transport truck of the Sailing Consortium on the road to the Upper Outer Ring Expressway in Muitako, but the vehicle was not cash. I don't know what it is." "Well, I see. I will check further. I don't believe that just because of this little thing, Sigia is willing to let us join his banking industry." Maiko rolled her hair horns with her fingers and ordered, "Next on Monday, I want to hear the detailed news." "Madam, you don't have to wait until Monday, you should be able to know their identities tonight, and tomorrow evening you should be able to know what is behind them." The woman on the phone said. "It's Sunday, let me relax. You don't have to chase so tightly, you can take a rest." Maiko Miyamoto said with a smile, "I can't worry about this." "Madam, you think so, so I know what to do, and I will let the people below pay attention." The woman on the other side of the phone understood Maiko Miyamoto's meaning, replied, and then changed her tone. Then he said, "Well, Aunt Maize, there is one more thing about Miss Maydaisy." "Hey? Maydako?" Miyamoto asked rhetorically, "What did she do?" The woman on the other end of the phone said helplessly, "Miss Maydaisy came to have breakfast today. After reading the news in the newspaper, she had a whim and wanted to. That's it, let her do it, just prepare a room for her, and you can play whatever you want." Maiko Miyamoto said with a smile, then paused, and said, "When she comes back, I will talk to her." Explained. The woman on the other end of the phone said embarrassedly, "Thank you, Aunt Maiko." Then she said, "If there is nothing wrong, then I will hang up. There is one more thing, I want to see our Akino Yoko in the office at 10 o'clock on Monday morning." Maiko Miyamoto ordered again. "Yoko Akino." The woman on the other end of the phone changed her tone and said seriously, "Madam, is it the idol star Yoko Akino?" Maiko Miyamoto confirmed, "Yes, that's it." "I understand." The woman on the other end of the phone replied, and then asked, "Madam, what else do you want?" "That's all, no more." Maiko Miyamoto replied, and then said again, "Goodbye, and have fun." "Goodbye, Aunt Maiko." The woman on the other end of the phone also changed her tone. Soon after hanging up the phone, Yamazaki and Midako returned. Watching Maiko Miyamoto was watching TV, she sat down to accompany her. When they sat down, Maiko Miyamoto smiled and asked, "Midako, why do you want to do such a thing this time?" "Mom, you know," Maydaisy stuck out her tongue and smiled, "isn't it just to make them happy if they don't feel emotional?" "You," Maiko Miyamoto pointed to Maydaisy's forehead and said funnily, "or, just buy one." "Okay, okay. I didn't expect it." Maydaisy said happily, "Then buy what is suitable. It's up to you to figure it out." Maiko Miyamoto said with a smile. After seeing them finished talking, Yamazaki asked, "Mom, have you got any news?" "Only one thing," Maiko Miyamoto said. 4 people robbed a lot of things. They should still be hiding in Tokyo now. The rest is still unclear. I will ask her to report to me on Monday. That's it for now. I will let you know if I have accurate information." "Yes, I see," Yamazaki said. At this time, Ichiro Miyamoto came up with food. Just like that, the family talked and had something to eat. Unknowingly, it was getting late, so they went down to start the shop. Yamazaki took the report to Mori by the way, and prepared to send it to the detective office first. In the detective office, Maori was touching a suit, very carefully, and touched. Lan and Conan are cleaning Maori's messy office, but the Maori circle is still messy. "What's going on?" Yamazaki asked curiously, and then guessed, "Is this from Miss Yoko?" Conan gestured to him, meaning you guessed it right. Since the delivery in the afternoon, he has touched it until now, and we are not allowed to approach. Lan said in a cold tone, holding his arms. Yamazaki was too cold to speak. "By the way, you are here to call us to open a store." Lan said again, "I will clean up here and go right away." "No such thing, it is not forced," Yamazaki said, and then shook the report in his hand. "This is the record of yesterday's incident. I sent it here. Then you put it on the table," Lan said as he worked. "By the way, come here soon. I bought too much bird's nest porridge today. That's 500,000 yuan of bird's nest porridge. It's a bit too much." Yamazaki put down the report and said to Lan and Conan, then ignored them. Surprised, turned around and left. After a while, Lan and Conan came to help, so the bird's nest porridge was next home, but they had eaten too, and only drank a little. Finally, they decided that if the Maori came on time, they would give him a drink first. He doesn't come, so whoever comes to drink, 1 cup for 1 person, while supplies last. At 6 o'clock exactly, the Miyade restaurant began to open for business. Today, there are still 4 waiters, a girl with a particularly conspicuous dress, a young child with a prominent age, and a pair of ordinary teenage waiters and waiters. Maori didn't come today. After all, it's the most cost-effective to eat small wine here. Eating other things here is really unexpectedly expensive. What's more, the beauties here won't flatter him. If you have money, you can be happy, and happy where there are beauties. So today, we offer a special offer, 1 cup of high-grade bird's nest, which makes the neighbors very happy. That night, after drunk and very happy Maori came back, watching Conan sleeping in his room, he asked Lan what was going on, and wanted Conan to continue to settle in the utility room, but because of Lan's insistence, he added himself. In a good mood, I finally agreed, and Conan can sleep in his room from now on. Conan was very angry about this, but for someone who was already drunk, read www.uuganshu.com how you hit him, his reaction will not be big, so he decided to talk about it tomorrow morning after he is sober. The next morning, while having breakfast, Conan deliberately said while drinking the soup, "Sister Lan's craftsmanship is so good. The taste of this miso soup is not worse than yesterday's bird's nest porridge." Where, can't be compared, Lan said with a smile, "That's 500,000 yuan worth of bird's nest porridge, I can't compare it." Puff! Maori squirted out the miso soup in 1 sip, making Lan angrily said, "Dad, what are you doing? 500,000 yuan. Maori asked quickly, "Where did you drink the 500,000 yuan bird's nest porridge yesterday?" "It's at Miyade restaurant," Lan replied while eating. "I wanted to buy you a drink first, but you didn't come yesterday, so I gave it to everyone 1 by 1. Conan hit him and said. Maori is stuck, and even loses the energy to eat. Conan continued to beat him and said, "Brother Yamazaki came to inform us yesterday evening." "Take it, let me know." Maori murmured and repeated, "And he couldn't eat any more." "Yes, it's a shame that Uncle Maori didn't go." Conan said clearly, "A home run to Maori, the final blow, revenge for the past few days." Sure enough, I shed tears. Maori cried silently, and then wailed loudly. Then I started my numb life all morning, until noon when I watched Miss Yoko's TV show. I got better. But at this moment, Miss Yoko is in big trouble herself. Chapter 35, The Moon Under the Sea. January 14th, noon, daily TV station. Since Ikizawa Yuko left, Yoko Akino has occupied the lounge by herself. The others will not rise up for a long time, no, for a while. She is currently the main pillar in the company. No, the cosmetics on the table have been upgraded by one level, and the accessories on my body have also increased a bit. After the live broadcast in the morning was completed, I took over Ikizawa Yuko's class and recorded a show. At this time I can finally take a break, but there are lines to be prepared for the TV series to be performed, but Yoko Akino is having fun. Among them, this kind of enrichment is exactly what she wants, and she has been looking forward to it for a long time. Moreover, her own cumbersome shackles have also disappeared. Now, in a relaxed suit, she is enjoying the work and life of idol stars unfettered. No, it's not okay. Yamagishi panted and rushed in. "Miss Yoko, it's not okay. The sky won't fall, Mr. Yamagishi." Miss Yoko, who looked at the script, said calmly, "Is my lunch brought?" "It's this time, are you still thinking about lunch?" Yamagishi said grimly, "Our jobs are all gone." Ms. Yoko continued to look at the script and calmly said, "Oh, has the company been acquired?" "How did you know?" Yamagishi asked in surprise, "It's not clear yet." Miss Yoko closed the script and asked calmly, "Which one is it?" "I don't know yet." Yamagishi replied. "Then do your own thing," Miss Yoko said, looking at Yamagishi, "Bring my lunch here first. I still have work in the afternoon." Yamagian was stunned and said, "I see." "Wait for Yamagishi to leave," Miss Yoko murmured, "Is it a direct purchase? I hope my mood will get better." In the evening of January 14th, Miwa Town, a good mood. The good mood is not so much a building as it is a mountain city, built on the mountain, about a quarter of it is a mountain. Genta, Mitsuhiko, and Ayumi agreed to use a large private room on the 36th floor, in the middle of the second paragraph, and did not go to the 42nd floor where the meal coupons could be used. On the terrace garden of the private room, Yuantat and his parents are enjoying the night view, waiting by the way for Mitsuhiko and Ayumi. To be honest, Yuantat is not used to wearing formal dresses, but if you don't wear formal dresses in such places, you always feel a little awkward. After a while, Mitsuhiko also came. They were 4 people, and they were dressed very formally. Mitsuhiko's appearance made him wonder if he was too edible for the first time, and he didn't even look very handsome in a dress. However, Ayumi came over and followed her mother. Ayumi, wearing a dress and light makeup, looked very beautiful in the light, so Genta immediately put the idea behind her. I wanted to talk more, but after hearing the voice of Bumei's very lady, the 3 became a little restrained. In the private room, the 3 families chatted while deciding on today's dinner. For the same reason, the children are classmates and can get together here again. The conversation between the 3 families continued to deepen, and they gradually became acquainted with each other, letting go of restraints and making the atmosphere in the entire private room more enjoyable. However, even though Step-May left her parents, she still behaved like a lady, which made the 2 who feast their eyes a little bit disappointed. Dinner is finally set. Mitsuhiko's family wants a French meal with red wine, Ayumi's family wants a Japanese meal with plum wine, and Genta's family wants Japanese food with sake. These wines are recommended randomly, and it is impossible to let go. After enjoying a delicious dinner, the three families sat down again and chatted with the tea. The three little guys finally let go of the meeting completely, so the expedition was brought up. However, looking at the waiter outside the door, the three little guys had no choice but to give it a try. Who knows, the waiter didn't ask them at all, and the three little guys passed the post safely. However, after a while, the three waitresses followed them. They happened to be one by one, and they couldn't get rid of them. This time the expedition became a visit. Except for places where you can't go, places with guests, other places are just for them to watch. No fun at all. About 40 minutes later, the telephones of the three waiters rang, and the parents of the three little guys were leaving. After sending the three little guys back, the three waiters left immediately. The 7 parents each preached a few words to their children and took the elevator directly downstairs. When the elevator passed the 22nd floor, the 3 couples exhaled at the same time, glanced at each other, and laughed. On the morning of January 15th, Diden Primary School. Conan. Yuan-Ta patted Conan's shoulder hard, and then said, "I will go back with you in the afternoon, and you will wait for me when that time comes. He is in a group with us, and he will stay in the afternoon." Mitsuhiko interrupted. "I'm going to Conan again this afternoon," Ayami said. Mitsuhiko asked, "Are you going to thank you brother too?" "Big brother?" Conan asked in confusion. "It's the big brother and big sister who live next to your house," Genta said. Then the 3 people explained it, and Conan realized that they were asked by their parents to officially thank them because of the dinner last night. Looking at the behemoth in front of him, Yoko Akino walked slowly into the lobby, inserted the elevator card that was delivered to her last night into the employee elevator, and after unlocking, pressed the highest floor, the 63rd floor. Button. Ding. "Miss Yoko Akino, please follow me." A woman dressed as a secretary bowed slightly and said, "Please come in." Standing in front of a gate, half of the door opened, and the secretary turned sideways to give way. "Madam, this is how things are." A young woman's voice came. "You are here, my moon." Watching Yoko Akino come in, said Maiko Miyamoto, who was seated behind the only long table. "What should I call you?" Yoko Akino glanced slightly at the empty and huge palace-like room, in front of the long table in the corridor, and said after standing still, "Sit." Maiko Miyamoto pointed to a chair in front and said with a smile, "In formal occasions, I would call it a lady," the young woman said. "Privately, you can call my aunt, or sister," Maiko Miyamoto said. Touched the moon pattern on the table, Yoko Akino sat down and asked, "Madam, what do you want me to do?" "Look at this first." Maiko Miyamoto handed the file just now to Yoko Akino. Akino Yoko finished reading the file, thought about it and asked, "What is the goal?" The young woman said, "Enter the banking industry. Then bet he loses, and then..." Yoko Akino said. "Here," Maiko Miyamoto nodded with the woman next to him, so he didn't go on, and then asked, "Can I get something?" The 4 corners activated all the forces in his entire underground. Maiko Miyamoto said. "If I didn't find it like this, it would only be in one area," the young woman said. "Wait then." Yoko Akino said with a smile. "How is it?" Maiko Miyamoto asked the woman next to her. "Not bad." "The background is right," said the young woman. "It is perfectly possible to be in charge of the confinement department and manage the company's art, culture, and even some information." Akino Yoko said, "I just want to be a star at the moment." "I understand." Maiko Miyamoto said, then took out a document and handed it to her, saying, "Being your own boss is more comfortable than being someone else's hand." This. Even with her thoughts, she was still taken aback by the content of the file. She became the boss of her original company. The infusion of $100 million in the good mood accounts for only 51%, but it must be good first. The monthly director of the mood, the signature is valid. Although the moon department is to be formed by her, she can complete it easily as long as she uses her original company as the framework. Maiko Miyamoto has delegated all powers, and the 56-story building in Moon Department is almost complete. She only needs to be responsible to Maiko Miyamoto and the good mood, and at most other people are equal partnerships. She can be her star, as long as she arranges the right people to do the right work. She has no problems in this respect, and this is a win-win situation. It's too late. After reading it quietly, Yoko Akino said. Don't think about it again, the young woman persuaded. Okay, Maiko Miyamoto said, then I can only wait for you to quit the show business. The young woman said regretfully, it's a pity. Akino Yoko stood up, bowed deeply, and said sincerely, please let me resume the life I deserve. Of course, Maiko Miyamoto said with a smile, but... The young woman continued, you will be from the moon from now on. We can't assume that nothing happened. I understand. Yoko Akino replied. Next. Maiko Miyamoto threw a card to her. This is a new generation membership card. The young woman said. It should become a bank card in a few days. Yoko Akino said with a smile. Of course. The young woman replied proudly. Akino Yoko bowed again, saluted, and said, goodbye, ma'am. Then he stepped back and went out. It's a pity, Aunt Maiko, the young woman smiled, your moon doesn't want to rise from the sea. No way, it's really too late. Now she has a very smooth road in the future. How can she have a sense of accomplishment with us? What's more, she doesn't want to enter this complicated life yet, so let's continue the pure star life. Miyamoto smiled, I just wanted to see it and try it. There was no hope. Is that what happened to that month? The young woman asked, why don't you let the lady try first? The lady is not going. Forget it, Maiko Miyamoto interrupted her and said with a smile, I'll talk about it slowly in the future. It's also fun for small companies to compete. The two people said something more. Maiko Miyamoto suddenly said, it's time. Then she stood up and said, I'm leaving. Just keep an eye on the Shigeao family's affairs. Other things are not separate affairs. I said, I went out from the door behind the chair. Aunt Maiko, go slowly. The young woman stood up and gave a gift to Maiko Miyamoto, then cleared the table and left. In the afternoon, Nisei TV www.readaloud.com Akino Yoko Lounge. Yamagishi came to report again, after the rain, the sky cleared, a false alarm, and by the way also brought a late lunch. Akino Yoko just nodded to show that he knew it. I thanked Shannon first, and then took the lunch. I used the card as a bookmark and clipped it to the script. Then I took a magazine on the table and read it while eating. In the afternoon, Miyamoto's house, 5 Chome, Yanihuako. The 4 children who finished their duty, led by Conan to Miyamoto's house. Ding dong! Conan, what's the matter? Maiko Miyamoto opened the door and looked at the 4 children. She only knew Conan. After the 4 greeted her, Conan explained his intentions, and then asked, has brother Yamazaki returned? Maiko Miyamoto replied, no, won't they come back with Ran? Conan said, Sister Lan is going to participate in the club activities today. Well, wait a minute downstairs, they should be back soon. Miyamoto said, I'm cooking, and I won't be entertaining you anymore. While they went downstairs, they closed the door and continued her work. After a while, Yamazaki and Mideko came back. It was strange to see the 4 of them. Conan explained to them again. Then the 3 little guys lined up, bowed and said, Kojima Genta, Sabare Amitsuhiko, Yashida Aami, thank you brother, thank you sister. No need to be like this. After receiving half courtesy from them, Yamazaki and Mideko helped them up, and introduced themselves. My name is Misaki Hitashi Yamazaki, Mideko Miyamoto. This was a formal meeting. Chapter 36, Tickets for the Art Gallery. On the night of January 15, 5 CHOME, Miyamoto, Yonakacho. After washing, the Miyamoto family sat in the living room and watched TV. While eliminating the excitement after the shower, they waited for their hair to dry. Miko also used a hairdryer to blow back and forth between her and Miyadi's hair. Yamazaki asked, "Mom, is there any definite news?" Miko Miyamoto said while doing her own thing, "There is news. Simply say that Sugiao family is in big trouble." Yamazaki said helplessly, "I knew about this a long time ago." Maedaiza laughed, and his elder brother was just like himself. Miko Miyamoto said with a smile, "Sugiao's development in Europe has suffered setbacks, and the other party made a bet. The actions of those four people are the content. Now their relationship in the Sugiao family, which is the East capital, has robbed the Sugiao family. If you can't find something for a big customer within 10 days, then Sugiao's loses. Now it's the third day, if you really can't find it, it's a very big impact on Sugiao's reputation in the upper class." Blow. Yamazaki immediately said, "Then we help." Pop. Ichiro Miyamoto slapped Yamazaki's head with a slap. Seeing Maedaiza laughed out loud. "Good fight." Miko Miyamoto smiled while blowing her hair for Maedaiza, "If you don't fight, I will fight. The owner of the house is not qualified. Is it because you want him to lose?" Yamazaki touched where he was beaten, then suddenly understood, and said, "That's right, there may be people who will help him in this matter, but there is absolutely no way to look at him now. A joke, and then after he loses, there are many people who can see if he can get more benefits from it. Relatively speaking, our requirements are relatively small, and the price will be higher. We only need to wait until he loses, and everyone doubts. When his strength comes, he should not reject us at that time." Miko Miyamoto turned off the hair dryer, let it rest, and then said seriously, "It's wrong again, we just have to wait." It was really funny to hear that my brother was being trained again, and Maedako was laughing next to him. "Up. Wait." Yamazaki said, rubbing his chin, "Neither help him win nor wait for him to lose, so what are you waiting for?" After thinking for a while, Yamazaki was shocked and said, "Is it waiting for him to beg us? Are those things in Miwa town?" "Not bad." Miko Miyamoto turned on the hair dryer again and said approvingly, "For the Four Corners family, it is really not easy to find things within 10 days, after all, they don't know where they will hide them. But now the Four Corners family has activated all of his relationships and there is no news about the traces of people. This is really weird for a target with 3 foreigners with such a prominent sign. Then if there are people who understand in Four Corners, it will guessed, the 4 of them can only live in a hotel where foreigners often visit with false identities in Miwa town, where the security is best." "That's true." Yamazaki agreed, and then said with a smile, "This is all the blessing of Tomei Dako." "Me?" Maedaiza asked without understanding. "Nothing to do with you." Touching Maedaiza's hair, Miko Miyamoto said, "Okay, come on, change." He put the hairdryer in Maedaiza's hand. "So how is Miss Yoko?" Yamazaki asked again. Miko Miyamoto said, "Let her go back." Yamazaki asked strangely, "Why?" Miko Miyamoto said, "When I met her, I just wanted to see her way of doing things. By the way, I tried to invite her. The main purpose was to imprint my mark on her. Yoko, she should have just wanted to make her own the fame spread in the upper class, but I didn't expect me to do this. Later I guessed it was me. The main purpose of coming to see me was to meet my future boss. After passing my exam and proving her value, I took a picture. Insurance card to ensure that her future star life will not be in danger because of the preferences of some big people, and will not be as powerless as it is now." Saying this, Miko Miyamoto turned around and said to Maedaiza irritably, "Don't stay in one place, it will hurt your hair." "Oh." Maydaisy immediately changed places. Maiko Miyamoto said to Yamazaki again, for her, our invitation was a bit late. She just solved all her troubles, and it will be a smooth journey from now on. She does not need us urgently, our strength the stronger she is, the smaller her sense of accomplishment. At the same time, she can see to our invitation that we don't have the intention of asking her to join now. She also knows her current shortcomings. If she joins us now, yes. Our value is not enough, so we agreed to join in the future. Then how did she see that we didn't mean to ask her to join now? Yamazaki asked again, and what if she agrees? Stupid. Maiko Miyamoto also knocked on Yamazaki's head, and then said, I still have to ask this kind of question. My invitation was mainly to try her character to see if she could not stand it. Temptation, there will be obvious flaws in some aspect of impulsive arrogance. If she agrees directly, it will be fine. If she doesn't do well, she just changes. Then he smiled and said, as for how she could see it, yes, I want to solve this problem myself. Mom, that's all right. Maidako turned the hairdryer on, and said with a smile from behind Maiko Miyamoto's head. Okay, there is no problem. Maiko Miyamoto asked, watching Yamazaki nod, and then said, then I'll go back to rest. Then she started to pack things. Pop. Miyamoto Ichiro turned off the TV, and replied good night, to the sound of Yamazaki and Midako's good night, and went back to the room first. Midako, I want to look back to the room, but don't be too late, you know. Maiko Miyamoto said as soon as she wanted to see Mikoto, and then said good night, to Yamazaki and Mikoto. Back to the room. Good night. Good night. Yamazaki and Maidasa said to each other, and then went back to their rooms. On the evening of January 16, Miyade Restaurant. While resting, Maidasa said to Lan, today is the 6th day, so you can stop using it in the future. Is this all right? Lan asked suspiciously. You count, it was originally 5 days, plus the double of 1 day off, totaling 6 days. Lan asked, didn't you take 2 days off? Maidasa replied, that day is not counted, that day is considered to be an active holiday. That's it, Lan understood, then looked at Conan who was assigned to tidy up the table, and asked, what about Conan? Conan is early, Maidasa said while looking at Conan who was neatly tidying the table, he is a part-time worker here, and the salary is still the kind of debt-paying worker who has been paid. Then he thought about it, and said sympathetically, at most, at the beginning of the month, I will ask my mother to see if I can send him some pocket money or something. January 19th, morning, good mood. Aunt Maiko, what did the Shilling Foundation say? When the members of the Shilling Foundation left, the young woman entered Maiko's office and asked. Of course there is no problem. Maiko Miyamoto smiled. The young woman said happily, that's great. Then she asked, how is their progress? Maiko Miyamoto said, they made a mistake when arresting people, and only caught the head. The young woman asked, didn't you find something? Then how do I think his face is bad? Maiko Miyamoto laughed and said, the leaders of those guys didn't understand Japanese, and they drew a sketch map when they hid things. Now that the picture falls in the hands of 3 other people, the leader can only redraw it now. Except for the representative departure. Locally, there is the first pattern of the symbolic building of the East Metropolitan Iron Tower, and the pattern that indicates that the time is night, the others are completely impossible to draw. The young woman smiled and said, isn't he even finding out where to hide things? Maiko Miyamoto said with a smile, that's it, Shigeya decided to work harder. If it doesn't work, he will be handed over to the police. The remaining guys are wanted, and they will be arrested first. The young woman laughed and said, that's too bad. It's really too bad. Maiko Miyamoto agreed, and the two laughed at each other. At night, Meidai Restaurant. Lan is not worried about Conan. She is still here to help free of charge these days. Of course, she is wearing ordinary clothes. The pink maid outfit has been given to Lan and she put it away. In Mayday's words, she waits for her to be punished before wearing it consciously. When there were few people, 4 of them stayed free and watched TV while eating. That's right, Mayday said suddenly, Conan, these are for you. Then he found 4 coupons from the counter and put them at his table, and then said, this is the dong sent 2 days ago. I have forgotten to give you the tickets for the special museum of the Metropolitan Art Museum. Watching Conan took it, he told him, you must take Yuanta and the others to see it. Oh. Conan looked at the 4 tickets for the day after tomorrow, and said, thank you Sister Mayday. Then he put it away. Mayday said to Lan again, how about going together then? Sorry, Mayday. Lan said embarrassedly, I have an appointment with Yuanzi. Where are you going, then? Mayday asked. I don't know, she didn't say. Lan said. That's it, Mayday said, then discuss with Yuanzi tomorrow. The next day, in the morning, Daiden Primary School. Genta, Ayami, Mitsuhiko, Conan said, this is a ticket from Sister Mayday. Then he gave them one for each of them. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Isn't it free for elementary school students to go to Dongdu Art Museum? Genta asked. This is a special hall, what is it? Ayami asked. Mitsuhiko said, I read the newspaper and said that it was an international gold art exhibition that day, and there was no special museum introduced. I don't know either. Conan said. Golden, Genta said, okay, let's go together then. In the morning, Daiden High School. Lan asked, Yuanzi, where are we going tomorrow? Well, said Sonako, we are going to a very beautiful place. Mayday asked, can you go again next time? No way, said Sonako, that place can only be visited tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yamazaki asked suspiciously, where are you going? Dongdu Art Museum, Sonako said, there will be a special exhibition tomorrow. Mayday also asked me to go to the Dongdu Art Museum, Lan said. Yet. Yuanzi was surprised, isn't Mayday never interested in these? Mayday smiled and said, that place. I will see it tomorrow. Yamazaki interrupted her. Mayday replied simply, okay. Hey. Lan Yuanzi was puzzled. Chapter 37, Map Blown by the Wind. January 21st, morning, Dongdu Art Museum. Conan, Genta shouted, hurry up and open the door. After saying that, as soon as the door opened, he rushed in, Mitsuhiko and Ayami following him. You are too early. Conan said listlessly at the end. Special hall, special hall. Yuantai ran around and didn't see it. Mitsuhiko asked the staff, Uncle, how can I get to the special hall? The staff replied, Special pavilion, do you have tickets? Watching Mitsuhiko waved the ticket in his hand, he said, the special pavilion is behind the Golden Exhibition Hall. You will know when you enter the Golden Exhibition Hall. Thank you, Uncle. Mitsuhiko ran away after speaking. Conan listened to the staff walking and murmured, really, it is so good to be called the Secret Treasure Exhibition. It must be a gold exhibition. However, changing the name for that special hall is worthy of the name. I hope there will be more people visiting. A ticket of 10,000 yuan, and 2,000 yuan for our duty. Motoda asked the staff about the location of the special hall as soon as he arrived at the exhibition hall. You are going to the special pavilion, the staff of the exhibition hall said, then visit this exhibition hall first, follow along, and you will know after reading it. Walked along, looking at the hidden treasures one by one, the 4 little guys kept exclaiming. Wow, it's so beautiful. Ayami looked at a gorgeous crown. It's amazing. Yuantai took a fancy to a gorgeous sword. It's really great. Mitsuhiko took a fancy to some of the pharaoh's gold jewelry. The treasure map of gold. Conan also found something he was interested in. After a while of appreciation, the four of them excitedly talked about the treasure just now, while walking in, and soon came to the passage to the special hall. First handed in the tickets, then stored the good things, and then went forward. A door frame appeared. There is a sign in front of it. The words on it are strange. Only 10 people can be admitted at a time. Adults can only stay in it for 5 minutes, and children can stay for 10 minutes. Because it is still early, no one is with them for the time being. The staff let them go in. After passing the frame, Genta asked, "What is this?" "This looks like a metal detector in a movie." Mitsuhiko replied. After passing safely, by the way, they passed a scale, and then the four of them came to a door. Conan looked at the round pattern on the door. Unfortunately, he was short and couldn't see clearly when he was close, but he just felt like where he was seeing him. After that, I couldn't remember it for a while. The staff opened the door for them. Not far behind the door was a black curtain that was dragged to the ground. The inside was not visible. When they entered, the staff closed the door again. The four people stood in the dark and settled for a while. Genta shouted, "I'll see what's inside." After speaking, he rushed in. Conan only felt that his eyes lit up, and then there was no sound. Then Ayami and Mitsuhiko did the same, and there was no sound when they rushed in. Conan finally went in and opened a thick layer. There was still a layer behind, but the sound inside can be heard. At this time, he heard Ayami's "It's so beautiful." Genta's "Is this true?" Mitsuhiko's "Don't bite" voice. Conan could no longer suppress his curiosity, and opened the curtain. In an instant, the eyes were blurred. This is a not very big room. To be more precise, it is a bedroom suite with a bathroom. Everything in it is golden yellow, shining brightly under colored lights. It is all gold. From flower pots, tea tables, desks, chairs, to shelves, showers, faucets, baths, except for toilets, everything else is gold. If you look closely, there are gems of various colors on the ceiling. Arranged and inlaid, the white and transparent ones should be diamonds. Then the big lights should all be transmitted from behind the big gems of various colors. Hold your mind, Conan thinks this is totally criminal. Looking at other people, Mitsuhiko was on the desk, making gestures with a pen made of gold. Buletinme lay on a large pile of gold coins in the middle of the house, intoxicated by the radiance of the various gems on the ceiling. Conan thought, is it comfortable to sleep? At this time, Genta was working hard to move a flower pot. He just wanted to bite it. He was stopped by Mitsuhiko. He said that he would bite the mark and let him fix it. This was scared, so he tried to see if he could move it. Unfortunately, the flower pot seemed to be nailed to the ground and could not move at all. Conan discovered that everything had been manipulated. After thinking about it, there should be a lot of monitoring equipment here, which should be mixed in gems. Genta, Conan shouted, the flower pot can't be moved. Mitsuhiko returned to his senses and raised the pen in his hand and said, this place is the only one that can be moved, but, look. He said that his hand was ticked next to the pen, and there was a thin line attached to it. Damn it, said Genta, I want to try how much gold I can pick up. Bume shouted at this moment, you guys come to see it too, it's so beautiful. Conan walked closer and saw that these gold coins were wrapped in a transparent film with the slogan "Caution, there is an alarm" posted on them. He tugged carefully. It was not broken. No wonder Yuanta didn't play with the gold coins. Watch carefully, the limit is 200 kilograms. Yuanta read while looking at the words on the ground. Don't worry, Mitsuhiko said, I just said that, we won't have any problems. Conan thought, I'm afraid it was set up for fear of things being taken out. The four people were lying on the gold coins. Conan felt that he was not as uncomfortable as he had imagined. He shifted his attention to the ceiling and was addicted to it for a while. Attention all guests, please note that all guests, your time is up, your time is up. The voice from the ceiling awakened Conan. Seeing that the others didn't care, Conan said loudly, "It's time." This made them move. Conan took a somewhat reluctant three people, stood behind the curtain, took one last look, then turned and left. Went out and walked to a farther place. Conan looked back. Although it was not clear, Conan recognized it. He often saw similar things these days and felt a toothache, which was very painful. The four went through the scales, door frames, and passages again, took their own things back, and came back to the golden exhibition hall. However, looking at the shrouded and shining secret treasures, the four of them no longer had the passion they had previously appreciated. Out of the golden exhibition hall, looking at the listless three people who didn't speak, Conan felt that the atmosphere should be changed, so he said, "In this world, there are actually many secret treasures that have not been discovered." "Really?" Yuan Ta became excited immediately. "I really want to try a treasure hunt, too." At this time, a piece of paper was blown over by the wind and landed at his feet. On the other side, in the morning, the Maori detective office. Maori watched Miss Yoko's program and broadcasted TV at random, only to realize that today, almost every channel is broadcasting a piece of news. The accomplices of the leader of the Italian bandit group arrested yesterday are still fleeing in our country. The 15,000 maple leaf gold coins stolen by them are still missing. These gold coins are equivalent to 600 million yuan in Japanese yen. 600 million yuan, really amazing guy. Maori sighed while drinking his beer. "Ah." Lan came over, looking at the trash on the table and said, "Why is it still so messy? Didn't I just clean it up?" "Really, it's really bad." After that, he started to clean it up. After taking a sip of beer, Maori asked, "Speaking of which, that kid went there. I think he left early in the morning." "You said Conan, he made an appointment with a friend, and he went to the art gallery together early this morning." Lan replied, and then listened to his father exclaimed, "Really, being a kid is really carefree." Lan was angry. "Dad, you can also clean up a little bit, I will go out in a while." "Okay, okay." Maori stood up reluctantly. "It didn't help yet, so I heard someone shouting downstairs." "Lan, are you okay?" Looking from the window, Yamazaki and Maedaiza were waiting downstairs. "Come, here." Lan packed up the things in his hands, went out and shouted in the corridor, and then told Maori, "Dad, you clean up the rest, remember to put the garbage away, I won't be back at noon, you solve it yourself." Then he left. As soon as she left, Maori sat down again, and continued to drink his little wine, while wondering if he would get rid of the last bottle of red wine. Since getting the money, only one bottle of red wine has been wiped out by Maori. The three arrived at the Dongdu Art Museum and found that the garden hadn't arrived yet, so Lan decided to wait for her at the door, while Maedaiza wanted to see what Dongdu Art Museum was like. Just like Yuanza said, she never cared about this. It's time to take a look at the situation this time, or to refer to it. Yamazaki saw three weird people, two foreigners together with a Japanese, holding a piece of paper in their hands. It didn't seem to be a map. At this time, the three people were not paying attention, and the piece of paper was blown away by the wind. Yamazaki dragged Maedaiza to follow, only to see the piece of paper floating at the feet of Genta who had just come out. "What is this?" Yuanta asked when he picked up the paper that had floated under her feet, looking at the pattern on it. Mitsuhiko and Ayami immediately surrounded him, and Mitsuhiko asked, "What happened?" Ayami asked, "What's on this piece of paper?" Looking at the graphics on the paper, Bulletin May suddenly shouted, "Is this a treasure map?" Conan smiled and said, "How is this possible?" However, it immediately aroused the unhappiness of other companions, and Genta immediately said, "What Ayami said, you guys dare not believe it." After that night, Genta and Mitsuhiko confronted each other. Beauty likes it even more. Looking at the fierce gazes of his companions, especially Genta who is taller than him, staring at him fiercely, Conan felt a lot of pressure and quickly stated his attitude and said, "No, because." "Because of what?" Mitsuhiko also joined in immediately, "This opportunity for performance can't let Yuanta monopolize." Feeling the serious anger of the two of them, Conan finally compromised, so the four of them unified their opinions, and Ame was absolutely right. This is a real treasure map. Everyone immediately went to hunt for treasure. Not far away, Yamazaki pulled Maydeza to prevent her from passing, and then the two of them peeked over there and listened, laughing occasionally. Yamazaki looked at the three men in the distance pointing here, and because of the increased guard in front of the exhibition hall, the security guards who walked by from time to time, and the behavior of worrying, he thought of the news that he had just heard constantly on the road. Yamazaki had some guesses about their identities. What are they doing here at this time? Is it really a treasure map? If the leader is arrested, they want to find out. After unifying opinions, in order to find the treasure, Yuanta decided to give his treasure hunting team a resounding name, plus his long-standing thoughts, so he shouted excitedly, "From today, we are the junior detectives." The name was immediately approved by Mitsuhiko and Ame, and Conan felt a headache. He didn't want to join this kind of organization, but someone asked him. So when there was no objection and Conan was ignored, Genta took the position of leader by the way. The members included Ame, Mitsuhiko, and of course Conan. How could Genta not include this genuine detective disciple under his command? After solving the detective team's affairs, the three of them were going to hunt for treasure immediately. Conan saw that they lined up and walked forward. Knowing that they only took one step, they stopped. Where to go? This one. Hearing what they said, Conan was knocked down immediately, and Yamazaki and Maydeza couldn't help but walked out laughing. After the six people greeted each other, Maydeza asked, "Does the special hall look good?" The four children exclaimed together, "It's so beautiful." Conan was actually thinking, if you can save my account, that's it. It's called pretty. Genta said, "So we formed a juvenile detective team to find our treasure." He waved the paper in his hand. "What is this, treasure map?" Yamazaki said, "Come on, show me." Take it from Genta and take a look at www.readaloud.com. The above pattern is divided into 3 layers, the top one meaning yes, it should be at the East Tower at night. This is what I thought of contacting the gang. The second floor has 5 patterns arranged vertically in the middle from top to bottom, a toque, an inverted triangle, and an umbrella with a handle on the left. The star in the circle is a rectangle at the end, and the 3 children and mother's oro are written next to the center line. At this time, Yamazaki found that the width and height of the 5 patterns were similar, and they should be of the same kind. The last layer is a fish with an eye on the left. "Is this a hot pot?" Maydeza looked at it and said, "Everyone had a toothache," but she continued to say, "Look at the hot pot restaurant to eat hot pot in the evening." Now, except for Conan, the 3 little guys quit. "Up! This is a treasure, a treasure!" Yuanta shouted, and then whispered to herself, "Although I look like it too." "Sister Maydeza!" Ame protested. Mitsuhiko did not speak, just looked at her. Conan relieved her and said, "Brother Yamazaki, can you show me?" Yamazaki handed the paper to Conan and said, "Maydeza, this should indicate the East Tower." "Oh!" Maydeza replied indifferently. "This is indeed the East Tower." Conan looked at it and thought about it carefully. "Okay, let's go to the East Tower first," Genta said immediately. Then after bidding farewell to Yamazaki and Maydeza, the 4 ran away. At the entrance of Dongdu Art Museum, Yuanzi just got off the bus. Lan went over and asked, "Why did you come?" Yuanzi said with a smile, get up late, ha. Really? Lan said, "Come on." Then when he turned and walked, he found several children like Conan and the others ran to the other side. Chapter 38, Unknown Gold. January 21st, morning, Dongdu Art Museum. Yamazaki and Maidasa followed Conan and the others, and walked to the door of the Dongdu Art Museum. Yamazaki wanted to see if the three men had followed Conan and the others, while Maidasa wanted to see if the garden had come. So Yamazaki and Maidasa and Ran and Yuanzi, the four ran into each other at the entrance of the Dongdu Art Museum. Lan asked, "Yamazaki, was that Conan just now?" Yamazaki watched the three men follow, and smiled, "Yes, they just left." Maidasa asked, "How did you get to now?" "I just came." Yuanzi folded his hands and said, Sorry, I was late last night. I was just told by Lan, so don't talk about it anymore." Then he changed the subject and asked, "What are you here for?" "What?" "Visit the exhibition in the special hall." Maidasa replied. "You also want to go to the special pavilion?" Yuanzi asked in surprise. "Of course." Maidasa said as she took out 4 tickets and gave them one for each of them a day. Yuanzi said, "I have it myself." He took out 2 of them. Lan asked strangely, "Why do you need tickets?" "These are from the organizer, so you can use them." Yamazaki replied, and then said, "It's not early, there are no one at this moment, let's go." After that, we went in. I first admired the treasures and ornaments that contained the customs of various countries in the gold exhibition hall, and then followed the road to the special hall. Looking at the notice on the sign, Lan asked, "Are we adults or children?" "Of course it is a child." Maidasa replied. Yuanzi said, "What? We are just minors, okay, not kids." "Okay, 10 minutes, Yamazaki made a decision for them, no one is there now, let's go in." In the special hall, after they watched for a while, Maidasa asked excitedly, How is it? It's pretty here." Lan lay on the gold coin and didn't want to talk. Yuanzi said, "I will build such a house in the future to hide the person I love in." Oh! He fell into a fantasy. Maidasa saw that these 2 people ignored her, she lost the desire to speak for a while, and she felt a little disappointed. After visiting the special pavilion, Lan exclaimed to Yuanzi and Maidasa, "It is really beautiful." Right. Especially the star map, which is built according to the actual proportions and brightness. Lying on the bed and watching it, it's like being in the starry sky. Maidasa said happily, "Unfortunately this is the one. The room has no curvature and no dome, so the sense of distance is a bit bad." She had something to say, so she immediately drove away the sense of loss that was caused by not being able to share her preferences with friends. Yuanzi sighed, "It's just that the shape is too ordinary. The tables, chairs, shelves, baths, etc., don't have special decorations and carvings. You have to make them unique." Maidasa immediately retorted, "What? It is more comfortable to use the strange shape. Of course, the simpler and more direct the better, and there is not only one. And don't you think it is more convenient to rebuild it like this?" "Right," Ran asked, "Are those pure gold?" "Of course not," Yuanzi said with a smile, "pure gold is too soft, and if you accidentally bump it, it will be all imprints." Then he asked, "Right, Maidasa, just like your gold medal? It is mixed with other metals?" Maidasa replied, "Those furniture is yes, otherwise it won't work. Just like that chair, if it's pure gold, wouldn't it put your print on it after sitting for a long time?" Yuanzi said, "What kind of print? It's too ugly, let's talk about the buttocks." Yes, Maidasa said immediately, "It's your print. It's yours." Yuanzi retorted immediately. Then the 2 watched Lan snickering next to each other, and said together, "It's Lan." "What?" Lan was reluctant. Yamazaki became happy again seeing Maidasa, and he was relieved so that he could do other things with confidence. Hey! Yamazaki felt an anomaly. It was the boy who had just passed by and was about his age. Seeing the movement is normal now, but just now, in order to avoid a collision, both himself and him had some instinctive reactions, but I knew it earlier, so I controlled it. And he didn't pay attention because he was playing and talking with the girl next to him. Later, he instinctively made dodge, the kind of walking motion, the kind of force. Was it his son? Forget it, it doesn't matter to me, let's do my own business first. Seeing that the guy behind turned his attention away, the boy breathed a sigh of relief, and the girl next to him asked, "What's wrong with you, so nervous?" "Nothing, just look forward to the treasures inside." The boy casually told the truth. Yamazaki walked a few steps forward and said to the three girls, "I remember that there is still something to do, so I'll leave. If you have nothing else, let's go and play together." Then he looked at the garden and said, "But don't run too far." Yuanzi said immediately, "Okay, you go, we won't run far." Lan said, "I will look at the garden." Yuanzi retorted, "Whoever wants you to watch, don't lose yourself." Mei Daisy asked, "Brother, where are you going? Isn't my brother okay today?" One thing suddenly became eye-catching. "I want to discuss with my mother. Maybe I want to go somewhere else. Just play with them. Besides, you three girls, I'm not comfortable alone." Yamazaki replied. After saying goodbye to the three people, Yamazaki took a taxi to the East Tower. If it was really the map of the foreigners hiding things, then it would be the same as they and Mei Daisy guessed. It was in the evening, and the four little guys should pay now. Run around the East Tower. On the other side, the four little guys ran out of the Dongdu Art Museum, and then rushed all the way to the bus station. After waiting for a while, they got on the bus to the Dongdu Iron Tower. The four people sitting at the end were talking excitedly about the treasure. The head of the delegation, Yuan Ta, first spoke. "I also thought from the beginning that the East Tower was suspicious. First, grab the first effort." Mitsuhiko said excitedly, "It seems that I have found a treasure." Conan was having a headache listening to him. "This is really faster than looking. But, what does this word mean?" Stepmei asked suspiciously. "Oh, Europe." Yuan Ta didn't understand. "I know, it must mean this," Mitsuhiko said. "The first is Japanese, which means huge initials, the second is English, which means wealth is the initials, and the most common is also Japanese, which means treasures. The first letter." Then he concluded, "In other words, this word means an abbreviation for both big and many treasures." "That's amazing, Mitsuhiko, you can speak English." Amy immediately exclaimed. "Nothing, nothing." Mitsuhiko replied modestly. Conan was shocked when he heard it. This explanation is really powerful. There must be a lot of treasures. Head Yuan Ta immediately began to fantasize, and directly brought all the members in, making Conan unable to scream. After the fantasy, the head Yuan Ta said, "Well, I will use those treasures to eat the eel and rice in the world." This wish was not high. "I'm going to travel around the world 100 times. Mei immediately expressed her wish. "You can try this request." Mitsuhiko thought for a while and said, "Then I'm going to the space agency to buy a spacecraft to go to the universe." Conan could no longer comment on this wish. Without hearing Conan's wish, Amy asked, "Where is Conan?" Save it." Conan said with a dry smile, imagining not reporting the treasure, not to mention, thinking about the large debt that he didn't know how to appear. Conan had a terrible headache. Head Yuan Ta criticized, "There is really no dream." "That's no way," Conan retorted in a low voice. After a while, the bus arrived, and the four of them went straight to the East Tower. They settled for lunch on the way. Looking at the tall East Tower, the head of Yuan Ta said, "This is the starting point. Mitsuhiko continued, all that is left is to untie the code. Bume is not as optimistic as they are, looking at the patterns on the paper and asking directly, but, except for the umbrella, the other graphics are so strange, what does it mean? After thinking about it, Genta pointed to the pattern on the right of the two patterns on the first floor that looked like a crooked moon and said, it's the moon. The treasure must be hidden on the East Tower Iron Tower, where the moon can be seen. Ha! Mitsuhiko smiled, this kind of thing is impossible. Not to mention that the moon will change position with the date. Even if it is, the correct position of the treasure can't be done with such simple graphics. Pointed out. Where did you say it? Yuan Tai was so angry that he grabbed Mitsuhiko's collar and asked loudly, squirting. Looking at Conan thinking, Ayami asked, Conan, do you know? I'm looking at other graphics to see if something has simplified the shape. Conan replied, for example, the graphic under the East Tower is a hat, under the hat is the underwear, and the umbrella under the underwear may be associated go to the sweater, and then combine these things to see. Clothing shop. The others yelled immediately, and before Conan could say anything, they started to act. Conan had to follow him. At this time, he discovered that before him, there were 3 men, 2 foreigners and 1. The Japanese first stepped out of their legs and then took them back. The movements were a little strange, but they didn't take it to heart. It is normal for a tour guide to take 2 foreigners at the East Tower. At this time, Yamazaki also came to the East Tower Iron Tower. He listened to the complete news again just now in the car, and became more sure of the identities of the 3 people. Last night, the leader of the Italian robber group was arrested in a hotel near the East Tower. He remained silent from beginning to end and spent the whole night. The police are tracking down his absconding accomplices, but there is still no clue. Looking at the 4 children who left and the 3 men who followed, and then looked around, Yamazaki didn't find anyone from Shilling, so Yamazaki followed. Yamazaki watched Conan and they entered the Terahara tailor shop, confirming that they were going to spend some time here temporarily, and that they were still in a crowded place and there was no problem with safety, so they went into the phone booth. Mom should be in a good mood now. Yamazaki muttered to himself, and then broadcast her private call. Mom has a lot of things these days, so I can't take up more of her time. I just want to see if I can get more things from the 4 corners. Thinking of calling here, Yamazaki immediately said, Mom, it's me. Maybe we found the remaining 3 robbers, are they useful to us? To elaborate, Maiko Miyamoto said, is it in the East Tower? Yes, Yamazaki said, then the picture they chased may be real. Then he described the drawing in detail. That's stupid, that's them. That text means gold in Italian, Maiko Miyamoto said, and then looked at the drawn picture and said, they drove that night. These pictures are the 5-pointed star in front of the gold. It should be a Ferris wheel, so it's easy to recognize. Then he exclaimed. It looks like that guy didn't tell the truth to the 4 corners. Yamazaki asked, will that work for us? Then he looked around again, and asked, why didn't I find the people from Shilling? To put it simply, I was cheated, Maiko Miyamoto said, where is that picture now? Yamazaki looked at Conan who was thrown out and said, in the hands of Conan's 4 children. Maiko Miyamoto said, Conan, don't worry about it, let him find things out, you just need to protect them. Yes, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, I know. Yamazaki said, and then smiled, I won't put their lives in danger. Maiko Miyamoto also smiled and asked, where is Maiko? Did you play with Ran and the others? Yeah. Yamazaki replied, and then asked, what should I do if I find something? Maiko Miyamoto said, let me know when you get it, and we'll talk about the rest when it comes. Yamazaki said, yes, I hung up. Then, when my mother hung up, he hung up the phone. When the sun went down, the four people finally realized that they were looking in the wrong direction after damaging a whole street of clothing stores. "I'm so hungry." After the excitement, Genta felt hungry immediately. Bumi immediately said, "Let's go eat something." Conan pointed to the bookstore passing by and said, "May I go to the bookstore first?" Yuantat immediately objected, "Idiot, there is no food in the bookstore. Please, it's all right in one go." Conan asked, and the four of them entered the bookstore. When Conan entered the bookstore, Yamazaki secretly said that he was also illiterate. In the bookstore, Yuantat and the three are reading free comics, while Conan is checking information. Unfortunately, there is no such expression in English. Inadvertently, I saw an Italian dictionary, thinking about the news I heard along the way today, and tried to pick it up. When I saw it, I was surprised that the text was really Italian, and it still meant gold. Conan immediately understand, this piece of paper is really a treasure map. Chapter 39, Under Reminder Games. On January 21, in the evening, Miwako 5 Chom. Lan wants to come back to cook dinner for Maori, and Maydeza wants to come back to work, so the two returned together after counting the time. Lan was in a good mood, humming and jogging upstairs. However, although I have already thought about the situation in the detective agency, but... Dad! Lan yelled angrily, his voice loud enough for everyone to know. Hey! Maori holding the wine bottle raised his head from the trash mountain he made, and on the edge of wow fell from the table to the ground. Maori gave his daughter a drunken look, and then went down again. It seems that there is no way to communicate. Really, Lan said helplessly, I still want to make dinner for you. Looking at Maori creating piles of garbage on his own desk, but almost nothing beyond 1 meter, Lan was really speechless about Dad's laziness. After clearing up the trash and taking it to the place where the trash is placed, Lan is even more angry. The trash this morning is still here. Looking at Maori, who is holding an empty wine bottle and refuses to let it go just now, Lan has decided. Dad, today you can eat it at night, and then go out with a few bags of garbage. Now it's time to go to Miyade restaurant to help. Miyamoto family. I'm back. Maydeza shouted when she opened the door, and then asked, Is my brother back? I told him to go out and stare, Maiko Miyamoto said as she came out of the kitchen, wiping her hands. He will be back later today. Marking people. Maydeza thought for a while and said, Then I won't go. Maiko Miyamoto asked again, Are you hungry now? A little bit. Maydeza replied. Then you go down and help your father first, Maiko Miyamoto said, Mom is late today, and dinner will be done in a while. Maydeza said and went down. On the other side, in a fast food restaurant near the East Tower. After Conan confirmed that the drawing was a real treasure map, he was even more attentive. After eating in 2 bites, he began to imagine various possibilities. However, thinking of one and negating the other, there was no reliable idea. The other 3 people who were slowly eating dinner next to them were a little strange to see what Conan wrote about. Ayami asked, What happened to Conan? Yuanta bit down a small half of the hamburger, and said as he ate, Who knows, I've been studying it since just now. Mitsuhiko drank his drink and asked, Did you see what it meant? Mitsuhiko said, Ayami really went to read it, and carefully looked at what Conan wrote on the notepad, but didn't understand it, and looked back in disappointment. How could he know such a clue inadvertently? Ah, Ayami shouted, pointing to the opposite side of the street, Look! Looking across the large glass, there was a coffee shop opposite. Could it be that? Look, that sign, and the second figure is exactly the same. Conan looked at the drawings, and it turned out to be the same. Maybe these drawings are the signs on the road. The 4 immediately ran out and came to the front of the coffee shop. Yamazaki was sitting inside the coffee shop, looking out through the single-sided transparent glass. The 3 men hiding in the dark alley just ate the fast food bought by their accomplices. Other details are unclear. But although they don't know what they think, it seems that the three people are not ready to do anything before Conan and the others find something or stop. Because of the sky and the lights, Yamazaki could see clearly the four Conan sitting behind the big glass of the fast food restaurant across the street. Yamazaki watched Conan's four pointing here, and then came over here again, understanding that they should have found that the sign of this coffee shop was the same as the second graphic, but this was wrong. I saw this sign and the next one. I took a taxi to look at the road signs, but it turned out not. Then I decided to solve the problem of dinner in this coffee shop, and then I waited for it to get completely dark before going to the Ferris wheel-shaped building. Yamazaki looked at the four little guys standing at the door, smiled and took a sip of after-dinner coffee. Yamazaki decided not to tell them the truth. It's getting so late, and I don't even call home to report. If you want to find it, then look for it slowly. Bumi pointed to the coffee shop's sign and said, "Sure enough, this shop is located right in front of the Dongdu Iron Tower, and those codes must refer to the shape of the sign." Motoda immediately said excitedly, "Then if you walk and search according to the sign drawn on it, won't you be able to find the treasure?" Mitsuhiko asked, "Then which direction should we go now?" Conan looked up and looked around. There happened to be a road sign with a road named Uejian-lu on it. He immediately said, "Maybe the moon next to the tower implies the meaning of Uejian-lu." Yuan-ta immediately agreed, "It must be like this, let's go." So the four of them ran forward along Uejian Road. After a while, Mitsuhiko pointed to this sign and shouted, "I have found the inverted triangle sign." Stepmei looked at it and said immediately, "It's true. The third figure is exactly the same." Conan looked around, and there was a sign to the southern aquarium 3 kilometers away, so he immediately said, "I see, these codes are the maps from the east tower to the southern aquarium." In other words, this map drew the omission of signs or signs arranged on Uejian Road. Next, we just have to follow the map. It's the place where the treasure is hidden. Yuan-ta and the others said immediately. Then the head of Yuan-ta gave an order, "Let's go." The four set off with great enthusiasm. The four little guys ran all the way hurriedly, until they were out of breath and couldn't run anymore. Then they bent over, panted, and stopped. Mitsuhiko said, "There is no sign of the fifth star." Yuan-ta said angrily, "Damn, only a little bit to find the treasure." Ayami looked at the door of the southern aquarium and said, "We have already go to the aquarium." "No." Conan cried out, "What's going on?" Tsukimi Road is the road from the east tower to the southern aquarium. In the middle, it is impossible to have a fifth figure, or mine. The reasoning is wrong. So Conan took out the treasure map and looked at it carefully, and saw the Italian text again. Conan finally found the problem: why should this treasure be expressed in Italian? If the person who drew this picture was an Italian, it would be unnatural to express the treasure in Italian, and then use the shape of the moon to express the Tsukimi Road in Japanese, just like Mitsuhiko M's explanation. In this way, if the pattern of the moon represents the moon itself, and the moon represents the night, then the things that can only be seen at night are not neon lights. Thinking of this, Conan raised his head and looked up. The moon had already come out. Conan immediately said to the other three people, "I know, let's go back to the original place." After that, he ran. Running all the way back to the East Tower Iron Tower, head Yuan-ta asked loudly, "Conan, what did you think of?" Conan took the treasure map and said, "These codes represent the treasure map of neon lights arranged together." Solved the mystery, the four of them searched all the way, but after finding the lights of the open-air stadium represented by the inverted triangle pattern, they never found the umbrella pattern next to the stadium. Mitsuhiko said, "I didn't see the umbrella-shaped neon lights." Head Yuan-ta immediately questioned, "Could it be wrong again?" Conan smiled slightly, pointing to the front and said, "That's it." Yuan-ta was surprised. "How can I not see?" The other three looked at it. It was a big electronic weather forecast advertisement. At this time, it was showing the sun sign that tomorrow is sunny. Genta immediately said, "What are you talking about? That's the Sunday." After reacting, he immediately said, "The umbrella is a sign of rain." When the signal was drawn, the weather forecast said it would rain the next day. Next, there was a star-shaped neon sign on a huge Ferris wheel. Bhumi found it all at once. It turned out to be a Ferris wheel. The four people stood under the observation car and kept searching. Conan found that the billboards on the tall buildings in the distance were flashing, very conspicuous. Suddenly the billboards lit up together, and it became the same as the sixth figure. He immediately pointed in that direction and said, "Found it, the sixth neon sign." The four ran all the way to the bottom of the building and stood under the street lamp. Genta wiped his sweat and asked, "Conan, is the treasure really here?" "Well, because there is a sign written next to the sixth figure," Conan said, "but from just now until now, we haven't found the fish-shaped pattern drawn at the end." Mitsuhiko said immediately, "Of course, this area is a residential area without anything. If there is, it means the river nearby." At this moment, Yuan-ta came to the spirit, and immediately said, "Yes, it is the river. That must mean that the treasure is in the river like a fish. Let's go and see in the river." After that, he went to the river. Yamazaki stood in the dark, waiting for the three men to follow, and then followed. The treasure has been found, and the children's safety must be paid attention to. As soon as it got dark, Yamazaki found this place from the East Tower Iron Tower. Standing under the sixth neon sign, Yamazaki thought of the treasure, pointing to the last figure on the second floor, and took a trip to the sixth neon sign. At this moment, I found that the lights of the bridge and the light reflected from the water just formed the shape of a fish. Yamazaki searched carefully and found the rope next to him. Then he found something hanging on the ceiling. He went up and touched it from the outside to make sure it was the shape of a gold coin. Then he took out one from a bag and looked at the light. It was the maple leaf gold coin that was robbed by the Siling Consortium. When I was about to put it back, I thought that the four little guys might not be able to put the bag down for confirmation, so they placed it directly under the bag and told Conan where the gold coins were, lest they would break the rope and the gold coins would fall to the ground. It is troublesome to clean up. Yamazaki went downstairs, found a phone booth next to him, and dialed the number at home. Mom should sit behind the counter and watch TV now. When the call came through, Yamazaki immediately said, "Mom, I found something." Then he said the address. Maiko Miyamoto said, "How is the situation there? Can you control it?" "No problem," Yamazaki replied. Yu reading www.yuyukonshu.com. Then don't move, I'll make a call, and you will call after 10 minutes. Maiko Miyamoto hung up after speaking. 10 minutes later, Yamazaki made the call. Maiko Miyamoto said directly, "I have already talked to Shigeao. At this time, he won't come forward. When the time is right, you can call the police directly. After the good things are done, the police's work is still to be done." "Yes, I understand," Yamazaki replied, and then waited for the phone to be hung up there. Then the phone was hung up, and after a while, Conan brought someone over. Hearing the voice on the phone, May Daisy, who was sitting at the counter, saw that her mother was done, and then asked, "Mom, are you talking to your brother?" "Yes," Maiko Miyamoto said, "he is catching the bad guy now, and he will be back soon." "Catch the bad guys?" Maydeza became interested and asked, "Then can I help?" "Okay," Maiko Miyamoto said, and then said to Ran next to him, "Conan is also there, you can go together." "Conan?" Landa was surprised and asked, "Is he in danger?" Maiko Miyamoto smiled and said, don't worry, Yamazaki is watching him. He is playing a treasure hunt happily now. It's a little tired at most, a bit more thrilling, and it's not dangerous." "That's the case," I said why he didn't go home. Lan said with a fist, it's in vain that I was so worried about him just now. It seems I should remind him. Asked for the address, May Daisy and Lan changed their clothes and took a taxi there. Chapter 40, Home Promotion. On the night of January 21st, beside the river in front of the neon lights of Mingju, the three of Conan stood in the distance, watching Genta standing on the rock by the river, using a long stick to paddle back and forth against the water by the river. Buletin May said worriedly, Yuanta, you stop quickly, it's dangerous, stop it. Yuanta shouted, don't be long-winded, the treasure is definitely sinking in this river. This distraction when he spoke, he immediately slid and made a body of cold river water. No, Conan carefully looked at the treasure map and thought. The secret signs and paintings on the map are all visible only at night. Therefore, the last fish-shaped pattern cannot mean the river. If his reasoning is correct, it should be nearby. Thinking of this, I looked around and finally found the problem, so he laughed and said, finally found, glowing fish. Then he took the three of them upstairs and came to the sixth neon sign. Head Yuanta asked, does this place really have shiny fish? It's dark. Where are the fish? You can't see anything. Conan stood by the window, pointed outside and said, try to look outside from here. The direction of the river is that is the prototype of the glowing fish. When the three of them looked out, Mitsuhiko said aloud, the lights of the bridge turned into the shape of a fish when reflected on the water. Ayami continued, the eyes of the fish are the lights of the building in front. Genta said happily, that the treasure is here. I'm afraid the location of this treasure. Conan saw that the light of the building in front was different from the position of the fisheye drawn on the map. He stepped back and said, it's around here. Ding! Conan stepped back, stepped on the gold coin that Yamazaki had just put down, picked up the gold coin, and Conan looked up to the ceiling. What was that? That black shadow seemed to be tied to a rope. By the way, wrap the rope around the raised area of the ceiling and hang the bag of gold coins on it. Conan thought while following the rope and found the end of the rope. Conan ran to the place where the rope was tied, pulled it hard, did not pull, and then shook it vigorously. Now 2 gold coins jumped out of the bag that Yamazaki did not tie just now, and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Yamazaki was sticking to the ceiling at this time, very angry at Conan's behavior not to call an adult. Now that the location of the treasure is confirmed, Dr. Ari should always notify me, not to mention Ran. What is he going to do next? 4 people, you will go home after dividing one by one. Just confirm that this treasure has no owner? Now that the host is here, you can enjoy the host's warm hospitality first. I want to see if you can escape without a helper. Yuan was too excited to run and shouted, treasure, it's a treasure. Seeing the gold coin appeared, the 3 men also appeared. The Japanese man picked up the gold coin first, and said with a smile, thank you very much, kids. Yuanta was stunned, and asked in surprise, uncles, who are you? Then Yuanta who reacted yelled, give it back to me, that is the treasure we found. The man grabbed the gold coin. Conan still remembered that he had actually met a few of them in front of the Tokyo Tower. Now they are here. Reminiscent of today's news, Conan confirmed their identities and immediately shouted, Yuan is too careful. Unfortunately it was too late. So after being beaten up, Yuanta, like the other 3, was with a rope prepared by the robbers, and took special care of him. He tied a few more ropes than others. Seeing 3 robbers rummaging things around, Conan confirmed that those guys didn't know where the gold coins were, but Yamazaki lamented that the European families chose these guys to do things, and they didn't lose in justice. Are you okay, Genta? Ayami asked concerned. Mitsuhiko was concerned about the current situation, so he asked in a low voice, those people, who are they? Conan replied in a low voice, I'm afraid it is an Italian bandit group. Robber group. Yuan was too scared. Ayami said, I remember, I saw it in the news. Then said scaredly, then, the gold coin just now is. Yes, the Japanese robber came over and said, these gold coins were just grabbed by us 9 days ago. They were planned by our leader and hidden by him alone. Unfortunately, he was discovered, in order to keep these coins safe. After 10 days, we wanted to find them out and hide them in another place. But he only left these secret signs, so we didn't have a clue. While staying in the museum, this secret sign was blown away by the wind. Seeing that you want to solve this code, I want you to try it, but I didn't expect that you would gradually unravel the meaning of the code, and you really found gold coins for us. To explain part of the situation, the Japanese robber actually took out his pistol and pointed it at Conan, and said, let's tell me where the gold coins are. Yuan-ta was so scared that he sweated out. The three of them were worried about Conan for a while, and Yamazaki was also ready, as long as he pulled the trigger, he would bring him down. Conan thought for a while and said according to the facts, it's a fish. The night view of the bridge outside is the same place as the fish pattern drawn on the signal, which is where the gold coins are hidden. So that's it. The Japanese robber understood, and then went to look for it. Yuan-tai asked in a low voice, Conan, why are you telling them? Mitsuhiko continued, after they find the treasure, they will kill us. Conan was speechless, he saw his face, no matter what anyway, they will kill. Hearing Mitsuhiko's words and thinking about the robber's behavior on TV, Yuan-ta sighed, will we be shot to death by a pistol? Buletin-mei echoed, they will solidify us with cement before sinking to the bottom of the sea. Mitsuhiko said in a crying voice, no, in order not to leave evidence here, we will be burned to death. The three said that. Yuan-ta shouted, Mom! Ayami shouted, Dad! Mitsuhiko shouted like Yuan-ta, Mom! Then he burst into tears. At this time, Maydaisy and Lan also came here. Getting off the taxi, Maydaisy asked, is it here? Lan replied uncertainly, it should be. Hey! Maydaisy just heard Yuan-tai's crying, and said immediately, above, they are crying. Cry. Landa was surprised, and then asked, did something happen? Then he said, then let's go up soon. Then he ran over. Maydaisy faced the wall and rushed directly. After 7 or 8 steps, she jumped again, then used her hands and feet together, and went up in the blink of an eye, but she left a lot of fingerprints. Lay down on the outer wall of the window. Although Maydaisy felt the breath of her brother and knew that he was right by the window, she still carefully probed the situation inside. Hush! Yamazaki had moved here and gestured to Maydaisy, who was investigating the situation. I just noticed the vibration of the wall and knew that someone was coming up. At this time, it was Maydaisy who would do this, and then I confirmed the breath of Maydaisy. Conan is out of the gun and there is no danger for the time being. The next thing is to wait for the 3 people to put down the gold coins to end it. It's better to save some effort for such a heavy thing and such a piecemeal. Yamazaki gestured to let Maydaisy bring down the 3 robbers for a while, looked at the child herself, Maydaisy nodded in agreement, and began to prepare. Seeing his companion crying dejectedly, Conan said, it's too early to give up now. If we gather everyone's strength, we still have a chance to escape. Yuan-ta cried and asked, how do we gather everyone? The power of the power. Mitsuhiko cried and said, moreover, we are still children. Conan asked, aren't we the junior detectives? This was finally a boost to morale. I see, what should I do then? Head Yuan-tai asked. Stand up, don't let those guys find out. Conan stood up as he said, and then the 3 genta also stood up. Yamazaki had just discussed with Maydaisy. At this moment, watching Conan stand up and walked here quietly, he immediately understood what he wanted to do. But this is not enough. In case a certain gold coin falls downstairs and can't be found anywhere, it would be troublesome. It is better to hand it out perfectly. As for bringing down the robbers now, Yamazaki wanted to see if he didn't intervene, would all 3 robbers be brought down by Conan. Thinking of this, I made a gesture with Maydaisy again, meaning that she waited until the 4 little guys would get down before doing it. Maydaisy nodded to express her understanding. Then Yamazaki moved to the place where the gold coins were hanging, and squeezed the rope above it. There was only one chance. Conan took the 3 of them quietly to the place where the rope was tied, and asked them to hold the rope together. While observing the positions of the 3 robbers, he thought, after those guys found the gold coins, the moment they were relaxed, watch the 3. A robber smiled and looked up. Now, Conan shouted, run! Then the 4 of them ran away. The 3 robbers looked at the 4 children strangely. Suddenly the support rod on the ceiling fell off, and the bag of gold coins also fell. The 3 robbers jumped down and immediately hugged their heads. However, the bag of gold coins was only on their heads. After shaking it, it slowly fell to the ground and looked up along the rope, and found that someone was carrying the rope on it. The 4 of Conan saw something falling from the ceiling. They were very happy for a while, but the thing did not hit the robbers, and the 4 of them immediately became frightened. At this moment, a voice came from Get Down. Conan remembered that this was Maydai. The voice of the child immediately complied with without thinking. Then he heard boom, and a piece of dust rose up, making his face become ashamed. Yamazaki watched the robbers look at him, and said with a smile, "Say hello to your boss." For a while, the robbers were confused, but he immediately took out the gun first. At this time, he heard Get Down on the ground from the window. The voice looked distracted again, but I didn't know it, and heard bang, again. I only felt something rushing toward my face, and then I lost consciousness. Seeing that her brother attracted the attention of those people, Maydaisy immediately shouted as agreed, "Get down." Then she punched the wall next to the window. She just confirmed that there were no steel bars, and she moved her hands and feet immediately. A large piece was missing, and the wall bricks and gravel flew to the 3 robbers, directly knocking them out. Lan was about to come up at this time. Hearing the voice, she cried out, "Maydaisy? Conan!" She came up while speaking. Yamazaki found the 2 gold coins taken by them from the 3 robbers in the rubble, and said, "It's okay, don't worry, Maydaisy is taking care of them over there." Kanlan also took care of the 4 children. So, I put the gold coin in the bag and carried it again. The weight is wrong. By the way, thinking of this, I walked to Conan and said, "Come, take it out." Conan put it in and said, "You came early." "What?" the 3 children called out immediately. Looking at Lan to take care of the children, Maydaisy became interested in gold coins again, so she grabbed the bag in Yamazaki's hand and started playing with gold coins. Yamazaki smiled and said, "I see you guys are being thrown out by the clothing store, and you are not disturbed by the appearance of having a good time." The 4 children's eyes became triangular in anger. Ran asked on their behalf, "Then why don't you help them?" Yamazaki sternly said, "I'm just helping them." Seeing the 4 children want to refute, Yamazaki continued, "Help them remember their lesson, don't go home when it's dark, let alone contact the family, and don't look for things." "Sir, I think I can do it well." Head of Yuanta immediately said, "If you weren't holding the rope, they would have been knocked down by us." "Yes, yes." Ayami and Mitsuhiko agreed. Slap. Yamazaki slapped Genta on the head, and then said, "If you didn't run into 3 fools, how could your method be successful? Except for Conan, it would be better. You 3 would have been. It was cleaned up." The 3 of them couldn't refute for a while, and Conan also thought it was their luck. If the robbers were more cautious, they would have no chance and no words. "Okay, don't scare them." Lan said, "What should I do next?" "Of course, I called the police," Yamazaki smiled. "These robbers are wanted." www.readaloud.com. Maydaisy finished counting the gold coins and said, then tell the policeman last time. Okay, it's him. Yamazaki said, and then called the branch office, only to say that there is something to do with Takagi, and let him come over. Look for Takagi, wait a minute. This is... Takagi was taken to the scene by Yamazaki, surprised at the mess here. Lan smiled and said, meet again, Patrol Takagi. Maydaisy asked, are your shoulders okay? Takagi immediately thought that because of leave, his full attendance this month had been exhausted. Even if he was on duty every night, his promotion time would be delayed, and he was very frustrated. Conan and the other children also greeted him together. After the two sides greeted him, they got into the main topic, and Yamazaki briefly explained the situation to him. Takagi pointed to the three people on the ground who were by the children and asked in disbelief, you mean, these people are Italian robbers and wanted criminals? Yes, Maydaisy said, the gold coins are here too. She opened a bag and revealed the gold coins inside. Yamazaki smiled and said, I can get a promotion now. Yeah. Takagi laughed happily, and then reacted, making a big blush for a while, making everyone laugh. After laughing, Yamazaki said, then we good citizens will retreat first. Maydaisy said, if you have any compensation, send the bill. Lan said, come to us if you need our confession. Chapter 41, Worry About People and Number 039, S Mood. On the night of January 21st, there was a residential building with famous wine neon lights. Everyone bid farewell to the excited Patrol Takagi and went downstairs. Yamazaki asked, have you thought about it? Lan didn't understand who he was asking. Yuentire hesitatedly said, that. Bume yelled, brother Yamazaki. Mitsuhiko said, help us talk about it. Yamazaki smiled and said, I remember looking for someone to help. Now you have two choices, one is to go home and tell the truth. Is there another one? Ayami asked. Go home tomorrow and tell the truth. Conan continued, and it is better to let their family know about this. Lan asked, what's the difference? Maydaisy said, the difference is that the degree of concern of the family is different, and the intensity of punishment is also different. Lan thought for a moment and said, I see, it's a different look. Then he said to Conan, I remember, Conan, you have worried me for a long time. Then he said to Maydaisy, this I feel worried about my child now. Conan smiled embarrassedly, Sister Lan. Go back and find you to settle the account. Lan said, making Conan smile for a while and laugh dry. The second one, I will go back tomorrow, Genta said, can you? Yamazaki said, can you dry the clothes for you? Yuenta smiled and said, yes. Would you like to invite you to have a supper? Yamazaki said with a smile again. Genta immediately said, I want to eat eel rice. The other three children had already seen that it was wrong, so they covered their faces and stayed away. Slap. Head of Yuenta slapped Yamazaki and said, last time it was a coincidence. Last time I rewarded you. If you want me to help this time, you have to let me punish you. Did you think about it? What kind of punishment should I receive? Seeing that the three children were really thinking about it, Yamazaki said, don't think about it. My punishment is to let you go home now. You should go home obediently. To be honest, accept your parents' punishment. Yamazaki went on to explain, the things you did last time were not too dangerous, and the plot was not too serious. You will pay attention to it next time. And this time, your life is completely in the hands of others. For such a dangerous thing, you must let your parents know about it. Let them teach you a lesson so that you can learn from it. Yes. The three said weakly. Hey. Lan noticed that a voice was missing and looked over. Yes. Conan said quickly. Okay, don't do this, Maydaisy said, how about asking you to have a big meal first? The head of Yuenta immediately said, then I'm going to call my mother first. He said and went, and the other two also followed. Lan asked, are they okay? Yamazaki said, don't worry, I've notified them a long time ago, and I know I'm protecting them, just waiting for them to remember to call home before deciding how to punish them. Then, shall we talk to Aunt Meizi? Lan said again, she will wait for us to eat. It's okay, Maydeza said, my brother should have been beaten just now, right? Well, I already called when I was waiting for Patrol Takagi, Yamazaki said, I said I don't know how long it will take, so I won't go back to eat. A phone booth. Mom. Genta said just now. Genta, you little bastard, Yuanta's mother yelled, I finally remember to call back, hey. Mrs. Genta took back the phone that had just been away from her ear, and said carefully, Mom. I heard that you are looking for those gold coins, Yuanta's mother asked, did you find them? When you come back, tell me what is like 15,000 gold coins. Yuan was too confused and said, Mom. Genta's mother said, okay, I'm hanging up, the phone bill is not cheap, by the way, thank you Mr. Yamazaki. After her speaking, she hung up. A phone booth. Mitsuhiko briefly talked about what happened on the phone, and Mitsuhiko's phone was on hands-free. Mitsuhiko's sister smiled and said, it's so exciting, you have to tell me carefully when you come back. Mitsuhiko's father said, it turned out to be a neon sign. Please show me the drawing later. Mitsuhiko's mother said, call back early next time. Although Mr. Yamazaki has already told me, I am still worried about you. Thanks to Mr. Yamazaki for protecting you, I have to officially thank him. A phone booth. Bumei's call has just been connected, but Stepmei hasn't spoken yet. On the other side of the phone, Stepmei's mother spoke first. Bumei's mother said affectionately, Mom is so worried about you. Bumei immediately cried and shouted, Mom! Don't cry, Amy's mother said, is Amy's injured? Yet. Amy stopped her tears and responded vigorously. Amy's mother said, thank you very much, Mr. Yamazaki, and be polite, you know. Amy said, Amy knows. Bumei's mother said, well, Bumei has experienced a lot of things this time. When I come back to my mother's bed, I will talk to my mother and let my father listen. Amy said, okay. Bumei's mother asked again, next, what's going on with Bumei? Amy said, Brother Yamazaki invited us to eat. Then pay attention to safety and come back early. Bumei's mother said, and after Bumei answered, she said again, then Mom hung up. After Bumei hung up the phone, she hung up the phone. When the three met, they knew immediately that Yamazaki had already notified his parents. Amy said, Brother Yamazaki is too bad. Genta said, yes, that's it. Mitsuhiko said, but he did save us. Genta retorted, that's Sister Maydeza, okay. Amy said, and Sister Lan. Mitsuhiko said, but they were all called by Brother Yamazaki, and my mother asked me to thank him. Me too. Genta and Amy said at the same time. The three of them were stunned, and then head Yuanta said, then thank them well. Seeing the three people coming over, Yamazaki smiled and said, I'm back, then let's go. The three came to stand in front of the Yamazaki four. Conan looked at their actions as if they wanted to salute and thank him, but it had nothing to do with him, and he was not within the range, so he stood by and watched the scenery. Hey! The three of them were a little angry seeing Conan standing beside them. Head Genta said, Conan, what are you doing there, you can't come. Ah! Before Conan spoke, the head of Genta said immediately, you are also a member of the junior detectives, of course you must be missing. Then Mitsuhiko sandwiched Conan and stood together with Amy Pai, saluted and said, thank you Brother Yamazaki, thank you Sister Maydeza, thank you Sister Lan. Conan had no choice but to do it together. No need, no need. Lan asked herself that he didn't help much. Be sure to notify me next time if something like this happens. Maydeza was very interested. Yamazaki smiled and said, remember to call next time. At the same time, I thought, Conan has joined the organization now, and he will belong to the organized member in the future. On the other side, Dongdu Art Museum. At this time, it should have been empty and dark in the special hall, and there appeared a person who was all black. He should be wearing night clothes. The night walker lay on the pile of gold coins, looking at the light from the lights on the ceiling through the gems of various colors, and muttered, how can 10 minutes be enough? Like now, I can watch as long as I want. This is comfortable. What? After a while, the nightwalker said again, I don't know who owns it. I was so thankful that I found 19 at a time. Then he jumped up from the pile of gold coins and said, as thanks, I reluctantly accepted it. Was pulled by her female companion in the morning, except for the ones on the ceiling, and didn't look closely at other places. At this moment, the night walkers were everywhere, carefully watching. Go to the bathroom first, on the shower, the red and blue on the 2 faucets, and the 1, 2, 7 on the wall of the bathtub, why are these 2 buttons also, glass go on this one, and also on this faucet. Come to the room again www.readaloud.com. Well, there are 3 on the armrest of the chair and the top of the back near the back of the neck. Well, the night walker carefully observed in the room and found the desk, bookcase, although the wardrobes, sundries cabinets and various lightings are more conspicuous, they do not meet his standards, let alone other things. Does that mean there are 36 in total? The night walker is sitting on a chair, his legs on the table, and his chin is thinking. He has seen it before. The electricity here comes from underground. There is no interface in this house. The monitoring equipment is also controlled from the outside, but it does not rule out that there are monitoring equipment that is not controlled and automatically run. There are too many holes inside, who knows which hole has monitoring equipment behind it. However, it doesn't matter. I am seen by others and I have become accustomed to being seen. As an artist, how can his works not be appreciated? The outer layer of the special pavilion here is completely sealed by steel plates. If you want to enter from the outside, not to mention the tools, but the voltage required to use the tools is a big problem. Under the ground, the openings for the wires are probably not enough. Yes, this can only be entered from the front. Okay, it's decided, I will enter directly, and the nightwalker smiles, entering directly is my strength. Thinking of this, the nightwalker stood up, turned around, and changed his costume in the blink of an eye. He was dressed in a white dress and said while saluting, then I will bow. Then he turned and left, locked the door for a while. The light went out. I only left a piece of paper on the table, the notice letter, and at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening, I will come to visit the 36 gems in the consulate special hall. The thief kid is on it. Below is a hand-painted heart shape and wearing profile portrait of tall hat and single-sided glasses. Chapter 42, Very Unexpected Contact. On the evening of January 21st, the hotel near the East Tower. In the restaurant, under the leadership of head Genta, the 4 detectives ordered a table full of the most expensive dishes in order to thank Yamazaki. Until they couldn't put it down, they didn't want to stop. In this regard, Maydeza is very happy, Lan is a little helpless, Yamazaki is happy to see it. It is a good thing to be able to eat. Everyone was eating and talking, and they were talking about today's event without knowing it. Yamazaki, Miyadiizi, and Lan carefully listened to them about their treasure hunt. Yamazaki only cared about their psychological journey. Miyadiizi only cared about whether the food was delicious or not, while Lan listened carefully. After listening, Lan said, everyone is really amazing, that kind of code can be solved, and when you are tied up, you can even think of using such a method to deal with the bandit group. If it weren't for Yamazaki, you must be able to catch the bandit group. It's amazing. It's me, it's me. Head Genta hurriedly pointed to himself and said, I thought of such a way. Mitsuhiko also pointed to himself and said, I inferred the secret code. Yamazaki looked at Conan with his mouth open now, looking dumbfounded, and I felt very good. That's not it, Ayami retorted, and then pointed at Conan. Untie the secret signal and catch the robber. These are all Conan's credits. Then he said excitedly, he's so amazing. Conan said. I am embarrassed, holding the back of his head to accompany him with a smile. Yamazaki's face blushes when he sees him. At this time, an unexpected thing happened. Ayami said Conan, thank you, and then kissed Conan's cheek on her side, leaving Conan, Yuantat and Mitsuhiko stunned for a while. Lan immediately smiled and said, yes, Conan, I have a lovely girlfriend. Conan quickly defended, no, it's not like this. Maydaisa smiled, I'm still shy, so cute. No, I said no. Conan continued to defend. Unfortunately, this is just to make Genta and Mitsuhiko more concerned. They looked at Conan with murderous eyes, and whispered, dead Conan. This made Yamazaki finally couldn't help but laugh, and it made Conan too. Looking at him with murderous eyes. Next, the head of Genta took the lead in turning his anger into his belly, and increased the firepower to the cooking. Mitsuhiko also turned on the firepower, so everyone's attention returned to the table. At this time, in the residential building with neon signs of wine, Patrol Takagi had already counted the number of gold coins, which was exactly 15,000. Patrol Takagi fastened the purse and checked the 3 bandits. Then he walked downstairs, thinking as he walked, he has done a lot of money, and he has done a great job, thanks to Yamazaki. With Maydaisy and the others, when I think of Miss Maydaisy, I think of the situation just now. The wall should be written by Miss Maydaisy. Thinking of this, Takagi shuddered. It seems that Miss Maydaisy did no retaliation. Takagi went downstairs and called Chiba first. This kind of credit can't eat alone. It doesn't matter if you have one more person, you can count him for a share. As soon as the call was made, Takagi immediately asked, Chiba. After confirmation over there, Takagi immediately said, if you have something good, come here. Aren't you on duty? What's the good thing right now? Chiba said while eating something, and want me to be on duty with you again? If there is a good thing, you have used it last time. You forgot. Takagi reluctantly said, this time there is really something good. Then he asked, are you alone now? After Chiba confirmed, Takagi said, I caught the Italian robber, come here. Not coming. Hey. Chiba was taken aback, and said immediately, where? I'll be right there. When Chiba arrived, Takagi took him upstairs while explaining the details to him, then asked Chiba to stay there, and went downstairs to call the Metropolitan Police Department. Officer Sato is a subordinate of the Mumu Police Department, so he will also become a subordinate of the Mumu Police Department in the future, and this case was originally under the supervision of the Mumu Police Department, then. Hey, is that Officer Sato? Takagi tried to ask, not knowing if she was there tonight. Ah, it's Takagi, Officer Sato said absently, what's the matter? Takagi happily said, so it turns out that Officer Sato is on duty tonight. What? Officer Sato said grimly, for the Italian robbers, I haven't had a rest since yesterday. I ran for a whole day and just came back for a meeting. Let us fight for 3 days. We must catch them. Then said angrily, don't let me meet them, otherwise. Ha! Takagi chuckled, those guys were worse than you thought. Officer Sato yawned and then asked, hey, what are you doing with me? Hey? Oh. Takagi said, well, I caught it, no, I found those Italian robbers. What? Officer Sato immediately called out loudly, attracting others to look at him, then Officer Sato asked, are you sure? Takagi replied, yes, I'm here. But only to say the address. Officer Sato hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Gaomuran hung up the phone. This is miserable. I only wanted to inform Officer Sato alone. I don't know how many people will come, and I don't know how much my great work will shrink. What? When Takagi gave the address, Officer Sato immediately said excitedly, okay. Then he hung up the phone and packed his things while shouting loudly, there's news, Megome Police Department. Then he said the address while talking. Go out. Go. The Megami Police Department, who had just stood up, waved his hand and dispatched all the members. More than 10 minutes later, the Mumu Police Department came here with a large group of troops. More than 20 police cars surrounded the tall wood layer by layer, leaving Takagi stunned. Then, bah! There was a sound of opening the door. It seemed that the Mumu Police Department had already been deployed. As soon as the brigade came out, they immediately seized positions and surrounded the neighborhood. Then, the police department Mogure was in front, and the police officers Sato and Shiratori were behind, and they walked straight towards him. Takagi trot over quickly. Before saluting, the police department Megami asked, where are the people? Takagi just raised his hand. Before the upper finger had time to speak, the large troops rushed up, leaving only the Mumu Police Department underneath, ready to learn from him. Don't move. Raise your hand. Chiba couldn't open his eyes with the shining flashlight. Hearing the sound, he knew that a large group was pointing a gun at him. Chiba had to obey, and was immediately arrested. Then, after discovering 3 tied bandits, and after careful questioning, he was considered his own, and then he opened the handcuffs and let him go. The police department downstairs learned about the situation and received a report that someone had obtained the stolen goods. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Now you can deal with it, and the credit is indispensable. So he said, I remember you are Shibu Takagi, a patrol officer from Yanihua town. Yes. Takagi stood up and replied loudly. Okay, the Meguro Police Department said, patting Takagi on the shoulder, you will come to the search department from now on. Yes. Takagi replied loudly happily, which means he has acknowledged his credit, and this time, he can be promoted next time. Looking at the reporters who were almost unable to stop them in the distance, the police department continued, this case is very urgent. Change to casual clothes soon. Go to Maori with me and ask the children about the specific situation. On the other side, Dongdu Art Museum. This is. Looking at the images recorded by the spare device, the white and elegant figure that is well known in the industry and the notice letter with the logo pattern, the staff was surprised and immediately reported upward. After a while, the curator came, and then the curator immediately contacted everyone in the special hall, the young woman next to Maiko Miyamoto, and she immediately asked Maiko Miyamoto, who is still at the Miyade restaurant. Are you going to kill Kid? Maiko, who watched the TV, thought for a while, and then said, we won't come forward, I will deal with it later. Yes, the young woman replied, and then asked again, the lady is over. Maiko Miyamoto said, just as a lesson to her, so that she can think more about it when she does this kind of thing in the future. The young woman replied, I understand. Then she hung up the phone by herself. After, the young woman called the curator and told him that it was inconvenient to come forward and let him take care of it. Even if it was stolen, he would not be blamed. In this case, the curator had to call the police first. Not long after, the police car rushed in. The policemen led the team with a cold face and introduced themselves seriously. The police department of the Intelligent Criminal Investigation Department of the 2nd Division of the Criminal Department of the Metropolitan Police Department made the director confused. And finally reported the name, Zongsan Yinsen. Okay, Nakamori Police Department, the curator told him what happened tonight and called up the video. At a glance, the Nakamori Police Department confirmed that this was his old opponent, Kaito Kid. Zongsan Police Department asked, "Can you open the door?" The curator thought, and then agreed. He took out a key from a safe in the art gallery and said, "This is it, this is the only key in my hand." Then he wiped the sweat from his head and said, "Please also observe it is stipulated that only 10 people can be admitted." Nakamori Police Department was a little angry at distrusting the curator, but still did so. After entering, he touched the piece of paper to further confirm the identity of the person. At this time, in a house in Zhonggushan, Mrs. Thousand Shadows, an old man was calling, "Is that okay? That lady won't be angry, right? And, can the fast-fighting master succeed? There will be no accidents. It's okay, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is okay," said Mrs. Chienkage on the other end of the phone. "She won't show up, and the fast fight will definitely succeed." After a drunk hiccup, Mrs. Chienkage continued, "Only this way, then I can let her help." "It's all my fault," the old man cried and said, "Many of the things I have made now cannot keep up with the times, otherwise." "Don't blame yourself, Terai," said Mrs. Chienkage. "It is not to blame you, and the theft was so sudden, some things have not been taught to Quaidu. Since Quaidu has decided to go down this road, let it be he can walk more steadily." Terai asked, "Mrs. Chienkage, Master Quaidu did that. Will that lady still help?" At this time, she should already know. Mrs. Chienkage said, "And she should also know what I am going to do, and she will call me later in the evening." "I'm back. Grandpa Terai, is it my mother's phone?" A young boy who looked like a high school student opened the door and said, "Master, Quaidu." Terai handed the call to the caller, "It is Mrs. Cheekage." "Mom, I saw 36 in that place," Quaidu said excitedly, "that place is really a big treasure house, just like the legendary Dragon Cave." "That's right, it is indeed the Dragon Cavern." Terai looked at Master Quaidu with sympathy. "Don't be caught by her in the future, otherwise the wife can't save you. Moreover, thinking of the lady's evil taste, first help my young master in silence, hoping that he will not be too painful then. At the same time, I thought, Master, don't blame me, this is all ordered by Mrs. Chianying, and I can't help it." Chapter 43, Very Poor Situation. On the evening of January 21, the hotel near the East Tower, Head Yuanta launched an unusually violent attack on his favorite eel dish to vent his depression. After eliminating another eel dish, the head of Genta suddenly remembered a very serious problem, very serious, so he stopped immediately and asked others loudly, "How does the detective make money? When can I buy it myself?" "A lot of eel rice." Mitsuhiko thought for a moment and said, "It should be commissioned, so let's charge commission." Ayami echoed, "It seems to be like this, isn't it all the detectives on TV?" "Hey!" Head Yuanta said frustratedly, "Then we are doing nothing today." "No," Conan comforted, "we found a lost item of great value, and there will be some bonuses." "Ah!" The three heads of Genta immediately became happy. May Daisy and Lan were also happy for them, and Conan must also get a lot of bonuses, which would ease his current predicament. Yamazaki has a headache. If these people get involved in matters related to the consortium, there will be no scum left. At this time, Lan asked in a puzzled manner, "Conan, how do you know this?" "Ah," Conan said with a dry smile, "this is what I heard from Uncle Maori in the office." Head Yuanta exclaimed, "Then we will have a lot of bonuses this time." Mitsuhiko laughed and said loudly, "Those gold coins are worth 600 million yen. Ayami immediately laughed and said, "Great! Now I can buy new clothes by myself." Yuanta said, "My eel rice, I want a lot of eel rice." Mitsuhiko said, "I want." Yamazaki touched his forehead and listened to a few words. Hearing the three little guys talking endlessly, their voices were so loud that he couldn't even intervene, so he interrupted them and said loudly, "Stop!" He stopped them, and then watching them watch them, they asked, "Do you think that today is not exciting enough?" The three gentas shook their heads, and Yamazaki then asked, "Doesn't it feel that today is not dangerous enough?" The three gentas shook their heads again. Yamazaki asked again, "Aren't you afraid that they will retaliate in the future?" Yuanta and the others continued to shake their heads, and then reacted, nodding their heads together, causing the others to laugh together. Ayami said, "They are so fierce, and they have pistols." Yuanta asked, "They don't know us, can they find us?" Mitsuhiko said, "Aren't they going to be in prison for many years?" After laughing, Lan asked worriedly, "Then what should I do now, haven't they met the bandits?" Yamazaki first smiled to Ran and said, "It doesn't matter. After all, the children have nothing to do with their arrest. If they want to retaliate, they will only go to the Takagi patrol who caught them." Then Yamazaki said to the three heads of Yuanta sternly, "But if you let outsiders know that it is not the robbers who found the treasure, but you found the treasure, those robbers will definitely be laughed at, and they will come to look for it. Yours. So I don't want to be retaliated in the future. It's nothing to talk about today. All official documents, official materials, newspaper news, etc. cannot be related to anything, so there will be no compensation this time." Ah! The three Yuantas immediately became listless again, and their food was not delicious. Maydeza looked at them and thought for a while, then said, "Otherwise, you can join our club. How about being our club's reserve team?" Lan said, "They are not yet the age to be your reserve team." Maydeza said, "I am the master and let them be a special reserve team. We currently don't have an organization like the detective agency. We count them as special affairs, and we will officially let them join when they reach their age. Although the reserve team's funding is very small, it can be regarded as a stable income." Conan's appearance is really pitiful. Conan has a toothache. What is my pity, that large debt seems to belong to your Miadiza help is the most busy. Moteda immediately asked with concern, "How much income do you have?" Buletin wonderfully asked, "Why is Conan so pitiful?" Mitsuhiko asked seriously, "What kind of club is it?" Before Maydeza spoke, Lan said it first, so Maydeza continued to eat. Lan briefly talked about Conan's affairs. From Conan's parents who were hospitalized in a car accident, he is now unattended, to when he could only sleep in the utility room and moved to the room just now, and then talked about Conan's tuition and living expenses are paid for by others. Now he is working with a large amount of debt. Finally, Conan doesn't have any pocket money now, and he has to plan carefully when he buys meals. For his age, it's so pitiful. Conan held up a pair of triangular eyes, looking at the curved line of Yamazaki's mouth. He was not angry. "But I have no choice but to listen to one sentence in my heart. Parents were hospitalized in a car accident. It was fake. You can only sleep in the utility room, and it's not because of your father, Uncle Maori. Tuition fees, living expenses, etc. Are you afraid that swiping your card will leave clues? As for carrying a large amount of debt, it is good or not that you have caused it. I haven't worn that lot of clothes. The pocket money is really almost gone, but when the time comes, I will ask Dr. Ali to borrow some. Anyway, he is also rich now." After listening to it, Genta said, "It's too cold to sleep in the utility room." It seemed to be empathetic and experienced. Ayami said, "No wonder he only bought that little food to eat in the fast food restaurant. He ate more than that before." Conan blushed and said to his heart, "I was patronizing the treasure map at that time. Okay, I'm hungry now." Mitsuhiko asked, "Where does Conan work?" "We are child laborers at our age." Lan said, "Help at Maydeza's restaurant." Genta said, "It turns out to be a pub, that's pretty good." Ayami and Mitsuhiko also nodded in agreement, which made Ran a little strange, but didn't ask much. Bume remembered the topic just now, so she asked, Sister May Daisy, you haven't said yet, what kind of organization are you? Mitsuhiko asked, and what is the reserve team? Yes, yes. Genta said immediately, there is still income, how much income can I have, and how many servings of eel rice can I buy? May Daisy, who just saw them chatting with Lan and started to start again, now heard them asking again, so she wiped her mouth, and said sternly, our club is the Invincible Beauty Girls Club, how about it, listen I've said it. After speaking, he looked at Conan Yuanta and the four of them smugly. Conan thought I knew, don't look at me. Have heard, Mitsuhiko said, I heard my dad say that many schools have branches of this club. They choose very strictly, and a friend of my sister has spent a lot of effort to join them. Branch? Maydeza laughed immediately. Ayami said, I've heard it too. Dad said that thanks to them, the public security in Miwa Town is much better, and you can get a shortcut when you come back from overtime at night. Maydeza smiled further. Yuan Tai said while eating, I also know that when I heard some of our people chat, the leader of this society is a female Tyrannosaurus, saboteur, but the shot is also generous. Suddenly he felt chilly behind his back. When they looked up, everyone was looking at him, and they asked, what are you looking at me doing, is there anything on my face? He wiped it with paper, and said, what are you doing by kicking me? Mitsuhiko, what's wrong with your eyes? Are they uncomfortable? Watching Maydeza's face change from sunny to cloudy, then to dark clouds, Yamazaki and Conan waited to see a joke. Lan was a little worried, but worried about the things here, in case Maydeza got angry and slapped the table or something. As for Yuan Ta, he was just a child. Maydeza scared him at most. So, she also watched the fun. Mostly. Ayami and Mitsuhiko think I have done my friend's duty, and the rest is mostly to watch the excitement. Blab. With a sound, Yuan Tasunzhung looked at it, and saw that the chopsticks in Maydeza's hand broke. He was still thinking about how the chopsticks broke, so he heard Maydeza shout loudly, Little Shimamotoda. Here. The head of Yuanta replied instinctively, and then watched Maydeza's face turned black, and then she reacted, she was sweating all of a sudden, thinking that those who were chatting had said those things, they could only be said in private, otherwise it would be very miserable. He also said that someone had been in the hospital for more than a year because of this, and they would cry. Now you have two choices, Maydeza said while gesturing with her hand out, one is to join my club, and I will be my person in the future. I think you are the first offender and don't care. I'll join. Leader Yuanta said immediately, then after thinking about it, he asked weakly, well, Sister Maydeza, can you tell me what the second option is? Now, all the people present laughed. Maydeza smiled and said, the second option is to sincerely apologize. Otherwise, what do you think the second option is? Ah, the head of Genta said with a bitter expression, then can I go back on it? Maydeza smiled and asked, what do you mean? I shouldn't. Head Yuanta's face became more bitter, can we not change the name? We are still called the Junior Detective Group. Maydeza smiled and said, I just want you to join because you are a detective team. There is no detective team in my club yet. After your club joins, the full name of your club will be called the Invincible Beauty Girl Club Junior Detective Club Branch. Of course, you are still the Junior Detective Group now, if no one joins in the future, then you. At this point, Maydeza thought for a while and said, forget about this kind of problem, I will talk about it later. Yamazaki watched Conan snicker next to him, and immediately gestured to him, meaning you look at your current height, you are also from the junior detectives, and now Conan can't laugh. Ayami immediately agreed, pretty girl detectives, this name is very good. Mitsuhiko thought for a moment and said, Invincible Junior Detectives, it's not bad. Head Genta said, it's the Junior Detectives. This name. Then he said, Sister Maydeza can ask you a question. Then you need to ask first, Maydeza said with a smile, how else can I answer you? Oh, the head of Yuanta asked a little frightened, I heard that you have sent the person who said those words to the hospital for more than a year. Is this true? Lan smiled and said to Dame Maydeza, Mediza has never done anything like this before. The most serious thing is only a fracture, and it takes only 3 months. Most of them are muscle injuries, 10 days and a half months. It can be cured in at most 1 month. This is the second choice you think? Maydeza smiled helplessly, that guy is because we took good care of him, and he was too comfortable in the hospital, so he didn't want to go out. So he kept being himself. He made injuries to himself, and he did a brilliant job, and he didn't let our people see it for a while. It was only after a long time that we discovered the problem and understood that the guy was reluctant to leave. Since then, we have modified the content and method of compensation in this respect. I heard that the guy was beaten for this reason. He really stayed in the hospital for 1.5 years, but it has nothing to do with us. So that's it. Head Yuanta finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, then what do we get? Maydeza smiled and said, you are so young, you know what the treatment is. Then he looked at Conan and then at Ayami and Mitsuhiko, who also raised their ears, and then continued, the reserve team is funded by each person per month. 10,000 yen. Really? Head Yuanta said happily. Of course it is true, Maydeza laughed, and then explained, the reserve team is generally the 3rd and 4th grades of elementary school. Only those who have outstanding interests in certain areas and volunteer to join, after our test, we can become our reserve team. If it weren't for Conan's experience, you could only join when you were at least 8 or 9 years old. Then, watching Yuanta's saliva flow out, he was obviously in a fantasy again. Maydeza say again, don't think about it, these things will be made clear to your parents, and they will have to agree, and the funding will also be given to them directly. Who makes you 6 or 7 years old? Regardless of the loss of the 3. Maydeza said to Conan again, Lan is responsible for your problems. Finally, she asked, can you, Lan? There is no problem, I will take care of it. Lan replied, knowing that it was because of Conan's affairs, and Maydeza let the detective team join in advance, and she was well known to help him. Conan saw that Yamazaki kept smiling at him. He was helpless about it. His current performance is indeed like this, and he has no right to speak. Now he can only recognize it and join the Invincible Beauty Girls Club that he has never joined. It was originally a focus of training in football, but it has become a target of preparation for detectives. Bume asked at this time, Sister Maydeza, is there any branch in our school www.readaloud.com? I haven't seen it yet. Yes, yet. Genta and Mitsuhiko agreed together. Maydeza said, yes, but they are all reserve teams just like you. They usually become official members only when they are in middle school. Lan continued to explain with a smile, they rarely call themselves Invincible Beautiful Girls Club. They are all clubs formed because of their hobbies, so they call their clubs by the name of that hobby, so you don't know where you are. There is a branch of Invincible Beauty Girls Club, so you don't have to worry about the name. You can call it whatever you want. You will know a little about these things when you are in 3rd grade. Oh, it turned out to be like this. The 3 gentas understood now. Maydeza then asked, what else do you not understand? No more. Yuanta and the 3 replied. Hearing what they said, and looking at the time, Yamazaki said, okay, how are you? It's late now. I'm fine. Ayami and Mitsuhiko raised their hands together and said, then looked at Genta together. It's ready soon. Yuanta replied while eating immediately. Yamazaki asked, Maydeza, is that enough? By the way, they looked at Lan and Conan, and the 2 raised their cups to indicate that they were all right. It's almost there. Maydeza also took a sip of water and said, I'm fine. At this time, Genta chewed hard, while screaming vaguely, "Okay. Okay." Yamazaki stood up and said, "Then let's go." Chapter 44, Unlucky Opponent. On the evening of January 21st, Maori Detective Agency. Ding dong. Ah! Maori gave a big yawn, put the wine bottle in his arms next to him, stood up and shouted, "Here it is." "Maori, brother Maori," someone shouted outside the door. "Ah, it's the Megami Police Department," and Patrol Takagi opened the door, and Mori was taken aback, and asked quickly, what happened at this time. Then he asked the police department mum and Patrol Takagi who came with him. "Come in." After the police department Megome came in, he sat on the sofa, and Patrol Takagi sat next to him, and then the police department Momo told Maori what had happened. Maori, who sat across from him, asked in surprise, "You mean they caught Italian robbers, those wanted criminals, and also found those 600 million yen worth of gold coins?" Seeing the police department, Momo nodded to confirm. Maori had golden light in his eyes and happily cried out, "Great, I'll do the calculations." This really made the police department Momo and Patrol Takagi feel overwhelmed, and they had a toothache together. "Ah!" The police department Momi interrupted Maori's fantasy and asked, "Where is Xia-lan? Please come down for a while. I have something to learn about with her." Maori replied, "She has not returned yet. Did not come back." The Mumu police department looked at the clean office, and then at Maori. The Maori-con was all down. "Yes, I really didn't come back." Maori replied, "You see, Conan is not there either, it should be with Yamazaki and the others, you can just wait a while." Then suddenly he saw the tea table empty, and said quickly, "Ah, you look, I just saw you here. I was so happy that I even forgot the tea, so I'll go get it." Then I went to make tea, leaving Police Megami and Patrol Takagi sitting on the sofa. "Send the three little guys to the taxi to go home." Yamazaki, Maydaisy and Lan take Conan to the taxi home. "I'm back." Lan led Conan into the office and pushed the door. When he saw the Megami Police Department and Patrol Takagi, Conan immediately said, "Ah, I'll call brother Yamazaki." Then he ran off. Yamazaki and Miyadiiza hadn't entered the house at this time. Conan shouted downstairs and passed by immediately. Yamazaki took a look by the way. There was no police car nearby. They understood that they knew what they meant. "Let's find out the details. Those policemen have also been pressed very tightly these 2 days." Waiting for Yamazaki to sit down next to Maori, the Megome Police Department took a sip of the tea that Ranbang Maori had just made, and then he asked what happened today. Standing next to him, Conan told about today's things in detail. He found a piece of paper at the Dongdu Museum of Art. Then, under curiosity, he searched all the way, and finally found the treasure, which made Maori extremely envious. Yamazaki only added at the end, saying that he saw the children not going home, so he went to them, then called for help, finally caught the robber, and then approached the familiar Takagi patrol. "Well done, great job." The Mumu Police Department praised them loudly, which made Maori very happy. He looked at the Mumu Police Department eagerly and said, "Memo Police Department, that. Yamazaki said first, "Megome Police Department, please keep these things confidential and don't record them." Megome Police Department and Patrol Takagi are mentally prepared, otherwise Yamazaki and the others will stay on the scene. But Maori shouted loudly, "What? Let Lan and Conan despise him together," and Conan thought even more, "You are too bad, Takagi is wearing casual clothes, and they didn't come in a police car. Obviously, they are keeping a secret. How did your criminal police do it back then? These foreign robbers are too dangerous for the children," Yamazaki explained earnestly. "In order to avoid the robbers from becoming irritated and come to trouble them, it is better not to record it now." Hear this, Maori finally got discouraged and gave up on the bonus. "I understand," the Meguro Police Department said solemnly, I will take care of it." Then, the Meguro Police Department looked at Patrol Takagi and said, "Takagi, this matter is yours." "Yes," Patrolman Takagi stood up and said, "I happened to see them there," and then notified the Megami Police Department. In response to the gaze of the Megami Police Department, Yamazaki nodded and replied, "That's it." Then he said to Patrol Takagi, "I'm sorry, but this will trouble you." Patrolman Takagi replied, "No, this is the responsibility of our police." "That's right." The Megami Police Department said happily, then stood up and said, "Then, Brother Maori, we're going to leave. Let's go, Maydaisy." Yamazaki yelled to Maydaisy, who had occupied the only entertainment tool of the Maori Detective Agency as soon as he entered, sitting where Maori usually sat, and watched the small TV with relish. However, when Yamazaki was walking out, he was dragged by Conan, and Yamazaki knew it and fell a step behind. "Oh!" Maydaisy replied, followed behind the Mumu Police Department and went downstairs, and went straight home. As soon as the police department left, Maori immediately started arguing with Lan about today's dinner. After that, Lan was still soft-hearted and went to help his father make food. Conan just went downstairs to look for Yamazaki. He was a little confused and didn't understand. Yamazaki watched the police department Mumu get into an ordinary car not far away, and said to Conan next to him, "The matter here is related to the consortium and is very dangerous." "So that's the case?" Conan said, "No wonder even the police can't keep records. Then, it is the task of those people to take those gold coins and keep them for 10 days? Their failure in the task will not be pushed to the children, then it will only appear that they are even more incompetent. In this way, the people above them will not know. As for themselves, as you said, as long as we do not spread it out here, they will not come to us for trouble." "Yes," Yamazaki patted Conan on the shoulder and said, "I understand, I'll go back if I'm fine. Miyamoto's family, I'm back." Yamazaki opened the door and came in. In the living room, my father Miyamoto Ichiro was watching TV with his mother Miko. "Miyadi-Isa should have gone to take a bath." "I'm back," said Miko Miyamoto, "tell me what happened." Yamazaki sat down, talked about today's affairs in detail, and asked, "Mom, how do I think those guys are incompetent?" Miko Miyamoto smiled and said, "Of the 4 of them, the one who is really useful is their leader, but he is only good at his brain, and he is weak in terms of force. His 3 subordinates, the Japanese one, is just because he is here this time. They were only convened by Japan, and the other 2 were the ones who followed orders and acted as thugs he used to. So it's like that," Yamazaki said. "I'll just say, why are these guys sent over there?" Miko Miyamoto said sternly, "Don't underestimate them, the leader they sent this time is not bad." Putting a finger up, Miko Miyamoto said, "I hid something and didn't even tell my subordinates. I just want to buy the last time in the event of an accident." Putting another finger up, Miko Miyamoto said, "Let the 3 subordinates carry maps, live in different places every day, and go to different places at different times to play, and let the 4 Corners family arrest people based on our intelligence. When I made a mistake, he was only caught." Putting up another finger, Miko Miyamoto said, "A signal or something was agreed so that Shigeaogia did not catch his 3 men." Putting up another finger, Miko Miyamoto continued, "Later, I guessed that his subordinates would look for something. After drawing the first time and place, I succeeded in getting the people from the 4 Corners family to think that he did not understand Japanese. But the memory is wrong, the true and the false. Let Shigeaogia let go of the East Tower Iron Tower." Miko Miyamoto put down his palm, and then said, "Plus, the action planned by this guy was hit with 1 hit, and it hit the weakness of the Shigeao family." After taking a sip of water, Miko Miyamoto concluded, "This I can tell that he is pretty good." Miko Miyamoto then smiled and said, "If it wasn't a coincidence this time, I would cry in the 4 Corners at this time tomorrow." "That's true," Yamazaki replied with a smile, and then asked, "Then why didn't he throw things into the sea?" Maiko Miyamoto said with a smile, "If that's the case, they won't be able to take it out by then, it can only be a tie. This is meaningless to both parties. He may have asked his men if something happens to him, he will find out and throw it into the sea. Of course, it is better if he can't find it." Yamazaki continued, "The map was picked up by Genta. And they were happy. No one would have thought that it was a treasure map. Since they can't find it out, it's safer to put the map on the child. Just drag it until tomorrow night. That's it." Then he said with a big smile, "Who knew I would run into Conan, it was so funny." Yes, www.readaloud.com. Maiko Miyamoto also smiled and said, "Their luck is really bad." At this time, Maydeza wiped her hair and came out of the big bathroom. Miyamoto smiled and said, "Mediize, kid is looking at your gem." "Hey!" Maydeza was taken aback, ignoring her continued wiping of her hair, and immediately came over and asked, "How can this be? Where is it from?" Maiko Miyamoto smiled and said, "It's in your special museum." Kid stated that he will visit there at 7 o'clock in the evening. It turned out to be in the special hall. Maydeko breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked, "Well, at 7 o'clock, mother?" She looked at Maiko Miyamoto with eagerness. Maiko Miyamoto smiled and said, "This time the situation is a bit special. You can just watch the fun at home, don't go to the scene." "Oh." Maydeza was a little disappointed. "I don't care about gems, but I can't go to the scene to beat the provocative thief. It just feels uncomfortable. By the way, this is a good way. I just laughed thinking about it. Get up, and immediately go back to the room." "Hey!" Maiko Miyamoto and Yamazaki looked at the changes in Maydeza's expressions, they were a little curious, and they began to look forward to her actions. After a while, Maydeza came out with something, and while sitting down, she said, "Mom, help me send this to the special pavilion tomorrow." "Ha!" Maiko Miyamoto and Yamazaki laughed immediately when they saw it. Maiko Miyamoto smiled, "I must be placed in a prominent place, ha!" Maiko Miyamoto thought of the scenes that would appear then. Can't help but laugh again. Chapter 45, Ways to Prevent Theft. On the evening of January 21, Miwa Town. After Yuanta's three returned home, they were punished by their parents. Yuanta's family, after listening to Yuanta version of adventures, Yuanta's mother was frightened by Yuanta's heroic performance in it, so she immediately waved her hand to help her family. I also grabbed Yuanta's ear and asked, "Say, do you dare to dare next time?" "Don't dare, I won't dare again next time." Yuanta replied immediately. "And next time?" Yuanta's mother immediately turned a few more times. "Ah, it hurts, my ears are going to fall." Yuanta shouted, and then shouted again, Past, Dad, you hit too much." "Ah," Genta's father immediately stopped the duster in his hand and smiled embarrassedly, "I just forgot to count." "Yeah," Yuanta's mother said loudly, "when I don't know, it's light and slow, try again." "Oh." Yuanta's father immediately complied. "Hey!" Yuanta yelled, and then yelled continuously. After the fight, Genta announced that he had joined the Invincible Beautiful Girls Club. In this regard, Genta's father said, "Invincible Beautiful Girls Club, as long as you like it, you can make your own decision." "For 10,000 yuan, Yuanta's mother said, 10,000 yuan, then I'll help you save 6 layers, so that you can eat it all together. Such yuan is too much and some pocket money can buy more snacks every day." Mitsuiko's family, after listening to Mitsuiko's treasure hunt, Mitsuiko's sister said enviously, "Really, how come I haven't encountered such a thing?" Mitsuiko's mother praised, "My family's Mitsuhiko is smart." Mitsuiko's father looked at Mitsuiko's redrawn map and said, "Well, this is a good job. Write a detailed record." Then he assigned Mitsuhiko a homework and wrote 7 copies of the incident, as well as the feelings of myself and other people's role in it. 1 copy a day, for 7 days in a row, is an impression of the entire content of each person and event, not just one person a day. After finishing speaking, Mitsuhiko said that he had joined the Invincible Beauty Girls Club. Mitsuhiko's sister was even more envious of this. Mitsuhiko's mother said, "My family's Mitsuhiko is really good, and he joined the Invincible Beauty Girls Club at such a young age." Mitsuhiko's father said, "In the future, you must work hard and stop being sent out, and strive to become a full member as soon as possible." After Mitsuhiko's sister envied it, she asked, "Don't the reserve team have 10,000 yuan? Or should your sister spend some for you?" "Go," Mitsuhiko's mother told her, "don't talk nonsense." Then Mitsuhiko's mother asked, "Mitsuhiko, what do you think?" Mitsuhiko said, "I want to save them all and save them for later use when needed." Mitsuhiko's father said, "Keep some with you. Didn't you join the detective team? You will also travel to other places in the future, so let's use it as travel expenses." Finally, they unified their opinions, opened 28, opened a card for Mitsuhiko, and saved the card for him on the 8th floor. Putting the card in his place, went to use himself. So Mitsuhiko had some extra pocket money, but he said he would save it first. Bumei's home. Step-Mei's mother helped Bumei take a shower, dried her hair, and then went to the master bedroom and got into the nest that had been warmed by her father. Step-Mei lay in a comfortable position and slowly talked about today's experience. After listening to the adventures of Bumei version of Bumei, Bumei's mother put Bumei in her arms, and said in fear, "Bumei is not afraid, Mom is here." "Bomi is not afraid," Ami said. "Brother Conan, Yamazaki, and sister Miyadiizi are so amazing." Then he smiled and said, "Those robbers are so miserable. Later, they were by us. You and I beat them a lot too much." After smiling, Ami said that he had joined the Invincible Beauty Girl Club. Ami's mother smiled and said, "Ah, isn't Ami in our family a bad girl?" "Mom," Ami said coquettishly in her arms. Bumei's father said, "The rumors of this club are still very good, and I heard that this club is very strict in the selection of people, and it is generous to the members, and there is a big company behind it." "For 10,000 yuan, Bumei's mother said, "Then, Step-Mei saves it by herself, don't you want to buy new clothes by yourself?" Bumei thought for a while, and said, "Well, Mom, you save it for me. Then we will go shopping for clothes together, and I will buy it for Mom." Bumei's father said bitterly, "Oh, my father is sad, but Step-Mei has forgotten his father. It's not there." Ami said quickly, "How can Ami forget Dad?" Looking at Bulletin Mei, she was anxious to cry. "Really?" Bulletin Mei's mother beat her husband and said with a helpless smile, "I will make my daughter cry again later." "Ah," Bumei reacted and said, "Daddy is good or bad, he bullied Bumei and ignored you." Ami's father smiled and stretched his arms from his wife's neck, held his wife and daughter in his arms, and smiled, "That's not good, Ami is my father's favorite person." On the morning of January 22, Zhonggushan, Kuaitijia. Quick-Do flipped through the newspaper and never found the news he wanted to read. Today's front page reads, "The patrol accidentally discovered that 3 Italian robbers had taken the stolen goods, and 15,000 gold coins had been seized." Then, what? Kuaito yelled suddenly. He found a piece of news. No, it was just a notice related to him. Kuaito was very angry and very entangled. Miwako, Tadan Elementary School. "Hey," Conan looked at the 3 gentas downcast, listless, and asked strangely, "What's wrong with you?" "Oh," Yuanta sighed together, and Yuanta said, "I was repaired last night, you see." He pointed his ears to him, "My ears are swollen," and then he touched his butt. Said, "The hurts too." Ami said, "I'm going to be banned for 7 days and I will go home after school." "Me too," Mitsuhiko replied, then sighed, and said, "Homework, homework, I want to write my thoughts on the events of 7 days." Yuanta said, "Me too, even the allowance is taken away, and I can't buy anything." He sighed after her speaking. Conan was stunned. "What is this?" "Thinking about myself," Lan also said yesterday that he would punish him, but afterwards he was disturbed by Maori, as if he had forgotten about it. So, if Lan is to be punished, let's substitute the experience of the 3 Yuantas first. It is more difficult for Mitsuhiko's kind, and everything else is easy to handle, eh? No, these have something to do with their families. One is a tavern, one is an educator, and the other is a senior white-collar worker, or they will not live in a senior apartment. Thinking of this, Conan breathed a sigh of relief. Lan's house, that is the detective agency, as long as it is related to detectives, how could there be a problem? Mika Town, Mika University, Invincible Beauty Girls Club. Morning everyone. The young woman next to Miko Miyamoto pushed open the door of the small meeting room and said to the people who had already arrived. Suddenly, everyone who was holding their own words, the people who were talking about it immediately calmed down. Invincible Beautiful Girls Club is roughly divided into 2 categories. One is the Beautiful Girl Club that focuses on hands and brains such as art and culture, and the other is the Invincible Club that focuses on the body such as sports fighting. The special hall was designed by the Beautiful Girl Art Club and was built with the assistance of several organizations such as the Beautiful Girl Material Agency and the Beautiful Girl Architectural Society. After all, most of the items are ready-made, just reassemble it. Morning sister. Morning vice president. Last night, although Miko Miyamoto had already said that, you don't care about the special hall. The young woman also notified everyone involved. However, they were unwilling to let Kid easily succeed by doing nothing. Come here to meet up as soon as I have time in the morning. The young woman sat down in the position of the deputy, and when they sat down, they asked, "Say, what do you want?" Everyone immediately started talking again. At first they said half of Kid's good and half said Kid's bad. After talking for a while, the bad ones were brought into good ones. So they began to discuss how Kid is handsome and how cool. What has been amazing in the past? The young woman had a headache. She slapped the table and said, "Bah!" The noise immediately silenced the people below. She shook her aching palm. The young woman exclaimed, "Although it is not a formal meeting, you are like this. Is it? Or is it that I have been too loose during this time?" The people below stopped talking, and then said, "Don't talk nonsense. If there is anything useful, say it and let me refer to it." Looking at the people below, they still didn't speak, and the young woman said angrily, "I haven't figured out a good solution. Why did you find me? Hey!" After scanning around, the young woman suddenly noticed that someone was holding their head down, but raising their hands, but they held them too low. They didn't notice them just now. After another look, the young woman said helplessly, "When can you take this? The shyness is changed? Well, you come with me." Everyone saw it and recognized it at a glance. The president of the Beautiful Girl Material Club, although he is only in the 1st grade, is very good. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is just shy, and he dare not speak when there are too many people. In the side hall, the young woman said, "Let's talk, what can you do?" Eldest sister, the president of the material agency immediately let go as soon as there was no one. "The special hall can be moved. We pulled it over after assembly. And I went to the metal laboratory some time ago. I brought some materials back there and made a film on those steel plates. However, the material was not enough, only one side was applied, and it was installed upside down. Although the film has no commercial value, I want to use ordinary tools with ordinary voltages are absolutely impossible to open quickly. As long as you pull them out and seal them off, Kaido Kid can't get in." "Oh, this is a good way." The young woman's eyes lit up. "How about you let the abbot?" "No problem." Back to the meeting room, the young woman announced the incident directly, and then left in a hurry. Good mood. The young woman reported this to Maiko Miyamoto. Then let them go. Maiko Miyamoto smiled, and then took out the things Maidasa gave her last night. Come and see. This is. The young woman smiled after reading it. Miss, this method may be better than ours. Maiko Miyamoto said, be careful. Although I didn't notify the media, there was a big news yesterday, but there are always some keen guys. The young woman smiled and said, I understand, I will go to the scene myself. Chapter 46, Civilized Battle. January 22nd, noon, good mood. After having lunch, Maiko Miyamoto made a call after counting the time. As soon as I connected, the phone said, Maiko, you finally called. I thought I had to wait until the evening. Maiko Miyamoto smiled and said, okay, don't pretend, you won't know, it should be a good time before you wake up. Listening to the laughter over there, Maiko Miyamoto continued, this why is it so hard every time? Hey, the phone said with a dry smile, I want you to do me a favor. Yo, Maiko Miyamoto said with a smile, you will also ask me for help. This is really rare. Last time was 10 years ago, for your husband, this time for your son. But I don't think your son needs my help. The phone continued to hesitate. I took the stolen thing back then as his favorite relic. You are really capable, Maiko Miyamoto said in a loud voice, that was his desperate effort to get it. You actually burned it. But I can't help you with this. That thing is my father. There, you go there. Maiko Miyamoto said loudly over the phone, and then said again, Maiko, help, I don't know you yet. You must have a copy of that thing on your record, so let's make a copy. What about the conditions? Maiko said with a smile, it's impossible to just let him steal things and return them. The conditions are up to you. The phone said simply. Maiko Miyamoto sighed, Chikage, if you were that way back then. Isn't it unfamiliar back then? Qianying said with some disappointment, and then said sternly, okay, you can make a request. It's really not easy to be a parent. Maiko Miyamoto continued to sigh, and then said with a smile, then I will decide, but for the sake of your parents, it will give you the opportunity to bargain. Right. Then I want to thank you too much. Qianying said irritably. Maiko Miyamoto didn't answer, and said directly, first of all, Quato comes to work with me, this can't escape. Time, how about a year? Your hobby is still so special. Qianying sighed, and then said tentatively, it's okay, but you can't let him wear the fancy clothes you think. The past is unbearable. I want to look back at the time, was filmed by her. I got a photo, but I haven't come back yet. Okay. Maiko Miyamoto thought for a while and agreed. Now that there are a lot of fancy clothes in this era, you can use it directly by yourself, absolutely no need to think about it. Then he said, what do you call that? Tia. Qianying reminded, I knew you would mention him too, and I want him to go to you too. His craftsmanship is still very good, but nowadays, family workshops are no longer good. The requirements are getting higher and higher. Maiko Miyamoto said, that's what I meant. His craftsmanship is really good. And in my case, he can also make the props that will be used in the future, but they are indispensable. Then he smiled and said, then next, I remember Quato is afraid of fish. You remember this too? Qiankage said helplessly, he is more afraid now. Of course I remember that in Japan, I am afraid of fish, so I should pull it out for people to see. Maiko said with a smile, you are here, are you ready? Let's go ahead, Chikage said, is it stealing or investigating some news? No, Maiko Miyamoto replied, and then said in Chikage's questioning voice, I want you to spend money for me. What? Qianying suspected that he had heard it wrong. Maiko Miyamoto said with a smile, think about where you are now. Gambling, ah, Jianying reacted and said angrily, you can really toss. After thinking about it for a while, he said embarrassedly, this place is also very exclusive. If you want to intervene here, I am afraid. Maiko Miyamoto smiled and said, since it is a casino, then. How could that be possible? Jianying cried, I won't play until a certain amount, who would do such a thing? That's why, Maiko Miyamoto smiled, that's why I let you spend money. Ah, Jianying understood, and said helplessly, you don't find it troublesome, it will take a long time. Maiko Miyamoto explained, look, buy the land and build it yourself. It will take a year or two, less, and there are no good places, and the new ones are not popular. Trouble. Chikage went on to say, if you buy it directly, people won't sell it. Even if you sell it, it will take a lot of time for negotiation or something, and it must be a high price. The gain is not worth the loss, even worse. Maiko Miyamoto said, yes, so, I found the most troublesome way, which is not only very interesting, but also a lot of money in the end. Chien Cage said helplessly, okay, anyway, I'll sell it to you this time. Then excitedly asked, then how much are you going to give me? 50 billion. Maiko Miyamoto replied. 50 billion is less? Hey! Jianying suddenly cried, you can't say it is dollars, you have so much money. Don't you know, I open a bank now, Maiko Miyamoto smiled. Jianying asked curiously, those people will allow you to enter the banking industry? Maiko Miyamoto said, Shijiao's family had a big trouble a few days ago, you should know. I heard, it turned out to be like this, Jianying said with a smile, congratulations, congratulations, you will be considered a fish in the sea in the future. What is a fish? Maiko Miyamoto said, okay, don't talk nonsense. The money is not fake. It is in an account of my Swiss bank. If they verify the capital, they will know that there are 500 in the account. 100 million, this money is put there for them to see. At that time, you will be a rich woman. When you enter the casino, you will sign the bill for all consumption. You will pay when you leave. I think based on your level, there should be no problem. Let me know when it's about 5 billion. Hey, hello, Chikage exclaimed, I can't afford the food, lodging, and tips. Maiko Miyamoto said, didn't you say that, you can freely control 5 billion, so that if they ask you to sign, you can use it. So, I understand, Jianying said his thoughts. First, take your time. At the beginning, they may come to me for a week, and then I will pay them. Then, in this way, I kept spending there, and they kept coming to me to ask for the bill. Once I came up, I wouldn't consume a lot, just give it to them. Then, my credibility there gradually improved, and I said I was impatient for their interruption when I found an opportunity. Directly sign a large check to them, such as 100 million or even 1 billion. In this way, they will not be ashamed to come to me in such a short time in a week or a month. Now, the time in between will change, it's long, maybe a year, it's best to go out to settle the bill. And I have always lived with them, eating and wearing are the best, never going out, spend every day in and out of the casino, day and night in and out of the casino, I give a lot of tips. After a long time, they will relax until I lose a certain amount of money to them in the casino, such as 2 billion. If they have to pay them first, I will pay them first. Of course, as long as I don't win going out, they usually don't stare at me. After all, my account is there. 2 billion is not too much. Then, regardless of whether it's paid or not, it's just like anger or something. In the end, on the next day when the bill is signed and paid. Before they came to ask me for money, they would continue to export 2 or 3 billion yuan. In this way, in their casino, I lost a total of 5 billion yuan to the casino, and then I would have to gamble with them on family property or something. They also had to agree. It's about that, said Maiko Miyamoto, but if they see it, they will pay them the real deal. As long as you lose 5 billion there, we can force them to make a big bet with us. Chikage continued, but it's best if they didn't see it, so you came to me, right? Yes, said Maiko Miyamoto, but you know what you spend on your clothes, and I don't care about it. I can't care about this drink. You can buy it from me if you want to drink it. I will send it to you by air from France. This saves money and makes people feel that you have taste and financial resources, which can increase our success rate. Then you have to get some good wine to let me hold the scene. Chienkage protested over there. Maiko Miyamoto comforted, don't worry, everything that supports the scene will be prepared for you, clothes, food, furniture, accessories, and the planes that go in and out. The bodyguards will also be Shifeng's best. Of course, during this period, there you are responsible for the cost. Qianying said happily, thank you very much, then. Maiko Miyamoto asked, then tell me a time. You are good at this. You can estimate a time. At least 3 to 5 years, Qianying thought for a while and said. Very good. Maiko Miyamoto replied. Chikage said cautiously, if you lose the bet then, you can't blame me. Don't worry about that, Maiko Miyamoto said. Qianying smiled and said, indeed, just looking at your development over the past 10 years, and now you can mobilize so many funds, I shouldn't worry about you. Maiko Miyamoto joked, I'm afraid you are used to that kind of life, then it will be troublesome. Don't look at who I am, Chienkage said proudly, and then said again, when the time comes, after success, how about leaving me a position in the top? That won't work, Maiko Miyamoto smiled, I have a lot of talents here, well, no, Maiko Miyamoto paused, then continued, I remember. What have you been doing there? Don't use public tools for private use. Chienkage said solemnly, as long as you promise to leave a place for me, I will focus on your business, otherwise, it is very convenient to spend money to inquire about the news. Maiko Miyamoto smiled and said, don't be so serious, I just made you funny. After success, I will definitely leave a place for you. And after so many years of friendship, I am not opposed to you checking the news by the way. I just remind you not to rush. Expose your identity and undermine our plan. Really, Chikage complained, don't be joking about this. I'm sorry. Maiko Miyamoto said, then we'll make it so. I'll let someone bring the information in 2 days. When the goal is decided, I will let the bodyguard bring something to find you. No problem, Chikage said, then I'll let Quato find you tomorrow afternoon. Maiko Miyamoto replied, no problem. You can remind him. Qianying smiled and said, when the time comes, send me a photo or something. Yes, Miss Chienkage. Thank you, Mrs. Maiko. Dongdu Art Museum, at this time, it was like a small construction site. The people from Invincible Beauty Girls Club drove a crane directly and easily picked up the entire special museum. Then use the equipment from a large box vehicle to fix it first, and then directly seal the large exit for one person in and out of the whole special hall and a small exit for electric wires. Now, let alone people, even flies can't get in. Nakamori Police Department stared at the scene in front of him dumbfounded. He had never thought of using this method. No, those people in the past wanted face and reputation, and they couldn't use this extreme method. After finishing the work, clean up, and all kinds of equipment retreat first. As for people, how can these girls be willing to go if they can watch kids' performance up close, and even have 2 tricks with him in person? I don't know who suggested it. The scene turned into a tea party in a while. Around the special pavilion, on the grass of the Dongdu Art Museum, colorful picnic cloths are scattered everywhere. The Central Mori Police Department has nothing to do with them. They are both the owners of the special hall and the girls of Jiao Didi. They have no name and cannot use force. Moreover, if it weren't for the Zhongshan Police Department to watch, his men would have to sit down a blockbuster. This situation lasted until 6:30. As soon as the young woman arrived, these girls got down to be honest, just sat obediently, and didn't speak loudly anymore. The young woman looked around. Yes, because the curator herself didn't want to be troublesome, she didn't notify the media. In the afternoon, she closed the art gallery under the pretext of maintenance. There were no other people waiting. Only a few people were watching at the door. It is the man who has reported on Kid for a long time and stared at the Zhongshan Police Department. This is much more convenient. Now I'm waiting for Kid to arrive. By the way, I put this on first, thinking about it, I put that thing on the original door of the special hall. At this moment, in the building not far away, a person is holding a telescope to observe here. This person is Quaidu. He is full of anger at the moment, and he can't help muttering, "Why is it 7 o'clock, why? Time change." Looking at the completely sealed special hall, Quaidu also had a headache. Although he had done tricks yesterday, there was not even a hole for gems to pass through. How would he take it out? Look at the bottle next to it. I don't know if this thing doesn't work. If you can't even open a hole, it's troublesome. Headache, really headache, eh? What is that? He saw that the young woman posted something on the special pavilion. Hereby. Busy part-time work at 7 in the evening, please make an appointment first. Invincible beautiful girl order. Behind the word are two seal-like patterns, one is the head of a girl, and the other is the pattern with a sword in between the two characters. It's great. Quaidu jumped up immediately, then gathered his things and left. A few lighting equipment illuminates the area of the special pavilion as if it were during the day. When the things were posted, the girls saw them. Seeing the big characters on the big piece of paper, everyone immediately started talking in a low voice. Only the president can come up with this method. This is more fun. Yet. Ignoring the whispers of those girls, the Nakamori Police Department saw that the eyeballs were about to fall out. This kid. Nakamori Police Department. The Nakamori Police Department looked up and saw that Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com kid fell directly on the top of the special hall by the door, that is, above the paper. Ah, Kid. The person at the door found Kid, but was stopped. Kid first greeted the girls and saluted them. Suddenly, the girls screamed straight through the sky. Nakamori Police Department shouted, "Kid! I see how you stole things out of it this time." His deputy reminded him that it is not yet 7. Then Kid jumped down and wanted to kiss the young woman. However, the young woman waved her hand and said directly, "Okay, just say anything. You came here so early to say something." "What?" Kid conjured a rose and gave it to her along with a piece of paper, saying, "Please give this to the pretty girl for me, and please tell her I don't have an appointment. I'm sorry." After that, he saluted the young woman and the big piece of paper, and then a burst of smoke rose, and immediately lost his trace. The policemen who were slowly approaching were caught off guard and immediately looked for Kid's figure everywhere. "There, it's in the sky!" a policeman yelled when he saw it, and then moved the lighting equipment. Sure enough, he caught Kid's white figure in the sky, which has become very small now. The Central Mori Police Department snatched the paper that Kid had given him, and when he saw it, he immediately shouted, "Kid! What do you mean? Come back and tell me clearly." "Kid!" In the distant sky, Kid heard the voice of the Nakamori Police Department and said to himself, "That's what it means." He looked at his watch again. Quick, this thing is too slow. Go back and make improvements." Chapter 47, Give Up. On the evening of January 22, Miyade Restaurant. There are 3 waiters tonight, Yamazaki, Meidazi, and Conan, and 1 helper, Ran. and Lan will go home for a while to prepare dinner for his father Maori. Maori finally opened again today, but it was just a commission for seeking pets. Yamazaki and Conan were really not interested, so they didn't go. Ding. I see. Maiko Miyamoto listened to the young woman on the phone, and then handed the phone to Mita, who was waiting next to him. Here you are. Sister, May Daisy asked, picking up the phone, how is it? The young woman said, Kid saw what you wrote and he left. Really? May Daisy smiled, that's great, then I won't look for him anymore. The young woman smiled and said, however, he also wrote something for you, I will send it to you in a while. Dongdu Art Museum. You can't take it away, the Zhongshan Police Department said, and the voice became quieter, that's an exhibit. Finally, under the gaze of dozens of pairs of phoenix eyes, he could no longer speak. If it is not damaged, the young woman said, I will send it back. Then she took the things written by Miyadi and Kid, and the rose. From the invincible beautiful girl, the members of the club walked out of the open channel. Hey! The Nakamori Police Department quickly followed, then you let me take a picture first. Zhang Gushan Kui does I. Okay, that's great. Oh, it's really. Crack, crack. Master Quadu, don't eat it everywhere, Terai said. The potato chips fell on this fluffy carpet. It's hard to clean up. I don't know what to say about my young master's hobby. Headache. Meidai Restaurant. Aunt Meizi, Meidaisy. As soon as the young woman came in, she greeted the two people sitting inside and outside the counter. The two of them sat near the door. Yamazaki and Conan were in the middle section, where they usually sit to rest. Maiko Miyamoto said, Thank you. Sister. Meidaisy called. The young woman put the things she had brought on the table. Maiko Miyamoto put the rose in a cup and put it aside. Meidaisy picked up the piece of paper, took a look, and immediately said, I am mad, don't let me touch that guy, or if you want him to look good, I must beat him to death. I wanted to tear the paper when I said it, but Maiko Miyamoto took it first. Angrily, Meidaisy picked up what was cooked next to her and ate it. The food there was originally prepared for the guests. Meidaisy's voice did not spread far in the noisy wine house, only attracting the attention of guests at a few tables nearby, but soon turned back, continued drinking and chatting, and lived their own lives. Conan just saw that the atmosphere was wrong there, took a look, and then saw that there was nothing unusual, so he didn't care anymore. Notice. Watching TV at 7 in the evening, and the appointment will wait for notification. Kid, the strange thief, join in. Behind the two characters ginseng is a hand-drawn heart shape and a profile portrait of the thief Kid. After Maiko Miyamoto saw it, he smiled and said, What a funny kid. Then he said loudly to the door, Nakamori Police Department, you are here to get this. Nakamori Police Department and his deputy followed the young woman in. Yes, I just sat down at the door and looked over here. Mrs. Maiko, Nakamori Police Department came over and smiled, so those gems belong to you. Didn't you see it before? Maiko Miyamoto smiled, those belong to my daughter. Looking at Meidaisy, who was eating hard, Nakamori Police Department smiled and said, Same, same. Here, Maiko Miyamoto said while handing him the paper, would you like a drink? No, Nakamori Police Department smiled as he took the things, I have a lot of things today, I don't have time. Then he said to his deputy and left. The deputy followed and asked curiously, Nakamori Police Department, do you know her? Well, said Nakamori Police Department, a very rich man. A rich man? The deputy continued to ask, then why does she open a restaurant here? Pop. The deputy was planted mushrooms, and the Nakamori Police Department replied, how do I know this kind of problem? Maybe people like it. The deputy still asked unwillingly, have you ever had a drink here? How is the stuff here? The Nakamori Police Department squeezed his fist and said angrily, I have been here once. Except for canned beer, the other wines are expensive to die. I didn't know about it at the beginning, but I was embarrassed. Then he reacted and looked holding the deputy, in the deputy's eyes begging for mercy. Pop! A double-layer mushroom tower appeared. Seeing that the Mori police department is gone, the young woman also stood up and said, "Then, Aunt Maiko, I'll leave too." Maiko Miyamoto said, "Go back and rest early. You can't finish things. You must have a regular schedule." While talking, he added the things that Mikoto had eaten. "Yes." The young woman said again, "Maydaisy, goodbye. Sister, go slowly." Maydaisy swallowed what was in her mouth and replied. The young woman bowed slightly and left. "Okay, let's go first and send things to others." Maiko Miyamoto said angrily. "Yes. Jonggushin Kui Duzai." Pop. After watching the show, Quadu turned off the TV and put the half-pack of potato chips in his hand. Then he turned his head and asked, "Let's talk, Grandpa Terai, what do you and Mom want me to do?" There was no way to agree with his young master's hobby, so Terai had to pick up the magazine and read it. "No." Terai, who read the magazine, immediately replied, "We didn't want to cover it." Looking at Grandpa Terai covering his mouth, he quickly laughed, just staring at him like this. Terai couldn't stand the pressure, wiped the sweat from his head, and asked, "Master Quadu, how did you know? Do you remember the phone call last night?" Quadu laughed. "Mom said really. Terai said, "Is there anything wrong with this?" "It's time," Quadu laughed, "remember? At that time, I just said, there are 2 groups of 19 on the ceiling, plus other places, just. At this time, my mother had already said it. Doesn't this mean that she knew it before?" Quadu explained, although the special pavilion was built, most of the contents in it are assembled, but those things have signs of wear and tear after long-term use, and the bathroom is a hole, and you can see the recent someone has used it. And the people who can use this kind of bedroom have not heard any rumors before, which shows that they don't want to be known to outsiders. Then since my mother knows it, she also knows that among so many gems, it fits what I said. The specific number of the big gemstones shows that she has read it carefully, and may have used it. I did not see in the notes that she has been to that kind of place, so she can live in, which is obviously an acquaintance. Now again let me go." At this point, he turned around and continued to ask, "Go ahead, what are you hiding from me?" "This," Terai said embarrassedly, thinking for a moment, and then said, "Okay, I said. I told my lady that there was an exhibition in this special museum, and the lady said that I would buy 2 tickets for you. I just want you to, after you get those gems, you can return them as a greeting." Ding! Terai sighed. His wife called, "It's nothing to do with me." "Hey, hey!" Quadu looked at Grandpa Terai, smiled and pressed the hands-free button. "Tia, did Quadu succeed today?" Chikage on the phone asked. After waiting for a while, when no one answered, he asked, "Is Quadu?" The helpless Terai said, "Mrs. Chienkage, Master Quadu." "Tia." Chikage was a little strange, thinking about it for a moment and said, "Kaidu is also by the side, so, the phone is on the hands-free, right? Did you say it?" "Miss Chienkage," Quadu laughed, "go ahead." "Fight," Chienying smiled, "did you get it?" Quadu briefly talked about what happened tonight, so I returned her with a message and came back. Chienying smiled and said, "So, Uswamedeza sent her a notice." Listening to the laughter over there, he said quickly, "I really know an acquaintance." "You are watching TV, Chienying said with a smile, "isn't your show at 8 o'clock?" It's changed, Quadu said angrily, "he changed it without telling me, if not." Chienying sighed, "You still don't like watching videos?" "What's the point of watching the video?" Quadu said, "Of course I want to watch the live broadcast. Look at that. Ah, it's really enjoyable. Then how many packets of potato chips did you eat this time? Chian Cage asked angrily. Without waiting for Quadu to speak, Terai reported, Mrs. Chian Cage, Master Quadu wiped out 5.5 packs today, and the carpet has to be sent for cleaning. The debris and grease make the carpet look bad. Quadu, you. Qianying was interrupted by Quadu before he finished speaking, and said quickly, I'm talking about you now, Miss Chian Cage, don't change the subject. Okay, okay. Qianying said, quick fight, that's for you to say hello to that person, let her see your skills, and then you can bargain with her. Bargaining? Quadu asked in confusion, what do you mean? Quick fight, Mom is so miserable. Qianying cried and said, Mom is so miserable to be debts collected. Hey, hello, Quadu said helplessly, please, Miss Chian Cage, don't drink when you cry, okay? Oh, I heard it, Qianying laughed, I have good ears. Why on earth? Quadu asked. Chian Cage said, it's because we owe money to someone, so you can help pay off the debt. Not only you, but Terai and I want it. You owe money? Did you lose the bet? Quick Do asked, and then immediately said, isn't there a lot of money at home? It's all right for you to take it. 5 billion, fast fight, Qianying cried, 5 billion. 5 billion. Quadu exclaimed, and then said angrily, forget it, 5 billion is another 5 billion. It's not nothing, pay it back first. Then he reacted and asked tentatively. Well, what you don't mean is the dollar. Well, not bad. Chian Cage replied, it's $5 billion. Miss Chian Cage, you don't want to play, Quadu said helplessly, what the is it? Chikage said, it was indeed because of $5 billion, so I sold our family and Terai. Really? Quadu asked while looking at Grandpa Terai nodding. Really, Chikage said, but the result of my bargaining with her is that you only need to work for her for a year. Quadu caringly asked, what about you? Don't worry, what she wants the three of us to do is not dangerous work, Qianying smiled. Specifically, just ask Terai. I told him in the afternoon. Then he said, okay. I hung up. I hung up directly after speaking. Grandpa Terai? Quadu asked. Terai said, don't worry, Master Fighter, that lady has taken a fancy to my craft, so it doesn't matter. Mrs. Chian Cage asks her to help preside over one thing, but it takes longer and takes several years. There is no danger. Then, Terai thought for a while and said again, moreover, Mrs. Chikage's voice sounded very happy, very excited, as if she was very happy. As for the specifics, I don't know. That's it. Quadu understood, and then asked suspiciously, the lady? Who is she, why haven't I heard you say it before? Terai explained, Mrs. Maiko Miyamoto, a good friend of Mrs. Pirate and Mrs. Chikage, the gems you are going to get today are her daughter Ms. Mideko. For some reason, Mrs. Miyamoto and Mrs. Chikage. I haven't told you about her. As for the reason, I can't tell you www.readaloud.com Master Quadu. Okay, Quadu knew that there was nothing to ask, and said, how can I find her? I'm ready. Terai said and took a piece of paper from the desk in the room. Ms. Maiko lives in 5CHOME, Yonakacho. This is a map. Ms. Maiko opened a tavern called Miyade Restaurant. It's easy to find. Master Quadu can go there tomorrow after school. The agreed time is 5 o'clock. 1.5 hours is enough. 5 o'clock, Miyade Restaurant. Quadu took it in his hand and looked at it and said, I see. Master, Terai thought for a while, but didn't say anything. Quadu asked, what? Terai seemed to have made up his mind, and solemnly said, Master, you must be careful. Hey! Quadu was very strange, so he asked, didn't Mom say there is no danger, so what should I be careful about? Terai said earnestly, be careful. Although Mrs. Miko won't say it, Master Quadu must be careful not to let others know your identity. Be careful, Ms. Maydaisy. Be careful of a girl. Quadu questioned. Master Quadu, relatively speaking, Terai said solemnly, relatively speaking, the most threatening to you is Miss Maydaisy. Then he said, for your personal safety, Master Quadu, you still stay away from Miss Maydaisy. Why? Quadu was very curious, but no matter how much he asked, Grandpa Terai refused to say it. He just said it and knew it. Chapter 48, Different Looks. January 23, morning, Tokyo. Every morning, newspaper is an essential breakfast companion. Today's headline is about Kaido Kid. Kaido Kid left without a fight, and the iron box tactic was successful. Looking closely, Kaido Kid actually gave up the target that had already issued a notice letter, which surprised people and was curious. Continue to look down, these are the 2 messages you come to me. Of course, the last row of Maydais's writing was removed, only the upper row was published, while Kid's writing was published in its entirety. 2 appalling messages not only added a lot of housework to people, but also triggered the most discussion topic today, which is what Kid thinks, whether he is a real gentleman or a real TV fan. Also, if you are a TV fan, then what kind of program he is watching, and for a while, he is looking for newspapers and magazines with TV shows, so that the sales of these newspapers and magazines have skyrocketed. Its ratings will also rise linearly. As for the iron box tactics, this is obviously afraid of the thief kid. This kind of humiliating tactics that I can't take out, and you can't take out, are not advisable to other people. Now that it is brought out for the exhibition, it cannot be sealed before the exhibition ends, so that people can't see it. This kind of iron box tactics just made people laugh, and basically didn't get people's attention. Because it does not affect the reputation of Kaido Kid, after all, he is only a Kaido, not a moving company. Jonggushin High School, the 2nd grade 2nd class. Quadu lay on the table listlessly, with "I'm depressed" written on his face. Because from this evening, I will go to work for others, which is a great constraint for myself who wants to fly freely. Quadu, who was lying on the table, was awakened. Picking out his ears, Quadu said helplessly, Kingzi, what are you doing? Kingzi asked, Quadu, have you read the newspaper? Before Quadu answered, he said to himself, that thief escaped without a fight. This is really pleasant, ha! Kingzi was very happy today. Yes, although Dad came back late last night, it was because he went to drink with other people. For himself, it was a victory. Quadu said helplessly, please, I am going home to watch TV, okay? Kingzi said in air, quick fight, why are you helping that incompetent thief again? Kuruba Quadu, did you come across something? The black on your body is very heavy. It looks like you will be unlucky for a long time. A small voice came from Quadu's ear. Quadu said in an angry tone, Hungzi, you are very free. Oh ha 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 ha. Hungzi didn't answer. It's still very interesting to see Quadu's luck. In the whole class, no, in the whole school, he ignored his own charm. It was really hateful, and of course the most hated one was that guy. In the afternoon, Miyamoto's, Yonakacho 5 Chome. At 5 o'clock, the 4 members of the Miyamoto family had just had an early dinner. They were resting at this time, and they were going downstairs to open a shop after a while. Ding dong! Ah, here it is. Maydaisy happily ran to open the door, and yelled as she ran, is the thief kid here? Come, here. The people outside the door wondered what the situation was, why the door was called before it opened, how should I answer? Pop! The door opened. Hey! Maydaisy looked left and right, but couldn't find Kaido Kid. Looking at the boy who was about the same age as herself, she asked seriously, "Where is Kaito-kid? Didn't you come to send Kaito-kid?" Looking at this beautiful girl with shoulder-length hair in front of him, the boy didn't know how to answer. What is meant by sending Kaito-kid? Does Kaito-kid need someone to send it? Is it Kaito? A nice voice came from the room. Maydeza, let him in, he is not a delivery. Kaito feels a toothache. Is it the guilty thief kid that it needs to be delivered? Oh. Maydeza went back disappointed. Excuse me, Kaito said while changing his shoes. You are Kuroba Kaito. This is the voice just now, and its owner is a beautiful young-looking lady. Kaito knows that this is the lady Miko Miyamoto. That girl should have been reminded by Grandpa Terai, the owner of those gems. Ms. Miyamoto can't see where she is dangerous. As for the other two, they should be father and son at first glance. They are all ordinary faces that don't attract attention without the slightest characteristic. Yes. Kaito introduced himself as he saluted. I am Kaito. Please take care of me in the future. Yamazaki still remembers this man. He passed him in the special hall that morning. The skill and pace he showed at that moment was Kuroba, like this. Yamazaki first stood up and replied while introducing himself, Yamazaki Misakijin, please take care of me. Then it was me Deiko, Miyamoto Miyako, please take care of me. Ichiro Miyamoto. Ichiro Miyamoto just sat and nodded. My husband doesn't like to talk. You can call him Uncle Miyamoto or Uncle Ichiro in the future. Miko Miyamoto explained with a smile, I am Miko Miyamoto. You can call my aunt in the future. We know your parents. It's been a long time, and you don't need to be restrained when you get here. As he gesticulated falsely, Kuido sat down. Yamazaki poured a glass of water and put it in front of the fast bucket seat, and said with a smile, I was so embarrassed just now that I took you as a delivery. The strange thief kid made Maydeza very popular. I asked her to order it last night. I have a life-size doll, and I promised to send it this time today. Kaito had a terrible toothache, so he could only smile and say, no, it's okay. Then, thanking Yamazaki, he took the cup and moved it in front of him. Miko Miyamoto smiled and said, Kaito will work with you here in the future. Miyadi-Ize, Kaito, and Conan will be yours in the future, and you will supervise them. Although I know this is indispensable, but being in charge of a girl makes fighting teeth more painful. Really? Great, Maydeza was pleased, I'm also promoted. Right, fight, said Miko Miyamoto, you stand up, yes, come over, jump twice, all right. Kaito complied confusedly. How is it? Miko Miyamoto asked. Miyamoto Ichiro said, 30. As soon as the answer came out, Yamazaki and Deiko immediately looked at Kaito with pity, giving Kaito a bad premonition. That's it. Miko Miyamoto said and left. After a while, he took a box and blew the dust on it before opening it. When it opened, there was something unspeakable, weird. The smell is blowing. 1, 2, 15, well, this box hasn't been used yet. Hey? This is... Miko Miyamoto smiled and took out one of them, and asked, quick fight, you had dinner yet? No, I've eaten some. Kaito thought about it, and said truthfully. That's good, otherwise it will be wasted. Miko Miyamoto said, rubbing off the top layer of the ball, and the ball was small in a big circle, and then handed it to Kaito, laughing, come on, eat it. Eat. Looking at the crumbs on the table, it is moldy, right? There is also the smell. Can this be eaten? However, it is very impolite not to take it, so Kaito took the thing, pinched it in his hand, then closed his eyes and bit his scalp and swallowed it. Yes, there is some guts. Miko Miyamoto praised, and then explained, this thing is the same principle as compressed biscuits. It can meet the basic needs of the human body for a day and is the best for people who need to lose weight. things. You feel bloated now? That is because it swelled up, and it will be fine for a while. You will eat one piece every day, without special exercise and other foods. After 30 pieces, you can get rid of the current fat on your body. This it's because of your mother's face, I especially give it away. Quick fight is very bitter. From the stomach to the mouth, to the heart, the tongue seems to be gone, and the nose is full of strange smells. But if what she said is true, this is really a good thing, and this bit of suffering still has to be endured. Midiko, this is for you to keep. Let him eat first, and I will make the rest. Maiko Miyamoto closed the lid, pushed the box to Miyadi, and said with a smile, I will start work every day from now on. Give him one before, so that he can work hard. It's time. Miyamoto Ichiro stood up and said. Yamazaki stood up and said, let's go, Meidazi, fight fast, we will ask you to fight fast, let's go together. Wait a minute, Maiko Miyamoto said while clearing the table, you go first, I have a few more words to say to Quaidu. This made Quaidu, who stood up, sit down again. When the three of Ichiro Miyamoto went down, Maiko Miyamoto took a photo and asked, does the Mori detective office next to you know? I know. Although Quaidu's mouth is sad, it doesn't affect his speech. Mori Kogora, used to be a detective, now a detective. Stop. Maiko waved her hand and said, I didn't mean that, I said something else. Then he handed him the photo, look, do you look like you? This is Shinichi Kudo. Quaidu took the photo and recognized it. Maiko Miyamoto explained, Mori Kogora's daughter, Maori-ran, is a childhood sweetheart with him. This kid went out to do a case some time ago, and Maori-ran missed him very much. Quaidu guessed, you are afraid that Mao Lilan will misidentify and cause trouble. Yes. But Ran, it's nothing, said Maiko Miyamoto. The trouble is that Shinichi boy. Ran will definitely tell him when he sees someone like him. You should know a little bit too, he is here. The strength of a detective is still not to be underestimated. Moreover, his curiosity, as well as the psychology of questioning, are very heavy. If he knows that his appearance is similar to yours, he will definitely investigate you curiously, and be caught by him. It's not easy to keep an eye on. Quaidu said, you mean to change your appearance? It doesn't need to be too much, said Maiko Miyamoto. It is enough to make acquaintances still recognize you at a glance, and strangers will never connect you to him. This should be very simple for you. Yes, let's use the bathroom. As soon as Quaidu said, he followed Maiko Miyamoto's direction and went to the large bathroom. After a while, Quaidu came out and sat in front of Maiko and said, Kurabakatato, please advise. Not bad. Maiko Miyamoto exclaimed. www.readaloud.com. The appearance of Kurabakato is obviously different from Shinichi Kudo, but it is basically the same as the appearance of Kurabakato just now. He can be recognized at a glance, he is Kurabakato. After a closer look, he only changed the angles of the corners of his mouth, eyes, and eyebrows. Maiko Miyamoto continued, the technique you have is already fine, and the Kurabakatato they know will be this face. No, Quaidu retorted, rubbing a touch on his face, and then changing back to the original appearance, saying, why should I be afraid of that detective? This is just in case, Miyamoto smiled. If you insist, I have no objection, but I advise you to think about whether you are not afraid of being exposed to the identity of the people you care about. Quaidu thought about it seriously, wiped his face with his hand again, changed his appearance, and said, what about the other aspects? If he comes into contact with me too much, wouldn't it happen? I will doubt you. Maiko Miyamoto smiled and said, others? As long as you don't do some iconic moves here, and just contact him openly, he won't doubt it. Is it dark under the lights? Quaidu thought for a while and said, I understand. Then he stood up and said, then I will go down. Wait a minute, Maiko Miyamoto stood up and smiled. Wait, when I get you a mask, let's go down together. Mask? Quato was surprised. I don't have a cold. Maiko Miyamoto first went to get a mask and handed it to Quato, let him put it away, then went back to the study to take 2 pieces of paper, and then greeted Quato and went downstairs together. Chapter 49, Very Expensive Anger. On January 23, in the evening, Yanihuako 5-Chome Miyade restaurant. Mayday's strange thief kid was finally sent in, wearing a thin dark blue sweater and grey pants just knee-high below Maydaisy, and a staff member in uniform came out of the restaurant, just to see that Quato had come down. Maydaisy exclaimed, "Quick fight, you just came here, help me move Kaito kid in." "Move in. I have a toothache." "Yes, look." Maydaisy pointed to the other side of the street. A delivery truck was parked there. A staff member was moving things, looking very strenuous. "Miss Maydaisy," the staff member said with a pen and slip, "please sign for it." "Okay, this is." "Quato, stop first." After signing the order, Maydaisy said to the staff who was passing by, Quato, who was carrying the big box, "Open it and show me." The staff opened the box, and Quato was stunned after only one glance, and then the cold sweat came down. The staff assembled the 5-horse divided doll, and then black socks, white shoes, blue shirt, white dress, red tie, white cloak, blue watch, and white gloves were put on one after another, followed by a white top hat with blue brim, and finally put a monocle with a 4-leaf clover triangle pendant on the right eye. This set of clothing is all high-end goods. Although the watch is almost in the past, it is said to be in the past. From the back, exactly the same Kaito kid appears. On the front, other places are exactly the same as Kaito kid, only the face is due to simulation. The relationship between the skin looks a bit fake when it's close, but you can't see it if you stand farther away. In this way, a strange thief kid who can almost be fake appeared. However, the cold sweat of Quato is not because of the similarity between this doll and Kaito kid, but that, since you have prepared so well, anyway, Quato is very embarrassed, you also prepare for it, it's really shameful. The staff introduced, this is the latest development of the company, the world's most advanced simulation doll. Hit on this simulation doll, it will give the user a realistic feeling of punching to the flesh. Asked Maydaisy to give it a try, and Quato tried it too. Really, it feels pretty good. The staff went on to introduce, this doll is made by our company based on the thief kid who has always appeared in front of the public. It is based on the footprints of the thief kid collected at the scene and his approximate height and figure in front of the public. It was launched in reverse. The most critical part of this doll lies in its neck. There is a switch behind it. As long as it is turned on, it will have a voice response. This voice is also based on the fact that the thief kid stayed on the scene. The voice of the download is synthesized. However, for technical reasons, I can only send out some short sentences for the time being. He turned on the switch and pointed out the place to put the battery, and then hit, "It hurts. It hurts. Ah. Oh. I dare not. Forgive me." Waiting for 10 short sentences, it is indeed the same as the voice of the strange thief kid on TV. This is really the voice of the strange thief kid. Quato felt that not only the toothache, but also his whole body began to hurt. The staff then introduced, because this is a beaten doll, it is not guaranteed, just like the clothes decoration, so please use it carefully. If it breaks, please call us and we will come to your door for service. "No," Maydaisy said, took out a checkbook, quickly signed 3 checks, "This is yours." "Hey," the staff member said in surprise, "our product only costs 10 million yuan, and you paid 2 million more." Quato heaved a sigh of relief. Few people would buy such an expensive doll. "Not much, not much. That's what you deserve." Maydaisy replied while putting away the checkbook, and then regardless of the confused staff, she said to Kuido, Kado, don't stand behind, stand a little. Although Queta didn't know what she was going to do, she still did. Who made her boss in the future? Looking around, Maydaza yelled, Kidler Kid. Then there was a left fist in the past, which immediately made Kidler Kid vacate, and Kid K Dick let out a ah. Following a right fist, he changed the direction that Kaido Kid was sliding, and Kaido Kid let out a pain. Following it is a kick, picking up the Thief Kid, and the Thief Kid uttered I dare not. Then Maydaza jumped up, chased him, and flipped, the sole of her right foot just reached the face of Kaido Kid, and then stepped on Kaido Kid's head and landed on the back of the truck near the cab. I only heard a loud bang, and all 4 tires of the truck burst. At the same time, the strange Thief Kid made the sound of forgiveness, forgiveness, forgiveness. At this moment, Maydaza had another strong meal. Kid stopped making a sound immediately, and then only heard boom, the Thief Kid's head fell under the car and then rolled onto the road. Finally, in the rising dust, Maydaza clapped her hands and said contentedly and happily, now, I feel comfortable in my heart. As long as I have another fight in the future, I won't bother him. As he said, he jumped out of the car, he stepped on the head of the Thief Kid. Watching the live broadcast, Quadu touched his face at the same time, and finally touched his neck, breathing a sigh of relief. But after hearing what Maydaza said last, she shuddered again, thinking that after being beaten by you, she would never have trouble again. At the same time, she thought that Grandpa Saijing was right. Maydaza was indeed a danger. No, it is a very dangerous person. It's amazing. 2 voices came from behind him at the same time, and he took a quick look. One of them was Mao Lilan, who had just seen it in the photo. One is a small adult who wears a pair of big lenses, black half-frame glasses, a blue suit, white shirt, grey shorts, a red bow tie, and one hand in his trouser pocket. Yamazaki, wearing a waiter's uniform, had already come out and was watching. At this time, they saw Ran and Quado meet, so they stepped up and said, Lan, let me introduce you. This is Kuroba Quado. Work here. Quado, this is Mori-ran, and she lives next door. He pointed to the Mori detective office, and then continued, this is Edogawa Conan, your colleague. He is currently staying in Mori Lan's house. Because of this kid, Lan often comes to the restaurant to help. He rubbed Conan's hair as he said. Quick Fight is speechless. It turns out that Conan is such a small child. What did you want me to do when I came here? Although he thought so, he still saluted each other with Lan and Conan, and completed the process of the first meeting, but he found that both Lan and Conan were facing him a little unnaturally, which made him feel very strange. Looking at their politeness, Yamazaki first said, everyone will get along for a long time, so you will call it your name in the future. Then he explained with a smile, Quick Fight ate that kind of strange meatballs. Ah, Landa was taken aback, and exclaimed, Kuroba, you are really capable, and you dare to eat that kind of meatballs. Then he asked, a mask, did you forget to bring one? I'll get one for you. Yamazaki said, it has been given to him, and he hasn't put it on yet. Seeing Queta did not understand, and explained with a smile, the taste of the meatballs lasts for a long time, and you will have a breath after eating. Hey! Queta's face changed, he immediately put on the mask, and then said, why didn't you say it earlier? I thought how this happened, it must be because my nose is all the same smell, so instead can't smell it, it's embarrassing now. If you say no, you still have to eat. Yamazaki smiled, it will be better in a few days. Conan was very curious, so he asked, what kind of meatballs are that? Kuroba, why do you want to eat it? Lan smiled and said, it's a kind of weird flavored meatballs. You don't need to eat one for a day. Although you will be hungry later and you will have a strange smell in your mouth, it is very good to control your diet. Said quickly, if you want to eat, I will let Maydaza give you a taste. No, no need. Conan immediately shook his head and said. At this moment, the two staff members were about to cry. They just checked carefully. All four tires were blown. The rear compartment was also pierced with a big hole. Other parts of the car were damaged to varying degrees. The whole car, it must be overhauled. What can I do? How can I explain it to the top after I go back? May Daisy, who was waiting next to her, reminded them at this moment, the one with 1.5 million is for you and the company, and the one with 500,000 is for you, so that's all right. No problem, no problem. The two staff immediately replied with a smile, no problem at all. After sending these people away, May Daisy came over and heard the conversation between Conan and Quaidu, and said loudly, Conan, don't shake your head. When you are older, I will definitely prepare it for you. You will definitely eat it in the future. Yes, what are you two doing here? Don't go in and help. He dragged them away. You will be my men from now on, and I will take care of you. Ken Lan is a little confused. Yamazaki smiled and explained as he walked. Mom said, you reading www.yukonshu.com. May Daisy has been promoted, and Quaidu and Conan will be in her charge from now on. That's it, Lan understood, and smiled. Now May Daisy can watch TV with peace of mind. People have to get up for a long time. Yamazaki smiled. Okay, time is almost up, I'm going to stock up. Then I went to work, and Lan went to change clothes. Conan and Quaidu are changing their clothes. Maiko Miyamoto said just now, just pick a set. Quaidu asked while changing clothes, you came to work at such a young age. Conan said helplessly, I owe them money. Then he asked, where is Quaidu brother? I owe money. Quaidu replied. Then oh. The two sighed at the same time. This unexpected unanimous action made the two smile at each other. Are you ready? May Daisy changed her clothes and shouted outside. Here. The two replied at the same time, and they went out together. Conan, you take Quaidu to the second floor to wipe the table. And May Daisy said, wipe it up. Someone said that the table is not clean yesterday. After that, she left. Replied, Conan led Quaidu upstairs, and when May Daisy walked away, Conan whispered, you did it, I don't know what I was thinking. Hey! Quaidu was a little strange. Conan explained, Sister May Daisy has very good ears. That's it. Quaidu understood. Chapter 50, Unfamiliar Color. On the evening of January 23, Miwako Gacho Miyade Restaurant. After more than an hour of work, the five Yamazaki finally came to rest. Conan finally found the opportunity to ask the question he had endured for a long time, Brother Yamazaki, what's the matter with that monster kid? Yamazaki found the newspaper and handed it over. He smiled and said, look first, it's roughly the same as the above. At school today, Lan learned a little through Yuanzi. However, Yuanzi talked about how handsome kid was, how demeaned he was, how he admired him, and so on. Lan was not clear about other things. I watched it together at this moment. After reading it, Lan said to May Daisy, Xiling, you wrote this. So, those gems belong to you. Well, May Daisy nodded and said, because my brother is coming back to live, I moved it away. They only made the ceiling later, and I will take you to see it next time. No need, Lan said, just read it. That's right, what did you say? May Daisy complained, I put a mark on the door, why didn't you recognize it? Really, I thought you would recognize it at once. Sorry, sorry. Lan said, I will definitely watch it next time. Conan thought, you put the sign above the door, at that time, who would care about that place? Then Lan changed the subject and exclaimed, May Daisy, you are getting better and better. You even broke the car. Where? May Daisy smiled, I didn't exert much effort, because the car is too useless. Conan and Kaito have a toothache together. It's still useless. Yamazaki explained with a smile, it's really accidental, mainly because of the truck. You see that there are no footprints on the ground, which shows that it is useless. Miyadiza jumped into the car for fear of accidental damage. For public facilities, I want to use the tires to unload the force. You know, now Miyadiza doesn't want to have a public account, otherwise she won't be able to go out with us. Seeing that they had finished talking, Conan asked again, who is Kaito Kid? Before Yamazaki spoke, Miyadiza said, I'm a thief who specializes in stealing things. Yamazaki smiled and said, a thief who knows magic. Magic? Conan asked with some confusion. That's it. Kaito said a rose came out. Kid the thief, Miyadiza called. Kaito immediately said, hey,